when I was 8 years old, I became a billionaire, owning luxury cars, watches, mansions, and shares in well-known companies at home and abroad. However, I became a beggar at the age of 18, simply because I was abandoned by my biological parents since childhood and deeply yearned for family love. After becoming wealthy, my biological parents found me. In order to integrate into the new family, I not only obeyed them in every way but also gave all my billions to them. However, my sacrifices did not earn their love, only various forms of abuse and harsh treatment. As a result, I suffered from depression and ultimately ended my life by jumping off a building. When the pain of tearing skin spread throughout my body, I finally realized that whether it's love or family affection, one-sided giving is being a lickspittle, and lickspittles deserve no good end. When I opened my eyes again, I was reborn a year before the jump. At that moment, I heard my second sister shouting outside the door, "Zhang Yao, get out of here! How dare you steal my underwear?" Upon hearing this, I knew my dear little brother was falsely accusing me again, but I remained calm inside. I calmly opened the door and saw my second sister, Chen Shuyu, with a red face in anger, and behind her was the instigator of this incident, Chen Zizhan, gleefully waiting to see me suffer. Seeing the two of them, I couldn't help but smile. Chen Shuyu originally intended to scold me harshly, but when she saw me smiling, she became even more angry. "You still have the nerve to smile. Didn't I warn you before? If you steal our underwear again, we will definitely teach you a lesson." If it were the old me, I would definitely endure silently and then accept the punishment calmly, because I know that explanations are useless. No one believes me, so I will silently accept it, hoping that one day the truth will come to light. However, when it comes to death, I still haven't seen the day when the injustice is avenged. How can I continue to endure this life? Do you think I am a pushover who can be bullied? Since you all think I'm a pervert, then I'll just be that pervert. What's wrong with that? Sis, it's just a pair of underwear, right? Wait a moment, I'll find it for you right away. Don't worry, I definitely didn't ruin your underwear. I just left a few billion things on it, I said as if I was going to search for it. Of course, if I really had to find it, I definitely wouldn't be able to, because I was deliberately provoking Chen Shuyu. Sure enough, when Chen Shuyu heard this, she was so angry that she jumped up. "Zhang Yao, you shameless scum, you are not worthy of being my brother." Chen Shuyu was so angry that she almost fainted, and I continued to smile and say, "Anyway, we have no blood relationship, so why not go a little deeper?" Chen Shuyu was so angry that she couldn't speak. She didn't expect me to be so abnormal today. Chen Zizhan on the side saw the opportunity ripe, quickly came up to accuse me. "Zhang Yao, you even stole your sister's underwear, and you also flirted with your sister. Are you still human?" With that, he threw a punch at me. I coldly blocked his fist, and then disdainfully said, "Do you really think I can't beat you?" Chen Zizhan didn't expect me to block. After all, in the previous life, he could hit me without reason, and I never fought back, just avoiding the vital parts when being hit. He felt insulted and immediately became angry, saying, "You little punk, how dare you block me? Did I go easy on you this morning when I hit you? If I don't beat you until you beg for mercy today, then I'm not Master Chen." With that, he threw a punch at me, but I easily dodged it and landed a hard punch on his face, followed by a kick that sent him flying 8 meters away. By the time he recovered, he was curled up on the ground. Chen Zizhan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and roared, "You little punk, how dare you hit me? I am the only young master of the Chun family. If you dare hit me, I will make you pay. If I don't torture you beyond recognition, then I, Chen Zizhan, am not human." Chen Shuyu, who was watching from the side, stood there in shock, unable to believe that I had dared to hit Chen Zizhan. Just as Chen Shuyu was still feeling incredulous, I rushed to Chen Zizhan and said, "Punk, think carefully, who is the real punk between us? The young Master Chen, right? Torturing me, right? Then come on, get up and hit me." I cursed at him while punching and kicking him without holding back, releasing all the pent-up frustration from these years. Chen Shuyu was terrified and quickly ran over to hold me back, desperately pulling me away. "Zhang Yao, what are you doing? Stop it right now. Are you out of your mind? He is your brother. Do you want to kill him?" Zhang Yao was yanked away, and as soon as he shook off Chen Shuyu he rushed up to kick again. Chen Shuyu cried out and went forward to hug Zhang Yao again. "Zhang Yao, you still don't stop. Run, brother, run, run. Uncle Zhou, help, Uncle Zhou, come, quickly." After holding Zhang Yao once again and being thrown away, Chen Shuyu knew that she could not stop Zhang Yao by herself, so he hurriedly called for help and called in the housekeeper. Zhou Qisheng. Chen Zizhan beat Zhang Yao. Zhou Qisheng is a lot to see, and he still has a lot of videos in his hand, But now it was Zhang Yao who was violently beating up Chen Zizhan, which made him drop his jaw and almost lose his soul in fear. If he didn't know that Chen Shoyu was desperately asking for help and desperately trying to stop it, he would have thought that he was seeing things. Zhang Yao actually dared to hit Chen Zizhan. If Chen Zizhan was beaten up, he must not be implicated along with him. Zhang Yao, stop. You dare to hit young master. Aren't you afraid that master and madam will come back to settle the score with you? Mother asterisk 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 her. Did you hear me when I told you to stop? Zhou Chusheng roared in anger and rushed over with big strides, reaching out to strangle Zhang Yao's neck. Zhang Yao, who had just shaken off Chen Shoyu once again, swept his eyes coldly, and his stern eyes made Zhou Chusheng feel shivering. Zhang Yao smoothly grabbed Zhou Chusheng's hand and twisted it, kicking Zhou Chusheng in the waist and knocking him to the ground as well. Then, proceeded to go up and kick again. You're one of Chen Jiehua's dogs, and you're worthy of yelling at me? Dog-fighting thing. I've put up with you for a long time. Zhou Chusheng was just a housekeeper, a paid servant, who hadn't made things difficult for Zhang Yao and bullied him all these years. As a matter of fact, no matter if it was a nanny, a housekeeper or a florist, they could all bully Zhang Yao in this house, because he was not treated well by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Even things like evil servants bullying their masters were every day. At this time to move, Zhang Yao is also on the head, where can still hold back. Just as he was venting to his heart's content, Chen Zizhan took the opportunity to stand up instead, staring at him maliciously. Chen Zizhan, who was also psychologically twisted from being brutally beaten, gave orders to the dog that followed Zhou Qixing in. Commander, bite him to death. The half-man-tall vicious dog barked furiously. Woof woof. Then, it quickly pounced towards Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao could easily dry out Chen Zizhan and Zhou Chusheng, but he really didn't dare to confront this vicious dog raised by Chen Zizhan with his bare hands. When he saw what was going on, he scattered. Running out a few steps, the vicious dog had caught up with him, and he had meanwhile copied the hoe in his hand. Just as the vicious dog opened its bloody mouth to bite him, he smashed a hoe on the dog's head first. Chapter 4, Catharsis Feels Good. Zhou Chusheng is a dog fighting against others, and Chen Zizhan, the evil dog called Commander, is really a dog fighting against others. Zhang Yao came back a little late because of the delay. Zhou Qixing dared to lock the gate to prevent him from entering, or, perhaps, deliberately put this dog of Chen Zizhan's at the door to block him. He'd lost track of exactly how many times he'd slept in the basement. For this reason there was a secret stash of raggedy old clothes in the basement to pad and cover for sleeping. As a result, every time, they would also be taken away and thrown away. Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua and the others often didn't let him follow along with their meals, waiting for everyone to have leftovers before it was his turn. And Zhou Chusheng always quickly had housekeeping clean up after Zhang Yu and the girls finished eating, leaving him often hungry at home instead. He complained to Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, only for these two to turn around and scold and beat him, with these two backing him up. Zhou Chusheng as well as the other servants bullied him even more recklessly. Zhou Chusheng's greatest joy is to see him suffer and create suffering for him. He also liked to film Zhang Yao's sufferings to enjoy them and bragged about them with these videos. What a posh young master. He'll have to sleep in the basement if I don't let him in. All it takes is one displeasure on my part and he'll go hungry. What's wrong with me being a servant? Isn't it the same for a bull asterisk 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 mansion young master to still look at me as a servant? Bullying Zhang Yao brought Zhou Chusheng, a bad old man, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. This vicious dog raised by Chen Zizhan also barked furiously at the sight of him under his deliberate guidance, and would bite him at every opportunity. With Chen Zizhan's willful indulgence, this vicious dog had bitten him 3 times in 5 years. It forced him to have to prepare a dog-fighting stick in advance every time he came home, or else hide in his room and not dare to come out. The dog bit him and he had to go to the hospital himself to get vaccinated, let alone hitting the dog. He would be picked on by Chen Zizhan for even scaring it, followed by being scolded by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, or even, just whip him with his dog-proof stick, force him to get on his knees and apologize to the dog. In this family, he is just worse than a dog. He used to need to curry favor with even this dog, and now that he's caught the opportunity, this hoe is doing his best to do the same. With a clunk, the hoe smashed solidly into the forehead's head. Anon, the vicious dog fell to the ground in response, letting out a pained wail. After barely getting up, he no longer dared to clamor with Zhang Yao and shook his huge body to run out. He was relieved to see the vicious dog escape. Thanks to him he was driven to the utility room, and with him occupying it, hoes, lawnmowers and the like had to be piled outside. This gave him the weapon he would otherwise have had to be bitten all over again by this dog. Now Chen Zizhan beat up, Zhou Chusheng beat up, and gave this vicious dog such a beating. This made Zhang Yao feel very relieved and relieved like never before. Cool, that's a few cool. Zhang Yao couldn't help but wave his hand to vent another round, and for the first time in his life, he even bared his dirty words. and then it felt like it was cool to talk dirty. On the opposite side, the gray-headed Chen Zijian was hysterical. Zhang Yao, you lunatic. You actually dared to hit the commander. Anyone with a clear eye can see that the dog will not feel good after being hit by such a hoe. And Chen Zijian, the owner of the dog, is heartbroken. Zhang Yao bristled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I-ing beat even you, let alone a dog you have. Chen Zijian became furious. Zhang Yao, you're dead. I'll never let you go. How dare you hit the commander? How dare you hit me? When my parents come back, let's see what they do to you. Chen Zijian gritted his teeth, earning bruises and hissing hideously at Zhang Yao. Just you wait. I will make your life worse than death. The Zhang Yao of the past would never have dared to do this, but now that he had done it, he was fearless. Don't worry. I'll wait. As long as I treat myself as an individual, I'll see what you can do to me. All inches come from overbearing. In fact, you can't get a relationship by bending over backwards and wagging your tail. Just like you can't get peace by compromising. If someone stomps their nose, the best thing to do is to just whip it over. Zhang Yao glanced at Chen Zijian, swept his eyes over Zhou Qisheng, and walked back to the room, slamming the door with a clang. Zhou Qisheng, the bad old man, shuddered as his brain constantly flashed through Zhang Yao's eyes just now. He had never realized that Zhang Yao's eyes could actually be so stern. This made him feel very bad, and an unprecedented sense of crisis struck him. Zhang Yao, the young master who could bully anyone, suddenly seemed to have changed. His temperament was completely different. He could feel that Zhang Yao was taking revenge on him for beating him so violently just now. Think about how you treated Zhang Yao before. If Zhang Yao really retaliated, what would be the outcome for him? He fell into a state of fear, and at the same time a wave of regret rose. If only he hadn't done it in the first place. Chen Xiaoyu also felt that Zhang Yao had changed. Such a violent Zhang Yao had directly subverted his perception. Again, it struck fear into her heart. In the past, Zhang Yao used to have a pleasing smile on his face at all times, trying to squeeze out a smile even when he was beaten and bruised. And Zhang Yao had just violently beaten both Chen Zijian and Zhou Qisheng, including hitting that dog with a hoe. That kind of ruthlessness, that kind of hateful expression at that time was also something she had never seen before, and it made her feel emboldened. She even felt that Zhang Yao was itching to beat Chen Zijian and Zhou Qisheng to death directly. Watching in horror as Zhang Yao went back to his room, the palpitating Chen Xiaoyu reacted and hurriedly ran over to support Chen Zijian. Zijian, are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital now, and Uncle Zhou will come along. Zhou Qisheng showed his teeth and came over with a twist. Young master and miss, I feel the need to call master and madam. They need to be made aware of this. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are Zhou Qisheng's dependents. He could only hide behind the two if he wanted to avoid retaliation from Zhang Yao. In addition to fear, Zhang Yao actually dared to hit him and dared to make him feel scared, which also infuriated him. While avoiding being retaliated against, he also expected Zhang Yao and Chen Jiehua to teach Zhang Yao a hard lesson as they had done in the past. The only way to get out of this is to see if Zhang Yao would dare to go crazy again in the future. Chen Zijian was even more furious than Zhou Qisheng, who had ever received such an indignity since he was a child. What's more, this aggravation came from Zhang Yao, whom he had always been able to pin down as much as he wanted. Being beaten up by the person he despised the most was definitely the greatest shame. How could he swallow this? Already his teeth were on the verge of crunching. Fight. Of course. I'm going to pay back everything today tenfold and 100-fold. I said I'd make his life worse than death, and I'm going to make it worse than death. The latter words he was yelling out towards Zhang Yao's room. The purpose is to let Zhang Yao hear it. Chapter 5, the whole family is back. Although Zhang Yao did not show the slightest bit of mercy, neither Chen Zijian nor Zhou Qisheng were seriously injured. Don't worry, it's fine. Just rub some medicine on it. The doctor also prescribed some medicines to relieve pain and activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis, and rubbed safflower oil. Personally, Zhang Yao regrets this ending, but it couldn't be helped. He often didn't even have food to eat, and was as thin as a sack. Not to mention hitting people, even the usual walk seems to have weak feet, which has no power. Besides, Chen Zijian is also practiced, although he has not beaten him but also know to protect the vitals. So even though he kicked hard, he didn't hurt at all. As for Zhou Qisheng, Zhang Yao's strength was basically used up when he violently beat him, and he was even less injured than Chen Zijian. More difficult for them than the physical injuries were the mental blows. How dare that bastard hit me? It's never been just me beating him up. He's not even as good as a dog in my eyes, and he actually dared to beat me up. Going to the hospital, Chen Zijian couldn't even believe this fact yet, cursing and swearing as the whole person was grasping at straws. What's even more unacceptable to him is that the vicious dog he's had for 5 years is dead. After receiving a hoe from Zhang Yao's desperate efforts, the vicious dog staggered and ran back to the dog villa, and it didn't take long for him to swallow his breath. This caused Chen Zijian to hate him even more, and his entire being fell into a rage. That bastard. He actually beat the commander to death. He wouldn't even be a piece of compared to the commander. How dare he beat the commander to death? He dares to shoot my dog. I'll make him my dog instead of the commander. Chen Zijian's hysterical rant in the hospital sparked countless people's discontent and curiosity. Look at him. He looks like he's crazy and people are hiding everywhere he goes. Chen Shuyu assisted him all the way to comfort him. Zijian, calm down first. Don't get angry and break your body. You've called mom and dad, and even your oldest and third sisters are already on their way back. They're also very angry right now, and they'll definitely teach Zhang Yao a hard lesson. Learning that Zhang Yao had actually beaten up both Chen Zijian and Zhou Chusheng, whether it was Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, or the eldest sister, Chen Ruoji and the third sister, Chen Evening Zhao, it all felt very absurd at first glance. Don't kid yourself. Zhang Yao is like a pug at home. Who wouldn't nod and bow when he sees them? If Zijian doesn't beat him, he should make it a lucky day. He still dares to hit Zijian? Is this the sky about to rain milk tea? Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua didn't believe it, and neither did Chen Ruoji and Chen Evening Zhao. It wasn't until Chen Zijian turned on the camera and let them see their wretched appearance that they had to accept this fact. That little actually really dared to hit you, and even hit Butler Joe? Against all odds, is he off his meds today? Even through the screen, Chen Zijian's appearance caused Zhang Yu's heart to ache. Zijian, mommy's good boy, are you going to be alright? Does it hurt? How dare he lay such a heavy hand on you? Just wait, we'll be right back. When Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, Chen Ruoji and Chen Evening Zhao rushed back one after another, Chen Zijian was still guarding the corpse of the vicious dog. Zijian, good boy, how are you? Zhang Yu jogged over and held Chen Zijian in her arms to check his injuries. Baby boy, you must be hurting, right? It's okay, mommy cuddles. Nestled in Zhang Yu's arms, Chen Zijian wiped his tears and sobbed. His tears, which were 3 parts real and 7 parts fake, cried sadly. Mom, the commander was killed by him too. As the saying goes, love the house. Because the whole family favored Chen Zijian. Along with that, also everyone loved this vicious dog he had, and now the bodies of the vicious dogs they had treated like family were cold. This little man, I have to break his legs today. Chen Jiehua pulled his tie, his expression unprecedentedly gloomy. He ordered in a cold voice with a dark face, Butler Zhou, go and call that little one to me. Zhou Chusheng hurriedly answered, yes, master. On the surface, he didn't move, but inwardly Zhou Chusheng had already smiled. Seeing Chen Jiehua's expression like this, he knew that Zhang Yao would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die this time. According to past experience, Zhang Yao would be beaten half to death, would be thrown in the utility room for a few days, and would have to apologize to him on his knees. Serves you right. Who the hell let you even dare to hit me? Don't think that's the end of it, little bastard. Already starting to gloat, Zhou Chusheng was still considering how he would personally clean up Zhang Yao. Although Zhang Yao's previous ruthlessness had deeply frightened him, it didn't matter. There was Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua anyway. It's hard to believe that Zhang Yao can really turn the world upside down, even if the Monkey King makes a big fuss in the Palace of Heaven. So what? In the end, he still has to wear the spell and go to the west to get the scriptures. Going crazy, that comes at a price. At the same time, he shouted in a cold voice, Zhang Yao, the master, madam, and the eldest and third young misses are all back, and the master is in the hall asking you to go over. The eldest sister, Chen Ruoji, is now the CEO of Guiyao Capital, a high and cold female president who is well known throughout Yanhua. Since she graduated from college, Chen Jiehua gave up the position to her, stepping aside to become the chairman of the board. The third sister, Chen Evening Zhao, on the other hand, is a second-timer who loves anime, games, and cosplay. Now, a student at Yanhua National University. Even if Zhang Yao was just the dog that scared Chen Zijian, everyone could converge to charge him. Not to mention, the way things are now. Therefore, Zhang Yao did not feel surprised at all and followed Zhou Chusheng to the hall as if nothing had happened. Zhang Yao, why are you so cruel? Zijian is your brother. You actually beat him up like this, but Commander is also alive. You actually killed it. Are you still human? Stealing our underwear again and again, which in itself is wrong of you, and you have the nerve to do it? As soon as he even showed up, Chen Evening Zhao and the others were already vocalizing in anger. Chen Jiehua, on the other hand, grimaced without saying a word, took 2 big strides to meet Zhang Yao, and raised his hand to slap him. This was Chen Jiehua, who preferred direct action to moving his mouth with Zhang Yao. Never spoke before the fight, as dignified as it could be. It's only after the beating that you faintly ask, do you know why I hit you? At this time, regardless of whether Zhang Yao was wrong or not, whether it was his fault or not, he could only admit it and could only apologize on his knees. But but that was all before. Chen Jiehua's shadowy face left an indelible psychological shadow on Zhang Yao. Although he was desperately trying to remain calm, his entire body couldn't help but shiver, completely unable to calm down. Fear, resentment, hatred, nervousness, excitement. All the emotions are intertwined, like a PTSD attack. He took a deep breath and bit his lip once to keep himself awake. Then he raised his hand to block Chen Jiehua's slap, while grabbing his wrist and bringing it around. After smoothly pulling Chen Jiehua over, his right hand lifted up in the same position and viciously slapped him. Chapter 6, Father? You're not worthy. Pop. Crisp slaps resounded throughout the hall. Chen Jiehua was confused and subconsciously froze in place, covering his slapped cheek. Zhang Yu, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shuyu, Chen Evening Zhao, Chen Zizhan, and Zhou Qixing, all those present, all dropped their jaws. Zhang Yao actually hit Chen Jiehua. That was his real father, the chairman of Guayao capital, and the Chen family's authority to say anything. Zhang Yao actually beat him up. The slap was equally unforgiving. Crazy, really crazy. Zhang Yu was the first one to catch a frenzy. Little that is your own father. You even dare to hit your own father. You are not afraid of being struck by heaven and lightning. A son hitting his old man is a crime punishable by beheading in ancient times. Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Evening Zhao. The three of them looked at Zhang Yao in shock, as if they had been struck by 5 thunders. Feeling a fiery pain coming from his cheeks, Chen Jiehua reacted from his daze. Then even more anger levels exploded as he took off his suit jacket and threw it on the floor, plowing through the sticks he had prepared in advance. This stick was originally what Zhang Yao had no choice but to find to prevent that vicious dog Chen Zizhan. Ever since it was surrendered to Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, it became a tool to teach him a lesson. Little, who gave you the nerve to be so disobedient, to even dare to hit your own father? Letting you live in this world will only be a curse. I'll have to beat you to death today. Zhang Yao knew very well that there wasn't much exaggeration in Chen Jiehua's words, other than not actually beating him to death. Chen Jiehua could do anything. Since he had already slapped Chen Jiehua, it was certainly not possible for him to still kneel and endure the so-called stick education like before. Father, you're worthy. Zhang Yao dodged Chen Jiehua's attack and snatched back all the sticks with his backhand. Then, a stick was drawn back in return. This is also thanks to Chen Zizhan. If not for Chen Zizhan's interest in fighting to hire a very professional high-level coach, if it wasn't for Chen Zizhan deliberately making him a human sandbag and using him as a practice object every time he studied, he would have learned to fight as well. In that case, it would be impossible for him to beat Chen Zizhan, as well as it would not be so easy for him to face Chen Jiehua now. With the stick in his hand, then Chen Jiehua had even less room to do any harm to him, and could only take a beating. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Zhang Yao seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, one after another, using all his strength to pound towards the Chen clan. Fathers are great because they give their children fatherly love, because they hold up the sky for them. Ask yourself this question. Have you ever done a half-assed job on me? You can hit me whenever you're upset, and I'm going to be struck by heaven for hitting you? God opened his eyes, he should also split you to death. Split you in human people. Zhang Yao was so agitated that he hysterically roared and declared, while dancing the stick in his hand to a tiger's feet. Ah! Chen Jiehua was hit and screamed, and could not hide, but could only subconsciously use his back to take it, and use his hands to block. Within a few blows, he was beaten alive by Zhang Yao and lay on the ground, holding his head and curling up into a ball. Zhang Yao, you crazy person, do you want to beat your father to death? Stop it, little. I told you to stop, did you hear me? Zhang Yu was horrified and angrily cursed as she rushed over to try to stop it. Zhang Yao didn't care and swung a stick with his backhand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Yu stopped her footsteps, and only then was she able to avoid being hit by the stick. She broke out in a cold sweat as she watched the stick slice past her eyes. This made her realize that at this moment, Zhang Yao not only showed no mercy to Chen Jiehua, but also did not mind at all to beat her along with him. After forcing Zhang Yu back with a stick, Zhang Yao didn't pay any more attention to him, but continued to greet Chen Jiehua. Do you know how many times you've hit me? Do you know how many scars you've left on me? While beating and counting Chen Jiehua's sins, Zhang Yao was already in tears without realizing it. Even after dying once and coming to a great realization, he still couldn't face these nightmarish experiences with equanimity. Crazy, this little is really crazy. Zhang Yu, impotent and furious, did not dare to approach any more rashly, but could only cry and curse endlessly. Chen Evening Zhao was also anxious and cried, tightly grasping Chen Ruoji's arm. Eldest sister, what should we do? Quickly make Zhang Yao stop. The notoriously cold and colorful female president had also lost her temper at this time. In the face of the uncaring Zhang Yao, what could they do? Trying to stop them would only result in them being beaten together by Zhang Yao. It was too late. just when Chen Ruoji and the girls were so anxious that they didn't know what to do, and Zhang Yao hadn't actually managed to land many blows. The stick broke. The sticks were broken and he had no strength left, so he stopped. Bah! Spitting, he threw the half-broken stick in his hand to the ground. Then, he coldly looked at everyone on the ground, including Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu. Listen to me carefully. From now on I'm afraid that Zhang Yao won't let you touch a single finger of mine, no matter who you are. If you want to make a move against me again you'll have to weigh whether you're my opponent or not. I'll fight anyone who tries to abuse me like I used to. Zhang Yu and the others froze for a moment, and at this point, they simply couldn't be bothered to entangle themselves with him, nor did they have the time to mull over these words. Seeing that he stopped, a swarm of them all swarmed towards Chen Jiehua. Dad, are you okay? It's bad. Dad's bleeding. Uncle Zhou, quickly help my dad up and send him to the hospital immediately. At this time, Zhou Chu Shang, Zhang Yao from the bottom of his heart feel fear, no longer have half a point want to retaliate for the idea. Chen Jiehua he even hit. Zhang Yu can't even change this fact. Who else can stop him? Zhou Chu Shang responded with his heart pounding, and hurriedly went forward to carry Chen Jiehua on his back. When he went to carry Chen Jiehua, he even took several steps around Zhang Yao, fearing that Zhang Yao would storm off and beat him up again. Chen Jiehua twisted his face, looking at his eyes as if he hated to kill Zhang Yao by 1,000 cuts, but at this point, it can only be carried on the back of Zhou Qixing to the car and sent to the hospital. Little you wait for me. Zhang Yu angrily cursed Zhang Yao and busily chased after him. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao glanced at Zhang Yao with complex expressions and followed in a panic without having the chance to say anything. As for Chen Zizhan, he didn't even look at Zhang Yao. Chen Ruoji was more stable and had always been horribly calm, and this time was no exception. Zhang Yao, I didn't expect you to be so vicious, to be able to lay such a cruel hand on your own father, Chen Ruoji said in a cold voice. Have you thought about the consequences? Can you afford the consequences? Zhang Yao snorted lightly. I'm vicious? Chen Jiehua was much more vicious than this when he beat me. Why didn't you call him vicious then? Rhetorically, he followed with a dismissive. I've figured it out. I'm a person. I'm not a dog. As long as I take myself personally, what can you do to me? Consequences? I'll wait to see what happens, and you watch to see if I can afford it. Putting down these words, he turned around and left, leaving Chen Ruoji stunned in place. Only after a long time did Chen Ruoji react and hurriedly caught up with Zhang Yu and the girls. Chapter 7, Send him to jail. Chen Zizhan and Zhou Qixing had only returned from the hospital not long ago when Chen Jiehua followed them into the hospital again. It's unusual for the chairman of Kokuyo Capital to be injured. Chen Ruoji made a phone call, and the entire emergency department of the hospital sprang into action. By the time they arrived, everything was ready. Stretchers, the head doctor, etc., were waiting at the door early. As soon as Chen Jiehua arrived, he was immediately pushed into the ward that had been vacated long ago. The best chief physician with a large group of nurses examined his injuries and treated his wounds. Then the green light was given all the way to a CT. The commotion startled the other patients in the emergency room as well as the medical staff from other departments. What's the situation here? So much hustle and bustle. It seems to be some kind of a big deal. Just look at the families. Each one is dressed so gorgeously. They must be either rich or noble. In the eyes of others, Zhang Yu was a graceful and luxurious lady of a luxurious family. They jeweled, dignified, and still very well maintained. The years don't seem to have left much of a mark on her. However, the mansion lady's expression at this time was also hideous and twisted. After being sent back to the ward again after the examination, Chen Jiehua forced himself to endure the pain all without saying a word. Only his expression was gloomy and even more frightening. Zhang Yu was just the opposite, screaming and cursing all the way, looking like a crazy. What kind of sins did we create? How did we raise such a person? He even dares to beat his own father. He's not afraid of being condemned by heaven. This little is completely wasted and hopeless. Our Chen family, our Guayao capital, is a prestigious presence in the country and even internationally. If others knew that such a scandal had occurred, it wouldn't bring our Chen family's face into disrepute. The father was given a beating by his son and went straight to the hospital. This is definitely not a glamorous situation. No matter what exactly it is, the chief physician couldn't help but be very curious. What exactly was the situation that caused such disobedience to happen to the Chen family? He didn't dare ask more questions though, knowing full well that it wasn't his place to pry. After entering the hospital room with the CT results, he acted as if he hadn't heard anything and just focused on what he had to do. Dong Chen, the test results are out. Other than the fracture that occurred in his left arm, it's nothing more than a flesh wound. The fracture is also relatively minor in terms of the CT results, and there is no significant displacement. My advice is to just treat it conservatively. This is the best hospital in the country. And this is one of the best orthopedic surgeons in the best hospital. Since he said so, then Chen Jiehua must have listened to the professionals. Doctor, please, in front of outsiders, Chen Jiehua has always been very amiable. The doctor nodded. It's all part of his job. Dong Chen is polite. He also secretly sighed. How could such an elegant head of a powerful family have such a rebellious son? But anyone who had been in contact with, or even as long as they knew about Chen Jiehua, would not believe that it was his fault that such a thing had happened. Soon, the doctor treated Chen Jiehua's injuries and put a cast on his left arm. After getting this done, Chen Zizhan, who had long been impatient, immediately asked, Dad, what do you have in mind? We must not let Zhang Yao off easily this time. It was fine if he hit me, but now he even dares to hit you. He mustn't kill us all at this rate. This time, Chen Zizhan didn't fan the flames too much either, because there was no need for it. As the authority in the family, as the head of a powerful family, as a famous entrepreneur, and as a pivotal figure in society, how could Chen Jiehua with such a status allow Zhang Yao to provoke him, not to mention beating him so badly and painfully? He kept his face grim and didn't say a word, just because the shame filled him with rage. All he could think of was how to clean up Zhang Yao. And this, Chen Zizhan could see, and so could Chen Ruoji and the girls. Dad, did something happen to Zhang Yao? Chen Ruoji had always been relatively calm, and after being shocked, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that things were not right. Zhang Yao has always been cautious and prudent. It's reasonable to say that even if he was given the guts of heaven he wouldn't dare to make a move against you. She didn't think it was right for Zhang Yao to beat up Jiehua Chen for this kind of behavior, but she wanted to get to the bottom of it when things were so counterintuitive. In her perception, the only way to really fix something was to figure it out. However, Zhang Yu launched herself at her just before she said her words. What can happen to him? I think he's just eaten his heart out. Zizhan is absolutely right. We must teach him a deep lesson this time, or else he'll even dare to kill us. Look at your father with wide eyes. Your father had his hand broken and you still want to excuse him? Chen Ruoji that is trying to absolve Zhang Yao. She also did not have the courage to dare to disobey Chen Jiehua. Mom, that's not what I meant. She hastened to explain, trying to make her point. At this time, Chen Jiehua drank. All stop arguing. I, Chen Jiehua, have no ability. I can't even teach a small person well. Since I can't teach it well, let someone else do it, he said, getting up from the hospital bed and greeted. Let's go back. A broken arm doesn't affect walking. It just takes time to heal. Chen Evening Zhao and the girls were uneasy. Dad, is this okay? Zhang Yu looked at Chen Jiehua. What do you mean? Chen Jiehua put his shoes on. Call the police. Go through the legal process, and let the court decide whatever it wants. Hearing his words, Chen Ruoji and the girls were all stunned. Now everyone understood that Chen Jiehua was planning to send Zhang Yao to prison. To make someone suffer, sending them in on a sewing machine is excellent. And it's still legal. As soon as you go to jail, your life will be ruined, and even your children will have to suffer in the future. But Chen Zizhan was still very unconvinced by this. Dad, isn't this too cheap for him? Despite the words, as long as he didn't do it himself, he felt ultimately unsettled. He still wanted to be like before, finding faults for Zhang Yao every day and scolding him whenever he wanted to. Vengeance is something you have to do in person. As Zhang Yao's birth mother, Zhang Yao nodded after a moment of contemplation. That's fine. That said, it would be good for him instead. If he dares to hit even his parents today, he's not far from committing adultery. And who else but the police can educate him? Zhang Yu said and pulled up Chen Zizhan's hand. Child, I know you are aggrieved in your heart, but if you don't, what if he hits you again? What if he hits me and your dad again? And your sisters? After Zhang Yao is no longer at the mercy of beatings and scoldings, Chen Zizhan still wants to personally retaliate against him, which is so simple. The kind of violence he displayed, that crazy energy made Zhang Yu still have palpitations in her heart. The same remark applies to Chen Jiehua. Chapter 8. The police are confused too. Chen Jiehua was able to beat Zhang Yao when he was happy and beat him to death when he wasn't. All of this was only because Zhang Yao didn't dare to fight back. Zhang Yao was in awe of him as a father, longing for his love and care, and had no bottom line in obeying him and pleasing him. That's what gave him the backbone to be unscrupulous, and that's what allowed him to keep strutting his stuff. Now that Zhang Yao had put down his worries and cast away his illusions, it was unlikely that he would still have a chance to abuse Zhang Yao. He can't beat Zhang Yao, and he can't go home every day and stage an all-out martial arts fight with Zhang Yao, so he can't fight Zhang Yao and lose everything, right? In fact, why wouldn't he want to come and take this out personally? It was just that the risk of doing so was too great, so he can only switch to another way to pin down Zhang Yao. As long as Zhang Yao was sent to prison, it was not up to him to decide how much and how he would make Zhang Yao suffer. Little, you think you can turn the tables like this? Sitting in the Rolls Royce, Chen Jiehua then closed his eyes and leaned against the seatback without saying a word. Chen Ruoji hesitated. Dad, do we really have to do this? If this matter spreads out, it will not have a good impact on either our Chun family or Guayao. Chen Jiehua opened his eyes and gave her a cold look. Then what do you say to deal with it? Are you going to be responsible for this? With one sentence, Chen Ruoji was choked. She really couldn't think of anything better to do, much less take responsibility for this. When Zhang Yao would rebel, it was clear that all the so-called education would not work. Can we just let it go and pretend that nothing happened? In that case, how can Chen Jiehua swallow this breath? With his character, but also not all day to worry about Zhang Yao stomping on the face. Hey, Chen Ruoji sighed, her emotions complicated. Big sister, it's all this time and you're still speaking for him. Did you forget that he hasn't been stealing your underwear much either? And he's been putting cameras in your bathroom. If mom and dad hadn't been so heartbroken and still had hopes for him, they would have sent him to jail a long time ago. Chen Zijian was indignant and very unhappy with Chen Ruoji's hesitation. Bringing up Zhang Yao's scandalous deeds once again caused Zhang Yu's anger value to soar once again. Zijian is right. We've taught what we need to teach, and we've trained what we need to train. But he is getting more and more nasty and lewd and lawless. If we had been more decisive in the first place, things like Zijian and your father being beaten by him wouldn't have happened. Zhang Yu said and looked at Chen Ruoji. There can be no more hesitation. Do you really want to see the day he kills someone? Boss, that's not your character. We're almost home. What are you waiting for? Call the police. Chen Ruoji has always been resolute and decisive, doing things in a thunderous manner, never dragging her feet. Now this hesitant wandering is really not in line with her usual style, because she had been thinking about those words of Zhang Yao just now. Zhang Yao's hysterical appearance had also been floating in her mind. She had always believed that something must have happened to make Zhang Yao become so abnormal. Zhang Yao said that he would treat himself as a person from now on. That means he didn't think of himself as a person before. Didn't feel like a person. He said he was a man, not a dog. Then it's understandable that he thinks the old him is no different from a dog. Chen Ruoji was thinking about this, but Zhang Yu and the others didn't give her time to continue thinking about it and urged her to call the police. Then, well, she didn't know what to do for a moment. The way Chen Jiehua looked at her already said it all. She had no choice but to pull out her cell phone and call the police station as well. When Zhang Yao was once again called to the hall, he saw that this family had actually brought 2 policemen with them this time when they returned. 2 police officers received the alarm, heard that it was the chairman of Guayao Capital had an accident which dared to slow down. Seeing Chen Jiehua's left hand in a plaster cast hanging from his neck, he was surprised and rushed to ask for warmth. Officers, didn't you just ask me how this injury was caused? Now the killer is out. Chen Jiehua sat in an old and relaxed manner. Even with a broken hand it did not affect his demeanor. At this moment, looking at Zhang Yao, he acted without any ripples, unable to see any emotions much less the slightest feelings. I'm going to sue him for willful injury, and I'm asking the 2 officers to be impartial. After Chen Jiehua finished speaking, Chen Zijian followed suit and dropped a stone. Officer, he didn't just hit my dad, he hit me and our housekeeper. These are all supported by hospital records of diagnosis and treatment, all of which can be used as evidence. He shoved all the sheets in his head to the 2 policemen and then looked viciously at Zhang Yao. Little bastard, you're going to jail you. Prison is the best place for scum like you. Zhang Yu held Chen Jiehua's arm tearfully on the side. We can't teach you, we can only let the law teach you. I hope you'll learn your lesson in the future and do well in prison. If that doesn't get you to revolutionize your faith to be a new man, then your father and I are really going to despair. Some gloated, some were gloomy, some were in tears. This confused the 2 cops. No, what the hell is going on here? The chairman of Kokugo Capital was injured, and the man who beat him lives in their family's luxury villa. This suggests that the murderer was very close to them. If the relationship is so strong, then why did such a serious conflict break out? Why would you call the police and try to throw the other guy in jail? Who the hell is this beanpole-like teenager? Chen Dong, can I trouble you to tell me specifically what happened? Even if you want to arrest someone, you have to find out the cause and effect. The policeman asked cautiously, and Chen Zijian jumped out to take the initiative. It's better if I say it. As much as I am loath to admit it, the fact is that this man is my brother. This brother of mine has watched too many island anime and action movies, so he's become very lewd and perverted. He used to steal underwear worn by my 3 sisters and put cameras in their bathrooms. Chen Zijian added more fuel to the fire and recounted all of Zhang Yao's crimes in a colorful manner. He spoke spitefully and the police listened in disbelief. The more he spoke, the more indifferent Zhang Yu and Chen Ruoji and their expressions became. This is to recall all of Zhang Yao's unpleasantness. This, talking about the cause and effect of the incident. The 2 policemen were extremely shocked. They did not expect that Chen Jiehua of Guayao Capital actually had a son like Zhang Yao, the son of Chen Jiehua, who is known to all outsiders, is Chen Zizhan, and they all think that Chen Zizhan is the basic heir of Guayao. That's surprising enough, but what's even more outrageous is that the son is so bad. This was probably why Chen Jiehua was unwilling to let the outside world know. After the shock had passed, both cops sighed. Every family has its own problems, even those with hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth. It seems like these rich families aren't really that happy. No. First the old man was beaten by his son. Then the old man wanted to send his son to jail. The plot, like a TV show, is so charged. Chapter 9, I wanna call the police too. After Chen Zizhan finished talking about Zhang Yao's crimes with a fluttering brow, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shuyu and Chen Eveningzhao had already turned their heads to the side. Who can't help but feel ashamed of themselves when their own family members do something so obscene, so egregious? During this process, Chen Jiehua had been resting his eyes with his eyes closed, and he didn't open them until Chen Zizhan had finished. Officers, I'm sorry to make you laugh. He sounded tired, like he was very tired. The two policemen understood this and sympathized somewhat. Who wouldn't be exhausted with a son like that? Dong Chen. Families have their own way of thinking, so don't take it too personally. To be honest, as a police officer I've seen a lot of family conflicts of all kinds. This is nothing for you. The two policemen rounded up the situation with a word from you and a word from me, giving Chen Jiehua enough face. Chen Jiehua was satisfied with this and nodded. Then he sighed. Hey, no matter what, this is a family scandal. Who would want a family scandal to spread? The two policemen followed closely. Chen Dong said yes. That's why we police cases also put a lot of emphasis on protecting the privacy of the people involved. And that's our professional code of conduct. That's true. No one wants their scandalous story to be publicized, and police officers are all obligated to protect privacy in their cases. Chen Jiehua made a point of explaining the situation, and was relieved to hear it. Then he said leisurely, Officer, my injuries like this are already at the minor injury level, right? Add to that the fact that this rebellious son has beaten the steward and his brother before. They were only slightly injured, but that should add up to 3 years in prison, right? According to the criminal law, a person who intentionally injures another person to the extent of causing minor injury shall be sentenced to imprisonment for a term of up to 3 years. In other words, a sentence of 3 years is already the maximum penalty for minor injuries. Chen Jiehua's words were deliberately said to Zhang Yao to intimidate him. In fact, with Chen Jiehua's connections and capabilities, as long as he was caught in, how long he would be sentenced was almost a matter of Chen Jiehua's word. Only, he needed to weigh the pros and cons before doing so. The way things had developed to this point had already made Chen Jiehua feel disgraced. The fact that the old man was beaten by his son was enough to make him a joke. If there are any more rumors like the old man using his connections to get back at his son by sentencing him to 10 or 8 years, that would be even more detrimental to his image and would leave the world with an even bigger laughingstock. Now it can be said that it is Zhang Yao who is disobedient, that it is Zhang Yao who has a defective character, and it can even be said that he suffers from mental illness. As a battered father, he took the direct moral side. After all, in this country, whenever they hear that a son has beaten up his old man, the vast majority of people will condemn the son without saying a word. If you make too much of it and dissipate the advantage of public opinion that is rather unfavorable to him. So, one has to still operate within the law, so that no one can say anything. 3 years is a bit less, but it can be worked out so that Zhang Yao don't get a reduced sentence. If he wasn't relieved by then it wasn't impossible to find another way to pin down Zhang Yao. During the time Chen Zizhan had been narrating, he had thought so much and had finally made a decision. By law it is. The two policemen nodded, and in passing, they even slapped their asses. I didn't expect Chen Dong to know the law so well as well. Chen Jiehua responded as if it were a response. Then closing his eyes again he said, Then please, make the arrest. The two policemen decisively took out their handcuffs and walked towards Zhang Yao. Mr. Chen, your father has already given his word. Come with us. They had just realized that Zhang Yao was also Chen Jiahua's son, and thought that he was also surnamed Chen. Two officers, you've got it wrong. My last name isn't Chen. My last name is Zhang. Zhang of Jiangminan. Facing the police, Zhang Yao is not timid, but facing Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua has been unable to remain calm, and some PTSD. And, I'm tempted to ask, why are you arresting me as a good law-abiding citizen? He tried to appear cloudy, but his lips still trembled slightly as he spoke. Nervous, scared, hateful. Waiting for these emotions still didn't manage to do a complete cover-up, but it was enough to maneuver around the Chen family. Look at what you've done to your father, and you have the nerve to call yourself compliant? Seeing him react like this, Zhang Yu once again became furious and threw the CT slice towards him. The two policemen also followed very professionally. You are suspected of intentional injury. Please go back with us to be investigated. We're police officers. We're only responsible for investigating and handling cases. And as for what will be done in the end, that's a matter for the court. Intentionally injuring another person does not rise to the level of a crime if it is only a minor injury. Minor injuries or more can be criminalized, with the police making arrests, the prosecutor prosecuting, and finally the courts convicting. Zhang Yao also nodded. Officer, you also said that you are responsible for investigating and handling cases. In that case then I'd like to ask, do you investigate and handle cases by listening to only one side's word? You guys didn't even ask me and just concluded that I willfully injured myself? He even pulled out his cell phone when he said that, and just turned on the camera to start recording. Who doesn't know these days that you must record video to preserve evidence when things go wrong, and expose and make a scene when you are treated unfairly? The man who dared to break his father's hand really wasn't that good. The two policemen were sullen. We're asking you to go back, just to investigate the cause and effect of the incident. Regardless, it's true that you injured your father and your brother, your family's steward. This is indeed true, yes, but it is only part of the truth. Zhang Yao snorted coldly. Then don't you want to ask me why I hit them? I was acting in self-defense. They started it. Chen Zizhan didn't mention a single word about this. The policeman also froze for a moment, then said firmly, excessive defense is also legally liable. It's not up to you to decide if it's proper scope. The court will define it. From a legal standpoint, the police are only responsible for presenting factual evidence, and it is ultimately a matter for the courts to define what that is. Chen Jiahua's meaning was clear. He wanted to send Zhang Yao in, and now the situation was that Zhang Yao was unharmed, while Chen Jiahua had broken his hand, and Chen Zizhan and Zhou Qixing were both injured. As the other party, the police had no problem at all in taking him back for investigation. Although he is still a minor, he has long passed the age of 16, which is the age of criminal responsibility. He really wants to go to the police station and go to jail, and he definitely doesn't want to do that, since that point doesn't make sense. Let's change it. He grinned. Two officers at ease. Coincidentally, I want to call the police too. The two policemen thought he was being disruptive and frowned. We are the police. Zhang Yao shook his head. The two of you followed them here. How can a little kid like me know if your identities are true or false? I may be young, but I'm not stupid, and I know that if I call the police, there will be a police record, he said, and without hesitation, he called the police. Chapter 10, you want to go to jail for a few more years? Zhang Yu, Chen Jiahua, Chen Zizhan and Chen Ruoji, the three of them, all thought that Zhang Yao would definitely be scared to the point of crying in pain. The police came to the door to arrest him, and faced with the prospect of going to jail, he had to get on his knees and beg for mercy. As soon as he gives in, then it doesn't matter if they don't put him in jail. People, as long as they have desires and fears, they also have weaknesses. It didn't matter that he could abandon his reverence for his parents, that the identity of his parents could no longer drive him. As long as he's afraid of getting caught and going to jail, then he can still take him at will later. But I didn't expect that he would be able to cope in such a situation and actually turn around and call the police. Zhang Yu was all pissed off and laughed. You rebellious son. You injured your father and almost even beat me up. Now you're actually going to call the police. Are you trying to bite us back? Zhang Yao made such a mess, and the two policemen at the scene were not able to take him away by force. It didn't matter at all if the time was sooner or later. Chen Jiahua didn't think it would change the outcome. I'd like to see what tricks you can play. Slanting a glance at Zhang Yao, he closed his eyes again in his old mind. The police were not slow at all. After all, the location was one of the most prestigious and wealthy neighborhoods in the country. The people who live in this villa area are all rich and powerful, and they can't ignore the big and small things. Soon two more policemen were let in by the servants. Seeing that there were already co-workers on the scene, they too were flabbergasted and first came forward to share what had happened. They muttered for a while, and the two policemen who had just arrived nodded uncontrollably, in horror at last making sense of the situation. Then, only then did he hurriedly greet Chen Jiahua and Zhang Yu and Chen Ruoji all. Hello Dong Chen. Hello Mrs. Chen. Hello Mr. Chen. If there are no questions, then we'll get on with the case. After greeting them, they looked at Zhang Yao. Did you call the police? May I ask why you called the police? Zhang Yao took off his clothes. I told you when I called the police that my personal safety was seriously threatened. Now I want to sue my biological parents, Chen Jiahua and Zhang Yao, for long-term domestic violence and abuse. And then there's their adopted son, Chen Zizhan, who has also been bullying me for a long time, he said and looked at Zhang Yu. My good mother, have you forgotten what you did to me? For all the evil you have done to me, do I need to bite you back? He beat up Chen Jiahua, as well as Chen Zizhan and Zhou Qixing. This is a fact. There is no need to backbite anything on this. From a legal standpoint, he did fall into the category of self-defense. After all, after stopping Chen Zizhan and Chen Jiahua from making a move on him, he didn't stop. Jail he didn't want, but even if he did have to go to jail, He didn't regret what he did today at all. He believed that even going to jail would be better than staying in this house. But if it's just him going to jail alone, then he's not convinced. He finished his sentence, and his clothes followed. Then the shocking scars on his body were revealed. Front, back, arms, thighs. There wasn't a single place on his entire body that wasn't scarred. And some of the scars looked so new that they shouldn't have been there long. You guys think this is the end, don't you? Zhang Yao lifted his bangs and had the same scar on his forehead that was covered by his hair. I can take my panties off too if I have to, because there's not a bit of it on my ass. The 4 policemen were horrified at the sight. They were police officers, and their profession made them know better than anyone exactly what kind of encounter it takes to leave so many scars. A teenager who is not yet 18 years old has gone through so much. Unable to help but look at Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua once again, the eyes of the 4 policemen changed. No wonder. In a place like Yanhua, Zhang Yao, who was a son, would actually risk the world to beat up his father? Chen Jiehua, this elegant and easygoing tycoon, a famous entrepreneur with an international reputation, he actually abused his own son? The wounds on Zhang Yao's body were so gruesome that even though they had worked on many cases, they could not help but draw a breath. Ah! Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao even exclaimed in shock, which scared them both as well. How is that possible? Chen Ruoji's eyes widened, and the shock she received was no less than the others. She also knew that Chen Jiehua practiced stick education to Zhang Yao, and indeed did not do much to teach Zhang Yao a lesson. She hadn't seen a problem with it before, but rather felt it was necessary. After all, Zhang Yao had dared to steal their sister's underwear 3 times and repeatedly, even putting cameras in their bathrooms. How can all these evils go unchecked and uncorrected? Since verbal education and reasoning are no longer useful, how can we not beat them? In fact, it wasn't as if Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu hadn't beaten their sisters, so she had always felt that hitting Zhang Yao was just as much within the realm of such education. But these ghastly scars on Zhang Yao's body were telling her that the truth might not be that simple at all. Can it be that mom and dad are really abusing Zhang Yao? She also subconsciously looked at Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua before seeing Zhang Yu suddenly become hysterical. This little he's bloodthirsty. We've beaten him, yes, but it's not even abuse. It's teaching him. Who made him repeat his good words? He even stole my sister's underwear and our jewelry. He bullied his brother and abused animals. It's the dog that our family Zizhan originally raised, and he killed it today. On the outside he still fools around with unsavory people, and often can't be found, even for 3 days. After personally accusing Zhang Yao of his crimes, Zhang Yu broke down and looked very helpless. I didn't deserve to be a mother, didn't do a good job of being a mother. I'm guilty. I'm at fault. But officers, tell me, what can I do in this situation? Things, it seems, have gotten more complicated. In fact, hitting the child itself is not a big deal. It should be smacked or some of them are really not going to grow out of it. But everything has to have a degree. If it goes too far then the nature is different. And these wounds on Zhang Yao's body are obviously not something that can be covered up by a single sentence of homeschooling. If you get serious, even if there is a reason for what happened, it won't work. In the face of Zhang Yu's accusation, Zhang Yao did not explain. What with stealing underwear and jewelry, not staying home, staying out at night, etc., etc., etc. He's explained it before. If it didn't make sense before, does it make sense now? Now that the police have been called, none of this matters. Officer, it's considered self-defense when I hurt them, so is this considered overeducation on their part? Is it okay to abuse children in the name of education? Them I did beat. 3 years sentence I admit. And how many years should they get, please? Under the criminal code, abuse of a family member under aggravating circumstances is punishable by up to 2 years imprisonment. A person who causes serious injury or death to the victim because of abuse of a family member shall be sentenced to imprisonment for a term of not less than 2 years and not more than 7 years. If the perpetrator of the abuse goes beyond the limits of abuse, there is a clear intent to injure or kill. Then in addition to the crime of abuse, you have to add a crime of intentional injury or intentional homicide to the list of offenses. Zhang Yao looked at Chen Jiehua after asking the police, "You want me to sit in jail for 3 years, so how many years do you want to sit in jail?" Chapter 11, Kicked Out of the House? Even when he was calling the police, Zhang Yao was still recording video. Almost all of the victims have been blackballed in various ways, relying on family and friends to relentlessly pursue them, even to the point of causing trouble. In the end, it is only then that the claim can be made and the person can be saved. If there are no friends or family members to pursue the matter, then no one will care if they evaporate without any repercussions. And the person Zhang Yao is facing to get him is his only relative. So once Chen Jiehua gets his way, he faces a situation where no one will redress his grievances even if he spends the rest of his life in prison. To avoid that, he would have to do everything he could to the best of his ability. You all saw it. I was on video the whole time. These videos are synchronized to the cloud space, and without operational intervention will be timed to be unblocked at the video site. At the same time, I wrote a program so that these videos are automatically sent at the point if they are not artificially cancelled by then famous Chinese and foreign media, self-published media, other shareholders of National U Capital, and its competitors. I'm going to make sure that all of these people, all of them, receive a copy. So, a couple of officers must be impartial, right? After leisurely emphasizing these, Zhang Yao followed Chen Jiehua's tone just now. Officers, then please, make the arrest. Now to make an arrest, it would definitely have to be on both sides. If it's going to be a fish out of water situation, then everyone goes to jail, but that's obviously not good for either side. How dare you, little! Zhang Yu was greatly shocked, and Chen Jiehua could no longer maintain his so-called elegant and easygoing manner. Having his hand broken by Zhang Yao was already enough to make him feel suffocated and indignant. But now, trying to cast Zhang Yao into prison instead, he was taken by it. It was a feeling that took him back to the old days when he hadn't made a fortune and hadn't taken over Guiyao capital. He was such a wimp back then. That is, no matter what he did, he only had to look at other people's faces. It wasn't until he took control of Guiyao capital that he finally raised his eyebrows, and no one could easily pin him down anymore. Which thought? But now he was cornered by Zhang Yao again, making him relive this feeling of being a wimp again. Whether it was the recollection of this suffocation or the fact that Zhang Yao, as his son, actually dared to threaten him, it made him feel angry. But right now, there was really nothing he could do about it. Not so much. These police officers are also very eye-catching. See the scene stalemate hurriedly come out to round up the situation. Chen Dong. Family conflict is something inevitable for everyone. You have a big family, a whole lot of things going on at the company and a whole lot of things going on at home. So there are bound to be things you can't take care of. We're all family, so it's good to talk about any conflicts. I think we were all a little impulsive just now. How about you guys communicate again? Talking to Chen Jiehua, a few police officers also looked over to Zhang Yao's side and proceeded to ask, "What do you think, Mr. Chen?" A few police officers gave a step, and if Chen Jiehua was willing to go down, he was certainly happy to do so. After all, he really didn't want to go to jail, and it wasn't easy to say whether he could send Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua along with him or not. If at that time, these two people, as well as Chen Zizhan, were dead set on not admitting that the injuries on his body were caused by them, then, he can't really produce evidence either. Before, he had let himself be beaten and scolded, more docile than a dog, so how could he have thought of keeping evidence? As long as he couldn't hold the evidence, the other side could instead still bite him and say that he had made false accusations. With Chen Jiehua's urbanity, he must have thought of this by now, but if they really make a scene, even if they can't send them to jail, they can still make Chen Jiehua lose his reputation. After all, the police need evidence to make a case. Public opinion does not. That alone was enough to make Chen Jiehua throw in the towel, so he didn't say anything more after the police came out to intervene. Although very upset, he chose to acquiesce. When things came down to it, Zhang Yao had actually won. After violently beating up Chen Zizhan, Zhou Jisheng and Chen Jiehua, he was able to get out a little bit of bad anger. The day couldn't end better here, and the rest can be talked about later. So, he didn't respond positively either. Instead, he emphasized once more, "Officer, my last name is Chang." Seeing that his parents were tacitly laying down, Chen Zizhan was really unwilling to do so. Anger washed over him once again, so he cursed angrily. "You do remember your last name. Very good. You don't deserve to be a member of our Chen family at all." Just Zhang Yao's bruises and Chen Jiehua's severed hand already had a story written all over them, as to why his father's last name is Chen, but Zhang Yao's last name is Zhang. It would not be good for several officers to delve into these gossipy stories. Your hoity-toity feuds, that's your business. Since both sides have now loosened their grip, they can close the case in the meantime. Dong Chen, Mrs. Chen, and this, mail. Since both of you are fine with it, please sign this. Chen Jiehua did not make things difficult for the police officers, and still acquiesced to Zhang Yu's signature without saying a word. Zhang Yao likewise signed the report back. "Then we'll take our leave." Having accomplished their job, a few policemen were busy and then excused themselves and left. Walking out of the villa, they all couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's called a thing. Magnificent. A couple of cops left shaking their heads, and in the hall, Zhang Yao and the Chen family were still confronting each other. "Zhang Yao, you little are really capable now. Actually dare to call the police to arrest your real parents. I risked my life to give birth to you. You're a piece of meat that fell off my body, and as a result, this is what you do to me? Do you have a conscience, you? Without me and your father, could you have come into this world? Could you be here today?" Zhang Yu opened the PUA mode again, but this time, Zhang Yao was immune to any guilt. Chen Zizhan followed suit and cursed. A heartless unfilial son like you. You don't deserve to be my brother at all. Beating your own parents, calling the police on your own parents. That's the kind of thing even an adopted one like me can't do. Zhang Yao, your mom and dad's own. How can you bear it? His words seemed to have touched the softest part of Zhang Yu's heart, causing her to burst into tears. This was better said than sung, and it had to be said that Chen Zizhan had always been very good in this regard. Only, if he had encountered such a situation in the past, he would have already rushed over to do it. The reason why he only dared to curse now was purely because he had just been brutally beaten by Zhang Yao and he was scared. Only after these two parents had gabbled for almost a minute did Chen Jiehua stand up to give Zhang Yao his verdict. You're good. You've got your wings. You've got the nerve to send me and your mom to jail. You've got the nerve to threaten us. Since you're so disobedient, there's nothing we can do. You go. I, Chen Jiehua, will pretend that I don't have you as my son, and we will each be at peace in the future. This is, to kick Zhang Yao out of the house? Chen Ruoji's three sisters were startled and shouted, Dad! Before they had the chance to speak, they were already interrupted by Zhang Yao's laughter-filled words. Mr. Chen, you seem to have made a mistake. It's you who should get the hell out. Chapter 12, you're the ones who should be out of here. Get out of our Chen family. Zhang Yao, if you dare to treat mom and dad like this, don't blame mom and dad for being too merciless towards you. Live on the streets and you remember that mom and dad are forced to do it. Although Chen Zizhan had even begun to gloat, kicking out of the house or whatever was not really a punishment for Zhang Yao. Even if Chen Jiehua didn't bring it up so much, this time he wanted to draw a line with the Chen family. It's just that even if they have to break up and sever their relationship, they're the ones who should go. Mr. Chen, is this villa too comfortable to live in for too long? So much so that it makes you forget that this is my grandfather's legacy to me. You take the house book out and stare at it. It's my name on it. This is one of the most luxurious villa residential areas in the whole of Manhwa. Not only the location is favorable, but also the supporting facilities are superb. The villa is set on 1,200 square feet of land, with an additional over 800 square feet of gardens, and has a center island all to itself. Right now, the market value of the villa is $320 million. As part of the legacy, Grandpa had also been preparing for everything for a long time. Before Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had returned, the property was transferred to his name, and a covenant was made at the same time as the granting of equity in National U capital to these two men, which could not be transferred until he was a minor. The reason why Grandpa wanted Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua to sign such an agreement was because he was afraid that the two would take advantage of his young age and ignorance to swindle him. But what Grandpa didn't realize was that even after he became an adult, what he feared had happened. The day of his 18th birthday, which was a few months in the future, he happily informed Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua that he had come of age and gave away the property along with the equity. Even the backhand that Grandpa had prepared for him, the trust funds set up overseas, had all been emptied. It made him, who could have lived in a mansion and enjoyed an extravagant life, literally come to the point of being homeless on the streets. At this moment, how could Zhang Yao still allow such a tragic thing to happen? Good for him. He'd love to break it off. So please get the hell out of here. 2. When he pointed out this fact, it was like stepping on Zhang Yu's tail, causing him to jump at once. Little you make it clear to me. I am the daughter of the Zhang family. Zhang Minan, that is my real father. All of my dad's stuff was supposed to be mine, and the only way you can get a turn is if I give it to you. Do you realize that? Grandpa gave Zhang Yao the most shares and the best real estate directly over Zhang Yu, his daughter. And, to be blunt, they are still guarding them like thieves. This made Zhang Yu always have a thorn in her side. She was very dissatisfied with this arrangement of Zhang Minan's and with Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao was very disdainful of this hysteria of hers. Daughter, are you worthy? Who are you to call Grandpa Dad? You gave birth to me and ran away for 8 years. Where were you when Grandpa couldn't sleep at night from the pain of an old injury? Where were you when Grandpa was seriously ill in bed? Would you have come back if my grandfather hadn't promised to give you Kokuyo capital? As a daughter, have you ever done a single day of filial piety? Speaking at the back, Zhang Yao also roared out as he earned a red face. He couldn't help but burst into tears at the thought of his grandfather. Feeling sorry for him, Zhang Yu froze in place, irritated after a moment of trance. I'm your mom, and it's not your turn to meddle in my affairs. Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders and looked at Zhang Yu with eyes filled with indifference. The only emotion left was contempt. You think I like to be in charge? Grandpa's been dead for almost 10 years, so it's long past the point of talking about it. I'm just emphasizing a fact. This is my house. Please get out. The three sisters, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say. Having lived here for almost 10 years, They had all grown up here and had really long forgotten that this villa belonged to Zhang Yao. Chen Zizhan was dumbfounded. Just now he was thrilled that Chen Jiehua had kicked Zhang Yao out of his home and was happy to see that Zhang Yao was about to live on the streets. Who would have thought that the owner of this mansion he was so proud of was Zhang Yao, and it was them who should get lost. Dad. He was dumbfounded. What to do when things had gotten to this point and he was confronted with this fact. Zhang Yao. It seems that you are truly unrepentant. I'm your father. Real father. And those standing here are your family. You hurt the people closest to you and you don't know how to repent. And you want to break with us? I was giving you a chance and you pushed me again and again. After realizing this fact, Chen Jiehua changed his tone and played the emotional card. If not for Zhang Yao's reminder, he would have forgotten that this villa belonged to Zhang Yao, Guayao Capital, and 30% of the shares are in Zhang Yao's name. In itself, these are not a problem. He has been 9 out of 10. As long as Zhang Yao once adult can be taken as all. It's amazing that there are only a few months left and then suddenly there's this problem. How on earth did Zhang Yao realize this fact? He can actually realize that and hold that in his hand as a card? It seemed that Chen Ruoji was right. Something should have happened to him that caused such a change. Chen Jiehua's brain was spinning rapidly as he spoke. He wanted to figure out what the situation was so that he could respond accordingly and continue to pin down Zhang Yao. At least take a detour to address the unfavorable situation at hand and buy time before thinking of something else. As usual, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were in perfect harmony and immediately followed up. Zhang Yao, do you still want us to live on the streets? Keep your eyes open. I'm your mom. This is your dad. This is your sister. And this is your brother. Did your grandfather put the house in your name so you could threaten us with it? Did your grandfather teach you that you can be so heartless? In the past, whenever Zhang Yao had a slight grudge, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would lift up grandpa. Then, to the brink of collapse, he would be ruled into submission again. At that time, he thought that grandpa wanted him to be filial to his parents and integrate into the Chen family, just as he himself had always longed for. Because all along, grandpa was supportive of whatever he wanted. Now he realized that grandpa had never wanted him to settle for less. Therefore, this set of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua didn't work now. He nodded dryly. Yes, you guys are absolutely right. That's how unrepentant I am. That's how unconscionable I am. I'm just stomping my nose to force your hand. He looked at Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu playfully. It was you guys who raised the issue first if you wanted to kick me out. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen. You guys aren't suddenly backtracking after finding out that the villa is mine, are you? You guys aren't going to leave this villa of mine and try to stick around and not leave, are you? I'm not at all welcome as the owner of the villa, so you're not going to be so cheeky as to stick around, are you? In that case, I'll have to go spread the word for you guys. Guayao Capital's Chen Jiehua, the famous and powerful Chen family, turned out to be a thick-skinned person who relies on other people's homes. Chapter 13, Give me back my shares. In an instant, home and away changed sides. And offense and defense switched sides. It was no longer Chen Jiehua who wanted to expel Zhang Yao from the Chen family, but rather Zhang Yao who wanted to sweep Chen Jiehua off his feet. Being beaten by your own son is enough of a joke. Not to mention, being kicked out of the house by her own son. If this matter were to spread out, it would have to become the world's ancestral joke. Chen Jiehua, the famous entrepreneur, was afraid that he would never have the face to meet anyone. He grimaced and clenched his fists, his eyes glaring bloodshot. If placed before, Zhang Yao would have already been beaten to death by him. How could he allow Zhang Yao to be so arrogant? But at this point, his hand had only just been put in a cast, and both he and Chen Zizhan were very clear about the consequences of making a move. So, all you can do is grit your teeth and stare. The more he did so, the more he felt suffocated, and the more he was suffocated, the more he wanted to do it, hating to break Zhang Yao into pieces. However, when he looked at Zhang Yao's playful and provocative expression, he could only endure it. Even Chen Zizhan already knew very well that Zhang Yao would not spoil them now, and it would only be worse if he dared to make a move. Moving your mouth doesn't work, and neither does moving your hands. Zhang Yao's words of cynicism and irony directly pushed both Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua to the brink of extinction. The scene was very awkward for a while, and Chen Jiehua could neither leave nor stay. Well, Zhang Yu directly freaked out, already only chanting this word over and over again, on the verge of losing her mind. Zhang Yao, obviously it was all your fault in the beginning. Chen Eveningjiao was also anxious and subconsciously wanted to accuse Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao stole their underwear and installed cameras to spy on them, and his behavior was also very bad and disgusting. How is it that someone with such a bad record seems to be completely victimized now? Obviously Zhang Yao had done something wrong, but to actually kick them all out of the house? Chen Eveningjiao was not convinced, but the words just came out of his mouth, and then looked at the wounds on Zhang Yao's body, and then he had no courage to say the words. Whether I'm wrong or not is beside the point. But you guys never believe me anyway. I just want to ask you guys, what kind of wrong needs to be done to me like this? Asterisk 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 even war is about humanitarianism, and the UN Convention doesn't allow abuse of prisoners of war. Zhang Yao reddened his eyes with a flurry of anger, leaving Chen Eveningzhao even more speechless and could only look at Chen Jiehua in silence. Chen Jiehua took a deep breath and coldly looked at Zhang Yao. Don't you forget, your mom and I are still your guardians. You can be a six-pack, but you'd better think it through, and you don't want to regret it. It's already this time. Chen Jiehua is still scaring Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao looked at him with an even more disdainful expression, already looking down on him completely. It turned out that he was only this tactic, and not as hard-headed as he had imagined, and how he had been so stupid to be easily controlled by him before. Guardian? Not for another couple months. Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, I advise you not to try to use the status of guardian as an excuse. In that case, I can be patient for a few months and automatically get out of custody when I'm an adult. If not, then I will have to go to the Ministry of Home Affairs, to the street office, to the court to get out of custody. It's definitely easy to get out of a custody relationship once he lays out the facts about the abuse, only because he is still a minor. The authorities still have to find a way to find someone to be his guardian. That in itself was a bit of a pain in the ass, and he didn't have to do that at his age, and he'd be an adult by the time he got all this out of the way. If Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua wanted to dwell on this, then he wouldn't mind tossing it around at all, directly blocking the back road. Zhang Yao paused, then skimmed his mouth in disdain. Mr. Chen, you're the one who taught me that begging requires a begging attitude. If you're not going to off and you want to stay in my villa, then off and beg me. If you beg, you have to beg on your knees. Isn't that your Chen family's strict family teachings? You got down on your knees and begged me to let you keep living there. The so-called strict family teachings of the Chen family obviously applied neither to Chen Zizhan, much less to Chen Jiehua himself. Zhang Yao has been squeezed to this point. If you still rely on not to go is really a little too shameless. Asterisk 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 you remember what you did today. There is really nothing to be done. Chen Jiehua can only hold back his anger and put down harsh words. Then, with a quick stride, he laughed. You'll regret this, you disobedient seed. I should never have given birth to you in the first place. Treat your own parents like that and you'll be damned. Zhang Yu was hysterical, cursing and swearing, and repeating back and forth actually remained the same few sentences. Zhang Yao didn't even bother to dislike this kind of incomprehensible person. I deserve the wrath of God for being unfilial, but what does she deserve for being unforgiving? She can abuse herself all she wants and she can't defend herself? It was obvious that these reasons did not make sense to Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, and it was just a waste of words to say more. Zhang Yao, do you think that if we leave this villa we'll have nowhere to go and have to sleep on the streets? Come on, are you ing yet? Our Chen family is a powerful family. Tens of billions of dollars. Where can't we go and be comfortable? Your Thai villa. Do you really think we care about it? We won't even come back to live here when the time comes, even if you beg us. So just wait. Chen Zizhan was still jumping up and down, ostensibly as if he didn't care about the villa at all. But by jumping to his feet like that, he instead showed that he actually still cared. If you really don't care, where is the need for so much nonsense? Where is the need to be so agitated? Just turn around and walk away. The three sisters, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Eveningzhao, did not say a word, but just silently followed behind with complicated expressions. Young Master Chen, if you hadn't said that your Chen family has tens of billions of dollars I would have almost forgotten. How much of your tens of billions of dollars is mine? He yelled out leisurely. Mr. Chen, besides this villa, my grandfather gave me 30% of the shares in his estate. For almost 10 years, shareholder rights were exercised by you on my behalf. You're also the one who takes care of the annual dividends for me. I'm giving you advance notice now that when I turn 18, it's time for you to give me back my shareholder rights. Also, my dividends for so many years can be counted out. Hearing his words, Chen Jiehua completely tensed up. Zhang Yao, what the hell do you want? Chen Jiehua stormed out, his expression so fierce that it looked like he wanted to devour someone. There was no way. This time Zhang Yao had really stepped into his pain zone. The reason why he was able to take control of Kokugo Capital and fire himself up as a famous entrepreneur and become successful. This is all because, holding 51% of the shares of Guayao Capital, he has gained absolute control. However, 30% of this is Zhang Yao's, leaving Zhang Yao plus Zhang Yu is only 21%, considered the second largest shareholder. With the loss of absolute control, his position as chairman of the board would basically be untenable. His so-called fame and status, let's not say it goes up in smoke with him, at least it will be greatly weakened. These, he could never tolerate. Chapter 14, My Villa. My master. Looking at Chen Jiehua so incompetent and furious, Zhang Yao's heart was infinitely saddened. It was clear that he could take the other side so easily, but he ended up being controlled by the other side for the rest of his life. Perhaps it really is the heavens that are open, and that is why they have given themselves such an opportunity. Since this was the case, then of course it was necessary to break with the Chen family and no longer give them the chance to harm themselves. Haven't I made it obvious enough? What else could I want? Of course it's to draw a line with you, with your Chen family. Zhang Yao looked innocent. Mr. Chen, it's already this time. You wouldn't still be deliberately playing dumb, right? Are you purposely stalling? Are you just trying to stay in my house? Is it that you don't want to pay back my shares and dividends? With 3 queries in a row, he proceeded to apply extreme pressure again. If you're really going to do this, then I'm going to have to take up legal weapons to protect my legal rights and interests. So, obviously, he was threatening Chen Jiehua again. The villa and the stake are his legal property, and as long as he stops being stupid and gives it up, then no one can take it away from him. Chen Jiehua was so angry that his body was trembling and his teeth were about to be clenched. After glaring at Zhang Yao for a long time, his bloodshot eyes were about to stare out before he finally plucked out a glance at him and accelerated away at a fast pace. Who dash? After seeing all the Chen family members leave, Zhang Yao let out a long sigh of relief. It was then that he realized that he was already in a cold sweat that was soaking his clothes. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had left him with a deep psychological shadow, and confronting them was not as easy as he had imagined. Even with the additional experience of future memories, the mind was already beyond imagination. Still, the psychological and mental factors resulting from the long and torturous experience prevented him from coping with it in a lighthearted manner. From the beginning, his nerves were every bit as taut. There was still a heartfelt fear of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, and even Chen Zizhan. First, he violently beat up Chen Zizhan and Zhou Qixing. Then he broke Chen Jiehua's hand. All of his violence actually comes from a deep-seated fear. From this moment on, he broke with the Chen family. It was the right thing to do and a joyous thing to do, and he knew it very well. However, while rationally so, emotionally it is still a mixed bag. Knowing that the longed-for affection is unobtainable, I still feel a pang in my heart after it has been severed. The longing for home didn't go away. Even, he felt affected by the depression in his future memories after gaining them. Or it should be, depression is inherently a psychological, mental illness. So, the rebirth of the soul brings these problems along with it. Of course that doesn't rule out the fact that he was actually depressed at this point and just didn't notice it before. Whatever the case may be, it seems very necessary to get treatment from a psychiatrist. As Zhang Yao watched the Chen family disappear completely and pondered, he turned around and saw Zhou Qixing, who was about to leave quietly. Chen Jiehua and the others walked away in anger, almost having lost their minds. How could they care about him? He was the butler, himself working at the villa. Now that all of his reliance had been driven away by Zhang Yao, he was left behind, which was a bit awkward. Butler Chow. Zhang Yao grinned and shouted. This directly scared Zhou Qixing and responded warily. Young master. This address made Zhang Yao stare blankly. Young master? When did I become a young master? Don't be afraid. I remember you signed a 10-year labor contract, right? We have plenty of time to slowly break it off. He looked at Zhou Qixing playfully. Still like the way you called me by my name and yelled at me before. Zhou Qixing still has several years left on his contract. Then it's simply not too easy for him as an employer to get back at him. Zhou Qixing also knew that if things went in this direction, then he would have to shed his skin even if he didn't die. So with a clench of teeth and a stalking neck, he said, and don't forget, I signed the contract with Mr. Chen. It has nothing to do with you. That's true. Zhou Qixing and all the maids in the house signed a contract with Chen Jiehua. Since the line was drawn, it actually had nothing to do with Zhang Yao or this villa of his. That's quite a pity. Then I can only wish you a good time under Mr. Chen in the future. He shrugged indifferently, and although the words were spoken, the smile on his face was what made Zhou Duisheng even more uneasy. Zhou Qixing felt sure that Zhang Yao would not easily spare him. After all, he knew very well what he had done in the past. The fact that Zhang Yao was still acting so unconcerned in such a situation could only mean that it was a done deal, and he wasn't worried about him escaping at all. While he was in disbelief, Zhang Yao had already opened his mouth next. Since you also said that you signed a contract with Mr. Chen and are just a housekeeper for the Chen family, then please take your people and get the hell out of my villa as well. And don't diarrhea my villa. Zhang Yao said and walked back to the room, followed by turning his head and commanding, and by the way, give your master a heads up for me. Let's just say I'm giving them a week to come and get all their stuff out of the way. More than a week, then I'm on my own. Throwing out these words, he no longer bothered to pay attention to Zhou Qixing. After returning to his room and looking at the place where he had slept for almost 10 years, he couldn't help but feel another mix of emotions in his heart. Physical and mental pain struck him once again, causing his body to tremble slightly. The villa covers more than 200 square feet. but that's all he has to stand on. It wasn't exactly small and cramped, but it didn't even have a window, because it was never designed to house people in the first place. It was designed to house clutter. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua placed him here under the pretext that they wanted to hone his mind, that he needed to be punished for making mistakes, and so on. Once you live there, it's almost 10 years. This was his villa, and he was the owner of this luxurious mansion that was the envy of countless people. But, for 10 years he didn't even get to go up to the second floor. All the amenities in the villa, gym, pool, rec room, and so on and so forth, all of it, he was only qualified to enter when Chen Zizhan and the others needed him as a toolman. The piano was bought for Chen Zizhan. The drawing room was decorated for Chen Shouyu, and Chen Eveningzhao had a large space dedicated to letting go of the office. And what belonged to Zhang Yao was this utility room, a bed and table cobbled together from several pieces of broken boards. Not to mention that he couldn't compare to the young master and young lady of the Chen family. Even the nanny's treatment was much better than his. It was no wonder that the servants all looked down on him and dared to bully him. Shoo! He took a deep breath to keep himself from thinking about it too much. Now that I have gotten back what belongs to me, I am the true owner of this villa. I can sleep in whichever room I want and use it however I want. Still, there's all their stuff still in the room, and it's more or less disgusting to go straight to using it. He wanted to go and exercise his rights as a master right away, and then he was shaking his head again. It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. Forget it, it's been 10 years since I've lived here. It's not like it's been a week. Chapter 15, The Undeniable Truth. Chen Jiehua broke his hand, and the doctor had originally arranged for him to be hospitalized. It is anxious to find Zhang Yao to settle the score, which hangs the broken hand angrily killed a horseback. Now that he was swept away by Zhang Yao, he was rightfully returning to the hospital. As the head of a luxurious family and as a famous entrepreneur, he certainly stayed in a luxurious ward. It's not too much of a commitment to live here, and it's a good way to hide the embarrassment of being kicked out of the house by his son. In the hospital room, beds were also prepared for the accompanying persons as well. Only one, though. The one who stayed behind to accompany Chen Jiehua was definitely Zhang Yu, so Chen Ruwaji and the girls had to make other arrangements. Chen Jiehua didn't say a word. The corners of his mouth were still twitching up to this point. His anger was not diminished at all. Chen Ruwaji secretly sighed. Dad, let me book a hotel first. Chen Jiehua didn't talk at all, and Zhang Yu was also wiping her tears and cursing. What kind of sin did I create? How did I give birth to such an inhuman person? Zhang Minun, open your eyes and see. This is your good grandson. In the state she was in, it was clear that she couldn't be expected to make the arrangements either. In turn, Chen Ruwaji and the girls were all still very worried about her. Tell you what, I'll book a villa hotel straight away. Anyway, always settle down first. That's how it's going to stay until this is resolved. Chen Ruwaji thought for a moment and arranged. Lao Lao San, you two bring Zizhan over with you tonight. Dad's hurt and I don't feel comfortable with Mom like this, so I'll stay with Mom. When she arranged it this way, neither Chen Shouyu nor Chen Eveningzhao had any opinions. Chen Zizhan was looking stubborn at this time. No, he denied the offer and then continued. You guys go stay at the hotel and I'll stay with Mom and Dad. Chen Shouyu felt that this was not appropriate, but there is only one companion bed in the ward. It is not convenient for you to stay and sleep. Chen Zizhan's attitude was firm. Then I won't sleep. Dad got beat up by that bastard because of me, and Mom is sad and upset because of that bastard. Even if the hotel, how am I going to sleep? His filial piety touched Zhang Yu's heart. Zhang Yu took him in her arms and choked on her tears. Good boy, good boy. Seeing this scene of motherly kindness and filial piety, Chen Ruwaji could only nod her head. Alright then, let's leave Zizhan here with Mom and Dad and let's go to the hotel. No sooner had she finished her words than the doorbell rang in the hospital room, and Zhou Chu Shang's face appeared in the electronic door mirror. It's Butler Chow. Let him in. When Zhou Chu Shang walked into the hospital room, she smoothly asked, Butler Zhou, what brings you here? Zhou Chu Shang shrunk his neck and weakly then stated, Missy, that young Master Zhang, he wants to retaliate against me. I'm just too afraid to stay in the house anymore, and all the other servants have run back. Zhou Chu Shang was already old, and this trembling look was particularly pitiful. What's he fighting with the maid for? And does it have anything to do with the maid? Chen Eveningzhao felt that Zhang Yao was really incomprehensible. Even if the problem is serious, it's still a family conflict. Why are you getting mad at unrelated outsiders? Third miss, young Master Zhang also asked me to bring you a message. Zhou Chu Shang's expression remained unchanged, still with that pitiful look. He said he wants all of you, Mr. and Mrs. Chen, to go and move everything out within a week. After a week, he's going to be on his own. Being a big family in their own right, and having lived there for almost 10 years, they have a lot of stuff. It's really questionable whether it can be moved in a week. But look at Zhang Yao's attitude. It's a case of move it all or nothing. Okay, we got it. Chen Ruoji nodded. Butler Zhou, you go back first. We'll let you know when the matter is resolved. As the oldest member of the Chen family, she put everything in order after her parents lost their voices. However, how this matter would ultimately be handled would still depend on Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Did you choose to reconcile with Zhang Yao? Or go buy another house to settle in? Today, Chen Ruoji is driving her G63. Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening's car was parked in the garden and didn't drive out. So the two of them got into Chen Ruoji's car together. The trio also fell into a long silence on the way to the hotel. It was only after a long time that Chen Eveningzhao opened his mouth. Big sister, do we really have to cut ties with Zhang Yao and draw a clear line between everything? This demarcation includes property as well as kinship. Lao San, what are you talking about? Chen Shouyu huffed. What do you mean we really want to cut ties with him? It's clear that he was incredibly determined, without the slightest bit of mercy, to cut us off. Think about that attitude he had before. He bruised Dad. Can it still be fake? Chen Eveningzhao frowned. So you're saying that we should draw a line with him? Chen Shouyu was furious, but she still blurted out, I didn't say that. Then she stopped talking. The truth was, this was something she not only couldn't decide, she didn't know what to decide. Chen Lianzhao could only look at Chen Ruoji, who was driving. Elder sister? Chen Ruoji's mouth opened and she didn't make a sound for 2 consecutive times. It was a while before her voice trembled and she said, Don't ask me. I don't know. I'm so messed up in the head right now. All I can think about is those shocking injuries on Zhang Yao's body, I guess, and how hysterical he was. Just now at the hospital. She arranged it with the same air as always. Now that she was only facing her 2 sisters, she couldn't help but show her soft, flustered, and rushed side as well. With these words, she silenced Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao dryly as well. 2 people, and how could it be otherwise? There was another long silence. Only, this time the atmosphere in the car was extraordinarily grave. Chen Eveningzhao felt so suppressed that he couldn't carry it anymore, and finally couldn't help but open his mouth again. Those injuries on Zhang Yao's body, were they really caused by Mom and Dad? This question is really redundant. When Zhang Yao showed these wounds in front of the police, neither Zhang Yu nor Chen Jiehua denied it. These injuries were really caused by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, which would confirm the fact that they were abusive. Chen Eveningzhao was unwilling to accept this fact, which was why he asked. She was trying to get a negative answer, not believing that her parents could actually be abusive. But unfortunately, this fact could not be denied by either Chen Ruoji or Chen Shouyu. At least he's not at fault at all, is he? Chen Xiaoyu subconsciously still wanted to find a remedy as well. However, immediately following that, Zhang Yao's words came to mind. What kind of mistake needs to be treated like this? That took the steam out of her next words. Maybe Mom and Dad are really pushed by him too. Stealing sisters' underwear and putting cameras in their bathrooms. Zhang Yao's bad things like this are too numerous to mention. No matter who else is the parent, I'm afraid they will be forced to be anxious, right? When Chen Xiaoyu muttered here, Chen Ruoji remembered Zhang Yao's words again. Whether it's wrong or not is beside the point. You guys never believe me anyway. In the past, Chen Ruoji really didn't trust Zhang Yao at all, because in her impression Zhang Yao lied all the time and had long since run out of truth. But now, ever since she saw Zhang Yao's ghastly wounds, she was very concerned about it. Chapter 16, we must find out what's going on. This night, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Eveningzhao staying in the lavish suite were also tossing and turning, making it difficult to sleep. In the hospital, Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua, and Chen Zizhan were likewise in the same situation. After taking over Kokuyo, they basically lost their worries. This is the first time in almost a decade that I've had such a bad day. The next day, early in the morning Chen Ruoji climbed up to wash up, and saw her large dark circles under her eyes in the makeup mirror. Then, Jay Hua-chan called, You find a way to investigate. Make sure you get to the bottom of what happened to that little. There must be someone behind him. Make sure you find that person out. After a whole night of thinking, Chen Jiehua eventually agreed with Chen Ruoji's words as well. On Zhang Yao, something must have happened. Without something, a person can't change that much anyway. He actually learned that he had to protect himself and get back the property that belonged to him. Moreover, the awakening was accompanied by an easy defeat of Chen Jiehua. If there wasn't someone behind this, Chen Jiehua wouldn't believe it. When Chen Ruoji heard Chen Jiehua's words, but she couldn't help but frown. A mouthful of little s. What kind of parents call their children like this? It hadn't struck her as wrong before, because, whenever this time must be Zhang Yao had committed some mistake again, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were both in a rage. But now, it wasn't to be explained by being under the weather. Dad, I don't think this is important. From Zhang Yao's perspective, if there really was such a person, It would definitely be a valuable person for him. If not, wouldn't we still be abused every day? Wouldn't it be? And wouldn't you know to protect your rights? Chen Ruoji was rational, and he felt that Zhang Yao was indeed at fault and was indeed very bad. However, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are not innocent. Things had come to this point. If they didn't want to draw a line with Zhang Yao, well, what should be done is to find a way to go and put things on ice with Zhang Yao. Don't let this abuse happen again and think of another way to correct Zhang Yao's behavior. Instead, it's like an irritated grab at the back. Could it be that finding the person behind the scenes would make Zhang Yao change back to the old Zhang Yao who would beat and scold without saying a word? That can't be, and it shouldn't be. However, before she could finish her words, Chen Jiehua was already furious. Shut up. When is it your turn to question me? After roaring, Chen Jiehua felt that this was a bit too much. This was, after all, Chen Ruoji, not in Zhang Yao. So he went on to find a compliment. That little man was compelled, and people have instigated him to beat up his old man. We have to not find the person to get rid of the future trouble that how to do. Who knows, he will abet that little what in the future. Chen Ruoji also didn't dare to contradict Chen Jiehua. When Chen Jiehua was annoyed, not to mention contradicting, she couldn't even do it according to reason. So even if she felt that there was something wrong with Chen Jiehua's words, she could still only accept them silently. After a pause, he said, I'm afraid this isn't that good to investigate, but Zhang Yao, he's only given us a week. All of our stuff is still at the house, and he's really going to do it in a week. The curator did not doubt Zhang Yao's power of action in the slightest. Listening to Chen Jiehua's meaning, it was that he still wanted to continue to go back to live in the villa. It's not hard to understand why. Living in a $320 million super mansion is really comfortable. After living here for so many years, there must be affection. Plus, there's no way to explain this in all sorts of circles when you suddenly give up such a luxurious villa to move. Being swept away by her son would be a joke for the rest of her life if it were true. But to avoid that, you have to get Zhang Yao back within a week. But is it possible? No matter what you do, this will never be allowed to happen. You have to fix this. I'm talking about necessity. Do you understand? In the face of Chen Jiehua's deadly order, Chen Ruoji did not say a word. She didn't dare to object to Chen Jiehua's words, but she wasn't sure she could do all these things Chen Jiehua had explained. If you can't do it, you can't promise. Or else Chen Jiehua will even blame her for everything when the time comes. But even then there was no way to oppose it, so they could only be silent and take the beating and the punishment. The two of them hadn't been together for a day or two, and Chen Jiehua understood what she meant by this reaction. Whenever something comes up you don't say anything. Who are you pulling a face for? What's the use of having you if you can't get something like this done? The furious Chen Jiehua couldn't help but curse a series of curses again, venting out this anger. Then, before proceeding to command, you go ahead and find a storage unit and pull your stuff over there first to put it away if necessary. Remember, it must be kept secret, and no outsiders must ever know about it. If he had said that earlier, Chen Ruoji wouldn't have been so negative. To put it bluntly, he's being unreasonable. If it's so easy to fix things, you go fix them, and give people dead orders. In this matter, itself, Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu were the naughty problem. Even if she forced Chen Ruoji to die, she probably couldn't do anything about it. If it were anyone else, she would have disliked the other person and sprayed them speechless. But this man was her old man, and there was nothing she could do about it. Dad, I know. I'll get to the bottom of this as soon as I can and try to minimize the impact. When Chen Jiehua loosened his mouth, Chen Ruoji also gave her attitude once again. Just as she had hung up the phone, Chen Xiaoyu rushed in a flurry of wind. Sis, it's not good. The matter of Dad being given a beating by Zhang Yao has been exposed, and it's already on the Bib hot search. And the netizens thought that Zizhan had hit him. Rachel Chen, sparing the calm and wise female president. She couldn't help but stare when she heard these words. What the hell is going on here? Chen Xiaoyu directly handed over her cell phone. See for yourself. #webrumor has it that Chen Jiehua was hospitalized for injuries inflicted by his son. Chen Xiaoyu's cell phone interface was open to the scarf hot list, and the topic of Chen Jiehua being beaten, at this time high in the first hot search. As the chairman of Guayao Capital, Chen Jiehua is very popular and well known, so there is no need for any introduction to him at all. The netizens know him. Under this topic, various media outlets are spinning descriptions. Chen Jiehua was hospitalized yesterday after his son broke his hand with a stick. According to sources, there are only a few blurry, barely visible pictures of people in this thread, but it's enough to confirm the truth of the matter. The news is real and what the tipster broke is completely true. But netizens got one thing wrong. This son who injured Chen Jiehua is not Chen Zizhan. This is clearly something Zhang Yao did. Why are netizens scolding Zizhan? Chen Ruoji didn't even react for a moment. How come Chen Zijian topped the thunder for no reason? It wasn't until I quickly swiped through this topic and saw the pictures of Chen Zijian posted by netizens, then realized that Zhang Yao and their Chen family had never made a public appearance together, regardless of any occasion. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, including themselves, only brought Chen Zijian to attend. The outside world simply did not know that Chen Jiehua also had a son like Zhang Yao, and that he was his own son. People only know Chen Zijian. So, as soon as I heard that Chen Jiehua was hospitalized by his son, the first thing that came to mind, of course, could only be Chen Zijian. Chapter 17 Injustice, and no injustice. A son beating up an old man is worse. I really feel bad for Chen Jiehua, actually giving birth to such a disobedient son. If my son dares to hit me, I'll chop him up. It seems that rich people don't have good family education, and the so-called luxurious family is not even as good as the little people like me. What kind of sin is this? Who knows what the hell is going on? Whatever it is, it's just wrong for a son to hit his old man. The internet is talking crazy. After all, Chen Jiehua's identity was there. It was just a bit too dazzling. Plus it's the fact that it's the kind of thing that happens that goes against the grain, so it's hard not to get noticed. Chen Zijian was cursed and countless people cursed and abused him to death. On the contrary, he is not too big or too small to be an internet celebrity, and he has accounts on video sites like Flash Voice and Crackle Crackle. With such status as Chen Jiehua's son and super rich second generation, he gained a lot of attention, and he loves it, often brushing up his presence online by showing off his wealth. In the past, the comments underneath the videos and updates he posted were all after him. Chen Zijian's life. My dream. Young master, have you forgotten the old slave? Honey, I want to give you a monkey. Comments like these filled Chen Zijian with a sense of accomplishment every time he saw them. The joy that comes from the success of this kind of pretense is too wonderful to be described in words. However, at this point in the comments section, it was everyone who was cursing. Eating your fathers and using your fathers, and dare to hit your father with your hands. You are simply not even as good as you are. Without your father, you're not even an asshole. Give you show off your wealth. Basically your father has been beaten by you. What face do you still have to show off your wealth? First they were called names, followed by outright cyberstorming and harassment. One morning, Jijio only crashed Chen Zijian whole. I'm not. You've got it all wrong. No matter how he explained it, no one believed it at all. No one even bothered to read his explanation. People were so concerned with calling him names. Zhang Yao. It must be that bastard Zhang Yao who did this. Chen Zijian was ashamed and annoyed, burning with rage, and made a call to Zhang Yao. Little bastard. Giving me that hand. Ha. Borrowing a knife. Ha. Trying to make a fool out of me and my dad are you. You wait. Zhang Yao, who received the call, was completely baffled. The reason he still has the Chen's phone number is that he still wants to continue the line with the Chens again. But he didn't expect that Chen Zijian's phone call was so clueless that he didn't even know what to do with the line. What the is this madness again? Zhang Yao had a head full of question marks. Never mind. It doesn't matter what kind of nerve this has. The important thing is that I have to be cured of this god disease. He muttered and pulled out his old second-hand phone, trying to find out how to see a psychiatrist for a few bucks. Then came the headline news that Chen Jiehua had been beaten by his son. Now it dawned on him. Asterisk. So that took this as my doing. He gave the relevant news a general once-over and quickly came to a conclusion. This is, someone from the hospital broke the story. And this anonymous tipster is most likely a hospital staff member, either a doctor or a nurse. If it was a patient in the emergency department at the time, not as much would be known. At best, he saw Chen Jiehua enter the hospital and knew that he was injured. It's unlikely that he would have known that it was specifically a broken arm and that he was still being beaten by his son. The fact that this matter could spark such a heated discussion on the internet was bound to be rumored within the hospital as well. There are a lot of people, not to mention places like the internet. It's no surprise that things would get leaked. Speaking of which, Chen Zijian was quite wronged, having been brutally cyber-violated for no reason, except that it was also entirely by chance that he was so wronged. In this regard, Zhang Yao expressed delight. Chen Zijian was wronged, but Zhang Yao wasn't? This little guy seems to have made up his mind to go toe-to-toe with us. He's clearly striking at us on purpose and throwing dirty water on Zijian. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were furious, so angry that they directly smashed their cell phones. They also firmly believed that it was Zhang Yao who had done this. On the internet, many people sympathized with Chen Jiehua, and this sympathy made Chen Jiehua feel incomparably prickly. What was even more unacceptable to him was the fact that call after call came in from all directions. Chen Dong, what the hell is going on? The news said you were beaten by your son. Some of this is gloating. What's Chen Ruwaji doing? Rush to inform her to get the PR department off the field and make sure to bring down the heat in the shortest possible time. The furious Chen Jiehua, once again, aimed his spear at Chen Ruoji. As for Chen Ruoji's side, she had already acted the first time she learned about this. She held an emergency meeting directly with the PR department by video, setting the record straight, dropping the heat, pulling the hot search. A series of emergency PR combos were thrown. Disinformation. Regarding the hot rumor on the internet that our chairman Mr. Chen Jiehua was injured and hospitalized by his son Chen Zijian, our company hereby clarifies. This is a falsehood and a pure rumor. Please don't believe in rumors. Don't spread rumors. And don't take something so comical and absurd seriously. For malicious rumor mongers, both our company and Mr. Chen will reserve the right to pursue legal action. At the bottom of this disclaimer is the scarlet seal of Guiyao Capital. The person in question came out and denied it, and there was no substantial evidence of it as it was passed around the internet. Add to that the drop in heat to remove hot searches, the water army down the field of such manipulation. It was a storm that died down pretty quickly, but even so, it still gave Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua both a fright, causing Chen Zijian to have even more palpitations. Being cyber-violated. That's horrible. Seeing Guiyao Capital's statement, Zhang Yao knew that Chen Jiehua and Chen Ruoji had made a move. It was a quick turn of wind, and he wasn't surprised at all. Chen Jiehua is so elegant and easygoing. How can his family education be bad? Only a brainless person would believe such a thing. One map for the opening, and the content is all made up. Knowing Chen Zijian, he's actually a very filial person, and would never be able to hit Chen Jiehua with his hands. Seeing such content, Zhang Yao could only shake his head in speechlessness. He couldn't fan the flames and stir up the waters now even if he wanted to. One could only watch. Watching Chen Jiehua's public relations success, allowing Chen Zijian to escape as well. Let's not talk about playing public opinion war with the Chen family. He had now won a round though, and caused Chen Jiehua and Chen Zijian to be on the hot seat. But the truth is, he couldn't go to a therapist if he wanted to. One-on-one counseling fees are higher and are usually based on an hourly rate. The better the psychiatrist, the more expensive the fee. He has an empty villa worth $320 million, a basic 30% stake in Kokyu and a huge amount of trust funds. But these are all distant water that cannot quench the thirst of the near future. The reality is that he can't get that money right now. Chapter 18, I'm here to collect a debt. The trust funds have not yet expired and cannot be cashed out. The shared dividends, again, are in the hands of Chen Jiehua. Zhang Yao is obviously a billionaire, but he can't even afford to see a doctor. In fact, not to mention a situation like a disaster or illness, he was barely able to maintain even his daily life before. Chen Jiehua said that boys have to be raised poorly or they won't know how to struggle. Of course, this boy who needed to struggle was also the only one, and Chen Zijian was not included in this scope. People, along with their three sisters, have huge credit cards with automatic payments due, and, more than one. There are also tens of millions of dollars in New Year's money, birthday bonuses, and various holiday gifts. When Zhang Yu was happy and celebrated Chen Zijian's dog's birthday, even the maids received 8888 happy money. Only he, Zhang Yao, couldn't probe a single hair. School fees have to be paid, and if you want to buy yourself a dress or a pair of shoes, you have to hesitate for a long time before you can muster up the courage to ask for them, because every time he asked for money, he was inevitably greeted with a head-splitting scolding. Money, money, money. All you know is to ask for money. Look at your brother. Look at your sister. How come they don't have as much to do as you do? With 5 kids at home, you're the only one who comes around asking for money day after day. Zhang Yao had also tried to explain that Chen Zijian and the others had credit cards and red envelopes, so of course they didn't need to ask for money again. But he just opened his mouth, and all he got was a big mouth when he couldn't finish a sentence, being scolded and afraid of being beaten. Unless he is really forced to do so, how can he not dare to go back to ask for money? Even if they wanted to, they would first try to ask Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Evening Zhao for one. After these 3 sisters didn't give him a good look either, he started trying to get a part-time job and work his way through school. No one would believe it if they said it. He's a billionaire, enjoying the Harry Potter treatment at home. In school, the treatment is that of a poor student. If it were not for this, he would not have been as thin as a spar, so weak that he had no strength in his whole body. What a ing life. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that he really was ridiculously pathetic. Damn it, why should I starve for 3 days when you guys are poor and extravagant? I'm a ing billionaire. It's not like I'm really broke. What belongs to me? Give it all the back. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became, and he opened his call log to call Chen Zijian back. In the ward, seeing that he had called, Chen Zijian first reported to Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu. Dad. Mom. Zhang Yao called. Chen Jiehua replied in a deep voice. Pick up. Chen Zijian picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone. Before he could speak, Zhang Yao's voice came from the other side of the phone. What hospital is your father in? In which ward? He was trying to come to claim a debt, but it turned out that Chen Zijian misunderstood. The guy got all high and mighty and said, "Now you know you're wrong? You want to apologize? I told you it was late." Chen Zijian thought that he was about to bow down and was about to flaunt his power. As a result, Zhang Yao could no longer listen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lousy is something to talk to your father and your mother. Give you face so much drama? You'd better give me the hospital and ward number straight away. Or let your father and mother come to court and talk. Obviously, Zhang Yao was not here to concede. Chen Zijian was disliked by a flurry of dislikes and directly looked at Chen Jiehua with a red face. The latter pondered for a moment, spoke personally and reported the hospital and ward number, and said in a cold voice, "I'll be waiting for you." Still trying to scare people even at this time, Zhang Yao stated without a care in the world. "So Mr. Chen is listening too? Don't worry, I won't keep you waiting too long." After saying that, he hung up the phone and rushed straight to the hospital without delay. Chen Jiehua in the hospital room, on the other hand, instructed Chen Zijian, "Call your sister and the girls and ask them to come over as well." Just by listening to his tone of voice, he knew that he was definitely coming from a bad place. In a family conflict, all family members must be present. At the same time, it is also to let him see how he is the end of the family betrayal. Although Chan Ruwaji and the girls were located a bit farther away from the hospital, they were driving, and although Zhang Yao was closer to the hospital, he had to leg it to the gate of the neighborhood and wait for a bus. So by the time he knocked on the door of the hospital room, the Chen family was already in full swing. "Yo, all in?" He struggled to maintain his composure and pretended to be full of himself as he said hello. This hangdog look infuriated Chen Shoyu enough to say angrily, "What kind of attitude is that? This is your dad and your mom. We're your sisters, and here's your brother. What do you mean by that? How long are you going to make a scene?" Zhang Yao looked at Chen Shoyu and grinned. "Second, Miss Chen, ask your father and your mother if I'm a member of the Chen family. Your father and your mother told me when I was 8 years old that it's not that easy to join your Chen family. You have to go through their inspection. After this, they have emphasized countless times that I am simply not qualified to join the Chen family like this. That's why the world only knows that the famous entrepreneur Mr. Chen Jiehua has a son named Chen Zijian. Who the am I?" Chen Shoyu was dumbfounded, her mouth open to speak, but she didn't know what to say. On the other side, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's faces had collapsed. Zhang Yao then waved his hand. "Of course, all of this no longer matters, and I'm now grateful for the result. I didn't come here today to break up these boring questions with you. I'm here to collect a debt," he said as he pulled out the pre-printed Guayao Capital's financial reports for the last 10 years and slapped them on the nightstand. Thanks to the fact that publicly traded companies have to release earnings reports every year, it's very easy to find this data. On the way over, I even stopped to print a copy. In the last 10 fiscal years, Guayao Capital's lowest year, net profit attributable to shareholders was 11 Indian rupees, 836 crore. The highest year was $21.512 billion. With my 30% stake, the cumulative dividend over 10 fiscal years should be $46.375 billion, an average of $4.6375 billion per year. Of course, that's before taxes. After deducting the 20% personal income tax of $9.275 billion, the after-tax dividend I should get is $37.1 billion. Of that, half needs to be deposited into an offshore trust fund set up for me by my grandfather. There's another half left, or $18.55 billion. Finishing these in one breath, Zhang Yao deliberately paused. Then, before proceeding to state, "Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen, and the CEO, Miss Chen, I didn't miscalculate these figures, did I?" There was another pause, giving them plenty of time to react, followed by him before he had his hand outstretched. "If the math is right, give it back." As soon as he said that he had come to demand a debt, Chen Jiehua's face had darkened to a very ugly state. Seeing his tapped-out financial reports and listening to him do the math was even more cloudy and angry. Finally, he completely exploded after he reached out his hand and copied the thermos cup on the bedside table and smashed it towards Zhang Yao. "Little, what qualifications do you have to settle accounts with me?" He was so angry that he was breathing heavily, like he was going to jump right up out of his hospital bed and bite someone. Zhang Yao, of course, could not spoil him, and dodging the thermos cup he threw at him, he copied the vase on the TV cabinet to return the favor. Unfortunately, the same was dodged by Chen Jiehua. Chapter 19, You're a piece of clunk, clunk. Chen Ruwaji and the girls were not able to react, but Zhang Yao and Chen Jiehua over here had already done a round. 2 loud bangs followed, startling everyone. "Zhang Yao, you really are crazy. Your dad's not even healed yet. Are you trying to smash your dad to death?" Zhang Yu was hysterical and was about to rush over, while Zhang Yao was already lightly lifting his right hand, making a gesture of using his hand as a palm. It's a big smack in the face. As long as Zhang Yu dared to come up and mess around, he dared to whip over. Seeing this, Chen Evening Zhao hurriedly lazily hugged Zhang Yu. Mom, don't be impulsive. He'll hit you. Realizing this, Zhang Yu cursed even more fiercely. Let him beat me to death. He can beat me to death if he can. Does he care about me as a mom when I don't matter to him anyway? The scene was a mess, and it was a good thing this was a private, intensive care, high-class ward, or the doctors would have come in to curse. Zhang Yao pulled out his ears and looked very impatient. Can you guys talk properly or not? If we can't, then we'll go to court and say so, or else I'll just report it to the police. Mr. Chen, you're considered to be misappropriating other people's property, aren't you? Upon hearing that he was going to court and calling the police, the crying Zhang Yu only stopped. Chen Jiehua gritted his teeth and said, You want to settle the score, right? Good. You've done the math exactly right, but don't you forget it. According to my agreement with your grandfather, in addition to the half of the funds deposited in your trust, I have the right to dispose of the other half. That means that half of this I can spend as much as I want to, branch out and spend as much as I want to without being accountable to anyone, Chen Jiehua said, raising his head proudly. And where do you think these dividends come from? Where would these dividends have come from without me working diligently to run the company? Without me putting my heart and soul into the company? If it wasn't for my hard work in business over the years, 30% of the shares in your name wouldn't even be as good as scrap paper. When Chen Jiehua said this, Zhang Yu followed suit and justified her accusations by pointing at Zhang Yao. Yes, that's true. Also, we raised you for 10 years. Fed you, clothed you, housed you. Are these money? I gave birth to you. Are these money? I'm telling you, Zhang Yao, you owe me something you can't pay back for the rest of your life because we're your real parents. Chen Jiehua's words. Zhang Yao was just very disdainful. However, when Zhang Yu said this, it truly infuriated him, and he could not restrain himself from jumping up and down. Zhang Yu, do you still have a ing shame? Just you guys still have the nerve to say that you've raised me for 10 years? Chen Jiehua, my grandfather agreed to put half of the dividends at your disposal in the hope that you would treat me well. But what do you do? With trembling hands, he pointed out the others. You guys have mountains and seas of shark fins and abalone every day, and I often can't even eat your leftovers. And look at you guys, Armani suits, Hermes bags, Chanel Haute Couture Dior Seasonal Limited. What about me? All decked out and ground up from the internet. 9 t-shirts and $35 jeans, and they're all ing washed in white. What did you do to me when my $55 billion were hijacked in your hands? You spend my money and live in my villa. So who are you to be condescending and bossy with me? On one side, they were full of luxuries, each one bejeweled, and on the other side, they were shabby on the ground. The contrast is just too obvious. Chen Ruoji had wanted to say something, but ended up being hard choked back by this fact as well. Even Zhang Yu, likewise, was dumbfounded. Zhang Yao did not want to expose his weak side in front of the Chen family. However, it was still a time when I couldn't hold back the tears. Tears had crossed his cheeks before he even realized it. It's just this ground up, and I worked for my money to buy it. I told you guys my shoes were broken and I couldn't make it to gym class, and I asked you for money to try to buy a new pair. What did you do to me then? Chen Xiaoyu felt a little guilty, rising with guilt and at the same time a little ashamed. Why didn't you say so when you stole our jewelry to sell? Don't you know how to buy yourself some nice clothes when you sell them? Who's to blame? Facing Chen Xiaoyu, who wanted to find a remedy for himself, Zhang Yao directly cursed. Asterisk. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Never mind. None of this matters anymore. I'm not here to accuse you. Since everyone is willing to settle the score, let's get on with it, he said and turned his gaze to Zhang Yu once again. Mrs. Chen, you needed to count when you gave birth to me. So did Grandpa need to count when he gave birth to you? You gave birth to me, and Grandpa gave birth to you. If I can't pay back your favor for the rest of my life, what will you pay back Grandpa's with? You and I are only worthy of talking about birthright, not nurture. Grandpa is different. He gave birth to you and raised you. As it turns out, you're a blank slate. Carrying her grandfather out, Zhang Yu directly broke her defense. Lying on the bed with her hands covering her face, whimpering and crying, Zhang Yao stopped paying attention to her and turned to Chen Jiehua. Mr. Chen, don't mind if I'm being frank. You're a loser. I really don't know what you have to be proud of. Zhang Yao looked at Chen Jiehua with contempt. Do you think I don't know? Kokudo Capital flourished in the first few years of your takeover entirely on the back of my grandfather's strategic planning during his lifetime. Immediately after you ruled out the dissidents and took full control of Kokudo, Kokudo's momentum took a sharp turn for the worse. The The years when you became CEO of the group were the years when Guayao fell the most and had the lowest turnover. If it wasn't for the big Guayao family, it would have been wasted by you. You forget how unhappy the other shareholders were with you during those years, and several have offered to withdraw their shares in a push. In the end, it was your daughter who saved the day, saved the company, and saved you. It had to be said that Chen Ruoji was truly gifted in business management and was simply a born businessman. Guayao Capital's revenue plummeted at the hands of Chen Jiehua, and it was she who pulled it back hard over a 3-year period. So, she took the CEO seat and convinced all the other shareholders. This is what allows Chen Jiehua to still be able to sit in the position of chairman today, showing himself as the head of Guayao Capital. Mr. Chen, you should really be thankful that you have a good daughter. If it weren't for your wonderful daughter, you wouldn't even be an ass. You really should kowtow to her every day. Otherwise, if she dumps you someday, you'll really be completely wasted again. Like, before you took over Kokuyo Capital. His words were murderous. Chen Jiahua's hand, which was still able to move, gripped the bedsheet so tightly that it looked like it could even crush it. Seeing Chen Jiehua in this state, Chen Ruoji's and the girls' faces also changed abruptly. Chapter 20, Taunt in full swing. Anyone could see that Chen Jiehua was on the verge of collapse. If this continues, he's just going to spit blood. Shut up. Little you shut up. At this moment, Zhang Yu couldn't care less about crying and howling, and hastened to stop Zhang Yao. Although what Zhang Yao said was the truth. In Chen Ruoji, her father's authority was still a big mountain. Even though she was happy with her accomplishments, she didn't dare to bow and be arrogant. She herself wasn't the type of character that would fly off the handle and take no one for granted just because of her accomplishments. She still had great respect for Chen Jiehua. Zhang Yao, don't talk nonsense. The only reason I'm the CEO of Kokuyo Capital is because Dad has always been there to support me and lift me up. I'm doing everything on Dad's strategic plan. Without him I wouldn't be where I am today. Chen Xiaoyu followed suit and chided. Zhang Yao, don't you dare try to stir up the feelings between Dad and big sister. We're all family, so we should work together for the Chen family and for Guayao. There's no need to divide the credit or anything like that. Seeing that his two sisters were already refuting Zhang Yao, Chen Evening Zhao turned to appease Chen Jiehua. Dad, Zhang Yao is deliberately angry at you. There's no need for you to get angry. Among these siblings of the Chen family, it had to be Chen Zizhan who reacted the most violently. Zhang Yao, what the do you know? You haven't even stepped through the doors of Kokuyo in the past 10 years. What do you know? My dad made Guayao what it is today. How many crises has Kokuyo gone through until now? Those were all solved by my father's strength. I'm telling you, Kokuyo is my dad's. You're the one who has nothing to do with Guayao. You're the one least qualified to mention Guayao. The reason why Chen Zizhan was so agitated was not just because he wanted to do right by Chen Jiehua and try to appease him. In the outside world, he is not only known as the son of Chen Jiehua, and still recognized, the heir to Kokuyo Capital. According to Zhang Yao's future memories, the original direction of history was indeed like this. The shares that Zhang Yao had given away, as well as those of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua both, ended up in his hands. With his 51% stake, he has full control of Kokuyo Capital. Now that Zhang Yao wasn't going to follow this trajectory, how could he not be in a hurry? If he couldn't get this 30% of Zhang Yao's shares, basically he wouldn't have a chance to get his hands on Guayao. Even if, in the end, he inherited 21% of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's shares, he would still have to be crushed to death by Zhang Yao, unless he went to join forces with the other shareholders and teamed up to suppress Zhang Yao. Everyone was busy speaking for Chen Jiehua, all of them excusing Chen Jiehua. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yao, on the other hand, couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Laughing my ass off. Are you guys trying to laugh me to death so you can inherit my legacy? If Mr. Chen is really as good as you guys say, what's the need for you guys to play rounds in a hurry? Watching Chen Jiehua trying to spit out blood, Zhang Yao felt amused. The more impotent and furious Chen Jiehua was, and the more he was humiliated, the more he felt free. Holding on to this revenge, he continued his output. Mr. Chen, it's true that I was being condescending before, but I'm not stupid. In fact, you've been harboring a grudge against my grandfather, desperately trying to prove yourself and get rid of Kokuyo. You want to prove to my grandfather, to those who looked down on you before, that you, Chen Jiehua, can do it. Go to my grandfather's grave and strut your stuff. Get in the face of those who used to look down on you. You've mentally fantasized about these scenes more than once, haven't you? Chen Jiehua was unconvinced and always wanted to prove himself, which he learned from his future memories. As for the latter, it's entirely speculative on his part. However, he was really right in his guess. So, Chen Jiehua broke the big defense again. He could only see that his face was suffocating. The corners of his mouth and eyebrows were twitching, and his breathing was getting more and more rapid. At this time, Zhang Yao was still adding fuel to the fire. You've invested a lot of money outward as an individual over the years to prove yourself. Bike sharing is on fire. You go vote for car sharing and umbrella sharing. You go pitch VR/AR when it's on fire. And you speculate on meta-universe when it's on fire. Eyes on the real estate fever. You follow the trend to invest in cultural tourism town. And follow the others, suffocating for their dreams. His words dazzled Chen Ruoji and the girls. It was meant to be a reprimand to shut him up. But when he heard him explode like this, he subconsciously wanted to listen, and forgot to stop him. What he said, Chen Ruoji and the girls were completely unaware of. But everyone knows that what with car sharing, VR apps and devices, and meta-universes, these are the pits. In recent years, real estate has also suffered a heavy blow. Cultural tourism towns, these projects are more long ago to play no longer. If what he said was true, how much money had Chen Jiehua lost over the years? Others are standing on the wind and pigs can fly. And you, Mr. Chen, are the one who steps into the hole with precision every time. Step in the hole once or twice and you can say it was a miscalculation. But you're going to step in every hole all over again. Ever think that's what's wrong with your ability? Ignoring the dumbfoundedness of Chen Ruoji and the others, Zhang Yao continued to taunt and give Chen Jiehua a mental blow. Mr. Chen, it's really not that I'm looking down on you, it's that you really are just that wasted. The best investment for you is to keep your money in the bank and eat the interest. You've lost over $10 billion over the years, haven't you? If you still want to prove yourself, it will only get more tragic the harder you work. Sooner or later the Chen family will have to be worked to liberation by you. This time, Zhang Yao failed to finish his sentence, because he had only reached this point when Chen Jiehua couldn't carry on at all and fell to the floor after a twitch on the hospital bed. Dad, are you okay? The Chen sisters panicked and rushed over to check the situation. Zhang Yao, you deserve to die. Chen Zizhan also lost his mind and charged towards him regardless. The result that was, of course, another kick to the floor. You started this. He wasn't violent and didn't want to move to hit anyone, but if the other party made the first move, then he could only express his joy. Did I ever tell you I wouldn't spoil you anymore? How dare you fight me? He was about to violently beat Chen Zizhan once more, but it turned out that he hadn't had the chance to strike yet. Over there, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao realized that something was wrong and immediately ran over to him and hugged him to death. The entire ward was instantly in chaos, with some people crying and others making noise, and the chickens flew. Zhang Yao, calm down. Dad's all pissed off at you. What more do you want? Why don't you just beat us to death as well? There's no longer any of us relatives in your eyes anyway. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao, while holding Zhang Yao in a deadly embrace, could not help but cry and roar. The two of them weren't too strong, but Zhang Yao's strength was way worse than males of his age. He could shake it off if he was alone, but he couldn't break free in the face of two people, and was passively calm. Chapter 21, Take it or leave it. See you in court. Zhang Yao was being held by Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao to death, and Chen Zizhan still felt that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it. The guy got up and just tried to come at him again and hit him. The result was that Chen Ruoji yanked her back. Are you not beaten enough? What's the point of adding to the chaos at this time? At the same time, after Zhang Yao stopped struggling violently, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao let go of him. On the opposite side, Chen Jiehua had already been assisted to the bed by Chongxian. Zhang Yao smoothed his breath while wiping tears from her eyes and cursing. Little you shall not die. If you make your father angry, we, the Chen family, are not finished with you. Get out. I don't want to see you again. You get out. You get out. As far away as you can. At the back of the scolding, Zhang Yu was so emotional that she couldn't even care about smoothing Chen Jiehua's chi. She just scolded. Zhang Yao had long been accustomed to being scolded, which was very subdued. Mrs. Chen, don't worry about this. When you give me back all that belongs to me, I won't even if you beg me to show up at your heels. Responding, he repeated his request. Mr. Chen, I recognize the agreement my grandfather signed with you in black and white. Half of the 10-year dividend, $18. 55 billion. You have the right to dispose of it freely since my grandfather agreed to it. I have no problem with it. But not a penny of that money has been spent on my head. And that's something I'm not convinced of. Even if we go by head count, I plus your family of 6 and 7. That's an average of 65 billion per share. Just transfer me $2. 65 billion. That's all I ask. If you don't want to, then we'll see you in court. Let the public judge. 65 billion. That's not a small number. In Chen Zizhan's eyes, what was in the hands of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, that could be what belonged to him. Now that Zhang Yao wanted to take away so much, how could he be willing to do so? Little bastard. You're dreaming. Have you ever seen money? Know how much a billion is? Open your mouth and it's 265 billion. I'm telling you, it's not possible. Chen Zijian didn't want to give it, and Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua likewise didn't want to give it. However, they prefer not to go to court and make a scene. The parents took over their son's property, not giving him a penny and abusing him, resulting in a lawsuit by the son. Once this kind of thing got out, Chen Jiehua would completely stink. Don't even think about being in the business world or high society in this life. Who would want to get in touch with such a person? Who would want to work with such a person? Therefore, after slightly smoothing over a little bit of air, Chen Jiehua could only command Chen Ruoji in a breathless hoarse voice. Transfer the money to him like he said. Give it back to him along with his dividend account. I don't want to see him again. Zhang Yao's dividend account was actually held in Zhang Yu's hands. Hearing Chen Jiehua's words, Zhang Yu directly picked up the Hermes bag and rummaged through it to throw over the bank card. Here, give it back. Now are you satisfied? Zhang Yao, remember, this is a choice you made yourself. Whatever happens in the future, you don't come to us. You're on your own. Chen Ruoji also did not hesitate, took out her cell phone and dialed the bank's number at the first time. Jumbo transfers aren't as simple as small transfers, which need to be approved and verified by the bank before they can be completed. Generally speaking, it takes some time from the time the transfer request is made to the time the bank reviews it and finally the transfer is successful. However, the signboard of Guiyao Capital is loud enough. Chen Ruoji Chen Jiehua are very close to the bank, so while the procedures that need to be followed still need to be followed, they are much more efficient. Chen Ruoji made a phone call, and it didn't take a few minutes for the money to arrive in the account. As you said, 265 billion a penny. The money is already in the account, you can check. Zhang Yao didn't even react much when Chen Ruoji said this, but it was Chen Zijian who was so distressed that his eyes lost focus. $265 billion. And it was actually transferred by this little bastard just like that. To be honest, a few of Chen Zijian's previous remarks were actually not wrong, and Zhang Yao really didn't have much of a concept of 265 billion. The number was too big, so big that it felt unreal to him. After all, the numbers he had access to before were just a few dozen or so. If it's enough to get thousands and thousands of dollars, he can be overjoyed and can actually feel elated. The numbers were too big beyond imagination, but instead, they were so numb that they didn't feel that way and reacted in a very flat way. As for checking and verifying, that's not necessary. Chen Ruoji's operation was carried out in front of him, and there was no need for her to fudge on it, unless they were truly not afraid of Zhang Yao going to sue and making a scene. With the money in hand, the purpose of this visit had been accomplished. By the way, it also pissed off Chen Jiehua, causing the Chen family to be in an uproar. He was very pleased with this. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this? It had to be such a big deal. Having gotten the better of him, he shook his bank card and talked up a storm. I'll be off then, haha, no farewell. Leaving these words behind, without looking back, he strutted out and left in style. Would you spend all the money you've been given, bastard? Looking at his back, Chen Zijian was still cursing. This little came to our Chen family to collect debts. Debt collector. How did I give birth to such a thing? What the hell did I do in my last life? Zhang Yu is still a nose in tears. These put Chen Shouyu Chen Evening Zhao, their mood also made worse and worse. All calm down. Let's not talk about this right now. Dad's health is important. Lao Er, Lao San, and Zijun, you guys hurry up and clean up. We need to get Dad checked out by a doctor. It's not right for the doctor to see this. As she said that, she had already made a move to gather up the pieces of the vase that had been smashed by Zhang Yao first. After that mess just now, the entire ward was in disarray. If the doctors and nurses had seen this, who knows what gossip would have made it to the internet. Hearing her say that, Zhang Yu also hurriedly walked into the bathroom to wash her face to fix her makeup. Chen Jiehua stared at the ceiling in a daze, trembling his lips with two eyes lost in thought as he commanded Chen Ruoji, be sure to bring out the person behind that little person. Otherwise, our family would only have no peace. There must be someone behind him. There's absolutely no mistaking it. Someone must be guiding him. Chen Jiehua became more and more certain about this, and was also already hating the people behind Zhang Yao. If it wasn't for this man, how did he get so screwed up? Chen Ruoji wanted to ask what happened to those investments that Zhang Yao had just mentioned. As for seeking proof, this is no longer necessary. From Chen Jiehua's reaction can be concluded that this is all true. She now wanted to know exactly how Chen Jiehua had lost money, exactly how much and why. As well, what other investments she didn't know about. She had a lot of questions, and in the back of her mind, she was a little disgruntled with Chen Jiehua. But looking at Chen Jiehua who looked like this, she couldn't ask these questions now. As for dissatisfaction, even in normal times she didn't have the right to express it. So, there was nothing to do but nod in agreement. Then, inwardly sighing, Chapter 22, It's still necessary to go to a doctor. With 2.65 billion in hand, Zhang Yao was in a very happy mood. It has been said that the vast majority of the world's troubles can be solved with money. He wasn't sure that was 100% correct, but at least the money did solve his immediate troubles. By abandoning unworthy kinship, you break free of the shackles. When you have money in your hand, you don't need to go wagging your tail. Walking out of the hospital, Zhang Yao took a deep breath, feeling that the air was all particularly fresh and the sun was all extra bright, especially when he thought of the way the Chen family's chickens flew and Chen Jiehua almost turned his back on him just now. It felt even more special. It seems that this kind of thing that benefits the mind and body is necessary to do often in the future. Anyway, there will be quite a few more entanglements in the future. Come what may, maybe it would be good for my psyche, too. At this point, Zhang Yao even felt that after a few more such incidents his depression should be cured. All his psychological problems can be solved by tossing the Chen family. Still, health is no small matter and it is very important to consult a professional. After all, he's a real billionaire now, not a crappy life. Having already suffered so much in a previous life, having already walked through a tragic life, it's time to enjoy life from now on. So, it's still necessary to get a psychiatrist to intervene and completely resolve the underlying issues before you can do so. As for the psychiatric clinic, he had looked it up online before and made his choice. Only, suffering from a lack of money did not rush straight there. Now that money was no longer an issue, he called and made an appointment. Then after thinking about it, and after a bit of disguise, buying a hat, mask, and sunglasses to wear, it was only then that I saw the psychiatrist on time for my appointment slot. This covered tightly can go directly to be a thief. This dress even he himself feel very strange, very awkward. Doctor, you don't mind me being treated like this, do you? The owner of this psychological clinic, and the psychiatrist who sits in this clinic, is named Jean Bingying. She was about the same age as Chen Ruoji. It seemed, unlike Chen Ruoji's dry and handsome image and temperament, she wore her head coiled with gold glasses in that intellectual style. In addition to the appearance and temperament is not at all worse than Chen Ruoji. Spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums each excel in their own way. She is still the kind of meat of the internet legend of the hot body. Low head cannot see the toes of the waist is still very thin, obviously plump, but not fat at all. Unfortunately, Zhang Yao's mind was not on this at all. Though odd for a moment, he had no leisure to admire it, and was preoccupied with being embarrassed by his own dress. It doesn't matter, as long as you feel comfortable. As a counselor, Jean Bingying has long been famous. What kind of patients have not seen? Since it's a psychological problem, there's bound to be a lot of lifting of strange presences. There are also a lot of people who still protect themselves to death from the inside out even when they come to see a doctor. In this regard, Jean Bingying is also already familiar with it. However, the ones like Zhang Yao, who were purely acting embarrassed, were quite good that she had come across. In fact, Zhang Yao was doing this because he wanted to avoid embarrassment, and it could also be said that he was engaging in a form of psychological defense. Sickness is not something he understands, but unlike other conditions, mental illness is supposed to be one of the most private. Now that you've come to see the doctor, you shouldn't hold back. You have to tell everything about yourself. Otherwise, there's no way for doctors to treat it. But it takes a lot of courage to reveal all your privacy, and it can feel humiliating. Therefore, Zhang Yao chose to carry out a disguise after thinking about it. This will give you some peace of mind and not be so psychologically taxing. In itself, this was to avoid embarrassment. But this hadn't even begun and he was feeling awkward. Luckily, Jean Bingying was very understanding. Keeping a distance can give people a sense of security, and disguise is actually this kind of mentality. It's normal. You don't need to have anything on your mind. You can also use a screen to separate the two of us if you feel the need. That should make you feel more at ease. No matter what, Zhang Yao was a person who had died once, and was still very open-minded and quite open-minded. With a wave of his hand he said, "That's not necessary, that's all." Jean Bingying nodded, and after briefly asking him some questions pulled out a formatted contract. "If you're willing to let me be your counselor, that requires you to sign this contract. Included in this contract is also a non-disclosure agreement. Also, you can be specific about any additional conditions you have. There's no problem with putting it in the contract as long as it's reasonable." Obviously, Jean Bingying has done similar things many times. Zhang Yao picked up the pen and subconsciously was about to sign his name, but stopped. A thought occurred to him. He hadn't turned 18 yet. "Doctor, I'm only 17 years old. Can I sign a contract like this?" Under the age of 18, it is still a person with limited civil capacity, and many things require the involvement of a guardian. "You're underage?" Jean Bingying was all confused. As one of the top counselors in the industry, this was also the first time she had encountered such a problem. because Zhang Yao was so tightly covered. She could tell that Zhang Yao was skinny and tall. As for what it looks like and roughly what age it is, that's not an idea at all. It wasn't that she hadn't done counseling for minors, but those were the ones brought in by their parents. A minor came to her on his own for treatment of psychological problems, something that had never happened before. When she received Zhang Yao's affirmative reply, she couldn't help but frown. If you're a minor, then you can't really sign this contract with us. Only your guardian. Mental illnesses are illnesses too, and things like this involving physical health require even more caution. Jean Bingying shook her head. If it was against the rules, then she couldn't be held responsible if it caused any problems. She followed with, do your parents know about your situation? Have you told them? In fact, parents are the best therapists for their children. Zhang Yao understood all of this, but if Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua could be such people, how could he still have mental problems? Doctor, what if my parents are the cause of my problems? He said as he took off his clothes, showing those ghastly scars on his body in front of Jean Bingying's eyes. Jean Bingying was instantly shocked and froze, looking at the scars with a face full of emotion. Her pupils dilated and she sucked in a breath so hard she didn't even notice her coffee cup spilling on the floor. I'm sorry, I was a little out of line. After reacting, Jean Bingying hurriedly picked up the coffee cup. Isn't that domestic abuse? Are you being abused? Do you need me to call the police for you? Seeing her in such a panic, Zhang Yao inexplicably felt a warmth in his heart. From her, Zhang Yao saw heartache and care. How could Zhang Yao not expect that the first time he had this feeling, it actually came from a stranger? Chapter 23, Nobody loves a child who knows what he's doing. Jean Bingying couldn't imagine at all what kind of parents would lay such a cruel hand on their own children. It's just like that, even when you're treating your enemies. Those scars on Zhang Yao's body were old enough to know that they were several years old at first glance, and he was, now, only 17. Jean Bingying simply couldn't imagine what kind of experience he had, having suffered so much, and all of it from the people closest to you. It would be strange if there weren't problems with the psyche. However, before solving the psychological problem, Jean Bingying's first thought was that it was necessary to help him out of his predicament first. If he was still being abused, then Jean Bingying couldn't just sit back and watch. All psychological interventions are for naught if you don't address those issues first. Thanks, Doc, but no thanks. After all, Zhang Yao is still a 17-year-old child. The heart received a touch of the moment as the nose is sour. Directly choked. He was grateful to Jean Bingying, but helping him call the police was obviously not necessary. He no longer needs to call the police. Or rigorously. It's been reported to the police. I'm free of them now, and they are no longer capable of violence against me. Perhaps it was because the care he felt from Jean Bingying made Zhang Yao open his heart more completely. He puts himself in the position of longing for a father's and mother's love and the warmth of a family. Thus, the bottomless currying of favor with the Chen family, to the point of being abused by the Chen family. All these facts were told, including his counterattack, going toe-to-toe with the Chen family, and going to the hospital to claim his debt. All of these things were not held back. Jean Bingying listened quietly, taking notes now and then. You fall into the category of being a classic ingratiating personality, a preoccupation with pleasing others while completely ignoring their own feelings. It's really a very unhealthy pattern of behavior, but it's excusable. Zhang Yao's personality is caused by his desire for parental love and family warmth. This is classified as an acquired formation and is not considered a major problem in itself. What's more, he's awakened now himself. He already has the ability to get rid of his family of origin and knows that he runs to counseling, which Jean Bingying is very pleased about. No matter what angle you take, what's going on right now is doing you more good than harm. As a counselor, I would advise you to find some sensible and reasonable way to vent. After all, to have pent-up depression and stress is to need to release it. It's to vent it, or else it's all going to be a big problem. These are considered professional opinions. And with that said, Jean Bingying paused. Before continuing, from a personal standpoint, for parents like that, for family like that, I'm all for you getting back at them too. It's time for the wicked to all get a taste of what it's like to do the damage they inflict on others, too. While the words were finished, Jean Bingying blinked her eyes. Knowledgeable as she is, she actually shows her mischievous and cute side. Getting her approval, Zhang Yao was even more unburdened in his heart and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, doctor. That's what I thought. Jean Bingying smiled along, then continued, but in that case, we still can't sign our agreement. She thought for a moment. Tell you what, the agreement is off the table. If you trust me, don't think of me as a counselor, think of me as a confidant. You can tell me anything that bothers you, any thoughts you have, and I'll do what I can to help you. And also give you your word that you won't tell anyone about it without your permission. What do you think? Agreements cannot be signed. Charges are not good. Face Zhang Yao, this situation is a very troublesome thing. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they would simply choose to turn him away. If it were Chen Ruoji, she would have chosen that way. No doubt about it. Because that's the best choice and the right choice. But Jin Bingying is different. She is not only intellectual, but also sensual at the same time. After roughly understanding what happened to Zhang Yao, she threw the rules and regulations aside. She didn't care at all about money or anything else. Even if she made one less person's money, where could it go? She was now just sympathetic to what Zhang Yao was going through, and just wanted to be able to help him. Thank you, doctor. I'm sorry to trouble you. Of course Zhang Yao believed Jin Bingying, otherwise he wouldn't have said so much without realizing it. Now that it's all kicked off and he's gotten good feedback, he's certainly more than happy to continue. Jin Bingying looked at him and couldn't help but give another heartfelt sigh. The more a person knows, the more likely it is that they are getting less care. For the unloved have no qualifications for arrogance or caprice. Zhang Yao is so cautious and prudent. It looks like he is used to pleasing people. Etiquette is needed. Politeness is necessary. But in fact, there is no need to be so cautious. People still have to be not too humble. And all of this needs to be changed slowly. She didn't point these out directly either, but said, "You just talked about awakening. It's a great phenomenon and we should all be happy about it. So do you mind telling us how you awakened?" Zhang Yao certainly didn't mind about this. The problem was that facts like being reborn and gaining future memories were all too metaphysical. He mused for a moment and decided to tell it in a different way. "Doctor, I don't know how to explain this phenomenon. In fact, it's all because I had a dream. A long dream. In my dreams, he gave all he had to his family, worked his heart out for them, suffered countless hardships and trials, but not a single square I was exchanged, not an ounce of warmth gained. After the Chen family was a mess, he worked his ass off for the family. Before he jumped off the building, he fantasized about a family that would be whole and together forever. It doesn't matter even if his parents want to beat him and scold him, or if his sister and brother want to bully him. He could care less about anything else, as long as his home is still there and his family is still there. For him at this point, these are memories of things that didn't happen. Yet these memories are so real that once recalled they are immersive, as if they were all experienced firsthand. He was aggrieved, sad, upset, and in pain. Yet, no one ever cares and no one ever wants to ask more questions. At this moment, he was holding on to the experience of 2 lifetimes before he finally had the chance to voice out these grievances. It's just a matter of saying it and pouring it out. And for the first time, he couldn't help but sob as the tears came to his eyes as he spoke. "You must be unloved if you know so much, right?" He finally couldn't hold back his bawling any longer when he remembered the memory of someone telling him so. Full of emotion, even letting out a cry was a first for him. Jin Bingying's heart ached and she came over and hugged him, giving him the greatest comfort. She knew that this was her motherly nature being aroused, so she was filled with sympathy for Zhang Yao. It was also the first time she had ever felt this way about her patient. There is no way. Even a psychiatrist is equally unable to control his feelings. Chapter 24. Is this a place where people live? Zhang Yao walked out of the hospital was refreshed and relaxed. Chen Ruoji, on the other hand, walked out with cloudy skies and a very heavy heart. Chen Jiehua told her to investigate Zhang Yao properly and find out what had happened to him, and who the hell is behind Zhang Yao. At first, she was rather resistant to this order. She felt that Chen Jiehua was completely putting the cart before the horse. As long as we can reconcile with Zhang Yao, does it matter who's behind Zhang Yao? But Chen Jiehua's order could not allow her to disobey, and she was curious to know more about Zhang Yao, so her attitude had quietly changed. It was because she realized with a start that she, as the Chen family's eldest, did not know Zhang Yao, her younger brother, at all. She knows the strengths and weaknesses of every direct employee in the company. This is still true for outsiders, but with family, it's worse than with strangers. Although, this also has Zhang Yao's own reasons. I must not say that this sister of mine did indeed fail. His own reasons. According to him, I'm afraid there's a hidden agenda here. 2. Is it really going to be like that? Recalling Zhang Yao's previous attitude, Chen Ruoji couldn't help but let out another long sigh. Forget it. Since we're investigating, let's just get it all out. If there are no facts, how can we solve the problem? She's decided to get to the bottom of it first, but how and where is the best place to start? Perhaps I should talk to him directly. Speaking of which, it seems like no one has ever talked to him calmly, right? Thinking of this fact, Chen Ruoji again feel a burst of heart-blocked panic feeling unusually difficult. How in the world could anyone not make mistakes? Even she herself hadn't made many since she was a child. It's just that when other kids make mistakes, their parents are patient and teach them, including them as well. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua did the same to them. Chen Zizhan, in particular, had never received a single finger in his entire life, and had been beaten up by Zhang Yao in his entire life. This was something that even the three sisters couldn't match. While on Zhang Yao, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were not patient at all. Often, they go up and give a beating and a scolding without asking any questions. Thinking about those injuries on Zhang Yao's body, he was afraid that he would be able to show his gratitude if Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua could hit him a little lighter. How dare one expect these two to talk to him in peace? Zhang Yao shouldn't have to endure this, nor should he be ignored. But Chen Ruoji had not realized this at all before. At this time of day, he should be home, right? It just so happens that the older two and the girls have asked me to go back and get something. Chen Ruoji let out another long sigh and drove towards the villa with some self-reproach. Originally, Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao also wanted to follow and help, and together they tried to find a way to investigate Zhang Yao. But on the one hand, Chen Jiehua needed to be taken care of, and Zhang Yu's mental state was unstable, so it was really impossible to rely on Chen Zizhan alone. Thus, Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao followed and stayed behind. They had left in such a hurry that their cell phone chargers and other little things were still in the villa and hadn't been brought out. Just all please Chen Ruoji, by the way, go help them clean up. Lightly returning to the villa, Chen Ruoji stood frozen at the entrance of the villa. It had obviously only been a day, but coming back again felt like a lifetime ago to her. Originally, the garden was tended by a florist every day. There is also housekeeping every day, inside and out. Whenever they saw her, they would greet her with a smile and call her Missy. But now all the way over here there was absolutely no sound of these familiar voices, not a single silhouette to be seen. According to Zhou Chu Shang, all the servants in the house ran away for fear of Zhang Yao's revenge. But why would he want to get back at the servants? What does the conflict between their own families have to do with the servants? Like, a couple more questions? Chen Ruoji was stunned for a while before she frowned and walked in. The first floor of the villa is the hall, which is a public area. Whenever the Chun family hosted any large gathering, it was always held here. The second floor upwards was the residential area, which belonged to the private space of the Chen family, and no one without permission was allowed to go up there. And Zhang Yao, as the owner of the villa, was also the one who was often not allowed to go up to the second floor. The utility room where Zhang Yao lived was at the back right side of the hall, where there was access to the basement. When Chen Ruoji came here, she could still see that the place was piled with all sorts of miscellaneous items. What a mess! But it was all neatly arranged. Here, is it so messy? She knew that Zhang Yao lived here, but had never been here before and had no idea what the exact situation was. Obviously the owner of the villa, but only able to live in such a place. Who that can balance that? Chen Ruoji took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the utility room. Zhang Yao, are you home? It's me, big sister. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to talk to you. There was no response from the house, and it looked like Zhang Yao should not be there, but she didn't leave. She wanted to know how bad it was here and how Zhang Yao really lived. So the ghost twisted the doorknob. She was just going to try it, and the door was really easy for her to open, because Zhang Yao didn't have the habit of locking the door at all. First of all, no one wants to come to him at all. Plus it makes no difference at all whether he locks the door or not if someone wants to get in. Neither locks are needed nor does it matter if they are locked or not. As a result, it was convenient for Chen Ruoji. Only, the situation inside once again gave Chen Ruoji a strong shock, and she completely froze as soon as the door was opened. She had never seen such a Spartan room, not even a real bed, of table and chairs. What's more, the house didn't even have windows, and it was so gloomy that you couldn't even read the words on the wall full of awards. As long as the door is closed and no lights are on, it's a perfect confinement room. Can this be lived in too? A nanny's room is 1,000 times better than any of this. Zhang Yao he, actually, lived here for 10 years? Chen Ruoji's brain was blank. Her mind was in chaos, and she stood in the doorway dumbfounded. It was also at this time that Zhang Yao returned. Seeing Chen Ruoji open the door to her room, he who was originally in a very good mood suddenly frowned as well. He quickly stepped over and squeezed into the room sideways, then pushed Chen Ruoji, who looked like she was petrified, outward. Miss Chen, what are you doing running to my place? You are not welcome here. Chen Ruoji stared at him in a daze, both eyes lost in thought like walking corpses, her mouth muttering one after another. I'm sorry. What's wrong with you? A question mark appeared on Zhang Yao's head, and then he didn't bother to pay attention to it and closed the door with a clang. It was at this time that Chen Ruoji reacted and hurriedly knocked on the door again. Zhang Yao, this place is really uninhabitable. Change your room. Inside came Zhang Yao's leisurely voice. I've been living here for almost 10 years. Chen Ruoji was in a heavy mood and hurriedly apologized again. I'm sorry. I didn't even know before. I'm sorry. Zhang Yao said leisurely again in the room. It's okay. It's just that can you stop banging and yelling over here? I'd like some peace and quiet. Chapter 25. The person who loves me the most in the world is gone. You say you're sorry. I say it's okay. but that doesn't mean anything. Zhang Yao hadn't even realized what kind of madness Chen Ruoji was suddenly smoking. His careless tone also made Chen Ruoji cognizant of the fact that it was indifference, not forgiveness. Zhang Yao, open the door. I want to talk to you. Give me a chance. I really want to talk to you. We all have issues. Our family is in a tough spot right now, and we need to communicate. This was the attitude of Chen Ruoji to solve the problem, but it was a pity that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were never like this. And that attitude is long overdue at this point. Miss Chen, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Just remember, I'm giving you guys a week. This time I'll pretend you're back to pack, so I won't blast you, haha. It was clear that he didn't welcome Chen Ruoji, and if he came back after a week he would just blow him out. Chen Ruoji could hear it, but she couldn't care less about that now. The young lady still kept knocking on the door, not stopping until she got what she wanted. Zhang Yao was helpless and could only open the door. Miss Chen, what are you trying to do when you, the high and mighty female president, came to my place to destroy your persona? Chen Ruoji squeezed out a smile and looked at him. Zhang Yao, let's just go in and sit down. I'll tell you slowly. Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. As you can see, where can I sit here? Eldest Miss Chen, if you have something to say, just say it directly, so I won't ask you to condescend. Looking at him like this, Chen Ruoji only felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. It hurt so much. He didn't throw his face at Chen Ruoji, nor did he scold her. But that kind of indifference, that kind of distance, made Chen Ruoji feel like there was a moat between the two people. When someone doesn't even hate you, you really don't matter to them. Why did it turn out this way? Chen Ruoji still remembers how happy and joyful 8-year-old Zhang Yao was when he saw the sisters for the first time. At that time, Zhang Yao clearly liked them sisters from the bottom of his heart. He also naively and romantically stated that he wanted to marry them when he grew up. This put the seriously ill in bed as already the dying Zhang Minan also gave a laugh. The spirit has become much better. At that time, the sisters actually quite liked Zhang Yao as their brother, would take him to the playground, would offer to drop him off and pick him up from school. If things had been going at this pace, this would clearly have been a very good story. But what went wrong? Where did it go bad from? Perhaps, from the day Zhang Minan left, these things were already doomed. She was a little girl that year, too. As an adopted child, she's actually quite sensitive. She could keenly perceive that both Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, who were parents, disliked Zhang Yao. Therefore, she wouldn't dare to get too close to Zhang Yao anymore. I was afraid that while her parents hated Zhang Yao, they would follow suit and hate her as well. Therefore, even though Zhang Yao chased after her ass every day, big sister tired. Her response was very cold. Then later, Zhang Yao became more and more excessive, even stealing their underwear and putting cameras in their bathrooms. This made them feel more and more disgusted, and the less they gave Zhang Yao a good face. But even so, Zhang Yao was still careful to please them. She had menstrual cramps, so painful that when she went to the hospital, the doctor's feedback was that it would be better once she got married. It was Zhang Yao who remembered her physiological period and cooked ginger and brown sugar water for her every month. Zhang Yao didn't know if it was useful or not, and she never gave Zhang Yao any feedback. The reason why Zhang Yao did this and persisted with perseverance was because it was the only thing Zhang Yao could do for her. Zhang Yao's heart ached for her as a sister, cared for her as a sister, and worried about her as a sister, no matter how high-strung and aloof she was. Until yesterday, Zhang Yao cared for her in every way that Jiehua Chen and Yu Zhang, who were her parents, had not done. Chen Zizhan, who was the most favored younger brother, had likewise failed to do so, and now she felt like the most considerate person in the world had disappeared. Suddenly it disappeared without a trace, and by the time she realized it she couldn't even grab her sleeve. Brother! Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer, and with a crying cry, she hugged Zhang Yao in her arms. At one time, Zhang Yao was very eager for such a hug. He threw away his self-respect and ingratiated himself with everyone like a clown, just to ask for a hug like this. But after actually being held in his arms, he was not sad, not happy, not resentful. He neither struggled nor hugged Chen Ruoji back in response. Instead, she had a helpless look on her face. Miss Chen, please calm down. Aren't you going to talk to me? This is not the attitude for a conversation. Chen Ruoji hugged Zhang Yao not to let go. There was a strong chanting up, right or wrong. I'm sorry. Zhang Yao let out a long breath. It's okay. This one was fine. Exactly the same tone as the one before it, and the attitude was not the slightest bit different. Even though Zhang Yao was held tightly in her arms, she could still feel that there was a heavenly gap between the two. Those 3 words brought on this feeling that brought her back to reality. She was rational after all, and calmness had always been her greatest strength. She knew very well that she had to get the present moment out of the way before the brother who loved her the most could come back. Taking a deep breath and quickly organizing her thoughts, She took Zhang Yao's hand. Let's sit down and talk. Zhang Yao shrugged. This is not a place for you, Miss Chen, to sit. Chen Ruoji was unimpressed. You've lived here for 10 years, why can't I sit? She sat her but on Zhang Yao's banging wooden plank bed. Zhang Yao, I really didn't know you were in such a situation before. It was my lack of concern for you. I'm sorry. Zhang Yao did not have any reaction at all, and was even a bit impatient with her repeated apologies, giving a perfunctory Chen Ruoji sensed it. She knew very well that Zhang Yao would flip out if she continued to nag her mother-in-law. So without further ado, she expressed her thoughts quickly and briefly. Zhang Yao, we all have problems. We're family. We shouldn't have gotten into this situation. I'll have mom and dad apologize to you and have them make it up to you as much as they can and do whatever they can to make up for your trauma. At the same time, I want to be honest with my mom and dad, and if there's a mistake we'll correct it together. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk as a family. Work things out, and stop hurting each other, okay? After Chen Ruoji finished speaking, she looked at Zhang Yao eagerly. Zhang Yao's reaction remained unperturbed, and he simply asked lightly, have you finished your words? Chen Ruoji nodded woodenly. Zhang Yao then pushed her out. Then you can go now, right? Wanting to explain, to speak from the heart, to pour out his grievances, he had longed for such an opportunity countless times. As it turned out, such an opportunity was given to him by a complete stranger, a psychiatrist. Now, he no longer needed the Chen family to give him such an opportunity. Not to mention the fact that Chen Ruoji couldn't even be the head of the Chen family. Would Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua be willing to say that when she did? Chapter 26, Teacher, I want to donate $300 million. Monday, the weather is already getting hotter. Zhang Yao had only just returned to school with the sunrise, and was immediately called to the office by his homeroom teacher. Zhang Yao, the hardship allowance for the last quarter has just been credited to your meal card. It's almost time for the entrance exams, and with your grades you'll be able to navigate even the national university. This is the most important time in your life. Don't let anything else get in the way, and talk to me if you have any difficulties. The homeroom teacher spoke at length, not wanting him to be unable to concentrate on preparing for the college entrance exams at such a critical time. The classroom teacher often felt helpless in the face of his understanding student. He shouldn't have had to take so much, but, perhaps, it's fate. The classroom teacher can only do as much as he or she can to provide some help. I hope he can do well to get into a university, become self-reliant earlier and use knowledge to change his destiny. Listening to the class teacher's concerned advice, Zhang Yao was grateful, but at the same time, there were a few bitter laughs that once again didn't hold back from self-deprecation. A billionaire himself, a member of a rich family on the top of the list, is in school on hardship aid, and, still, it's the top bracket, $2,000 a school year. In fact, it's really not that much money, averaging out to less than $200 a month, but it was such a small amount of money that helped him immensely. The class teacher managed to get special permission for this money. Otherwise he would not have been able to meet the criteria for receiving the subsidy. With that home address you'd have to say he's from a poor family. Who the hell would believe that? At first the homeroom teacher didn't believe it either, until he went into the infirmary at school for malnutrition in gym class. That's when I realized that his family may not be poor, but he's certainly difficult. After learning more about Zhang Yao's past, his homeroom teacher applied for a hardship allowance. He was also recommended to enter some knowledge contests to win scholarships, or even recommending jobs that he can do as a bellhop and a vacation worker. It's what kept him going, but it also took up a great deal of his time. Seeing that the college entrance examination is approaching, the class teacher does not want him to be distracted anymore and be able to sink his teeth into his studies. Thank you, teacher, I won't fail you. Zhang Yao nodded heavily and then smiled. Teacher, I won't go back to work, not even for this hardship allowance. I've got the money now, or I'd better give it to other students who need it. In his card, he now has a solid $2.65 billion on deposit. It's hard to say that you were forced to receive the hardship allowance before, but it's hard to say that you're still going to receive it. Otherwise, what's the difference with those who drive luxury cars and live in low-cost housing? It was the classroom teacher who was taken aback when he said he had money. What did you say? Zhang Yao, what do you mean by rich? The classroom teacher was confused. At the same time, there was a bit of concern that he hadn't done something bad. He didn't know how to explain all that to his homeroom teacher, and it would take a little too long to explain. After thinking about it, he could only say, Teacher, it's literally the same thing. The process involved is a bit complicated, and the short version is that I got my share of the property. So not only am I rich now, but I'm not just rich. A general explanation was given, which finally allayed the classroom teacher's suspicions and relieved him or her of any worries. With the class teacher's knowledge of him, it was clear that he was a good kid, and there was no need to worry in that regard. The homeroom teacher was kinda happy for him. That's good, that's good. Congratulations. Then he didn't forget to explain. In that case, put your mind to your studies and try to get good grades. Zhang Yao nodded and readily agreed. Then it said, Teacher, I really don't need the hardship allowance. I got so much help before, and now that I have money, I would like to donate some money to the school and to Project Hope. He was a poor student last week and he's coming over for the weekend and he's going to donate to the school? This huge shift, again, took the classroom teacher by surprise for a moment. Froze, then it was asked, how much are you going to donate? Zhang Yao pondered for a moment and said, Teacher, that's what I think. I'm going to contribute $100 million to build a school building for the school. Then take out another $100 million and set up a bursary fund in your name, specifically to help students in need. As for the Project Hope side, I'll donate another $100 million. He spelled out his intentions and then humbly asked the classroom teacher for her opinion. What do you think, teacher? How can I feel? I'm all confused. The whole class was dumbfounded. You did say you had lots and lots of money, but who would have thought that this many? Many is open-mouthed to be $100 million donations. Zhang Yao is grateful. The school has given him a lot of help and the classroom teacher has been taking care of him. So, he also wanted to give back to the school and to the classroom teachers. Also, this is the advice of psychiatrist Dr. Ken Bingying. In cases like his, to eradicate the psychological shadow caused by past experiences, try being a little more capricious and indulgent. As long as you don't hurt anyone else, just do what you want. Stop looking over your shoulder and being afraid. He had suffered a lot before in terms of money, and now he had the money to get back at his old days and try to splurge. There's nothing wrong with that. It's something that can help him get out of the past. If you don't spend your own money yourself, do you still spend it for the Chen family as you remember toward? Even if he took the money and blew it away, he definitely shouldn't give a dime to the Chen family. He got nothing but pain from the Chen family, but the school and Project Hope did help him, so it's money he's happy to spend. And it did find that exhilarating feeling of swinging for the fences and the sense of accomplishment that comes from pretending. It was a feeling that really made him feel in a good mood. To fight depression, it is absolutely essential to stay happy. Only the fact that he was so generous really shocked the homeroom teacher. How many did you say? Subconsciously begging for clarification, the homeroom teacher scrambled to take a sip from the thermos on her desk. After calming down for a moment, the homeroom teacher squared her shoulders. Zhang Yao, if you're not joking with me, then this is a serious matter. If you want to donate 300 and 500, the teacher will feel gratified and will approve of you like that. But you're talking about $300 million, and that's of a different nature. Besides, you're only 17. Can your family agree if you want to donate $300 million? Previously, it was Zhang Yao who had given the class teacher a storm of blows, causing the class teacher to be unable to help but start doubting life. Now, for a change, the homeroom teacher had given him a head start. As a minor with limited civil capacity, such a huge donation requires the permission of a guardian. Otherwise, even if he donated, as long as Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua came to make trouble, they could invalidate the donation. This fact made him very depressed. How come he was underage again and brought up guardianship? I'm not going to a internet cafe, and I'm not planning on getting color, so why do I run into the age barrier every day? He longed like never before to grow up and for his 18th birthday to come sooner. Chapter 27, You Don't Deserve to Be Parents. Zhang Yao's first attempt to splash the cash was ultimately a failure because he was under 18. It made him depressed, and a few more times of this depression would have to have a tendency to worsen. Fortunately, there is no rush on this. As long as it is done before graduation, it is just a matter of slowing down and waiting for adulthood. Just as well, it would give the classroom teacher a chance to come to terms with the process. Otherwise, the shock of this fact was a bit too much and made her brain feel buzzing. Things change. Who would have thought it? Watching Zhang Yao leave, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but sigh again. At this time, a cool voice rang out. May I ask if you are the class teacher of senior class 1? Mr. Long Qinghua? The homeroom teacher turned her head and saw Chen Ruoji, who was fashionable and beautiful, and her aura was still imperial and powerful. Are you Ms. Chen Ruoji, the CEO of Guiyao Capital? The homeroom teacher recognized Chen Ruoji at a glance and was surprised by it. After all, Chen Ruoji was also a star figure, and her popularity was not lower than Ms. Dawn's at all. With a lot of other things like independent women, great female entrepreneurs, and other aura added to her portfolio, the flow is not low at all. But what's a big shot like that doing coming to me? The classroom teacher's surprise was followed by a flood of questions. Mr. Chen, I'm Long Qinghua, may I ask what you're looking for me for? Although Chen Ruoji had a powerful aura and everyone's first impression of her was one of extraordinary aura, she was very modest at this time. Mr. Long, I'm sorry to bother you so suddenly. The thing is, I'm Zhang Yao's parent. I came over this time to ask you about him at school. Hearing Zhang Yao's name come out of her mouth, the homeroom teacher was even more shocked. You're Zhang Yao's parent? The homeroom teacher had overreacted a bit, which made her feel a little embarrassed. She nodded. Well, I'm Zhang Yao's sister. Learning that she was Zhang Yao's sister, the class teacher's face became complicated. Huayao Capital is a prestigious enterprise in the country, and Chen Jiehua and Chen Ruoji are both scenic entrepreneurs. As for Zhang Yao, except for his home address, which was filled with the address of a luxurious villa area, he was no different from an orphan. If it weren't for such a succession of changes, who would have thought that there was actually a relationship between the two? If Zhang Yao was also a member of the Chen family, then why did the Chen family do this to him? If Zhang Yao was a member of the Chen family, it would not be surprising if he could open his mouth and donate $300 million. It's just that one side of the family name is Zhang and the other is Chen, and one side of the family name has suddenly become rich after being poor for so many years. The story behind this is enough for a 40-episode TV series, right? The homeroom teacher didn't want to pry into the story behind this, but she was on Zhang Yao's side and was very upset for him. Ms. Chen, given your identity and social status, it's not good for me to wonder if you're Zhang Yao's parent or not. As far as I know, no parent has ever come to the school from the time Zhang Yao was in elementary school until now when he is about to take the college entrance exam. Whether it's PTA meetings, sporting events, or other parent-child activities like outdoor sports or art experiences, we have more than 500 students in the entire second grade, and Zhang Yao's parents are the only ones who never showed up. The homeroom teacher said as she looked Chen Ruoji up and down with a skeptical gaze, her eyes expressing strong dissatisfaction. Now you show up out of nowhere and say you're Zhang Yao's parent. If I didn't know who you were, I'd be tempted to call the police right now. It's necessary for me to do this to protect my students. Chen Ruoji could hear that the homeroom teacher was not doubting her relationship with Zhang Yao. Rather, what about the indignant outbursts of sarcasm because they are upset with them as parents? These words from the class teacher hit her hard like a whip. She was ashamed, and it was only then that she realized that she didn't know Zhang Yao far more than she thought. All she realized before was that she didn't pay enough attention to Zhang Yao at home and didn't care for him enough. But as a student, how much time is spent at home? As an older sister, she was the one who specifically inquired today, only to learn that Zhang Yao studied in the second middle school. It was by navigation that she drove her low-profile Maserati president to the second middle school and inquired all the way to find the homeroom teacher. In fact, even the name second high school felt foreign to her. Because of her elite education, she went to an international school for middle school and went straight to Rice for college. Chen Shouyu was just like her, but because she loved art, she studied abroad in Europe. Chen Eveningzhao had instead chosen a domestic university, but that was because she had formed a homoerotic club in school. It's a choice you make on your own for a hobby. Also, it seems that they are also contemplating going to graduate school on the island. As for Chen Zizhan, he went to an international school since kindergarten. The arrangement given to him by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua was also to go abroad to study at a university and come back to inherit the family business after completing his studies. In Zhang Yao's future memory, this is how the story developed. Yesterday, Zhang Yao rejected Chen Ruoji and kicked her out of the room. Chen Ruoji knows very well that there is no use dwelling on the face of such a determined Zhang Yao. Instead, it would only make Zhang Yao more and more disgusted. To break this, you need to find the breaking point. So she chose to leave, intending to find a breakthrough point before going to talk to Zhang Yao after conducting some detailed investigations on him first. When the thought of getting started through the school came to mind, she subconsciously assumed that Zhang Yao was attending the same international school as them. As a result, they did not expect that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were actually throwing Zhang Yao into the domestic education system that they simply looked down upon, and still, so thrown away and unheard. From elementary school to middle school to high school, it's hard to imagine the number of occasions in between that require parents to be present. However, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, as parents, never paid any attention to it. As a big sister, she never cared either. My mom and dad, they haven't been here once? LOL. Chen Ruoji's heart trembled, and she couldn't even find an excuse for herself if she wanted to, because she suddenly remembered that Zhang Yao had once begged her, "Sis, we have a parent-teacher conference at school tomorrow, and mom and dad are ignoring me. Can you come and have it with me? Sis, our school is having a field day tomorrow and mom and dad are unavailable. Can you come cheer me on?" Zhang Yao's carefully pleading voice, incomparably clear, suddenly echoed in Chen Ruoji's mind. His expression of longing and cowardice, anticipation and fear at that time followed with incomparable clarity. This caused Chen Ruoji to have another heart palpitation, instantly feeling suffocated. "Have you been here or not? Don't you know yourselves?" The homeroom teacher said in a cold voice with a stern face. "I called you guys and you got impatient as soon as you heard that I'm Zhang Yao's teacher. I wanted to do a home visit to your house, but it turns out that you have big gates and I couldn't even get in the front door of your neighborhood. As Zhang Yao's homeroom teacher, I don't even know what his parents look like yet. If you hadn't shown up today, could I have imagined that he was actually a member of the Guiyao capital Chen family? Do you know what he's really been through all these years? The class teacher was close to directly scolding Chen Ruoji. As Zhang Yao's parents, you are not worthy. She originally just wanted to run a few sentences into Chen Ruoji, but once she thought of Zhang Yao's past experiences, she eventually couldn't hold back her excitement. Chapter 28, The more you know, the more it hurts. In the classroom, the math teacher sold the solutions. Under the stage, Zhang Yao, who was sitting in a relatively backward position, listened but his thoughts drifted. He now has two problems that need to be improved. One is psychological. This has found a reliable therapist, and with a firm follow-through, then the rest is a matter of time. There's another one, and that's physical. Because of chronic malnutrition, overwork, and other problems, he is now very weak and in poor health. So, in addition to the psychological, the physical is in dire need of conditioning and recovery. But where should I look for a nutritionist? Future memories of living until he jumped out of a building without ever coming into contact with such a being were completely confusing at first thought. Biggie, do you know where to find a nutritionist? The big one's name was Lu Weining, and he was listening to the clouds at the moment, and it looked like he was about to be hypnotized. Upon hearing Zhang Yao's question, confused, he asked back, nutritionist? What nutritionist? The corner of Zhang Yao's mouth twitched. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you sports specialists need a nutritionist to plan your diet? Lu Weining reacted to hearing this and returned Zhang Yao's blank stare. Big brother, I'm just a sports specialization student, not a professional athlete yet, not to the point of hiring a specialized nutritionist. I do control my diet and eat nutritious meals as well, but it's only to the point where the school arranges it and teaches it. I don't know about anyone else, but that's how I am anyway. In fact, the sports specialties of ordinary middle schools like Zhang Yao's and their school were not much higher in terms of sports talent and level. If there was really good talent, it would have been tapped for specialized training at a young age. Lu Weining, on the other hand, only became a special sports student when he took the midterm exam, because his cultural classes are really average. There's nothing to look forward to at all. It happens to be physically fit, so why not give it a try towards that? He then enrolled in the second high school as a special athletic student. Zhang Yao had thought that he would deal with nutritionists often, and had thought of asking him to introduce one to him. The result was a big disappointment. Better to Google it yourself. That's something you have to look up on your own online, and that's not until you get home from school. The second high school also does not allow students to bring cell phones into the school, especially those of them who are seniors facing the college entrance exam. If you're always playing with your cell phone in and out of class, what's the point of studying? While he mulled over these things, outside the classroom, Chen Ruoji was secretly watching him like a demented girl. The homeroom teacher, though, squeezed Chen Ruoji with a stick, mocking her so much that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill into. In the end, however, the homeroom teacher gave her a rundown of everything she knew. As it was, although the class teacher has a hard time with all of Zhang Yao's parents, including her, however, for the sake of Zhang Yao as a student, she still felt it was necessary to let her, as a parent, understand the situation clearly. The truth is that these words have been weighing on the mind of the classroom teacher for a long time. It was these parents of Zhang Yao's who never gave her a chance, and that's why she stayed until now. The homeroom teacher spoke so much that it was a morning. Regarding Zhang Yao's situation in primary and secondary schools, it was me who specifically went to the school he previously attended to investigate. How can I not know what I can even inquire about? If not for your indifference, just in the last 2 years or so of high school, he's washed cars, sold barbecue, and sometimes even had to miss school in order to work. He's always the last one to pay his tuition and fees, because he needs to come up with all this money himself. He needs to figure out how to earn it. I don't know what it's really like for you rich people. I can only advise you to be kind. Within minutes, Chen Ruoji was in tears as the homeroom teacher recounted the story, tightly covering her mouth to keep herself from crying out. She pulled out her cell phone and opened the chat with Zhang Yao. The memories that flashed through her mind were not wrong at all. Zhang Yao had once asked for money from him more than once. Sis, I haven't paid my tuition and fees after a long delay. Can you give me some money? Just $800 will do. Sis, can you give me $100? I don't have money for dinner. Sis, the teacher said you have to wear sneakers in gym class. Can you buy me a pair? Zhang Yao had asked him for help several times, but those were also a long time ago. Because she never responded to Zhang Yao's expectations, Zhang Yao sent her a message and she didn't reply. And when he spoke to her directly she ignored it. Again, not at all. She felt that Zhang Yao was lying again. When did school tuition and fees only cost $800? Is the Chen family worse off than this $800? How could there be such a thing as a long delay in paying school fees? You want $100 for a meal you can't afford? What's $100 enough to eat? Doesn't the family feed you? You want me to buy you a pair of sneakers? I'm so busy. I don't have time. Won't you go buy them yourself? She now realized that her impatience in the beginning had caused Zhang Yao all the harm. That semester's tuition and fees were eventually paid off by the class teacher who advanced Zhang Yao and then kept going to work. Before saving up for a new pair of sneakers, Zhang Yao skipped several gym classes. Sometimes it's calling in sick. And if you can't get through sick leave, you just don't go. Fortunately, there are not many high school physical education classes, and by the time he reached his senior year, he had even cancelled it outright, which was a solution to one of Zhang Yao's problems. It was hard to go to gym class, but I also ended up in the infirmary because of weakness plus hunger, etc. Is this, like, karma for calling in sick before? I don't know. I really don't. He also stole our jewelry, and we all thought he was spending money recklessly and squandering it. When Chen Ruoji learned of these things, she almost collapsed. With a family like theirs, it's only common sense to imagine Zhang Yao being profligate and wasteful. Zhang Yao would actually be starved to the point of malnutrition, and his physique was so poor that he could go into the infirmary for a gym class. Not even having $100 for dinner is unimaginable. Therefore, she was only annoyed with Zhang Yao before that she couldn't even make up a blind story, and didn't notice Zhang Yao's helplessness in the slightest. Thinking back now, the expression of Zhang Yao at that time that flashed in his mind was clearly so heartbreaking. But how did it get overlooked at that point? Zhang Yao stealing in jewelry? The homeroom teacher was laughed out of breath. With all due respect, I simply have more than my fair share of students. I swear on my honor that the Zhang Yao I know is definitely not this kind of person. Chen Dong, that's your brother. You better have proof when you speak. It was these words that made Chen Ruoji feel like she had received another blow. Looking at the homeroom teacher who was all pissed off, she reacted. Every time something goes missing from the house, everyone says it was stolen by Zhang Yao. But as the saying goes, catching a thief in the act of catching an adulterer. But no one has ever come up with evidence, and no one cares if there is any. They, as Zhang Yao's family, have treated him like a thief countless times. Zhang Yao had not been beaten and scolded for this, and as Zhang Yao's homeroom teacher, he was so angry that he couldn't calm down simply because Zhang Yao was being spoken to in such a way. All of them, their families, tied together are not as good as this teacher. Anyone who is a teacher knows to ask for proof for their students, and they are the ones responsible for putting on their families' heads. Chapter 29, Hiding When You Have to. Chen Jiehua asked Chen Ruoji to investigate Zhang Yao in order to control Zhang Yao and continue to pin down Zhang Yao. As a result, what Chen Jiehua wanted, she completely failed to investigate. Yet, it is, revealing its own crimes. Looking at Zhang Yao in the classroom, occasionally telling a joke to his classmates can show such a big smile, and it was a smile she'd never seen at home. It's a pleasure from the heart, not to curry favor. If it wasn't for the fact that the information was filled out with Zhang Yao's home address and his parents' contact information, the homeroom teacher would have to think that Zhang Yao was an orphan. In the classroom teacher's telling, many teachers and many parents, in fact, think just that. Just because he doesn't have a parent, Zhang Yao was bullied a lot in school. If he hadn't gotten good grades, he would have always gotten more attention from his teachers. Then he may fall prey to bullying. It's not right to say that. In fact, he's been bullied. Only, the ones who bully him are his family. Chen Ruoji wants to go and identify herself with Zhang Yao and tell everyone that she is Zhang Yao's sister. But she didn't know if this would be good or bad for Zhang Yao. She was afraid of making a mistake and instead adding unnecessary trouble to Zhang Yaobing. But if the status quo was maintained, wouldn't Zhang Yao still be an orphan in the eyes of others? And wouldn't she still be the same incompetent sister? Not knowing what to do, he left the school building disoriented and sat in his car for the rest of the afternoon, dumbfounded. Until school was over, Zhang Yao, along with all his classmates, was talking and laughing as he was preparing to go home. She subconsciously tried to follow quickly, but there were too many students at this point, and she had to give way to them as she drove. At this time, Zhang Yao was still full of things about the nutritionist. In order to please the Chen family, he actually practiced cooking hard. Simply fry a few small dishes, make some snacks to cook a noodle like this. It is not a problem at all. Even blending juices and brewing coffee and tea, all of which he is very good at. He did all of this just so that Chen Ruoji and the girls could have a relaxation and enjoyment after staying up all night. Only, unfortunately, it turned out that he was soon banned from the kitchen and not allowed to touch anything in it. No one can limit him now. He can buy whatever he wants, and he can make whatever he wants to eat completely on his own. But he really didn't know anything about nutritional matching or anything. With his current physique, it would be best to have a professional intervene so that he can recover better and faster. He was thinking about these things and stepped a little farther out of the school gates to feel for the cell phone he was secretly carrying. I was afraid to turn it on at school and didn't have the time or opportunity to use it, but now it's no problem. Just as he was about to check, he heard someone shout in a playful tone, "Zhang Yao." This is Chen Zijian's voice. Zhang Yao looked up and saw a couple of racy supercars parked on the side of the road, attracting everyone's attention. Ferrari. And the Lamborghini. That's nifty. Who are they? What are they doing in our school? The one leading the group seems to be shouting at Zhang Yao. Is he someone Zhang Yao knows? People around them whispered, including many of the parents who came to pick up their children couldn't help but watch with curiosity. Chen Zijian walked over with half a dozen people, waving baseball bats in a dangling manner. Zhang Yao, aren't you a good fighter? Come on, let's practice again. I've been beating you for 10 years, and I'm going to let you ride my neck? Obviously, Chen Zijian was beaten up twice by Zhang Yao, so he couldn't swallow his breath, so he brought some people to take revenge. He goes to an international school where the students are, to put it nicely, all rich and famous. To put it bluntly, that's one dude after another. Seeing them in this arrogant and unruly manner, I knew that they were usually no good. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua kept scolding Zhang Yao, saying that he was fooling around with unsavory people. It seemed that this was adding Chen Zijian's behavior to his head. Chen Zijian and his group were fierce and aggressive, scaring the other students to the sides. Duke Chen, don't you have any idea in your heart whether I can fight or not? If I couldn't fight, would I need you to bring so many people to my door? Want to practice with me again? Okay, if you're capable, we two will fight one-on-one. Whoever doesn't dare is a grandson. Zhang Yao did not show any weakness at all with his mouth, but his footsteps were slowly backing up. It was true that he could fight better than Chen Zijian, yes, but it wasn't to the point where one person could fight 6 or 7. Not to mention, these guys had baseball bats in their hands. A gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. It's impossible to admit defeat, but it's still necessary to run. Chen Zijian sensed his movements and also sped up more and more. Yes, hold still and I'll satisfy you. One-on-one is one-on-one. You think I'm afraid of you? What are you running for? Little bastard. Stop if you have the ability. Before Chen Zijian finished speaking, Zhang Yao had already turned around and ran back to the school, and was the first to approach the school security. Uncle, there are hooligans outside looking for trouble with me. With the security guards around, Chen Zijian and the others didn't dare to come over and flaunt their power. Even though they were all wildly cool and dangling, they wouldn't dare to let them storm into the school and cause trouble. After all, it would be of a completely different nature if it was done. In school, Chen Zijian and his friends hooked friends. 3 to 5 groups, not less, fights and brawls. Usually those who have suffered a loss find a way to get it back next time. There is no such thing as Zhang Yao snitching on the security guards. Zhang Yao, come out if you can. Hiding in a school and suing a security guard. Are you still a man? You think we can't do anything about you with security? We are not going to be able to get into your school, so don't come out if you can. Chen Zijian was riveted to give Zhang Yao a violent beating, but Zhang Yao actually hid back at school, with nothing else to do. The bastard called directly to use the agitation method. Zhang Yao was not a rash young man, neither could he be fearlessly good and courageous, much less fall for this kind of trick. But Chen Zijian was right. If these people had been waiting outside, could he have stayed out? The security guards can't do anything about what's going on outside the school, and the teachers can't care that much. Even calling the police is likewise of limited effect. So what the hell to do about it? While Zhang Yao was frowning and thinking, Big Lu Weining walked over. Zhang Yao, if you're not going home after school, what are you doing standing here at the door? Seeing Lu Weining, Zhang Yao's eyes lit up. All of them sports specialists are also restless masters in school, the kind with too much energy to vent. Smoking, drinking, fighting, and such things they do just as well. Even the teachers turn a blind eye to them as long as they don't disturb the other students. Chen Zijian, you will bring people to trouble me, won't I? Big guy, do me a favor. Thinking about it, he bluntly said, there are people out there who are looking for me, about 6 or 7 of them, with baseball bats. Can you get some people to back me up? Don't worry, I won't let you guys do this favor for nothing. I'll pay $500 each, 1,000 each if there's a fight, and if someone gets hurt, medical bills are extra. Well, Lu Weining was very righteous, patting his chest and stating, of course this is no problem. I can call you as many people as you want. But he was still a bit hesitant. But can you really come up with that much money? He was happy to help Zhang Yao with this favor. But if Zhang Yao couldn't get so much money after the matter was resolved, he wouldn't be able to account for it. Chapter 30, you guys are family. Ha! $500, $1,000 is not a small amount for students. Have a smoke and a drink. then go to a dark bar and have a good time. This simple, happy life is enough to last for a while. I don't know whether to say that money talks, or whether to say that heavy rewards will be rewarded. Anyway, Lu Weining dragged Zhang Yao to the side and also felt out the quietly hidden cell phone call. Soon, the bulk of the athletic specialties swarmed the room. Almost 40 of them. Dude, if you don't do it for $500, do it for 1,000, right? Okay, today a few brothers will listen to your greetings. Confirming that Zhang Yao was just that generous, these gym students cheered and all flocked to his orders. It all made him feel a bit hot, rather like a bit of a grouch, that flavor. Then please, brothers, follow me. There are so many people to support the field. Zhang Yao bottomed out, and the vast number of people with people to welcome out. At this time, Chen Zijian and the rest of them, one by one, had their cigarettes in their mouths and were waiting for the rabbit with shaky legs. That's a couple of them. Round up the guys first. Zhang Yao pointed, and 40 or so tall gym students swarmed up. Chen Zijian and the others froze for a moment, and by the time they reacted, they were already surrounded. Even though they were armed with baseball bats, they were still instantly cowed by the number of people they faced. The difference in numbers is so great that a baseball bat is useless except for bluffing, unless it's replaced with a knife, which is more like it. But if they really came with knives, then why would Zhang Yao still find people to surround them? Chen Zijian, aren't you going to fight me one-on-one? Come on. You think you can scare me by coming over here with a few rotten tomatoes and rotten bird eggs? You don't even look at whose territory this is. The money is in place and these sports students are very respectful, daring to come to our door to trouble our brother. You. Do you think we in second form are easy to bully? You. Lu Weining took the lead and everyone shouted brother you. It's a stance that really makes him a bit of a bearer. Chen Zijian's face turned iron blue as he yelled toward the people around him. What are you shouting for? Do you know who we are? If you can't fight, you don't dare to be arrogant anymore. So you can only raise your identity to press people. It's just a shame that it's all hormonal high school kids who care about that. Cut. Instead of scaring people, Chen Zijian sparked a chorus of boos. This infuriated him. Zhang Yao, what do you want? Draw the line. What do I want? Zhang Yao pointed at his nose and asked a silent rhetorical question. You brought people to block me, to teach me a lesson, and now you're asking me what I want to do? Of course I want to beat you up. Do it, he said and shouted, and was the first to rush up and hold down Chen Zijian and violently beat him up. The price of doing it is double the price of doing it, and these gym students are anything but subtle. Although those companions of Chen Zijian were holding baseball bats, none of them had the chance to swing them. It was supposed to be a close face-to-face confrontation, and as soon as he did it, he was instantly pinned down and had no choice but to take a beating. Even the baseball bats were grabbed by Lu Weining and the others. The main reason was that they had long since been cowed by fear and lost the courage to fight back, so they could only curl up and take an honest beating. Beat it hard. How dare you come to second middle school to show off? Let me kick it. Let me kick it too. Ha ha, that's $1,000 coming in? The scene was a mess. Many people were afraid that if they didn't move their hands they wouldn't get $1,000, and they desperately pushed their way inside. Such a big commotion quickly drew the attention of the school. Even the people watching from the side of the road have gathered around more and more, and many people took out their cell phones to take pictures and videos. This happened in front of the school. So many students fighting with their hands. If this were to spread, it would not be good for the second middle school, and I'm afraid that everyone would have to be disciplined along with it. Zhang Yao, who had already planned for this, saw the situation and took out his cell phone without panic and directly called the police. Hi, I'm a senior in the second grade. I was surrounded by a group of people armed with murderous weapons at the entrance of the school, and was fortunate to have the help of my fellow students who saw what was going on. These men have now been subdued by my classmates, so please come over. When Zhang Yao finished reporting to the police and put away his cell phone, Chen Ruoji had just arrived. She had a hard time waiting for the students to be almost gone before she pulled out. It was with great difficulty that he managed to find a spot to stop on the road that had become exceptionally crowded at this point, and was looking for Zhang Yao's figure. As a result, it was seen to be a fight over here. Moreover, Zhang Yao's figure was also seen in these chaotic crowds. Zhang Yao is fighting someone? With a pang of concern, she rushed over. He saw that Zhang Yao, whom he was worried about, was unharmed. The one who hit, not the one who was hit. What she didn't expect was that the one who took the beating was Chen Zijian. Zhang Yao, are you alright? Chen Ruoji asked with concern first, and let out a gasp of surprise immediately after seeing Chen Zijian. Chen Zijian, how come it's you? After Chen Zijian climbed up, he was putting out harsh words with a gray face full of grief. Second grade, right? Each and every one of you remember well. All of you present today will not be able to escape. Just wait, I'll show you guys how it's done. Obviously, I came to pick a fight, but it turned out to be a food delivery. Chen Zijian, who had been violently beaten up again, had already washed out his mind and saw Chen Ruoji after his vicious roar. This made him freeze. Big sister, why are you here? Seeing such a situation, how could Chen Ruoji not guess what the situation was? Enraged, he questioned, I still want to ask you, why are you here? What do you want? At this moment, Zhang Yao's smiling face was as hateful as it needed to be. Just one glance made Chen Zijian lose his mind again. Of course I'm here to get back at the bastard. I can't swallow it. Zhang Yao, I am incompatible with you. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound rang out all around him. This was, Chen Ruoji solidly, without the slightest bit of mercy, slapped him in the face. Chen Zijian covered his face and looked at Chen Ruoji stupidly. Sis, you actually hit me? Are you crazy too? You actually hit me? Chen Zijian stormed out, itching to beat up even Chen Ruoji, but in the end, he didn't dare. Chen Ruoji coldly slapped her face again. Snap! Another sound. This was now symmetrical, and both of Chen Zijian's cheeks swelled up, leaving clear palm prints. I think you're the one who's crazy. This is your brother. How do you talk to your brother? Ask yourself, how did your brother treat you in the past? And how did you treat your brother? And you have the nerve to say you can't swallow this? I'm telling you, you deserve to be killed. Chen Ruoji had a strong aura, and she knew at a glance that she wasn't an ordinary person. Students, too, still have a degree of reverence for hitting. Seeing this situation has only dared to spectate, do not dare to do anything rash. As a result, Chen Ruoji's words were what made all the onlookers dumbfounded. No, what's the deal with you brothers and sisters? Lu Weining looked at Zhang Yao with a dumbfounded expression. Feelings that you guys are family? Chapter 31, what a big melon. The onlookers hadn't seen enough and hadn't even reacted to what was going on yet. The teachers from the second high school had rushed out in a panic, and even the police had arrived. Move over, move over. What the hell is going on? We're the police. May I ask who called it in? Facing questioning from teachers and police, Zhang Yao raised his hand in the middle of the crowd. Teacher, officer, I'm Zhang Yao from senior class 1. I'm the main person involved in this and I'm the one who called the police. The policeman looked at him and greeted him. You called the police to report that someone armed with a murder weapon had come to surround you? Zhang Yao nodded. That's right. He pointed at Chen Zijian and the others, and then pointed at the baseball bats in Lu Weining's hands. He's the one that came with a few of them to surround me and try to hurt me. These are the murder weapons they brought with them. My classmates learned about this and were worried about me getting hurt, so they saw fit to protect me. The scene and the police and teachers. The situation to make such a big so that these sports specialists' heart also quite apprehensive. They are not afraid of being disciplined. They are afraid that the punishment will be too severe. But I didn't realize that words could be said that way. Right? Obviously. They beat up the people themselves. And they can still collect money for that kind of thing. And this can actually be regarded as righteousness? How can you say that people are readers and they are just sports specialists? That's the gap. Yeah, we're just seeing what we're seeing. It's all their fault that they, the people from outside the school, came to trouble our students in the second grade. All of these sports students cooperated with Zhang Yao, and were dead set on dumping all the pots on Chen Zijian's and their heads. This was also a fact, and Chen Zijian and the others couldn't do it if they wanted to weasel out of it. Zhang Yao followed closely and also said in a loud voice, Officer, this person is called Chen Zijian, but he is the young master of Guiyao Capital. The sports cars that were parked on the side of the road, that's what they were driving. Chen Zijian is not yet 18 years old this year, and I don't know if he drives, and if these companions of his have a driver's license. The young master of Kokuyo Capital? Learning of Chen Zijian's identity, the onlookers all sucked in a breath. No wonder it drives so many supercars. No wonder it's so flamboyant. The original identity is so powerful. Asterisk. These rich people are really lawless. Actually driving a supercar to block people in front of the school. Speaking of which, isn't that the CEO of Guiyao Capital, Ruoji Chen? The Chen family is going to be on fire. Hurry up and send a flash sound first. Chen Zijian is Chen Ruoji's younger brother. And the one who took the students of the second middle school and killed them back is Chen Zijian's older brother? Doesn't that mean he's also the young master of Guiyao Capital? I haven't heard that the Chen family of Guiyao Capital has another son. Just now. But Chen Ruoji said it herself. How can this be false? Coming to the school gates and causing trouble is no small matter in itself. Today it's another family's child being mobbed. Will it happen to your own child someday? All parents, for one, worry about this. Plus, the school itself is considered a special occasion. Add to that the fact that the identity of the person causing the trouble was not ordinary, and it would be even more troublesome. The police had to proceed with caution. Teachers, please let us get this straightened out first. Zhang Yao had finished his statement, and the police then asked Chen Zizhan, "Did these students just tell the truth? Why did you bring people to surround him and find him in trouble?" The reason why Zhang Yao had loudly exposed Chen Zizhan's identity was because he wanted to make a big deal out of it. If we continue to let it go, I'm afraid that it will be out of control. Chen Ruoji was infuriated by Chen Zizhan, and her head turned big when she saw the situation developing like this. Hearing the police officer ask Chen Zizhan questions, he hurriedly came forward to explain. "Officer, this is a misunderstanding. I'm sorry to have startled you. And the teachers, I really am." She couldn't stop apologizing, but her aura was there, and she had the respect of the police and the teachers and the other parents. Especially after perceiving who she was, the respect became even more obvious. "You are Mr. Chen Ruoji Chen, right? What the hell is going on here?" Since the one who led the trouble was Chen Zizhan, it was no surprise that Chen Ruoji, who was his sister, would appear. The police officer made a point of asking her again because she was in the way. This was giving her a chance to give Chen Zizhan a chance to step down, to see how she would defuse the situation in front of her. "Officer, I'm really sorry." Chen Ruoji apologized again before saying, "Both of them are my brothers. If you don't believe me, you can look it up. We're all one family on one account. Recently we had a family incident, and the two brothers had a bit of a falling out, which is why there was such a misunderstanding. It's kind of embarrassing to say this, but it's just our family business." This fact left the police, the teachers, all the parents and the students looking at each other in disbelief. What the heck is this, actually a staged fratricide? What the hell? Zhang Yao is actually a super rich kid? The two parties involved are brothers and the parents have stepped in. So this can be a big deal. The police and the teacher were relieved. If things were like that, then it would be easier to deal with. The parents around them, on the other hand, were excited, each one full of gossip. Instead of worrying about whether their children would be mobbed as well, they were now eating their melons in unison. What I thought was a social issue about bullying turned out to be a family ethic. This is too exciting. Zhang Yao was now very reluctant to admit that he was also a member of the Chen family, much less to call himself a brother to Chen Zizhan. Nah, it's a fact that the two are really just on the same account. Even though he was the one who called the police, he, as a minor, had no say in how things were going to be resolved. In the end, the return of the report were all signed by Chen Ruoji in the name of the parents instead of him. If he doesn't take offense, the police can still give him sage advice and admonish him to listen to adults. Anyone who regularly calls the police knows how deep the water is, let alone in his situation. So, he didn't make any more noise. He knew in fact that there was no point in saying anything, so he didn't even bother with any more nonsense. The result looks to be that it appears to be a great match. Zhang Yao, I'm sorry. You wait. I'll finish the matter and immediately have Zizhan apologize to you. Seeing that Zhang Yao was about to leave with a pat on the back, Chen Ruoji immediately apologized to him and tried to call him back. Unfortunately, Zhang Yao didn't return his head, pretending that he didn't hear it. Not only had he not suffered any losses, he had also beaten up Chen Zizhan again, which had already made him feel good. And the police and school side of the equation is resolved though, but it's not quite over yet. Such a big melon. Eat all the pro people are not enough. This cannot go online to share off. Next, there was still something that would give the Chen family, and Chen Ruoji, a headache. And all of these, too, were deliberately done by Zhang Yao. You've come to trouble me, and you won't allow me to make trouble for you? Watching him walk without pausing in his headsteps, Chen Ruoji was so anxious that she wanted to chase after him, but at this time, was again called by the police. Her side of the matter is not yet finished. Chapter 32, A Different Position. When Zhang Yao came out, Lu Weining was still waiting for him with this group of sports specialists eyeing him. The guy squatted and stood, chatting animatedly, and every now and then a chuckle could be heard. The experience they had just now still made each of them raise their eyebrows and get excited when they talked about it now. If it weren't for the occasion, one would be tempted to pull out a cigarette and light one up as a way to calm down. I can see that today is enough for them to brag about for a long time. I was the first one to do it. I even almost kicked my shoes off. When the group of people were boasting vigorously, they immediately surrounded Zhang Yao when they saw him. So many big men all looking at him with eager gazes made him feel an instant chill. Is everything okay? Are things settled? One of them was still asking about the situation in a very concerned manner. However, Zhang Yao knew very well that they didn't care how things were resolved, and it had nothing to do with them anymore anyway. What they cared about, of course, was the reward Zhang Yao had promised. Hands down, that's 1,000 bucks. Got into a fight, alerted the school and the teachers, and didn't have to be responsible for not getting punished. In the end, there's still 1,000 possible. Is there anything better in the world? Anyway, these guys can't think of anything else right now, and one of them has gone crazy with joy. Don't worry, it's already fine, and I'm sure you're not missing out on what I promised. Zhang Yao responded and asked Lu Weining, big guy, how many people have you tallied up? Lu Weining nodded. I've counted them, all of them are here, 41 in total, 41 a person, 1,000 each, or 41,000. If this was before, there was absolutely no difference between 40,000 and 400 million for Zhang Yao. These are astronomical figures that he can't even think about. But now, he's got several 400 million. 41,000 has been about as good as 40 cents to him. Even, perhaps, less so. So he very quickly transferred the account to Lu Weining. I've transferred it all to you, so send it to the brothers. Seeing him being so forthcoming, these gym students couldn't help but cheer again. You is mighty. In the future, if you have this kind of thing, just come to us, and we'll be sure to go from water to water and fire to fire. If Chen Zizhan didn't open his eyes, it might actually happen again. He grinned back, patted the guy on the shoulder and said, okay, everyone who's present at the time will get a share. Lu Weining, on the other hand, looked more curious. Zhang Yao, are you really the son of Guiyao Chen Jiehua? You're not supposed to be. Like, on TV. The young master of a great family who has been exiled to the people and finally recognized his ancestors after tasting the hardships of the world. Right? Zhang Yao. Biggie, you're not like the others. Nothing to do but watch less TV shows. Perhaps the sets are just a little too deep into the heart. As a matter of fact, Lu Weining was not the only one who had such thoughts at all. After this kind of conflict was exposed, writing on the popular keywords of campus conflict, rich second generation, Guiyao Capital, and Chen Ruoji. Soon, the topic rushed to the top. Chen Zizhan, the young master of Guiyao Capital, led people to block people in the second middle school in a supercar and got into an armed brawl? These rich second generation. Nima is still really one more than one crazy. Isn't Chen Jiehua a self-proclaimed elegant and easygoing man with a family upbringing? Let's see what he says now. Let's not get excited. Chen Ruoji herself confirmed that the person who had a conflict with Chen Zizhan is also Chen Jiehua's son. Asterisk. Chen Jiehua actually has another son? It won't be an illegitimate child, right? Hashtag Jackie Chan. Bastard hashtag. Zhang Yao is clearly the only biological son of Chen Jiehua, but it turned out to be the identity of illegitimate children on the hot search. At this moment, his identity was considered completely exposed. It was completely unexpected. When he deliberately exposed Chen Zizhan's identity, he was actually trying to steer the public opinion of the rich second generation, causing trouble and bullying others. I didn't expect that Chen Ruoji would directly recognize his identity and even put him on the spot. However, he was fine with that. No matter what anyone says, it has absolutely no effect on him. If someone asked, he could instead still say whatever he should or shouldn't say. In the face of this situation, it was the Chen family that should have a headache, and the Chen family is indeed all quite headache-ridden right now. In Chen Jiehua's hospital room, a group of people's expressions were horribly gloomy after learning what happened. At this time, Chen Zizhan was still accusing Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Mom, it's not even if Zhang Yao beats me. Big sister, he also beats me. Look at my face. It's still swollen. Chen Zizhan, who had flaunted his power in front of outsiders, was now lying in Zhang Yu's arms in a pitiful and tearful state. Good baby, put it on for a while and it won't hurt anymore. Zhang Yu painfully hugged Chen Zizhan and put an ice pack on him, coaxing him for a few moments before glaring angrily at Chen Ruoji. Boss, that little crazy, are you crazy too? What are you doing hitting your brother in a good way? Look what you've done to him. I can't even begin to think how much of a contribution you've made. Why are you so hard-hearted? It's your brother. Doesn't it hurt you? Facing Zhang Yu's questioning, Chen Ruoji did not feel guilty at all. She actually wanted to take it out for Zhang Yao, which was why she was unforgiving. Seeing Chen Zizhan's appearance at this moment, and then looking at Zhang Yu's reaction, she just felt like she was still hitting less, hitting lighter. Mom, I've just made things very clear. Are you just not listening at all? He's the one who led the men to Zhang Yao's trouble first, and he went with a weapon. If it wasn't for the help of those students, can you imagine what a situation Zhang Yao would be in? How can you do nothing about this and in turn blame me for stopping him? If it wasn't for him, would things have gotten this bad? Chen Ruoji felt that her heart was very tired, and for the first time in her life, she felt that Zhang Yu turned out to be so unreasonable. She finally understood Zhang Yao's feelings a bit. It turns out that as long as one is in Zhang Yao's shoes, one will be so helpless in the face of one's family. No matter what, it's your fault for striking out with Zizhan. Chen Jiehua coldly characterized the matter. You must gain Zizhan's understanding in this matter. As for what it will take for Zizhan to understand you, that's for you two siblings to discuss on your own. In fact, It's not like something similar hasn't happened before, but at that time, there was no need for Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua to reprimand her. She would take the initiative to coax Chen Zizhan, promise something like buying a gift, going to an amusement park, etc., and so on. She didn't resist this kind of reparation and apology at all. Instead, she also felt that Chen Zizhan knew what he was doing, and liked this younger brother more and more. But now, when she thought of Zhang Yao, she was skeptical of this attitude of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Before Chen Zizhan's request had even been made, she was already very resistant, no matter if it was a gift or a trip to the amusement park. Even if Chen Zizhan's request was made simple, she was already full of reluctance. Chapter 33, Only now are you able to take care of yourself. Zhang Yao looked up on the internet and realized that there is a special nutrition department in the hospital. It's not as complicated as you might think to find a nutritionist to design a diet for you, and the hospital can also give the body an all-around checkup as a way to develop a better conditioning program. If you have a physical problem, then of course you should go to the hospital. Zhang Yao came to a sudden realization as an afterthought. Then, another problem was discovered. When the doctor is on duty he has to go to class, and when he's off duty or out of school, the doctor is off duty too. So, there's still a vacation to be taken. The homeroom teacher was very supportive of this, and granted him leave with the constant admonition that his health was more important. In his current condition, the homeroom teacher couldn't help but worry about not fainting in the exam room. A good body is a must if you want to study well and take good exams. Plus, since his identity was revealed, the school was abuzz with all kinds of rumors. So much so that the homeroom teacher couldn't help but feel a strong need to get him out of the way and wait for this heat to pass before coming back for fear that it would be a little better. The homeroom teacher wants him to prepare for the exam with all his heart and not get distracted by other things. This would have referred to him working around. As a result, it is true that he does not need to work part-time now, but the problem seems to have worsened. Hey, the boy has already been through so much suffering. Let's hope he will be treated gently in the future. The homeroom teacher let out a long sigh and all she could do was give her blessing. At this time, Zhang Yao had just finished his examination. As soon as he turned his head after picking up the report in the hall, he ran into Zhang Yu head-on. Chen Jiehua is still hospitalized. Zhang Yao wants to come to the hospital, thoughtlessly chose the same one. After all, this is the best hospital and it's also very close to home, so there's really no need to travel far. There was no need to avoid the Chen family per se, and since they were in the same hospital, it wasn't surprising that they bumped into each other. Zhang Yao rightly pretended not to see it, roughly scanning the inspection report about to brush past Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, however, whenever she was so calm, was already on fire when she saw him. Zhang Yao, you little, how dare you still come? Zhang Yao made a stern face and gave Zhang Yu a look with a dead fish-eye expression. Why am I afraid to come? It's a ING hospital. Why? Is it hard to ask for your permission? He said leisurely, if at all. You need someone else's permission to stay in someone else's home, but the hospital is not your home. Zhang Yu was furious. Don't you dare play dumb for me. You actually dared to gather those unsavory people to beat up Zizhan. I'm telling you, this matter is not over. You're both my children. I just favor Zizhan a little more, I'm happy to. Whether you're envious or jealous, don't waste your time. As long as Zizhan is around, you'll always be the spare tire. No, you're worse than a spare tire in my eyes. Zhang Yao. Needless to say, the seat was killer. Zhang Yao originally thought that he already didn't care at all, but after hearing Zhang Yu's words, he still felt his heart cut like a knife. He clenched his fists, nearly crushing the inspection report in his hand. Knock, knock, knock. His heart beat hard a few times, and after taking a deep breath, he did his best to calm himself down. Why have you given up when you know it's the bloody reality? Yet, the heart still aches. His lips quivered and he was about to say something to dislike him, but he couldn't open his mouth to say anything. In the end, it just stepped over Zhang Yu and left directly. His back, in the eyes of Chen Ruoji, is so lonely, so depressed, so bitter. Chen Jiehua's injuries are not serious. The rest is just a matter of recovery. Is already can be discharged from the hospital to go home on their own to recuperate. Chen Ruoji and Zhang Yu were here to handle his discharge procedures. As a result, Chen Ruoji had just paid her fee and found Zhang Yu. When she heard such resolute words, how can a mother say such things to her own son like that? She was so shocked that she blanched at the sound of it. Zhang Yao, she shouted, hurrying to catch up. Mom was in a rage. Don't take her seriously. Why are you in the hospital? Are you not feeling well? You wait for me. Dad's getting out of the hospital today, so I'll come stay with you as soon as I get all the paperwork out of the way. If it were before, how warm she had to make Zhang Yao feel with such words, but now Zhang Yao's two eyes are empty and godless. The person is numb. The heart is cold, without any waves. Miss Chen, how dare I trouble you? He grinned. Since I ran into you here, I'll stop by for another reminder. There's not much time left for you guys. You're not going to forget about this, are you? He thought he was smiling quite brightly, but all Chen Ruoji saw in his eyes was endless pain. This caused Chen Ruoji's heart to palpitate again, suffocating with heartache. She still wanted to say something, but Zhang Yao had already entered the elevator, and there was Zhang Yu behind her urging, "What are you doing with that little nonsense? Your father, he is still waiting." Chen Ruoji was helpless, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. "Mom, that's your own son. He was supposed to be at school today, but he came to the hospital alone. Don't you even want to know what's wrong with him? If there's something wrong?" Zhang Yu stood in a daze, and her heart didn't seem to be that calm. Only less than 3 seconds later, looking away and gritting his teeth, he said, "He's the one who doesn't need us to care." Hearing such words, Chen Ruoji's heart seemed to be whacked again. She was helpless and could only hand over all the sheets to Zhang Yu. "Mom, you go on up first. You tell Dad to wait a little bit. I should be there soon." She wanted to go see Zhang Yao, even if she knew that the current Zhang Yao would not appreciate her love. She still wanted to know how Zhang Yao was doing. Otherwise, she wasn't comfortable with it. She only saw Zhang Yao enter the elevator, completely unaware of how many floors he went up and which section he went to. It didn't matter though. With her influence and connections, a few phone calls would clear everything up. Soon after, hospital executives gave him personal feedback on the situation. "Mr. Chen, don't worry. Your brother's situation is not serious. He should have lived too hard out there all these years and suffered severe malnutrition due to starvation and other reasons. Your brother came to our hospital specifically to seek help in the nutrition department so that he could regulate his health." After understanding the situation, Chen Ruoji breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, in her heart, she was feeling more and more sad for Zhang Yao, and making herself feel more and more guilty. It wasn't that Zhang Yao didn't know that there was something wrong with his body, and he himself had the realization that he needed to tone up his body. But why didn't you come to the hospital for help until now? It's all because, well, he's in that position now. It was after taking the $2.65 billion that was supposed to be his from Jay Wachan that he was finally able to take care of himself. After realizing this, Chen Ruoji completely broke down in tears. Chapter 34, Let's Go Apologize. Chen Ruoji lost her mind and returned to Chen Jiehua's VIP senior ward. It was expected that Zhang Yao would not appreciate her love, but she still felt bad for it as well. Seeing her like this, Chen Jiehua was displeased. "Chen Ruoji, go to the bathroom and look in the mirror to see what you look like now. You're the president of Guayao Capital, the CEO of our Chen family. What's decent about this ghostly appearance? What do I usually teach you?" In the face of Chen Jiehua's rebuke, Chen Ruoji ignored it. He just mumbled soulfully, then pleaded, "Dad, Mom, let's go and sincerely apologize to Zhang Yao. We've been wrong too much to keep being wrong." Zhang Yu jumped up when she heard that. "What, you want us to go apologize to that little? Chen Ruoji, have you made a mistake?" Chen Ruoji completely lost her facial management and burst into tears. "Shouldn't it? You've abused him for so many years, and you still think it's not wrong at all? If you hadn't been wrong in mistreating him, he'd have been sent to jail by you all by now. I don't understand. I can't figure it out. Obviously you can be so kind and loving, even to us adopted children. Why? In favor of being so desperate to the biological Zhang Yao?" Chen Ruoji let out a soulful question, then with a chopped liver cry, "Do you guys know why he came to the hospital today instead of going to class? Because he was severely malnourished under your prolonged abuse. His body needed conditioning. I had the hospital give me a copy of the report as well, so see for yourselves. All kinds of vitamins, all kinds of trace elements, all of which Zhang Yao was lacking. For a healthy person, this examination report of Zhang Yao can be said to be shocking. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua didn't even look at it. Their eyes didn't stay on this report for half a second. I went to the school to investigate him before I found out from the homeroom teacher. To earn a living, he went to car washes and barbecued at night markets. You don't give him any money. You don't even pay his school fees for him, but you accuse him of coming back late and fooling around without asking. Can he come back early from selling barbecue for someone?" Chen Ruoji blamed herself deeply, because this problem was not only the fault of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, she was equally to blame. "Do you guys know what the hospital people told me just now when I went to inquire why Zhang Yao came to the hospital? They all thought Zhang Yao was like this because he grew up in exile and lived in difficult conditions. No one can imagine that the situation he's in is caused by living under the same roof as us. The netizens all know that as a member of the Guayao Chen family, Zhang Yao is receiving a poverty grant at school. Even a person with a heart of stone could be moved by such a thing. However, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua just grimaced, making it impossible to see what exactly they were thinking, and remained silent. There are different versions of Zhang Yao's identity circulating in the second form and on the internet, but combined with Zhang Yao's situation, It is Lu Weining's version of a blind guess that is the most popular and feels most believable. Zhang Yao is in poor health due to chronic malnutrition, and he goes around working even though he receives subsidies, and all these are real. How could a super rich kid be so miserable if he wasn't living on the streets? That explains why he never had parents come to parent-teacher conferences and parent-child activities. So much so, that it made everyone think he was an orphan. If you can't find your parents, you're an orphan, aren't you? Even why Chen Zizhan had come to trouble Zhang Yao and why the two had clashed had been brainstormed by netizens. Everyone knows that Chen Zizhan is the sole heir to Guiyao Capital. The market capitalization of Guiyao Capital is now over $150 billion, and the Chen family's 51% share can be divided into tens of billions of dollars every year. Such a large amount of wealth. Originally Chen Zizhan could have enjoyed it all by himself. As a result, now, a long-lost son has popped up. Can he balance his heart? Who would be happy to have someone pop up out of nowhere to compete with them for the family fortune? Taking someone's money is like killing their parents. So wait and see. This is just the beginning, not the end. In the future, there will surely be more big fights for the family fortune. But I was not expecting the gentry struggle to be so unpretentious. Of course, when you think about it, it's understandable. After all, they're still underage brats. Although Zhang Yu and Shen Jiehua deliberately did not pay attention to it and adopted an ostrich policy. But the truth is, because Zhang Yao's identity was exposed, because of the conflict with Chen Zizhan for these reasons. On the internet, the heat about the Chen family had been high, and everyone was eating it up with gusto. Chen Ruoji spoke in tears, reminding them of these facts once again. But Chen Jiehua rebuked her in turn. Have I explained to you before? Never expose that little identity outside. Would all this have happened if it wasn't for you? Do you realize what this means? Have you thought about how serious this is? So it's all your fault? So you guys don't have any problems at all. And Shen Zizhan is really never wrong? Chen Ruoji smiled bitterly, questioning Zhang Yu and Shen Jiehua for the first time in her life. Dad, if I hadn't done that at the time, Zizhan would have been arrested by the police. You can't be unaware of what kind of consequences can be triggered by causing trouble in front of the school. Can you? If Zhang Yao and Zizhan weren't brothers, if the two weren't family, could this matter have ended like this? There was no doubt about it. So Chen Jiehua had nothing to say. I don't want to talk to you again about this uselessness. Chen Jiehua changed the topic stiffly. How is the investigation of the matter I asked you to investigate going? I'm getting out of the hospital today. You're not going to put me in a hotel, are you? A lot of my friends and partners have been wanting to visit me for a long time after they found out about my injury. But your mom and I have been making excuses to put it off. Is it hard to believe you're going to let them visit me at the hotel? If that happened, he, Chen Jiehua, would really have to be laughed off by others. Only, Chen Ruoji didn't care that much about it anymore. I'm sorry, Dad. I thought wrong. And so did you. Zhang Yao might just be living a life that's too bitter and too tiring and figured it out on his own. There's no one behind this. All I could find out was the fact of how he had suffered all those years and how hard he had lived. If you don't believe me, you can look into it yourself. And if you do find out what's behind it, I'll do whatever you want. Chen Ruoji paused and shook her head afterward. Zhang Yao just reminded me again as well, saying that the time given to us is running out. So we'd better get moving before it's too late. Chapter 35, waiting for him to beg us to come back. Although Chen Jiehua was dissatisfied with Chen Ruoji's attitude, but take her word for it with complete confidence. Since she said that there was no one behind the scenes, then even if she went to investigate herself, there would definitely be no result. How else would she have dared to put words in her mouth? However, if such a key figure did not exist behind Zhang Yao, then this matter could be really troublesome. This meant that with Zhang Yao's current attitude towards them, they simply couldn't find a breakthrough. Zhang Yu had already been at her wit's end, and if she didn't really have no other choice, she wouldn't have been able to drag her feet until now. She frowned and said coldly, "Can it be that we can really only be swept away by that treacherous man? There is no solution to this problem, so we have to think in another direction." Oof. Is it hard for him to think that he can live nourishingly in the future just by himself? So what if he's over 18 and doesn't need a guardian as an adult? Going forward, he's going to be asking a lot of us. Chen Jiehua hummed. Come to think of it, this may not be a bad thing. Let's see what kind of attitude he has when he realizes that he still needs us and can't live without us, and then comes back to beg for us. I don't know if it's just a case of fanboy confidence, or if I've thought of something. Chen Jiehua suddenly stopped being angry and anxious, and changed back to his previous cloudy appearance. We have plenty of money. A villa given up is given up. No big deal. Besides, it's just giving up for a while. Chen Jiehua said and turned his head to instruct Chen Ruoji. You have someone go find a suitable property. The more luxurious the better. We can move the stuff out first. You've already rented the warehouse you were asked to rent before, right? In the time it takes to get the new house done, Your mom and I will go out. Say whatever you want to the public, but never let anyone know that we were swept off our feet by that. Run out of town so you can both avoid the sadness of being homeless and having to go to a hotel. It also avoids embarrassment by avoiding friends, family, and cooperative partners who are coming to visit. It was like killing two birds with one stone. And Chen Jiehua had already bought all the air tickets. With the Chen family's wealth, something like a house could certainly be bought at will. However, to buy your favorite that you still have to go and pick carefully. It's especially not that easy when it also requires top of the line, most luxurious, top luxury homes are almost always priced to sell and have early owners. In total, there are only 78 seats in this neighborhood like the one where they lived for 10 years and were swept away by Zhang Yao. It has not been expanded at all since it was built, and there is no longer any land to do so. Anyone who can afford to live in this kind of mansion is not poor, unless there is some special reason to go out. Zhang Yao their neighborhood. Until now no one has listed resale. There is no second-hand houses, top luxury homes that are not available. If Chen Jiehua is bent on pursuing this point, then there is even more to wait for. But since he had decided so, Chen Ruoji also knew that she could not change anything. One could only sigh. Since we're going to move things, I'll call Lao Air, Lao San, and Zizhan as well. All of their stuff is in there, and it's up to them to decide what to move and what to throw away. Zhang Yu nodded and followed with an order. Call housekeeper Zhou and the others as well, or else I'm afraid there won't be enough manpower. I don't feel comfortable giving everything to a moving company, but it's better to use butler Chow and the others. Besides, all the servants have to come with us. They have things to move too. Zhang Yu said here gritting her teeth. I'm waiting for the day that little regret. How I moved it today. I'm going to make him move it back piece by piece when the time comes. For this kind of speech filled with inexplicable hatred, Chen Ruoji had long been numb. She didn't respond again, just sighed inwardly, hoping that there would never be a day like this, when they were all ready as a family. Finally, early in the morning, there was a huge command of several moving company trucks pulling into the neighborhood. This confused the property. Mr. Chen, are you guys moving? What with the illegitimate children, the stray young masters, the feuding gentry, etc., etc., etc. The internet is buzzing and the Chun family has no response to this at all. But are busy moving? What stray young masters? These netizens are really imaginative. If others don't know, can we not know? The Chen family's Villa 4 is afraid to be 5 kilometers away from the gate here. Zhang Yao can walk out and walk back every day. Everyone else is out of the car and in, but only he relies on all 2 legs. And that's 10 years. It's a pity that elder Zhang Minan, he's still alive. How can he give it up? Living in a mansion like this is a treat for others. For him it's simply a curse. If we lived in a civilian neighborhood like ours, at least we'd be spared this kind of misadventure every day. The neighborhood security guards followed the rules and checked all the moving company's cars and had everyone registered before releasing them. They chatted with infinite sighs as they worked. As a result, these words were indeed heard in full by Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, who were at the very back of the convoy. One by one, the registration check came over, and only then did these security guards realize that there was Chen Ruoji's car at the end, and hastily shut their mouths. Hello MS. Chun. The security guard compensated with a smile and hurriedly greeted, but realized that the atmosphere in the car seemed to be weird and terrible. It took him by surprise. It wasn't like he heard what we were just talking about, was it? Me. This family's not gonna blame us, are they? The security guard was worried and disturbed by the shock, but the truth was, Chen Ruoji didn't blame them at all. Instead, it was, again, unintentionally, a further insight into some of Zhang Yao's situation. Again, it made them realize the mistakes they had made. Zhang Yao, he, too, has pleaded with you before, hoping that you would give him a ride, right? The reason why Chen Ruoji said also was because Zhang Yao had pleaded with him like that. However, she chose to ignore Zhang Yao when he sent the message and spoke to her in person. She, on the other hand, declined on the grounds that she wasn't in a hurry and didn't have time to take him to school, or even, up to that point, reacted. Zhang Yao was not asking her to drop him off at school on the way, merely wanting a ride to the entrance of the neighborhood. It's quick and easy to get to school just by getting to the front of the neighborhood and taking the bus and subway. Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao didn't say anything, which was a tacit admission. The two of them were actually in a very complicated mood, heavier than ever, feeling breathless as if their chests were pressed with boulders. Because of those experiences of Zhang Yao, the two of them had already seen it from the internet. And, just along the way it was confirmed by Rachel Chen. Not only that, but additionally learned more from Chen Ruoji's mouth, including Zhang Yao's physical examination report etc. etc. All these truths were like daggers in their hearts. Chapter 36, What Must Be Replaced. The hospital has helped Zhang Yao make a detailed conditioning plan. but also customized a week of nutritional recipes. Dietary regimen is a very important part of the whole conditioning program. If he wanted to make his own, he would first need the kitchen. In his villa, there are 2 kitchens, one Chinese, one Western. Without exception, all of them were piled up with the kitchenware that the Chen family used on a daily basis, as well as pots and pans and so on and so forth. After realizing that he would quietly use the kitchen, the Chen family assumed he was stealing food, so he was ordered not to enter the kitchen, much less use them. No one could stop him now, but he was no longer willing to use these things from the Chen family. It was disgusting. So everything in the kitchen has to be replaced. Nima, you're there too. When the hell is that family coming back to tie things up? I should have known better than to give them so much time. Zhang Yao had a little bit of regret and stared at the kitchen and thought, when the Chen family came to move things out, there would be more to buy than just kitchen utensils. Otherwise, just redecorate. The interior and exterior of the villa was now made after the Chen family moved in, and it was an eyesore any way you look at it. Zhou Chusheng's group of people. Zhang Yao was very disgusted, and at this time, he had already followed the Chen family and rolled away. This large villa will also need to be maintained by another person. In that case, maybe it would be better to hire a personal chef. A professional one with a professional qualification of a nutritionist kind of professional. After all, you have school to go to, and you only get a weekend off every 2 weeks to rest and relax, so you really don't have that much time. While Zhang Yao was pondering over this, a considerable commotion came from outside. Looking through the window, Chen Jiao's Rolls-Royce was at the head of the pack, followed by a string of moving company trucks. For that matter, if the front garden wasn't big enough and the path wide enough, it wouldn't have been able to stop. This is the Chen family finally coming to move their stuff, which is good news. Zhang Yao walked out of the kitchen and went downstairs to collide head-on with the Chen family. What are you doing on the second floor, little? When Zhang Yu saw him standing at the entrance of the stairs, she instantly blushed very badly. Is that a living area that belongs to us? A place you can go? Have you been stealing from us again? Bring it to me. Zhang Yao looked at her condescendingly. Have you forgotten that this is my damn villa? I can go wherever I want in my villa. What do you have to set up an exclusive living area in my villa? Although at this time, Zhang Yao cursed righteously, but the truth was that the Chen family had been setting up exclusive living quarters that he wasn't allowed to get involved in for many years. It made him more and more angry the more he thought about it, and he didn't hold back another curse as he brushed past them downstairs. Asterisk. Zhang Yu jumped out of her skin. You, or was it Chen Ruoji who stood out again, directly hugging Zhang Yu in order to avoid a conflict between the two? Mom, can't you talk properly? Having just learned of Zhang Yao's experience, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Evening Zhao both had complex expressions. Zhang Yao, they wanted to say hello to Zhang Yao, wanted to ease their relationship with Zhang Yao, wanted to explain the situation, and also wanted to show their concern. It was just that Zhang Yao had absolutely no intention of listening, and before the two could even get their words out of their mouths, Zhang Yao had already stepped over them, giving no chance at all. My sister, hey, what are you guys still soulfully looking at him for? We've been away for the last few days, and he's probably done something in the house all by himself. Better go check to see if your underwear is missing and if your jewelry is missing. Chen Zizhan gave such a reminder, but it eased the guilt in the hearts of these two sisters, and their hearts were not so blocked. Yeah, right. It's true that Zhang Yao has suffered a lot of inhuman trials and tribulations, yes, but it's not all our fault. We wouldn't loathe him and be impatient and uncaring about him if he wasn't so lewd and dirty-handed. We wanted to be nice to him too, and we did treat her well. It was the things he did to himself that were too much. What woman wouldn't be sick of a pervert who steals her underwear for 3 days? Thinking about this, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Evening Zhao both felt relieved. Then I heard Zhang Yu chime in from the side. Yes, Zijin is right. Isn't he going to settle scores with us and draw a line in the sand? Then we'll have a good reckoning with him. You guys check your stuff properly, and if anything is missing or broken, through and through, make him pay for it. She also not only explained the Chen family siblings, but also loud conspiracy. Afraid that Zhang Yao cannot hear, also explained Zhou Chu Shang and other servants. Butler Zhou, you also count your valuables. After all, the whole man has unclean hands and an addiction to theft, as you well know. If what's missing meets the criteria for filing a case and you want to call the police, then we won't stop you. The servants naturally echoed the master's words with great vigor. These words, Zhang Yao also as Zhang Yu wished, all stopped while standing. Except, well, he's not impressed. In the Chen family, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua could punish him by saying that if something was stolen by him, it was stolen by him. But if you want to go to the police, that won't work. Where's the evidence? Watching Zhang Yao and the Chen family meet and go toe-to-toe with sparks flying, the people from the moving company looked dumbfounded. However, these people are very ethical. should not ask not to ask, unrelated to the work of the right not to hear and not see. One by one, with great dedication, they just put their heads down and went to work. The Chen family commanded them, moving one piece of furniture and electrical appliances out and lifting them onto the car. Zhou Chu Shang and the rest of them, the servants, were also packing up their things, personal items in the nanny's room, even hoes and sickles, lawn mowers, etc., piled up in the doorway of the utility room. This old man even made his voice loud on purpose, and was still shady when he saw Zhang Yao come out. "Yo, young Master Zhang, it wouldn't be me disturbing you, would it? I'm sorry. I was also following ma'am's orders and was counting these things to see if they were missing. After all, it's all iron, and it can be sold for quite a bit of money." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yao couldn't help but smile. "Butler Zhou, you are quite loyal." Zhou Chu Sheng wasn't the least bit afraid of him at this point, his eyes looking straight at him as he nodded. "That's right." Then full of provocation, he added, "Do you think I should go and report to her ladyship that something has been lost?" He looked at Zhang Yao playfully. "What do you think? What would be a good thing to throw this time?" Zhang Yao snorted lightly. "Butler Zhou, you're reminding me that you haven't spared me from weaving charges and bullying me in the past." Zhou Chu Shang raised his eyebrows, emboldened. "So what, young Master Zhang?" This old guy hemmed and hawed. "I know you want to get back at me, but unfortunately you can't. Besides, you don't have a chance anymore. After moving out of the villa, he won't even have any contact with Zhang Yao in the future. So what will Zhang Yao do to get back at him? Even if Zhang Yao returned to the Chen family in the future, wouldn't he still have Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua to back him up? When the time comes, he won't proceed to bully Zhang Yao even if it's Zhang Yao's turn to take revenge on him? Facing such an arrogant servant, Zhang Yao was not angry at all. "You guessed it exactly right. I'm trying to get back at you, so I was prepared for this. You can't be unaware of what you've done, can you? To get back at you, you need me to do it myself?" Zhang Yao looked at this outwardly strong old man with great disdain. Chapter 37. Zhou Chu Sheng felt that he was already sitting in a stable position and could open up taunts towards Zhang Yao to his heart's content. I don't know whether it's him or the Chen family. All the accounts are written down by Zhang Yao. Only, there was no hurry for the Chen family to pay back in one breath. This time, even if Zhou Chu Sheng didn't come to jump on his face, he would still find trouble with this old man. Now that the old guy dared to strut around like that, he then couldn't let it go even more. In the eyes of this old man's astonished and uncertain gaze, he walked to the hall as if he were walking idly. "Turn on the projector and pull out your newly purchased cell phone to project after lowering the curtain." This commotion immediately attracted all the Chen family members over. "What are you doing, little? Aren't you going to draw a line in the sand with us? It's ours too. Who gave you permission to move it?" Zhang Yu opened her mouth and cursed. As long as she saw Zhang Yao, she held a breath in her heart if she didn't curse a few times. "Mrs. Chen, take a moment." Zhang Yao was quite calm. "I'm just borrowing this thing of yours to show you a little something exciting. You'll surely be grateful to me when you're done watching. If you still don't like it when the time comes, that's fine. I can make compensation and pay for the depreciation of your usage." Here he paused before he went on carelessly. "Anyway, I've got plenty of money now. 65 billion in cash, 30% of the company, and $18.55 billion in trust funds." He does still really have the right to say that. Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan heard this, but they felt a heartache at the same time. All of this could have belonged to them. Since it was supposed to be ours, it should be ours. The father and son even have the same mental activity, and they are so determined that they almost yell out. Just as they were secretly clenching their fists to make up their minds, the video of Zhang Yao's projection had already been aired on the projector. It started out as a large group of people in the dining room on the second floor were munching away. Only, none of these people were from the Chen family. Instead, it was Zhou Chu Sheng, a housekeeper, nanny, and some other servants, as well as their families. These people were eating the Chen family's delicacies and drinking red wine from Chen Jiehua's collection. In addition to the dining room, other things such as the living room, gym, rec room, swimming, etc. In short, almost every corner of the villa was frequented by these people. They ate and drank from the Chen family, slept on the Chen family's sofa, and enjoyed everything the Chen family had to offer, even taking the car in the garage out for a spin. It was obvious that Zhou Chu Shang had brought these servants with him, taking advantage of the Chen family's absence to treat the villa as their home. Seeing such a scene, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua both collapsed. Not to mention Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, who even instantly changed their colors. Who would want their home to be used like this by outsiders? And who would be happy to have someone else touch their home? The Chen family also had strict rules for their servants, and all servants, including Zhou Chu Sheng, were not easily allowed to go up to the second floor. The The nanny can go upstairs and is limited to cooking in the kitchen. Housekeeping can go upstairs and is limited to cleaning as well. As a result, when they were around, these servants were more disciplined than one another. Once they were out the door, it was a completely different story. Zhou Chu Shang, Chen Ruoji shouted angrily, her gaze sharpening as she looked at this old man, followed by a questioning finger like the man on the screen who was lounging on the couch with a sip of wine in his left hand and a cigarette in his right, puffing away at the TV. You tell me, who is this scruffy man? Zhou Chu Shang, which thought that Zhang Yao actually mastered these videos, has long been watching the sweat. When he heard the questioning, he even plopped directly on his knees and hastily apologized. Missy, I'm sorry, ma'am, I deserve to die. He took the lead and knelt, and the other servants who had appeared in the video, where they dared to stand, also knelt down and begged for forgiveness. I remember. This is your son, isn't it? Chen Xiaoyu's eyes were about to burst into flames. Thus I came back, I met him. You introduced me to him. He's your youngest son and is here to see you on business. You work here yourself, and it's not a big deal for your family to come to you with something. A more enthusiastic host will even buy the person a glass of water. So Chen Xiaoyu didn't think there was anything wrong with this at that time, until she saw these videos. That's not a ing thing to come to someone with. That's clearly coming to enjoy someone else's home. Zhou Chu Shang, our family has trusted you so much over the years. Is this how you repay us? Chen Evening Zhao was so angry that he jumped to his feet, and he couldn't wait to rush over and beat this old guy violently. However, Chen Jiehua took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Turning to Zhang Yao, he said, this can't be the only thing you want to show us, right? Butler Zhou and the others have worked hard in my Chen family for so many years. What's wrong with a little food? That's what I allow. Is there anything else you want to say? Hearing his words, the three Chen family sisters were stunned. Dad, own couch laid on by a stranger. Own pots and pans used by a stranger. Their whole body is very bad and goosebumps when they think about these things. But you don't mind, and you say you allow it? Chen Ruoji looked at Chen Jiehua in disbelief. In order to target Zhang Yao, this father of hers could even care about this? Zhou Qixing was overjoyed at the news. Thank you sir. Sir is really kind and generous. God will surely bless you. This was considered to have survived a disaster. How could these servants not feel fortunate? And they followed Zhou Chu Sheng to express their gratitude and bragged back and forth. It seems like Mr. Chen is happy to share. So that's good. After all, that's just where it's at. I'm really afraid you guys won't be able to carry it, Zhang Yao said, holding up his cell phone and dragging in the bar degrees, skipping over some similarities that he didn't need to look at any more closely. Until, once again, Zhou Chu Shang's son appeared in the living room. Dad, get me some more money. I spent the last one. Zhou Chu Shang's son, looking as scruffy and hangdog as ever, played with the vase in the living room and asked him for money. The son spends money like water. Zhou Du Sheng, the old man, is also very unhappy. How much did you sell it for when you spent it so quickly? His son was depressed and a little impatient at the mention of it. You don't understand at all. That What's It Cartier's blue balloon watch isn't worth anything at all. And it's just under 50,000 brand new. Selling used and without a ticket. They only gave me 20,000. You get me something more valuable this time. That Van Cleef & Arpels 4-leaf clover bracelet from last time would be nice. Don't look at such a small one. I sold 60,000. Hearing this, the Chen family all felt that something was wrong. Chen Evening Zhao jumped up first. Cartier blue balloon? It can't be talking about the piece I lost before, right? Chen Shuyu followed suit and exclaimed, Van Cleef & Arpels 4-leaf clover bracelet. That's mine. So, when Master and Mrs. Zhou Chu Sheng said they wanted to get money, why did they mention their jewelry? What exactly is the case is already self-evident. Chapter 38, Same Facts. Different Reactions. Whether it was Chen Evening Photo's Cartier watch or Chen Suyu's Van Cleef & Arpels bracelet, at that time, when they found out that they lost it, they all defaulted to Zhang Yao's theft, and they even ran to hate Zhang Yao and scolded him. This had not happened once or twice, and it was not as if Zhang Yao had not explained it. Only, no one wants to hear it, and no one wants to believe it. Even Zhou Chu Sheng's group of people treated their employer's home as their own, something Zhang Yao had also told Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, but instead, they thought he was rumor-mongering and stirring up hatred, and in turn, they lectured him again. Then, Zhou Chu Sheng even gave him small shoes in order to teach him a lesson about snitching. How could he dare to say anything in such a situation? At this time, Zhang Yu was still in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. Butler Zhou, you and your son actually stole from our family to sell out? This can't be. This can't be. This is all stolen by this little man. She would rather believe that it was all stolen by Zhang Yao than believe that it was stolen by Zhou Qixing with his men. Part of that may be because it's a little too in your face, Just now she had purposely yelled out loud, asking Zhou Chusheng and the others to check properly as well, so as not to have anything stolen. As a result, this is a reminder to thieves to beware of thieves? This scene in the video was already making Zhou Chusheng sweat profusely, and the hope that had just been ignited was instantly doused again. He tried to argue, but the video was still playing, only to see Zhou Chusheng in the picture, lightly pulling out a key and walking into Chen Ruoji's room. In less than a minute, a fountain pen was pulled out of it and casually handed to his son. Zhou Chusheng's son pulled off his pen sleeve and frowned in displeasure. I asked you to find me something worthwhile. Why did you give me a broken pen? What do I need this for? When Zhou Chusheng heard this, he immediately said angrily, Idiot, can the Chen family use an ordinary fountain pen? It's a limited edition Mont Blanc Artiste, and it's $208, $500 just for this pen. Zhou Chusheng's son was shocked. A broken pen is also so valuable? The old guy rolled his eyes. What did you expect? Then he cautioned. Save your money this time. I'm afraid the Chen family will get suspicious if it's too frequent. In the face of this admonition, Zhou Chusheng's son was blissfully unconcerned. A smile, full of concern on the said. Afraid of what? Not still have that life no one loved the poor bastard top cylinder? Looking at his shameless expression, Chen Ruoji's brain exploded. Even the families of these servants knew that Zhang Yao was a poor man who had a life and no one to love him. Yet, she didn't realize it until now. Zhou Chusheng, so you stole that pen of mine for your son to sell? She took a big step across and backhanded Zhou Chusheng's face. Snap! There was a crisp ring that even caused an echo in the hall. This old man's figure swayed, and he almost fell straight to the ground without standing still. Missy, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please forgive me. I'm damned if I'm rich. He didn't complain at all when he received this slap, but instead followed it up by smacking himself, apologizing as he did so. Chen Ruoji gave him such a blow with anger. Not that she cared much about the pen. Both the pen itself and the $208, $500 are too unusual for her to be worth counting at all. So, at that time, after losing it, he just faintly expressed to Zhang Yao, I don't want to have a next time. Though she didn't pursue the matter and didn't seem to give Zhang Yao a hard time. But the truth is, she just misunderstood Zhang Yao. She just wronged the good guys. At this point in her life, she was just angry that Zhou Chusheng had actually lied to her, and was fuming over having wronged Zhang Yao. Now she realized this, but Zhang Yao had already taken the blame for so many years. Zhang Yao, you actually knew what was going on all along, didn't you? Chen Ruoji's tone was a bit trembling, and her expression looked very painful. Zhang Yao shrugged. Can I not know if I stole anything myself? Of course I know everything. After all, your family never goes anywhere without me. You're out there eating yourselves silly. These people are upstairs feasting, and I'm alone and hungry in the utility room. When Zhou Dusheng and his relatives and friends gathered for a dinner party, not only did they not even give him a share, it will come specifically to tease him and provoke him. What he couldn't finish, these people all packed up and took away. He couldn't even get a turn at the leftovers. I do know that, but what's the point of me knowing? It's not like he hasn't defended it, and it's not like he hasn't reflected on it. However, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua didn't believe it, and neither did Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao. No one in the entire family wants to believe him. No one wants to do something as simple as looking at a surveillance camera. Dad, Mom, we wronged Zhang Yao. Chen Ruoji was in agony, and Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao were similarly pale. Zhang Yao was abused for a long time at home. They did not find out. They did not know anything about what happened to Zhang Yao. Originally, it was all comforting to know that everything was extenuating, but the reality is a hard slap in the face. It turns out that their self-congratulation is another kind of harm to Zhang Yao. What they've been assuming all along turns out not to be true. Why were you just unwilling to listen to Zhang Yao's few more explanations in the first place? Why didn't you even want to give him a chance in the first place? Why was my face so hateful then? Why? Guilt, remorse, shame. As the three Chen family sisters burst into tears, Chen Jiehua followed and spoke again. What butler Zhou stole was something from our Chen family. We will handle this matter ourselves. No need for you to get involved. So what are you trying to prove by showing us this again? Just these videos will, at best, prove that you didn't steal these 3 items. But our Chen family has lost more than these 3 items over the years. Does that prove that you didn't steal any of it? None of all the stuff that was missing? In fact, all the things lost in the Chen family are not really all stolen by Zhou Chusheng and his son or other servants. At first, they didn't have the guts to even think about it. Nay, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are not doing anything. The origin of all this was from Chen Zizhan deliberately digging a hole for him and falsely accusing him after stealing something himself. Of those things that the Chen family lost, part of them were taken by Chen Zizhan. For this reason, to frame Zhang Yao, This bastard has not let Zhou Chushang and their help to play match. Zhou Chushang. Once they saw it, it turned out that the Chun family lost something and even did not look for it, and confirmed that they did not confirm it. Without a second thought, Zhang Yao will be found guilty of the crime. This young master, he actually doesn't talk as well as they, the servants, do in the house? In the face of such a situation, how could they not have a little idea? It turned out to be both nerve-wracking and apprehensive for once, and things were really going in the direction they wanted to go. So what's there to worry about? Slowly Zhou Qixing and the others became bolder and bolder, directly treating the Chen family as a bank. Chapter 39, destined to be a joke. Chen Zizhan framed Zhang Yao, so he didn't even need evidence, and it was after the first time. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were certain that as long as it was lost it was stolen by him. Just label him as something like having unclean hands and misbehavior. It's a direct dismissal of his character. Now that the evidence is in front of us, anyone in their right mind would have overturned the so-called facts of the past. However, these two are just so brainwashed. Or to put it bluntly, this so-called parent is such a double standard for him. When you guys wronged me, you put everything on my head regardless. I'm going to have to find evidence piece by piece if I want to prove myself? Otherwise, there's no way to prove my innocence? Do I need to prove anything to you guys? Mr. Chen, I think you misunderstood. I'm not proving anything to you for myself. Where's the need for that? I simply wanted to let you Chen family members see the true colors of your dear butler Zhou. Zhang Yao shrugged. Of course, your Chen family could care less. A little jewelry is more than a few dollars in your eyes. And it's not as important as a loyal steward, is it? After all, your Chen family is so big that it certainly doesn't hurt to be generous at the expense of others. That's a very shady way for him to say big family. Plus the rhetoric of being generous at the expense of others is as obvious as it gets. It's just squeezing them. Without Grandpa's Guayao capital, without his 30% share dividend, your Chen family is qualified to be so generous? Zhang Yu jumped up as soon as she heard this. You don't need to be in charge of my Chen family's affairs, and it's not your turn to be in charge of them either. You want to prove your innocence? Then show all the evidence. I'm telling you, woe is me. It doesn't prove anything. Zhang Yao rubbed his temples and looked at Zhang Yu as if he was looking at a retard. I just said it already, didn't I? I never tried to prove anything. Since you think I stole it, call the police. Haven't you guys always wanted to put me in jail? If the burglary charge is proven, I'm old enough to go to jail at 17. He said unconsciously raising his volume. Why don't you guys call the ING police? At this time, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua stopped talking again and began to play dumb. In the end, it was Chen Zizhan who jumped out again. Zhang Yao, don't you ING not know what's good for you? Do you think mom and dad are afraid? They're trying to give you a chance. They're hoping you'll make a fresh start. They've been trying so hard for you as a son. But you as a son don't know any better. You're worse than a ING dog or a pig. This guy was so righteous that he made Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua look great. Zhang Yao even felt a bit like vomiting. I'm already a human being. Do I still need you guys to make myself human again? Rhetorically, he languidly went on to state. All of us in the room actually know in our hearts who is piggish. It had always really not mattered to Chen Jiehua whether he was innocent or not. As long as this PUAs him, nothing else matters. Even now, Chen Jiehua didn't want to tangle with him on this. Is it hard to actually prove his innocence and admit he was wrong? Chen Jiehua did want to call the police. But how can you sit on something that is not there in itself? It did them no good to continue to wrestle with this, so they simply spoke out to end it. Your so-called butler Zhou's true colors don't even need to be revealed by you. If that's all you just want us to see, it has to be a great pity. I don't feel anything about it. Just boredom. He said this as if he had already known about Zhou Chushang's theft. In fact, it wasn't as if he thought it mattered at all. He had become very annoyed with Zhou Chushang and even the other servants. In this family, he cares most about authority. Now that the servants were riding him, how could he be indifferent? It was only that he didn't want to show it in front of Zhang Yao. It was that he didn't want to let Zhang Yao's purpose succeed. He knew very well that Zhang Yao was now doing this to see the joke on him, on his Chen family. The more out of shape they were, the more annoyed they became, and the more viciously they treated Zhou Chushang, the happier Zhang Yao would be. Only by acting like he didn't care would Zhang Yao break his defense instead. He was right to think so, but how long could he be taught? Bored? That's okay. I've got some more exciting ones here. Zhang Yao grinned and clicked his phone to switch to another video. The video was still in the living room on the second floor, and the first one to appear was still Zhou Chushang. Only, this time the other protagonist is not Zhou Qixing's son, but the family's nanny. Taking advantage of the Chen family's absence, these two dry hump in the Chen family's living room. Neither Zhou Chushang nor the nanny was too young for such a scene to be really aesthetically pleasing at all. Zhou Chushang. Such a spicy image made Zhang Yu unable to hold herself back. That noble consort seat was her favorite place to lie. Upon hearing this mournful cry, Zhou Duxing's eyes went black and he almost fainted. The three sisters of the Chen family had already twisted their heads to the side, completely unable to bear looking at them. Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan, on the other hand, were dumbstruck and sevenfold. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. This old guy with his family treating their house as their house even if it's not. Stealing even if it's not. It's amazing that there's more to it than that. On the couch, on the coffee table, on the TV stand, the entire living room was left with traces of Zhou Chusheng and the nanny. Slowly, they also moved their feet to the doorway of the master bedroom. That is, the room where Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua both lived. They're not going in, are they? Zhang Yu's face went white and her eyes went black. She almost fell to the ground. Fortunately Chen Ruoji was quick to hold her. Then she saw that she had indeed guessed correctly. Zhou Chusheng and the nanny pushed open the door to their bedroom and walked in with foul-mouthed teasing. What these two would be doing in there, no one could imagine anymore. The good news is that there is no surveillance in the bedroom. And this video went black and ended at this point. The bad news is that Zhou Chusheng has a penchant for shooting videos. Please enjoy the following. A wonderful video written and directed by director Zhou Chusheng. Zhang Yao said as he switched the video, projecting the content that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were most unwilling to see. Zhou Chusheng and the nanny, not at all polite, used Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's bed, dresser, and bathroom. Again, after leaving marks in all locations, the two also put on their clothes in the check room. Then, role-playing. With a scene like this, even the great Luo Golden Immortals would have to break their defenses if they came. Chen Jiehua's face was green, directly lost his mind, which still cared about not letting Zhang Yao see the joke of such thoughts. Zhou Chusheng, you're so dead. He twisted his face and cursed angrily, rushing over with a big step and kicking Zhou Chusheng to the ground. Then, like crazy, he punched and kicked at Zhou Chusheng. Chapter 40, how is this adding fuel to the fire? Many people feel psychologically uncomfortable even if it's just their bed being slept in by someone else. Not to mention, having someone do that in bed. Zhou Chusheng and the nanny weren't just on the bed. The whole bedroom and the whole living room could be their marks. And, actually roleplay. If Chen Jiehua could still remain calm here, that would be the biggest joke. In the face of this, no matter what he did he could no longer avoid becoming a joke. At this moment, it would still seem normal to violently beat up Zhou Chusheng in such a violent rage. Instead, he had lost his mind, and Zhang Yu had similarly grasped at straws. Zhou Chusheng, you're not a human being. In vain we trusted you so much, treated you better than my own son, and this is how you repay us? Seeing that Zhou Chusheng had already been violently beaten by Chen Jiehua, she rushed over and stomped on him twice before. With that, he set his eyes on the other party, who had been completely terrified. Snapped. A series of slapping sounds rang out, and the nanny quickly saw blood as she was slapped left and right across the face. The nanny reacted backwards as she was hit in the eye. Hastily, despite the pain, he dropped to his knees and just held her legs and begged for mercy. Ma'am, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. It's all because Mr. Zhou forced me to. Ma'am, I've been forced to do the same. You have to believe me. After what happened, both Zhou Chusheng and the nanny knew that the beating was for nothing. It is unlikely that anyone will sympathize with them wherever they go. Everyone would just think that such a person deserved to be killed. So they didn't even have the slightest bit of resentment, not to mention the desire to resist, and they all honestly took the beating and kept apologizing. Zhou Chusheng, and you guys, tired of fighting? Chen Jiehua shouted out Zhou Chusheng's name again as if he was trying to choose someone to eat. Also, point to all the servants. What the hell have you been doing behind our backs? And finally give me a truthful account of it all. I'll spare you all here today. We'll settle these scores slowly later. Zhang Yao was still just an underage high school student, and it wasn't like Zhou Chusheng and the other servants had a contract with him. As a result, Zhou Chusheng had never taken him seriously and was not afraid of his retaliation. Chen Jiehua was different, casually holding Zhou Chusheng and the other servants to death. Moreover, he had been so vicious to Zhang Yao, so naturally he could not be merciful once he made up his mind to take revenge. What would happen to Zhou Chusheng and the other servants next was already predictable. Dad, Mom, take it easy for a minute. It wouldn't be appropriate to really beat the crap out of them, and they can take their time if they want to punish them. For Zhou Chusheng, the butler, as well as these servants who had followed the Chen family for many years, Chen Ruoji already hated them to the bone. If they hadn't been evil servants bullying their masters, if they hadn't let Zhang Yao take the blame, then how could she have misunderstood Zhang Yao and had such a strong prejudice against him that she had created such an irreparable situation? A large portion of the pain Zhang Yao suffered could even be said to have been brought about by them. With her intelligence, how could she not guess that Zhang Yao had pulled such a stunt? in addition to trying to embarrass Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, that is, to take revenge on Zhou Chu Shang and his other servants. For this, of course, she was extremely supportive. After all, even without mentioning Zhang Yao's reasons, even she was literally disgusted. She and Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao, the three sisters, had all been trembling with fear after seeing such a hot scene, just in case Zhou Chu Shang and the nanny were having a good time and turned to their room. In that case, they couldn't even imagine how disgusted they would be. Fortunately, although Zhou Chu Shang played quite flowery, but after all, he was old and didn't have that much energy. After the role-playing, the game was over with the babysitter and the video was turned off. This caused all three sisters to let out a sigh of relief and deep gratitude. Ha 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 ha. Seeing such a wonderful reaction from the Chun family, Zhang Yao cracked a smile and couldn't stop laughing. For once, it's really a 1-2 punch. Borrowing a knife to kill to avenge, not to mention, but also seeing the Chen family so out of sorts. This was really too good. Mr. and Mrs. Chun, I thought you two were chancellors who could care less about anything. So, you guys can break defense too? He taunted vigorously and made a deliberate tisk sound. Mr. Chen, this is not like you at all. Where is your elegance and ease? Where's your calmness? You're shattering the image when you freak out like that. Chen Jiehua's brain had already exploded, so furious that his chest could not stop heaving and gasping for air. He was already completely unable to respond to his taunts. Zhang Yu wasn't much better, gritting her teeth and glaring at the nannies and other servants, with only the thought of teaching these people a good lesson in her head. Zhang Yao, how do you know these things? Chen Zizhan jumped out once again. You obviously knew about these things a long time ago, yet you didn't say anything, just waiting to see the joke? How did you manage to remain indifferent and watch this as a joke when those mongrels really disgusted your parents and your mom? This guy, he actually managed to accuse Zhang Yao in a righteous manner. Even Chen Eveningzhao felt that these words really didn't make sense. Zizhan, it's not Zhang Yao's fault. Reprimanding Chen Zizhan, Chen Eveningzhao then said to Zhang Yao, you also say less. Don't add more fuel to the fire. Zhang Yao was unimpressed by this. Adding fuel to the fire? How can this be counted? He said with another playful smile. Had ha. The real fuel for the fire is here. The words weren't finished as he opened another video. It's still the same living room. Only this time the one who appears in the shot has become Zhou Qixing's son again. The scruffy, disgusting man took a leisurely turn around the living room. Then, his eyes rested on the Chun family's family portrait, gradually revealing a lecherous smile. The three Chen family sisters immediately felt bad. Just this look and this smile already made them feel sick. In an instant, the three sisters remained covered in goosebumps. He's not going to. The three sisters' faces turned pale, and a thought rose at the same time. If that's the case, Zhang Yao's theft of underwear is equally unjust? Not like Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. They had completely trusted Zhang Yao after seeing that their belongings were stolen by Zhou Chu Shang and his father and son. For this though I blame myself and am ashamed that I didn't know right from wrong. But all the same, it was also happy that Zhang Yao wasn't this kind of person. By analogy, since the jewelry wasn't stolen by Zhang Yao, the underwear probably wasn't either. Especially when Zhou Jisheng's son reappeared and looked at their pictures with such a lecherous smile. All this, then, seems certain. Zhang Yao was the one who was wrongly accused, and the one who was really both lewd and perverted was Zhou Chu Shang's son. However, upon realizing this, and thinking that his underwear was in the hands of Zhou Chu Shang's son, Sister Chen's three sisters did a double take again, suddenly hoping very much that this wasn't true, that their suspicions wouldn't be the truth. How they wished that their underwear was in Zhang Yao's hands than this truly lewd pervert. They panicked. They were all bad. So what would the truth be? Chapter 41, Fortunes and Misfortunes. Chen Ruoji, Chen Shuyu, and Chen Eveningzhao. The three sisters were already in blossom. To add to their despair, the video shows Zhou Jisheng's son with a lewd face opening the shoe cabinet. From inside, he pulled out a pair of high heels and put them at the heel of his nose to sniff them. The owner of this pair of shoes could be seen from the reaction. It was Chen Ruoji's. He. This beautiful president that everyone calls a cold goddess who is unapproachable like an iceberg. It was a moment of total disorientation and a moment of being so disgusted that I was about to throw up. Then he saw, sniffing her high heels, Zhou Jisheng's son, quickly frowned and put the shoes back. From that expression it was not satisfied, as if it didn't match what he expected. And it was this reaction and action of his that made Chen Ruoji breathe a sigh of relief and finally not spit it out. Still, the three sisters were wary and jittery. Chen Eveningzhao tightly grasped Chen Shouyu's arm, and Chen Shouyu held Chen Eveningzhao's hand. The video shows Zhou Chu Shang's son's eyes crossing a pair of shoes, and his heart as the owner of the shoes jumps violently. It actually felt like waiting to be executed. Sis, it's just shoes, so don't take it personally. Chen Zizhan comforted the three Chen family sisters at the right time. but his eyes widened before he could finish his words, just as he was watching the fun with interest, and in the process selling out to his sisters again, only to see that Zhou Chushang's son ended up picking up his AJ sneakers instead. And still, it's the kind of thing you wear when you've played ball and haven't washed it. You don't think so? Even the three Chen family sisters were dumbfounded at this time, feeling incredulous. But Zhou Jisheng's son had already put the shoe to his nose and sniffed deeply, and, with a mesmerized expression. This is completely different from just smelling Chen Ruoji's high heels reaction. At this time can be much more intoxicated, much more excited. The three sisters of the Chun family that are also adults and have not surfed the internet much. They also know that some perverts have fetishes and will use women's intimate clothing and shoes to fulfill that fetish. That's why seeing Zhou Chusheng's son in this kind of action caused him to lose his face in fear. It just didn't occur to me that compared to them, it was actually Chen Zijian's shoes that made Zhou Chusheng's son more interested. This pervert had just stared at the Chen family's family portrait and smiled lewdly, and his gaze turned out to have landed on Chen Zijian. How is it different from what I thought it would be? What the hell is going on? When they couldn't figure it out, it was Chen Zijian's turn to turn pale and covered in goosebumps. This nifty. Chen Zijian was feeling sick all over when he saw that Zhou Chusheng's son had already taken his shoes and glued them. All the while, words of adoration were coming out of his mouth. Young Master Chen Zijian, my lovely child. Full of foul language, the teenus is not worse than his father at all. The difference was that his father was speaking to the nanny, while he was speaking to Chen Zijian, who was not present. In the same way, after gluing Chen Zijian's shoes, he walked into Chen Zijian's room too much for his liking, because Chen Zijian's room likewise didn't have a camera, and he didn't videotape himself like his father did. So what he actually did in there, no one else knows. Anyway, it was after an hour or so he came out and soon the nanny went in and cleaned up, carried a bucket of water and wiped down several towels and changed all the covers. Why did you get it everywhere this time? The nanny cleaned up again and still complained. You be careful. Let your father know he'll have to break your legs. I'm just surprised that your father, who isn't exactly young, is still so horny. By the time you're here a big old man has no interest in women. Not only do you like men but you have so many strange fetishes. In the video, Zhou Chusheng's son responds unashamedly, but Chen Zijian had listened on, and followed suit, completely freaking out. He shrieked several times, so noisy that everyone couldn't hear exactly what Zhou Duisheng's son was saying. The nanny said this time, so that means it wasn't the only time? The three Chan sisters buttoned up the details with precision. The reason they were so perceptive at this point was solely because they were completely relieved by this time. They dodged a bullet when Zhou Chusheng's son didn't like women and had no interest in them at all. Although there is no video of Zhou Chusheng's son in Chen Zijian's room, it is not necessary to think about it to know what was done in it. If this had happened in their own room, then they would have been afraid of wanting to die. Now, you can sympathize with Chen Zijian after a false alarm. At this time, they understood what future Zhang Yao meant. Being cynical about Chen Jiehua is nothing. This is what really adds fuel to the fire. After the oil was poured on, Zhang Yao still thought that the burn was not strong enough and incited the wind again. Young Master Chen, I remember the day you came back too extraordinarily early and went to bed extraordinarily early, didn't you? I seem to notice that when I cut the video, he said, his eyes descending down to Chen Zijian's shoes. What you're wearing now seems to be the same pair of aces from the production. Chen Zijian lowered his head, and for a moment, as if he had turned into a robot, his movements stiffened as he took off his shoes. Then, sadly, he roared at Zhou Chusheng. Both of you scumbags deserve to die. At this time, Zhou Dusheng was also dumbfounded. He also did not know that his son was such an orientation, and such a hobby. No wonder you're spending money like water. You're spending it all on your boyfriend, aren't you? While he was doubting his life, Chen Zijian had already pressed him to the ground and beat him violently. After the beating, Chen Zijian was still not relieved and shoved his shoe into Zhou Chusheng's mouth. Butler Chow, open your eyes and see what your son has done? Not to mention that Zhou Chusheng had already had his mouth stuffed with his shoes. Even if it wasn't stuffed at this time, he was equally unable to speak. First, he was brutally beaten by Chen Jiehua, and then by Chen Zijian. The old man's body, how could he possibly suffer? In the end, it was again Chen Ruoji who stepped forward to pull Chen Zijian away. Stop it for a moment, or you'll really kill him. Even if you beat him to death regardless of the consequences, don't you think that's too cheap? Beating someone to death is legally liable, so obviously it's better to make it worse than death. Zhou Chusheng, you old dog, you and your perverted son are waiting for me. I will make your lives miserable, Chen Zijian said viciously, taking off his other shoe as well and smashing it on Zhou Chusheng. On the side, Chen Jiehua coldly ordered the other servants, send him to the hospital. The servants, especially the nanny, were all as good as dead at this point. The more they did, the less they dared to disobey Qin Jiehua's orders. Seeing that Zhou Chushan was about to be carried away, Zhang Yao, who was in a very happy mood, even reminded him very sweetly, "Butler Zhou, I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again in the future. Pay more attention in the future. The video in the cell phone is automatically uploaded to the cloud space, so you can see it without the cell phone. And just don't use your cell phone number for any passwords. You older people are always making that mistake. This messes with me, cracking up with no sense of accomplishment at all." Chapter 42, The Increasingly Confusing Plot. There was basically nothing that belonged to Zhang Yao in the large villa. The Chen family called in a huge convoy of tired and sweaty movers. It took another 3 full days to finally move everything that could be moved, like Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's beds, bathtubs, and even sofas and so on. They definitely wouldn't want them anymore. After all, there were traces of Zhou Chushang and the nanny left on it, and who could hold back from retching knowing that? If they don't want it, will Zhang Yao want it? Even if someone else's stuff is left on it, it's your stuff, don't put it in my villa. What they would do with it was their own business, and anyway, Zhang Yao did not allow them to stay. So, eventually it was all dismantled and taken away. The movers had a pretty tough 3 days, but it was worth it. The payoff is needless to say. A great melon and a wonderful spectacle to see while you're at work. That's enough tea time talk to last a lifetime. It's just not good enough. When Zhang Yao played the video, each and every one of them could and did stare their eyes out. As for later, how Chen Jiehua softened and hardened them to keep the secret, this Zhang Yao was not clear. Anyway, none of these things had leaked out at all, and the internet was still abuzz with stories about Zhang Yao's identity. He didn't care about that in the slightest. He cared about this villa of his right now. Redecorating is definitely necessary. After all, no matter if it was those servants like Zhou Chushang or the Chen family, he felt very diaphragmatic. The villa is his and he can do what he wants with it. However, Zhang Yu seems to have a very strong opinion on this. For the 3 days of moving her stuff, the woman had been cursing and swearing. What ungrateful son! Ah, condemned by heaven! Ah, all kinds of clichés are not at all tired. It ended with a confident threat to Zhang Yao. Sooner or later, one day, you'll beg us to come back. So I advise you to hold on to these villas or you will regret it. Hearing these words, Zhang Yao was bewildered and couldn't figure it out for the life of him. Who the hell gave her such inexplicable confidence? How could she actually think she would beg them to come back? He couldn't understand this woman's logic, but he did see that the Chen family was very reluctant to part with this villa. After the Chen family took over this villa, their remodeling of this villa was led by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu's unwillingness to give up. I guess there are also reasons for unwillingness to give up on this heart and soul. In that case, it was quite necessary to respond to her expectations. What's the first step in remodeling? Smash the wall. Of course. Keep a good watch for you, and then beg you to come back and stay and tell you that everything is as good as new? Wanted to fart, eat it. It's decided. Buddy, not only are we going to smash the wall, but we're going to smash it with a bang. He needs to do things that make him feel joyful to regulate his psyche. As things stood, as long as the Chen family was unhappy, he felt jubilant. In the past, the Chen family was unwilling for him to publicly show his face and recognize his identity to the outside world. It's the hate that makes the world forget about him and end up not even knowing there is such a person as him. In that case, I'll let everyone know me. Zhang Yao pondered until he opened his cell phone here, and then he realized that he was actually on the hot search again. Moreover, this time the hot topic of the Chen family is definitely more than willing to see. Hashtag Zhang Yao is the largest shareholder of Guiyao Capital. Hashtag. This hot search has set the entire internet on fire straight away. Before Chen Zizhan brought his men to the second middle school to cause trouble, no one knew that Chen Jiehua had another son. After Zhang Yao was exposed, the story of the young master of a rich family living on the streets and recognizing his ancestor only to start a feud with a powerful family was directly circulated. As a result, it's only been a few days and the plot has actually reversed again. This young master, who was living on the streets and was thought to have come back to fight over the family business, was actually the hoariest one in the family? Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell is going on here? Why does it feel like it's getting more complicated? Complicated is right. It's getting that flavor of mansion fighting. As a matter of fact, Zhang Yao has always been the largest shareholder of Guiyao Capital. It's just that the general public doesn't pay attention to this, so they don't know. When Grandpa Zhang Mingan was still alive, 30% of the shares had been distributed to Zhang Yao's name. It's been 10 years since he became the largest shareholder of Kokuyo Capital. How many shareholders are there in a listed company and how much each shareholder holds is easy to find out. Only, who in general would have the leisure to look this up? Under Chen Jiehua's deliberate operation, many people who knew this were also induced to misunderstand. Actually, I did always know that Zhang Yao was the largest shareholder of Guiyao Capital. More than 10 years ago, People who were close to Guiyao capital knew that Master Zhang Minan had an immensely loved grandson. Even the name Zhang Yao comes from the Yao of Guiyao. It's just that Zhang Yao was still very young at that time, and after Chen Jiehua took over Guiyao, everyone thought Zhang Yao had changed his name, not to mention the unrelated outsiders. Even the other shareholders who had a stake in the matter, they had always thought that Chen Jiehua was Zhang Yao. Zhang Minan died when Zhang Yao was only 8 years old, and these people have not seen him since. The Chen family deliberately lurked for a few years before pushing Chen Zizhan out. Children are supposed to grow up fast, and it's normal for their appearance to change, so who can remember so clearly after so many years? Besides, who would have thought that Chen Jiehua would play this kind of trick of swapping a cat for a prince? According to the original direction of the plot, Zhang Yao was completely and utterly replaced. Until he jumped off the building, no one knew that he was the real heir to Guiyao capital, the real grandson of Zhang Minan, and now his existence has come to light. This kind of information is easy to find, and naturally, it's easy to dig up. There is actually a Zhang Yao in this world besides Chen Zizhan? The one who had been treating the two as one could not help but express his doubts, so the thread completely blew up. Since Zhang Yao is the true heir to Guiyao capital, the largest shareholder of Guiyao capital, then how come he's living on the streets working all over the place, can't even pay his tuition, and doesn't have enough food in his stomach? This billionaire is living worse than even I am. This can't be fake? Many people were dumbfounded upon learning this fact and turned skeptical of Zhang Yao's experience. However, just as Zhang Yao is the largest shareholder of Guiyao, these experiences are well documented. Elementary school, middle school, high school, so many things, so many teachers, and there's still no human evidence. The same is true for part-time jobs, and as soon as Zhang Yao's photo was revealed, many people recognized him. If this man is Zhang Yao, then I can prove that he did wash the car, because he painted the tires on my car. He washes cars at. Things seem to be getting more and more confusing. This is something that people would be afraid to pay that much attention to if it was on another person. But this was Guiyao capital, a matter for the Chen family, and the nature would be completely different. There's traffic and conversation, and even the media can't help but get down and dirty already, going around begging for facts and trying to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 43, The Whole Big Job as a Web Celebrity. With the verification of several media outlets, almost all the revelations about Zhang Yao have been confirmed. The second middle school, as well as the elementary and middle school that Zhang Yao previously attended, responded. The bosses who received Zhang Yao's previous jobs were also interviewed. At that time, I really felt quite sorry for him, wearing a singlet in the middle of winter. Who would have thought his real identity was actually a billionaire? I can't believe now that the biggest shareholder of Guiyao capital, who is worth tens of billions of dollars, actually worked for me. Not only these bosses couldn't believe it, Zhang Yao's former alumni teachers couldn't believe it, and all the netizens couldn't believe it. Since all of this is true, the question arises, why is he going through all of this? What made a man born directly in Rome, who should have been enjoying himself in an ivory tower, suffer so much? The internet has long speculated about this, except that the media can't afford to spread unsubstantiated speculation. After all, that's Guiyao capital, and that's Jackie Chan. Since Chen Zizhan brought people to the second middle school to cause trouble spread all over the internet, not only did things not calm down, but they became more and more boisterous. Countless reporters wanted to interview Guiyao capital and interview Chen Jiehua and Chen Ruoji, but sadly, all were rejected. As a listed company, Guiyao capital has to be responsible for its investors, but it has been dragging its feet in issuing a statement. After inheriting a 30% stake from the founder, Mr. Zhang Minan, Zhang Yao has always been the largest shareholder of our company, as he has not yet reached the age of majority. With the permission of Mr. Zhang Minan, the shareholder rights of Zhang Yao will be exercised by Chairman Chen Jiehua on his behalf. Regarding the recent internet rumors, the division is not aware of the cause, nor does it affect the division's operations. In a word, what Guiyao Capital is saying is that this is a family matter and has nothing to do with the company. This statement, that must have been authorized by Chen Jiehua, without his permission. Even Chen Ruoji could not speak out on behalf of Guiyao. Chen Ruoji wanted to make everything clear publicly, but Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua didn't think so. Apart from such a statement, the Chen family had no further response to this. After completing their move, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were in a hurry to leave the country straight away. Chen Ruoji, as well as Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao, were all ordered that they must shut up, and no one dared to say anything more. Only Chen Zizhan was annoyed and jumped up and down on the internet disliking netizens. This is our Chen family's business. What does it have to do with you? You guys just hate the rich. You're just jealous that our family is rich. I still eat and drink well now. Come and bite me if you don't want to. What this young master spends in a day, you and the others won't earn in a lifetime. In the past, Chen Jiehua had often flaunted his wealth, and was one of the most recognizable rich second generation in the entire Yanhua. With such status as Chen Jiehua's son and Guayao's heir, he easily mixes into a netizen and is highly sought after. As a result, now the heir of Guayao capital is actually someone else, and there is a confusing story behind it. How can this not make people float around and question him? As a result, he got pissed off. The more annoyed he gets, the more the netizens feel that their words are true, and the worse they naturally think of him. Slowly, it evolved from skepticism straight into name-calling. After all, it was he who had started the cursing in the first place. How can he alone scold so many netizens? Not to mention being on the losing side himself? After a bit of sparring, he almost didn't shut himself up enough to scream. Seeing this, Zhang Yao was quite happy. While watching the fun, he also realized a problem. This Chen family up and down are all celebrities one by one. Chen Jiehua, needless to say, is a famous entrepreneur, head of Guayao Capital, and a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, CPPCC. Chen Ruoji is a high-flying female president, one of the most outstanding female entrepreneurs, and a benchmark figure for women. As a literary youth, Chen Soyu has published books, released albums, and held painting exhibitions. It's all self-funded though, not exactly a famous author, and no match for the stars of the entertainment industry. But there are also those who are already considered minor successes, and the number of followers isn't exactly small. Chen Evening Zhao, on the other hand, is the top stream in the secondary Yuan circle, the famous Cos goddess. Also, one of Crackling's hottest virtual anchors, a big internet celebrity with several million followers. Even Chen Zizhan, who took advantage of his status to show off his wealth and popularity. As for him, all along Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were afraid that they would hate for him to simply disappear. In the original direction, he just jumped as a Chen family member that no one knew about or recognized. Just as well, I'll try to see what it's like to be a celebrity. Now the Chen family are all fearful of internet opinion, and one by one, they are all pretending to be deaf and dumb and not speaking. That's when I jumped out. So their reaction must have been interesting, right? Looking at his villa, Zhang Yao decided the whole big job. He pulled out his cell phone and followed the example of those internet celebrities and shot videos. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yao. That's right, it's the one that hangs on the #1 spot on the hot search list, holding 30% of Guayao Capital's shares. The Zhang Yao who is worth tens of billions of dollars but can't even get enough to eat and is beyond miserable. This is the first video I've released, but we're not going to talk about food today. Let's put aside about eating and talk about living today. After making the introductions, he then turned the camera on the villa. It's my villa, inherited from my grandfather. Just like the shares of Kokuyo, the villa has a footprint of 200 square feet, plus over 800 square feet of garden. Based on current market prices, it's worth more than $320 million. I'm sure everyone will be wondering what a $320 million mansion really looks like. Today, I'm going to introduce you to it. Facing the camera for the first time, he still felt a little awkward and spoke in an unnatural tone. But those aren't the point, and the internet's attention certainly isn't on it. Aside from not being used to facing the camera yet, his presentation was respectable and very much in the mold of a professional tour guide. Even after the house book was displayed, Zhang Yao returned to the entrance of the villa. After seeing such a luxurious mansion, what are everyone's thoughts? Is there an urge to trash it? The conversation started to take a sharp turn for the worse. If you think so, then congratulations. You will likely get that opportunity. Here, I'm asking for 500 people from all over the country. The chosen one can go to this villa and smash and vandalize as much as they want. The call begins the day after this video is released and runs for 1 week. If there are more than 500 enrollments over the course of the week, then we will draw from that. If it doesn't reach or just reaches 500, then everyone is directly inducted. The video recording was finished and he was very pleased with it after watching it himself. After configuring the subtitles with AI and also proofreading them with great care, I was quite excited and expectant to upload them to the web. Chapter 44, everyone's very enthusiastic. Zhang Yao was the most talked about news figure of the moment, and the reporters who wanted to interview him had long been lined up. It was the school and the class teacher who appealed to everyone not to bother him with the entrance exams around the corner and helped him out. Now he actually took the initiative to post the video. So this doesn't even make the top headlines to apologize for the heat. Hashtag Zhang Yao releases a video hashtag. Once this hot search was up, it instantly drew traffic for him all over the internet. No wonder so many people want to rub the heat it, which stands on the tip of the wave on the red is fast. Fans rose whoosh. 100, 000, 1, 000, 000, 10, 000, 000, just on one platform, not counting the netizens who reproduced it. The number of plays of this video of his actually broke 10 million very quickly. That's in addition to the fact that he's a newsmaker in his own right. But it's also mainly because the video is a little too powerful. Asterisk 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 the honored one has appeared. Is it just me? Why do these words always feel full of yin and yang? Everyone thought you were here to respond to the rumors. But it turns out you're actually here to show off your wealth? Ha, this villa looks a bit familiar. It seems like Chen Zijian didn't show it off much before, right? It doesn't have to look familiar. I've already compared it. It's the same building. They're both brothers. If Chen Zijian can show off, why can't Zhang Yao? Asterisk 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 the housebook is flaunted. It's proof of ownership. I have to say, this villa is really ho-hum. Envious as hell. I couldn't afford it even if I started saving from the year of Emperor Qin Shi Huang and saved up without eating or drinking. What? Did I hear you right? Gathering people to smash up a villa and get a taste for wantonly destroying mansions. Are you sure? I can't afford to live there and I can't afford to smash it? I'll sign up. Naya, is it over 500 so soon? You guys don't believe something so ridiculous. The faster the video's airplay goes up, the more people will sign up. Hashtag Zhang Yao gathered his men and smashed the villa hashtag. Immediately following, such a topic also rushed to the hot search. This is, after all, a villa worth $320 million. And now there's actually a chance to personally trash it and destroy it for good. Who could resist such a temptation? Not to mention casual odd jobs. Even just breaking a glass in a mansion of this caliber is worth bragging about for the rest of your life. There was quite a strong turnout of netizens, which directly led to a growing denominator and a decreasing chance of being selected. What? That little actually found someone to smash my villa? Zhang Yu directly exploded with anger upon learning this news. How dare he? Chen Ruoji was extremely speechless and watched through the video as Zhang Yu, who turned out to be in a foreign country, called Zhang Yao small. If you dare to unauthorizedly move a brick, a tile, a blade of grass or a tree of the villa, I am not finished with you. I would never forgive you in that case. Don't you regret it? Villas, gardens and courtyards are things that are 3 parts built by the craftsman and 7 parts raised by the owner. It was built according to Zhang Yu's idea, and raised by Zhang Yu herself. Now that Zhang Yao was going to ruin it all, of course she would be upset. The reason why Zhang Yao still had their phone numbers was because he wanted to see them get hysterical. He didn't get angry when he was scolded, and said cheerfully, so doing this can really piss you off to the point of insanity. Ha, if it's working so well, what reason do I have not to continue? After demonstrating the attitude that he just wanted to deliberately piss her off, Zhang Yao also proceeded to continue his output. Actually, I can't quite figure it out. This villa is full of traces of Zhou Chu Shang and the nanny. Why would you want to keep it when I'm sick of it? And Zhou Chu Shang's son, is he trying to preserve his flavor for your precious son, Chen Zijian? This matter was brought up again, causing Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua, and Chen Zijian, who was separated by a video call, to do a double take again. Zhang Yao, grass mud grandmother. These days, Chen Zijian had been forcing himself not to want to think about this every day, because every time he thought about it, he was sick to his stomach. But Zhang Yao deliberately wanted to mention it, deliberately trying to disgust him. He was so angry that he could not speak, but Zhang Yao leisurely stated, that would require asking your father's opinion first. Chen Zijian immediately choked. By the time he wanted to say something else, Zhang Yao over there had already hung up the phone rather uninterestedly. Chen Jiehua grimaced and asked, how are those people doing? What's the situation? Chen Zijian knew who he was referring to and said in response, Zhou Chu Shang broke a few ribs and is being hospitalized. Nanny got her teeth knocked out by mom and is recuperating at home. I led the men to Zhou Chu Shang's son and found him, and I broke both his legs. Both father and son were hospitalized. But that was only the beginning of Chen Jiehua and Chen Zijian's revenge. Chen Jiehua was quite satisfied with this point and asked Chen Ruoji after nodding, how is the matter of the house going? Chen Ruoji's character was already relatively cool, and she was even more reticent after all that had happened. She did not agree with Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's approach at all, and was even already resentful. Everything except what is accounted for is no longer wanted to be overdone. At this time, it also just said lightly, it's simply impossible to find one comparable to the original house. From what I've gathered, there are just 2 principles at this point. One is a large bungalow in a busy area with a better location. If you still have to go with a single family home that's going to be a little bit more out of the way in terms of location and not as large. With the garden it's only 1,000 sq feet out, and there's no way it can match the original in terms of location or ancillary settings. Actually, living in a large flat is a good option. Only then there would be no need to keep a florist or anything. Before it wouldn't have mattered. But now if we don't keep these people, how will we get back at them? Mainly, Chen Jiehua and Chen Zijian were actually people with a strong revenge mentality, and didn't want to let them off the hook so simply. It's better to go for a villa. Definitely the kind with a courtyard. You can send me the information on this set while you look for the others. Chen Ruwaji didn't have any nonsense and simply sent the information over. Once the call was introduced, she continued to sit on the heel of her computer, going through the original villa's surveillance video one segment at a time. So she saw more evidence of Zhou Chusheng stealing with his son. Saw that at the point in time when they threw their underwear, Zhang Yao never came in or out of their room. Not even, for that matter, on the second floor. She also saw that Zhang Yao was directly shut out by Zhou Chusheng when he came back late. Seeing that, Zhou Chusheng tethered Chen Zijian's dog to the doorway, deliberately preventing Zhang Yao from entering. Zhou Chusheng, you deserve to die. Looking at Zhang Yao can only sleep in the doorway, shivering in the cold after directly entering the basement from the garage to sleep. Chen Ruwaji shivered all over. What else has he been through? What else is there that I don't know about? Chen Ruwaji cried bitterly. Swish stood up and went straight to the hospital where Zhou Chusheng, Missy, Zhou Chusheng, who was lying on the hospital bed, only had time to cry out before his face was greeted with a few slaps from her, directly striking without saying a word. This stunned all the people at the scene. Chapter 45, The Gradual Gap. Zhou Chusheng is lying in his hospital bed, expressing his worries about the future of his life. He thought hard and racked his brain, but he really didn't know what he could do to make Chen Jiehua forgive him. After following Chen Jiehua for so many years, could he still not be clear about what kind of character Chen Jiehua was? It was because the more he knew about Chen Jiehua, the more fearful he became, and the more remorseful he became of those deeds. Why was I ghosting then? It was when he was remorseful that Chen Ruwaji rushed in, and without saying anything, she gave him a big ear slap, smacking him in confusion. He wailed and questioned when the pain made him react. Missy, why are you hitting me? I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. I'm sorry, but I've asked myself to respect you over the years. I haven't done you any wrong, so what gives you the right to hit me? For the three sisters of the Chen family, Zhou Duisheng masters also stole some jewelry outside. Other than that, there's really nothing else to apologize to them for. Zhou Chusheng was disgusted by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, and his son was disgusted by Chen Zijian because of his sexual orientation. The more I think about it, the more diabolical I get, the more angry I get. Directly after breaking the two legs of Zhou Chusheng's son and making him live in another ward not far from Zhou Chusheng. In 3 days, Chen Zijian would still come to trouble Zhou Chusheng his son. He rushed to follow Chen Ruwaji after overhearing her figure, just in time to see this big sister of his lashing out at Zhou Chusheng. Not sorry? Chen Ruwaji grimaced and questioned in a cold voice. Think about it. How did you treat my family, my brother? Who gave you the guts to lock Zhang Yao out of the door and dare to block him from entering the house with a dog? The more he said, the angrier he got. The more he thought about it, the more his heart ached, and the more he felt guilty that he didn't take care of Zhang Yao. Chen Ruwaji raised her hand and slapped again. Pa! Zhou Chusheng, you should be thankful that you were born in this era, or else I would really break you into pieces. The family members who came to take care of Zhou Chusheng were scared to death by Chen Ruwaji. He didn't doubt for a second that Chen Ruwaji's determination was a genuine fear that he would beat the hell out of Zhou Chusheng. Weakly, she then said, Miss Chen, why are you still hitting people as a female president? We're all lying in sickbeds, so you'll have to forgive us. It wouldn't be good for you if things got out. At this time, Chen Ruwaji, which still care about these cold eyes, looked over emotionless, said, How? You threaten me? She said as she grabbed Zhou Chusheng's cell phone and threw it over. Don't you always like to make videos? Here, film it for evidence. Take it to the police. Take it to the internet for exposure. In order to give enough evidence. Chen Ruwaji slapped over a few more times and directly beat Zhou Chusheng into a pig's head. The family members who came to take care of Zhou Chusheng were silenced and did not dare to squeak. The handle was caught in the hands of the Chen family. Zhou Chusheng, where they dared to expose anything, let alone call the police. The two of them stole so much from the Chen family. They won't get out of prison for more than 10 years. It wasn't that there was nothing Chen Jiehua and Chen Zijian could do to them once they were in prison. On the contrary, this will only end up worse for them. That's why Zhou Chusheng feels desperate, and can only lie in bed with a lot of remorse and nothing to do. Originally, he thought that he could not escape the torture of Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua and Chen Zijian, but Chen Ruwaji actually came to intervene. Entering the ward just in time to see Chen Ruwaji being so violent startled Chen Zijian as well. What's gotten into you, big sister? It was important to know that although Chen Ruwaji was high and cold, and her temperament was just quite intimidating, people like her didn't even bother to fight with people. But now, it was a complete reversal of the inherent impression of her. At this time and then look at their own this incomparable love brother. Chen Ruwaji is also complex emotions. Love and hate. Zijian, tell me honestly, the underwear of your second and third sisters and I, as well as the camera in the bathroom, did you deliberately frame Zhang Yao? Zhang Yao's so-called crimes have never been proven. With more understanding, the deeper the investigation, Zhang Yao is wrongly accused of the fact is more and more. Chen Ruoji was already very sure that Zhang Yao was deliberately framed and just wanted an answer. As well, an attitude only. However, at this time, Chen Zizhan's heart was tight yet he was still playing dumb. Big sister, why can't I understand what you're saying? Even if all those jewels of yours weren't stolen by Zhang Yao, does that prove that Zhang Yao isn't a lewd pervert? Instead, he was still feeling upset. You actually doubt me because of that bastard? Bastard? Previously did not find such a name. Now Chen Ruoji sounds that called a harsh. The whole body feels uncomfortable. If Zhang Yao is a bastard, then what are you and what am I? Her words were full of mockery, mocking both Chen Zizhan and herself. I've watched a lot of the surveillance at home. Or do you really think I'd come to the hospital and spill my guts for no reason? At this hour, you still want to frame Zhang Yao? What do you mean he didn't steal at all? The CCTV footage has proven that all the missing jewelry in our house was not stolen by Zhou Chushang's father and son. For the rest, it's all yours to take. From the very beginning, this whole thing was your doing. Even if you didn't frame Zhang Yao, Zhou Chushang and his son didn't have the guts to steal this. The more she spoke, the more emotional Chen Ruoji became. If every time something is lost the Chen family can be traced, but anyone willing to look at a surveillance Zhou Chushang could not have the guts. It was because of the Chen family's indulgence that Zhou Chushang became more and more audacious and dared to act so recklessly. That's right, the only reason I dared to target Zhang Yao was because Mr. and Mrs. Chen and young Master Chen hinted at it, without their tacit approval. How dare I, a servant, embarrass my master? Missy, I admit that I've done a lot of excessive things to Zhang Yao, but you shouldn't blame it all on me. As there was no way to escape from the dead, Zhou Chushang was also a bit open-minded and directly exposed Chen Zizhan. Chen Ruoji looked at Chen Zizhan painfully. Zizhan, tell me, is it true that you deliberately trained the commander to target Zhang Yao? He's been bitten 3 times before. Did you do it all on purpose? Having said that, Chen Zizhan didn't hide it anymore and directly admitted it. Yes, I did it on purpose. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Ruoji's slap had already hit his face. Pa dash. This was the second time he had been beaten. And again, it was for Zhang Yao. I can't believe you hit me again. You can't believe you hit me again for that bastard. Chen Zizhan was furious, clenching his fists and waving them. Seeing him react like this, Chen Ruoji was even more annoyed. What? Do you still want to hit me? Chen Zizhan glared at Chen Ruoji with his red eyes deadpan for a while, but finally loosened his fists and endured. Chapter 46, A tiger's venom does not eat its children. Chen Zizhan didn't fight back after all. But there was a flash of hatred in his eyes. What do you think I'm doing this for? What do you think mom and dad are for again? Chen Zizhan slammed the door in indignation. Chen Ruoji, we're the family. Get it straight. His words caused Chen Ruoji to freeze in place, unable to return to her senses for a long time. It was at this time that Chen Ruoji realized that Zhang Yao had really never been treated as a family by them. Admittedly, they have been adopted but have been forming families for much longer than Zhang Yao. But no matter what, Zhang Yao was the biological son of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. It's been 10 years of living under the same roof, and it's clear that you can truly be a family. But why? Must Zhang Yao be excluded? Is there any reason why Zhang Yao has to be ostracized? Even if it's for shares, it shouldn't be for profit. Normal thinking, if one were to plot against Zhang Yao for these, shouldn't the worst thing one could do be to coax him? However, the Chen family actually didn't even want to coax, and directly adopted such a tactic. Chen Ruoji had originally thought that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were also deluded and had misunderstood Zhang Yao as well. Now it seems as if this is not the case at all. They are simply willful and knowing. As for myself, I didn't do it on purpose, but what difference does it make? After violently beating Zhou Chushang, Chen Ruoji did not feel the slightest bit of relief and returned to the hotel in a state of dismay. She just sat there fuming for a while, after letting herself cry her eyes out. Drying his tears, he pulled out his cell phone and launched a group video invite. In the camera, Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua, Chen Zizhan, and Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, one and all. As soon as the video was connected, Chen Ruoji heard Zhang Yu's rebuke. Boss, how could you hit Zizhan? You don't care about your brother. I care about him as a mom. Zizhan didn't bother with you the last time. Why are you still getting more and more excessive? Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Evening Zhao also saw Chen Zizhan's red and swollen cheeks for the first time, but they did not expect that it was actually Chen Ruoji who hit them. They were about to ask what was going on when they realized that Chen Ruoji's eyes were no better than Chen Zizhan's face. It's obviously, viciously cried. What's wrong with you, big sister? The sisters immediately cast Chen Zizhan aside and asked with concern. Is something wrong? Is it alright? Chen Ruoji shook her head. Lao San. Don't worry. I'm fine. After a pause, Chen Ruoji looked at Chen Jiehua, who had not spoken, and directly inquired, "Dad, you and Mom have always known that Zhang Yao was wrongly accused. Is that true? So it's that even you guys are deliberately leading to ostracize Zhang Yao, so that even Zhou Chusheng can just bully Zhang Yao, right? Why are you doing this?" After learning that Zhang Yao was abused, she was feeling that both sides were at fault. Moreover, it was Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua who were a bit more excessive. Therefore, what she wanted was for Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua to go apologize to Zhang Yao and gain his understanding, then stop it from happening again and live together as a family. She felt that even though Zhang Yao often stole things from them, even underwear, and even if he had been more stubborn and unrepentant, he would not have had to suffer so much. After all, even if the court tries the culprit, the sentence has to be determined according to the circumstances yet. But it turned out that from beginning to end, Zhang Yao was not at all wrong. In that case, there was even less reason for Zhang Yao to suffer so much, and even less reason for him to be treated this way. When she learned that Zhang Yao was innocent, she had repented and felt that all the Chen family members were ashamed of Zhang Yao. Which to think, her so-called guilt turned out to be directed since the beginning. This caused her to break down straight away, the belief in her heart completely collapsing. Hearing her questioning, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao were also greatly shocked. Eldest sister, do you mean that Mom and Dad are deliberately wronging Zhang Yao and deliberately rejecting him? How is this possible? They couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it, looking at Chen Jiehua with pleading eyes. Shut up you two. Chen Jiehua didn't explain, but directly scolded them. Then he looked at Chen Ruoji and said angrily, "It's not your turn to question what I'm going to do. You don't need to worry about these things, just do your own thing." The fact that Chen Jiehua used his authority to suppress this issue already indicates that he is acquiescing to this fact, and it's the kind where there's no remorse at all, no desire to turn back. "Dad, Mom, how can you be so cruel as to do this to Zhang Yao? Even if you guys don't have any affection for him at all, it's okay to think of him as an ordinary company shareholder. He's still under 18 even now, and was only 8 when he came to live with us. Don't you feel any heartache after what you put a child through?" Chen Ruoji was in pain, and she realized that she could no longer read her adoptive parents. How did Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua manage to be so ruthless? Chen Ruoji. In the face of her questioning, Sister Chen snorted coldly and acted sternly like never before. "I gave you this Chen in your last name. I raised you, and you can say you owe this life to me. You wouldn't be where you are today without me. I didn't raise you to question me, so get that straight." If it wasn't through the screen, it looked like Chen Jiehua couldn't help but hit Chen Ruoji. Although Chen Jiehua was also very strict with them in the past, Chen Ruoji didn't feel there was anything wrong at that time. It wasn't until now that she finally detected a hint of ruthlessness from Chen Jiehua's body. Chen Jiehua had indeed been nurturing to her, which left her speechless. After rebuking her, Chen Jiehua hadn't forgotten to knock Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao. "You two do the same and give it some thought." These two sisters were instantly too frightened to squeak, and were filled with aggression. After a long pause, Chen Jiehua's tone eased a bit. "There's no need to discuss Zhang Yao's matter in the future, and no one is allowed to mention these things again. The problem now is that he's starting to throw his weight around on the internet, and you guys have to keep an eye on him in case he talks out of turn. We're already in a very passive situation. We definitely can't let him recklessly make things worse and worse. Understand?" Chen Ruoji did her best to clear Zhang Yao's name and get to the bottom of things. How could she have imagined that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had been fidgeting every day during this period of time, as if they were on the edge of their seats? Not to mention the reporters. Even the other shareholders of Guiyao Capital were asking what was going on with Zhang Yao and Chen Jiehua. It was even questioned directly as to what he intended to do by doing so. They were already confused by all this and hadn't figured out how to make up a proper excuse. If Zhang Yao added more chaos to the situation, then their situation would be even more dire. Therefore, this was a dead order for Chen Ruoji and even Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao. However, he had completely overlooked the fact that if Zhang Yao really wanted to break the news, there was actually nothing the three Chen family sisters could do about it. Even if he came with Zhang Yu, the same was true. Chapter 47, I want to have dinner with you. The previous Chen Ruoji could be said to be extremely disgusted with Zhang Yao. Disgusted with Zhang Yao's lewdness and nastiness, his addiction to lying, his obsequiousness, his thievery, and his frequent visits to annoy her. He had even long been disappointed in Zhang Yao, thinking that he was already hopeless. But even so, Chen Ruoji had never treated Zhang Yao as an outsider. In her heart, Zhang Yao was a family member who was annoying and made her dislike him very much. Even if the relationship is bad, family is family. That's why after realizing that Zhang Yao had suffered so much, he was heartbroken, remorseful, and guilty. It was only after realizing that she had misunderstood Zhang Yao, and that the misunderstanding had been for so many years, that she had cried her eyes out in pain. If you don't care, what does it matter? Just like Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhen, Have they ever felt remorseful for their behavior? In their eyes, Zhang Yao was never a family member. Never. Why is that? Dad. Mom, why are you guys so cruel? After hanging up the video call, Chen Ruoji locked herself in her room and held her head in her hands and cried hard again, weeping until the sky is dark and the tears run dry. She hated Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, as well as herself. Mom and Dad are guilty, but how am I innocent? Zhang Yao, my younger brother. It's my sister who has apologized to you. She thought back to the bits and pieces of her contact with Zhang Yao, going over all her memories from 10 years ago when they first met. The more she reminisced, the more she perceived Zhang Yao's goodness, and the stronger her feelings for him erupted. At the same time, the more it hurts to the point of not being able to do anything about it. In fact, from the very beginning, she had liked Zhang Yao very much. 8-year-old Zhang Yao is sweet and cute, and a bit of a man-child. Not only her, it could be said that all those who had come into contact with Zhang Yao loved him. They also had a very good, very happy time before Grandpa Chang Minin passed away. Until her grandfather died, she was keenly aware that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua did not like Zhang Yao. Every time their sisters played around with Zhang Yao, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would slate their faces and look very unhappy. So, she's scared. She began to avoid Zhang Yao and deliberately distanced herself from him, just not wanting Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua to loathe themselves. As an adopted girl, she was afraid of being thrown away again, and she was also afraid that she would lose her hard-won home. Although no one had said anything about it, it was thought that Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao were in a similar situation at this point. Children like them are always a little more sensitive and vulnerable in their hearts. At that time, seeing Zhang Yao's aggrieved look after noticing that she was isolated, she would already feel heartbroken and guilty. Until, more and more misunderstandings happened, making her gradually change her attitude towards Zhang Yao completely as well, until it was completely numb and turned into utter disgust. She couldn't accept that she was so indifferent to Zhang Yao because of these misunderstandings. Even more so, it is impossible to accept that these misunderstandings are actually the result of the deliberate guidance of one's own family. But no matter what, it was indeed Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua who raised her. In this land of Yanhua, the grace of birth is not as great as the grace of nurture. Facing Zhang Yao, who has suffered so much, and facing her adoptive parents, how can she choose? Filled with bits and pieces about Zhang Yao and all these facts that she couldn't figure out, she didn't sleep all night, nor did he have the heart to go to work, and remained dumbfounded until the middle of the day, until the secretary called to announce a meeting. Cancel the meeting for me. That's all the explanation she gave for a very important meeting that was decided long ago. She was now so haggard. Where was the half of the high-flying female president's model? And how could she have the heart to have a meeting? No matter what my parents' attitude is, Zhang Yao will always be my family. Since I've wronged him, it's time to make it up to him. If I regret it now, I can't make it regret it later. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ruoji, whose brain had been confused for the whole night, instantly raised such a thought. Then, the one mind has been only Zhang Yao. She washed quickly, groomed herself as fast as she could, and changed into a dress, drove up to the school gates in the Rangoon U8 just before school let out at the second high school. At lunchtime, the vast majority of second formers go home to eat. Parents who exaggerate a bit are not at all comfortable letting their children eat out. I'm afraid that eating bad food will delay my studies and exams. After all, there can be nothing more important to a child from an ordinary family than the fact that the child is going to take a college entrance exam. Zhang Yao didn't have such scruples, and no one was worried about him like that. Although not very tasty, the cafeteria, which is still sufficient and cheap, can be said to be the biggest support for him to survive until now. And he doesn't eat in the school cafeteria now, purely because the cafeteria can't provide him with a nutritious meal. Since going to the hospital and having his doctor set up a conditioning program, he's been on a strict regimen. At first, he had decided to make it himself. After all, he had that cooking skill too. Only at first it was the fact that the kitchen in the house was all Chen stuff, and he didn't want to use it because it was disgusting. Then I thought I was busy with my college entrance exams and had limited energy, so I might as well hire a nanny with a nutritionist license to take care of me. But this was not easy to find for a while, and it was decided to redecorate again. All were already gathering people to trash the entire villa, which naturally included the kitchen. So, after thinking about it, he was driving around and found a restaurant that specializes in nutritious meals to customize. After paying the money, you only need to go over to eat 3 meals a day on time, which is not a big deal. At this point, he's just going to go over and eat it. As a result, he saw Chen Ruoji blocking in front of him, squeezing out a not-so-good-looking smile to greet him. Zhang Yao. He was directly startled when he saw Chen Ruoji's appearance. Ugh, I'm going. Miss Chen, why do you have this ghostly look? Pretending to be a ghost out in broad daylight to scare people? Chen Ruoji smiled again. Zhang Yao, I would like to ask you to have dinner with me. Speaking of which, we haven't had dinner together in years. Zhang Yao shrugged. Your family doesn't even let me on the table. And you don't eat at home all the time. I can't even eat. How dare I ask to eat with you? Speaking of these things again, he was already in waves, repeatedly talking about a small, inconsequential matter. Chen Ruoji, however, choked again and said bitterly, Zhang Yao, I'm sorry. Zhang Yao waved his hand. That's not necessary. As much as you want to invite me to dinner, you really don't have to, he said, blissfully unconcerned, about to step over Chen Ruoji. This was both ungrateful and too lazy to pay attention to Chen Ruoji anymore. Seeing this, Chen Ruoji instantly became anxious and grabbed his arm. Don't, Zhang Yao, you gave me a chance. Fearing Zhang Yao's impatience, she said quickly, I know you've always loved Sichuan food and the spicy flavor. I only know of one Sichuan restaurant. It's not far from here. It won't take you long. I want to have dinner with you, okay? She looked at Zhang Yao pleadingly, while Zhang Yao couldn't help but laugh with a humph. Then, without saying anything, shook off her hand. Chapter 48, Why bother? Really? Chen Ruoji knew very well that one should do things in moderation. Otherwise, it will not only fail to achieve the purpose, but will also be counterproductive. After Zhang Yao broke free from her, she did not continue to pester her, but lowered her target. Where are you going? I'll drive you, okay? Zhang Yao didn't reply and walked away without looking back, clearly not a fan of the offer. Chen Ruoji did not die. Seeing that he had already boarded the bus, he drove the car and followed closely behind, like a demented woman all the way to the tail, until he saw that he was entering a restaurant that specialized in nutritious meals, and then the whole thing froze in place with 5 thunders. Chen Ruoji now understood why he had revealed that smile just now. That's right, he's been a fan of Sichuan food since he was a kid, and his tastes have always been on the spicy side, so you could say he can't eat without chili peppers. It was indeed quite surprising that Chen Ruoji could still remember this, but what he needed most right now was to condition his body, not to satisfy his appetite. It wasn't that Chen Ruoji didn't know this. She had read Zhang Yao's physical report in the hospital. Even the doctor gave him a customized conditioning program, a week of nutritional recipes she had read, and even argued with Zhang Yu and Shen Jiehua about it. But it was overlooked in the thought of making it up to him, of salvaging the relationship with him, of gaining his understanding. Truly, it was excusable, and she hadn't intentionally ignored that. Rather, she had recently been preoccupied with tracking down the truth of past events, and Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's attitudes had left her in despair, so that she had long since lost her original intelligence. The whole person has been like the walking dead, but she didn't want to excuse herself. Neglect was neglect. Lost in thought, she also followed Zhang Yao into the restaurant and sat down woodenly across from him. Zhang Yao didn't feel surprised to see her appear, let alone feeling impatient. Instead, he gestured toward the nutritious meal at his heels, graciously stating, would you like to try some? Chen Ruoji took a deep breath and apologized again. I'm sorry, I'm simply not even qualified to buy you dinner. Zhang Yao in turn even persuaded her. Actually, why bother? There are plenty of people who would dream of asking you to dinner. There's absolutely no need to get hung up on me, is there? After a pause, Zhang Yao took another bite, chewing and swallowing slowly before wiping his mouth. Only then did he continue. As for being sorry, that's even more of a moot point. I did suffer a lot in your Chen family, and went through a lot of hardships, but you didn't cause all this. Seriously, I don't hate you. The reason I'm pleasing you is that I like you as a sister and want you to like me too. But there is no blood relationship between us, and you are not obligated to have to respond to me. If they were biological siblings, it would be a connection that could not be broken from the bloodline, no matter how much more. Both men had the same blood in their veins, and that was something that couldn't be rubbed out no matter what. Like Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji, there is no bond and no obligation, so it is impossible to talk about who is sorry for whom. Just turn around, and it's a complete stranger who is completely irrelevant. You're so good and so pretty. There must be a lot of people chasing you all the time, right? Perhaps more directly, there must be plenty of lickspittles who are willing to do whatever it takes for you. Will you answer the expectations of every lickspittle? You'll just think of me as such a licking dog. So won't that be a mental thing? Zhang Yao truly felt that he used to be a licking dog, and a licking dog that was licking a family. Other licking dogs lick for love, wholeheartedly licking only the goddess in their hearts, and he licked kinship, one lick for one family, giving many times more than those who lick the goddess. With his wealth, coupled with his appearance and talent, if he really wanted to lick a goddess, what kind of goddess couldn't be licked? Ugh, why do you keep thinking about being a lickspill? For a man of his caliber, there should be plenty of people who want to lick him. Zhang Yao suddenly realized that he hadn't even switched his thinking around until now and still had inertia. That's not right. It's not right to put yourself in such a lowly position all the time. After a quick review, he then went on to ask, "Is it hard to believe that you're trying to make amends with me on behalf of your parents?" Chen Ruoji stared at her in a daze. This high-strung woman froze and cried at a few words from him. She subconsciously tried to retort, "That's your parents too." But when these words came to her throat, remembering Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's attitude towards Zhang Yao, she couldn't say this. How could she redeem herself instead when two people had such an attitude? Even if these two also regretted it, shouldn't they be the ones to atone for their sins? No matter what you do with mom and dad, I just want you to be my family forever. It is not my place to atone for their sins. I only want to atone for my own relationship with you. Chen Ruoji's tears fell like rain, and her face soon blossomed with tears. She could neither atone for anyone's sins nor did she want her relationship with Zhang Yao to be a substitute for whoever or whatever. Even if we're not related by blood, you're not like those people. You're my brother. How can you be a lickspill? It's just that I'm sorry. So-called dog lickers or suitors. Those people she certainly didn't care about. But Zhang Yao she cared. Very, very much. It was just a shame that even if it wasn't her fault, she realized that a little too late. Zhang Yao rippled, just smiled again and asked rhetorically, "What makes you say we are siblings?" This question, for a moment, really caught Chen Ruoji off guard. By blood, they are not related. By virtue of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, both of them now deny each other this identity. Based on living together for 10 years? But in these 10 years, she first avoided Zhang Yao, and then spent most of her time studying and working outside. She also never responded to Zhang Yao's attentiveness. She didn't even think she was worthy of being a sister. So why should she let Zhang Yao recognize her as a sister? She couldn't answer. She froze as if she were petrified, and only tears flowed from her eyes. Zhang Yao quickly finished the nutritious lunch, then cleaned it up and put the plate in the designated spot. Since we don't even have that relationship per se, where do you even begin to make up for it? Apologizing, that's more than really necessary. Not all emotional endeavors are rewarded, as they have been since the beginning of time, and I understand that. So it's true that I don't hate you, and we can each be at peace. To be at peace with each other means to be beautiful alone, without disturbing each other. The meal is done, the talk is over, and there's a quiz this afternoon. Zhang Yao didn't pay any more attention to Chen Ruoji, greeted the boss and left the restaurant, taking the bus back to school again. Chen Ruoji looked at his back and was in pain. The person who had been the most heartfelt and caring person in the world. The one who focuses on whether she's tired or not when all anyone is focusing on is what she's accomplished again. Finally, not caring about her as much as I used to. Chapter 49, Girlfriends and Doctors. Chen Ruoji is disheveled. Ever since she met with Zhang Yao that day, she had locked herself up in the hotel and hadn't left the house for a few days in a row. Every day in tears. Every day drunk. The more Zhang Yao told her to look away, the more she felt the pain. Insomnia all day, only drunk to sleep. Even so, I didn't get more than a few hours of sleep over the course of a few days. Image-wise, she was a completely different person. What a high-strung female president iceberg goddess. Scruffy crazy is more like it. Did not go to work for a few days in a row? Put off all the memories that should not be pushed. So angry that Chen Jiehua have called to scold. But even that didn't help at all. She either just doesn't pick up or she picks up the phone and tosses it aside. She didn't even listen to what was being said on the other side of the phone, let alone respond. Chen Jiehua was hiding abroad, yet he still had to host the meeting via video in this situation. If he wasn't on the other side of the planet, he would have hated to rush straight to the door and give Chen Ruoji a few slaps. However, in Chen Ruoji's state, I'm afraid that even if she was beaten to death, it would be useless. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua ran out of the country to avoid trouble, but now they seem to be in even more trouble. Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao were worried, came to look for her several times but could not even enter the door. She did not want to see anyone. In the company, secretaries and assistants were worrying. At home, Chen Shouyu and Chen Eveningzhao were worried. However, there is nothing they can do. There is really no way but to notify Chen Ruoji's best girlfriend. And that person is Zhang Yao's psychiatrist, Jean Bingying. Jean Bingying came to the hall in a flurry of wind. But Chen Ruoji didn't answer the phone. She couldn't even go upstairs. She had no choice but to go and scare the hotel staff. I understand that you have an obligation to keep all aspects of your customers safe, and that visitors can't just come upstairs without permission. But the problem now is that this customer of yours hasn't even left the front door for days. You guys don't want her to get in there for any good, do you? You all know well what her status is. If there is really anything wrong, won't you and your hotel have to follow the bad luck? These words were very effective. In fact, the hotel staff is having a deep headache over it. After ascertaining Jean Bingying's identity, he led her upstairs and helped her open the door to Chen Ruoji's room. It was only as soon as this door was opened that Chen Ruoji felt the pungent odor come over her. The living room of the large suite was already so full of bottles that it was almost impossible to even land on the floor. The consistently spirited and even a bit overbearing high-cold female president was sleeping on the sofa like a corpse. Her eyes were still wide open, indicating that she was not asleep at this point, but they were lifeless and not at all animated. Hey! Jin Bingying let out a long sigh. I have known Chen Ruoshi for so many years, which has seen her like this. It is no different from a dead dog. Your assistant says you haven't been to the office in a few days, and your two sisters say you're in a worrisome condition, but I was really not expecting you to fold yourself into this. Chen Ruoshi did not respond in any way, not knowing if she had heard Jin Bingying's words. It was even unknown whether or not they had noticed Jin Bingying entering the room. Hey, it's me. Jin Bingying squatted down and pinched her face. When her eyes rolled, it was now certain that she had realized Jin Bingying's presence. Only then did Jin Bingying continue. I know everything about your family, more than you do. To be honest, I was extremely shocked at first when I read the news about it online, because it all happens to line up with one of my patients. Because there was no contract signed. Jin Bingying actually even knew Zhang Yao's name. She just simply wanted to help a child who had suffered. Having been aroused to motherhood, the child is cared for and cared for even more. When Zhang Yao was first exposed, she didn't even recognize him when she saw the photo, because every time Zhang Yao went to her, he would cover himself up tightly as a way to protect his sensitive and fragile psyche. It was because the hot news concerned her best friend that she couldn't help but look at it more. It turned out that the encounters about Zhang Yao circulating on the internet were basically the same as Zhang Yao's self-reports. It was then that she reacted to the fact that this patient of hers was actually a member of the Chen family that had been hidden by the Chen family. This patient's suffering actually came from her best BFF's family. For this reason, she even became extremely dissatisfied with Chen Ruoshi. It wasn't until she managed to find out the facts and learned a lot from Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Evening's mouths. Then, while his heart was still mixed, he saw this ghostly appearance of Chen Ruoshi. When she said this, Chen Ruoshi still didn't respond. After a pause it continued. Aren't you curious who this patient of mine is? I've made it so clear. Don't you realize that I'm talking about Zhang Yao? It was only when she heard Zhang Yao's name that Chen Ruoshi struggled to sit up as if she had come to life. You said Zhang Yao is your patient? Jin Bingying gave her a blank look. So you were listening. Chen Ruoshi, however, was very anxious and urged. Tell me quickly, what's going on? Jin Bingying shrugged and sighed again. What else could it be? Have you forgotten what I do? Zhang Yao has been abused, left out and isolated for a long time and has developed major psychological problems. After realizing this, he was motivated to help himself and happened to come to me when he was looking for help from a therapist. Chen Ruoshi did her best to show her full of bitter laughter twice, and swung the bottle to pour a few mouthfuls of wine. I really don't deserve to be his sister and have a brother like him. I tried to make it up to him and neglected his physical condition. I only knew he had a physical problem, but I didn't realize there was a mental problem as well. After a few more gulps of wine, her eyes were once again tearing up. Yeah, how can you grow up in an environment like that and not have mental problems? Despising herself for a few moments, Chen Ruoshi tightened her grip on Jin Bingying. Please, you must help him to the best of your ability. As long as he gets better down the road, I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. Seeing her best friend like this, Jin Bingying was also heartbroken. Holding her hand, he said, don't worry, he's doing well, and it's definitely only going to get better down the road. It was only when Chen Ruoshi heard this that she breathed a sigh of relief and let go of Jin Bingying. That's good. That's a relief, even if I die. She's really just about done with this look. Jin Bingying's heart trembled. She was really worried that she might be in trouble. No wonder Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao were both so anxious. Jin Bingying both didn't want anything to happen to her best friend, and she also wanted Zhang Yao to truly uncover his heart. So they said, death? Why do you think of death? Don't you want to know something from me? Don't you want to hear what I have to say? I'm a psychiatrist. Maybe I can help you get what you want. Chapter 50. Do you really have such a realization? Hearing Zhang Yao's name, Chen Ruoshi finally reacted and came alive from her dead fish state. But after hearing Jin Bingying's words, she looked confused. What I want is no longer available. Even if you're Zhang Yao's counselor, what can you do? She murmured and whispered, then looked up again. I'd really like to know more about him, though. I want to know if there are any other experiences he's had that I don't know about. If there's anything I'm ashamed of? In fact, she was hoping that what she knew now was all that Zhang Yao had experienced. She didn't want Zhang Yao to have any other sufferings besides these. She also couldn't accept that she had hurt Zhang Yao in other places. But Jin Bingying had already spoken more than she knew. Moreover, all of these, which were still from Zhang Yao's own mouth, were not the same as what she had learned from the side. She wanted to know all about Zhang Yao, but was afraid that there was more reality that she couldn't accept. The anticipation to learn more about Zhang Yao was accompanied by a deep fear. As a psychiatrist, Jin Bingying particularly understands the conflicting feelings She grabbed Chen Ruoji's hand to offer comfort inside. It should be considered. No more. Chen Ruoji looked at her in a daze. Incomprehension written all over her haggard face. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. What do you mean? You don't have it? Regarding Zhang Yao's past experiences, you must already know all of them. So don't you worry. Just that's enough to be sad and angry. Nothing more. Only, he told me that he had a dream about the future. Since it was dreamed, it probably can't count. Dreaming? Dreams about the future? This sounded very esoteric, but Chen Ruoji immediately grasped the key message. Zhang Yao's sudden awakening and such an abnormal attitude convinced both her and Chen Jiehua for a moment that something had happened to him. Even Chen Jiehua was very certain that someone was behind instructing Zhang Yao to go against him. However, she only found out about Zhang Yao's suffering, and she didn't find any traces of this. Unexpectedly, now it was from Jin Bingying that he got the answer. So it seems that this dream is vital to Zhang Yao, and from Jin Bingying's reaction, one could conclude that she wouldn't fare too well in this dream. I wonder what the future me would look like in Zhang Yao's dream. To her question, Jin Bingying did not answer. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that one. Although because he was under 18 and there was no guardian present, we didn't sign any agreement. But as a psychiatrist's professional ethics, and my commitment to him, I can't tell you that. Chen Ruoji didn't give her a hard time either. She just smiled bitterly. Actually, I can guess even if you don't say it. It must be a nightmare to make Zhang Yao completely awaken and be so determined to draw a line in the sand with us. Since it's a nightmare, everything in it is bound to be evil. Jin Bingying looked deeply at Chen Ruoji. The truth isn't so bad, and it's not as simple as either black or white or love or hate. But these words, after all, she did not say. She had a duty of confidentiality. And besides, a dream was just a dream, so there was no need to get too hung up on it. Under those circumstances, it's normal that Zhang Yao would have nightmares. It's even less surprising that he would bring this fear into his dreams when he pleases you and gets no response, and is often beaten and punished. Although this is just a dream, it has actual meaning for Zhang Yao. It is likely that he will bring the same feelings he has in his dreams into reality, thus deepening his feelings about everything in reality. From his point of view, you probably did go more over the top than what happened in reality. But from your perspective, none of that really happened. That's why I said it's possible. It might not count. Chen Ruoji shook her head and smiled bitterly again. You won't have to reassure me that it counts. Zhang Yao's awe or fear of me has reached the point where it has turned into a nightmare. At least, part of the nightmare. And again, because of the effects caused by the nightmares, there's a growing awe and fear of me. Isn't there? She said, taking a deep breath. Because of this fear, he has driven me out of his world completely. He doesn't care about me at all anymore. He doesn't even have any hate for me. I'll never get another chance at his understanding. Never get a chance to make it up to him. How else are you, a psychiatrist, going to get me what I want? Instead of answering directly, Jin Bingying asked a rhetorical question. What Zhang Yao wanted. He humbled himself to the dust, begging for 10 years or even a lifetime without getting it. Chen Ruoji, what makes you think you can get what you want once you turn around? This sentence, again, made Chen Ruoji feel as if she was being bombarded by 5 thunderbolts. What amends? What understanding? Chen Ruoji, don't you really think this is ridiculous? Have you actually put yourself in Zhang Yao's shoes? If you really have this realization, then show this realization instead of seeking death here. Just think about what you want exactly. Jin Bingying gave Chen Ruoji a blow to the head, and this blow knocked her dumbfounded in place again. However, this time it was different from the previous lifelessness. Whereas before that was the heart of despair, now it's more like an epiphany. She needed time to think it over, and Jin Bingying stopped bothering her. After standing up and breathing a sigh of relief, he left the room gingerly, taking the door with him. Outside the door, the hotel staff was still waiting. At some point, even Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao rushed over again because they were too worried. When she saw Jin Bingying come out, she quickly asked, Sister Bingying, how is my big sister? Jin Bingying smiled and then said, Don't worry guys, it's fine. I'm a professional. Give her a little more time. I figure it shouldn't be too long. When the time comes, you guys will prepare some food for her. Send her a set of clothes and some cosmetics over to bring her back to full blood. The reason she dared to be so certain was entirely due to her understanding of Chen Ruoji. And in fact she had predicted it exactly right. Just as Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao were still waiting apprehensively, Chen Ruoji had already taken the initiative to call for room service. She ordered her meal and had it brought into the room. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao finally knocked on Chen Ruoji's door, and by this time, she was getting ready to take a shower. No wonder Jin Bingying said that she had to prepare clothes and cosmetics for her, Chen Ruoji at this time. But really Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao were shocked. They almost did not dare to recognize. Happily, It was unknown what Jean Bingying had actually said, but at least it was all in the past. Chapter 51, It's my turn to pay for him. Jean Bingying's words could be described as deafening, directly enlightening Chen Ruoji. He himself is grieving because he wants to make it up to Zhang Yao and gets no response, and he is grieving when he is not cared for anymore. If he did die just like that, he didn't feel innocent himself. But what can this bring to Zhang Yao? Zhang Yao self-defines himself as a dog licker and has been licking them for 10 years. For 10 years, they have been indifferent to all of Zhang Yao's efforts. Why is it that now that he has come to his senses, he can turn his head and continue to enjoy Zhang Yao's care, still occupying an important place in his heart? Have you given anything yourself? In the face of abuse, misunderstanding, prejudice, willful isolation, cold shoulder, etc., Zhang Yao persevered for 10 years, until after a dream that woke up. If not this dream, then a lifetime. Zhang Yao has done too much for himself, and he himself, not to mention what he has done for him, has been indifferent and ungrateful to him. Why should I be understood when I don't even feel this for myself? Zhang Yao, since you think your previous behavior was licking, now then, it's my turn to lick you. Just as well you don't care about me now, as I was indifferent to you. After applying a face and makeup, and wearing professional clothes, Chen Ruoji changed back to that thunderous and cold female president. Zhang Yao has been let down for 10 years, then he himself has spent 10 years onwards begging for understanding. Even if it was a lifetime, what was it compared to what Zhang Yao had experienced? She had come to this realization, and with her character, once she decides something she can only die, not change. In the past, it was Zhang Yao who was doing things for her. Now it was time to do things for Zhang Yao herself. With renewed vigor, she set off for the office in the wind in her sports car. Before the person arrived, the call had already reached the president's office. Prepare all the papers that have been backlogged for the past few days. Reschedule the meeting I put off earlier. The sooner the better. It's time to work on yourself. Because, this company Zhang Yao is the biggest shareholder of. He is making money for Zhang Yao. With this determination, everyone noticed once she crossed into the company that her aura seemed even stronger. A backlog of several days worth of work, and she took only half a day to deal with it all. The meeting that was postponed also took most of the day to finish. Seeing that it was already time to get off work, she just finally got a break. It was only a few moments of shut-eye before the assistant was called in. Find out for me what it takes to get a dietitian's license. How fast would it take to become a certified dietitian? The question confused the little assistant. No, why do you, a CEO of a consortium, ask that? Mr. Chen, you're not thinking of becoming a nutritionist, are you? Yes, that's true. Zhang Yao had once clumsily cooked ginger and brown sugar water for her, and silently ground coffee powder for her when she stayed up late to work overtime. Now, she wants to make nutritious meals for Zhang Yao with her own hands. More than just nutritious meals, she hopes to have more time to cook and take care of Zhang Yao in the future. You find another chef's course or a reliable chef instructor specifically for me. It's going to be Szechuan. Make whatever terms they want, as long as they can give me the church at a time that's convenient for me. Honestly, it's not an easy task. As the Chen family's eldest miss, Chen Ruoji could be said to have never touched the water of the sun, and had never even been in the kitchen. She was a president, and she didn't have that much time to study. There was already no base plus fragmented time, not to mention that it must not be good for learning, right? At the very least, it must have taken some time. Nutrition certainly cannot be achieved overnight. It may be possible to wait for her to get a nutritionist license. Zhang Yao body are well adjusted, so, surely you can't just wait. By the time things were all accounted for, the end of the shift was right on time, and she didn't delay a minute. Driving the sports car again, he went all the way to the restaurant where Zhang Yao had customized his nutritious meals and directly found the restaurant owner. Also, the chef and licensed dietitian of this restaurant. Boss, I have something to discuss with you. When the beautiful president who is in charge of a market capitalization of hundreds of billions of dollars and a big name stands in front of him, the boss feels flattered at once. This restaurant of his own seems to be getting really fluffy. Mr. Chen, you're here for Zhang Yao, right? The owner inquired weakly, surprised with some trepidation, as well as uneasiness. He also went online and knew about Zhang Yao and the Chen family. Not to mention, Zhang Yao had been customizing nutritious meals from him for quite some time. That's right, I'm here for Zhang Yao. Since you can ask that, I'm sure you've probably heard something about our family. Don't be alarmed. I didn't mean anything by coming here. I just want to give you a hand while you make Zhang Yao's nutritious meal and do what I can. It would be nice if you could show me how to do it. After explaining her intentions, Chen Ruoji released her big kill. I can give you money. The owner used to work as a nutritionist for professional athletes before opening this restaurant on his own. In most of his life, he had never seen such a request. However, Chen Ruoji's intention was not difficult to understand. It was nothing more than wanting to personally do something for Zhang Yao. Although it was really baffling that these posh families did things, everyone knew that Chen Ruoji and Zhang Yao were siblings. Helping your family to resolve conflicts and improve their relationship, that's a lot of work. And who's going to mess with money? The owner quickly convinced himself. Of course there's no problem. Mr. Chen, you're so attentive. Zhang Yao, he must be able to feel it. The result was that when Zhang Yao leisurely arrived at the restaurant on time, he saw Chen Ruoji when he entered the door. Miss Chen, what a coincidence. Zhang Yao was stunned. How come after such a few days, this big miss suddenly appeared again? Chen Ruoji smiled. And suddenly the spring breeze thawed. I did want to try the restaurant's nutritious meals as well, so here I am. Zhang Yao, huh? He was a bit confused, feeling as if Chen Ruoji had become a completely different person. This eldest young lady, who was now able to face him in a bashful manner, seemed to have let go of everything as well. Only the eyes were hotter, giving him an even more passionate feeling than ever before. That's right. It was clear that the two of them maintained a certain distance, and Chen Ruoji didn't move closer to him, but that's how he felt. What's going on here? He couldn't figure it out and simply didn't want to. Forget it, it doesn't matter what happens. Do you want to add to your worries like you did before? Then you certainly won't be disappointed. Zhang Yao shrugged and sat down to enjoy his nutritious dinner, no longer paying attention to Chen Ruoji. And Chen Ruoji didn't disturb him, just sat on the side with her chin and just quietly watched him. Just like this, Chen Ruoji felt wonderful and satisfied. Chapter 52, It's time to smash. Ever since he met Chen Ruoji that day, Zhang Yao realized that he could meet this big lady every 3 days. And every time the other man looked at him, he had that sizzling look in his eyes, as well as a smile that doesn't fit the persona. I don't know if it's just an illusion, but from then on it's time to go to school, after school, and even in class. Every now and then he always felt as if someone was watching him. I'm not being targeted by some tailing pervert, am I? He all felt a moment of panic, and then he reacted. No, I'm a man. Why am I afraid of this? He felt that he should be overthinking things, and had no leisure time to dwell on them, because it had been almost a week since he had sent the video to gather candidates to smash the villa. In that time, the videos he's posted have had over 30 million views and broken the internet as a whole. According to the website, more than 1 million people have signed up wanting to participate as well. Millions of people are enlisted to smash Zhang Yao's villa hashtag. It even made another hit when the number of people surpassed 1 million. It took him by surprise, and he had been worried that he was afraid that 500 people would not be recruited. After all, Netflix wasn't that good, and he was still just trying it out for the first time. Now it seems that he does have the innate conditions to be an Edison, and I'm afraid that he has made many people who want to be famous envious. Having only posted one video, it's only been a week full of videos so far, and he's broken 1 million followers. If it lasts, becoming the most talked about internet celebrity on the net will not be a problem at all. He's still a little excited about turning the corner when it was first scheduled, and the internet is looking forward to it even more than he is. Speaking of which, it's already time to smash the villa, as Zhang Yao said, right? May I ask where to watch it? And why hasn't it moved at all until now? Real smashing or fake smashing? It's not going to be a gimmick to get traffic and then it's going to run away, right? That's a mansion worth $320 million. It's only normal that you don't want to smash it, right? You can't say that. It's worth $320 million, yes, but it's not like it's all smashed. Everyone, go look. Zhang Yao has already announced the list of inductees. Video sites almost always have a sweepstakes system these days, and it's easy and quick to mess up. After drawing the 500 people out of the millions, Zhang Yao posted the list in the comments section and topped it. Taking this opportunity, he also applied for a scarf in the meantime, and was authenticated. The list was then posted on the bib as well to notify all the internet users. And a teaser was made. Thank you for your keen interest and enthusiastic support. The final list of 500 people has been announced, and this villa smashing event will officially begin at 1400 hours tomorrow afternoon. I will be live streaming the whole thing then, so stay tuned. Are you serious? Seeing this announcement, all the netizens were looking forward to it and were waiting for this point in time to arrive with great interest. The following day, those who were notified of their selection arrived early at the entrance to the neighborhood. Zhang Yao had already greeted the property, and the property had learned from the internet that he was working on the whole job, and a lot of people would come today. However, for security reasons, the security guards still verified their identities one by one before letting them in, just for fear that someone would come to fish in troubled waters. And indeed, the decision was the right one. It didn't take long for the property to check out several people who weren't on the list. The lineup of 500 people is not small at all, and it's enough to sweep the entire neighborhood. Zhang Yao's final decision to draft so many people was a deliberate attempt to make a splash. It's just a shame that 1,000 calculations turned out to have overlooked one thing. He was open to a nationwide draft, but not all of those selected had the money and time to make it. To be personally involved in vandalizing a $320 million mansion is really something to brag about. But you need to cover the travel costs for the trip and you have to free up your time for work and school to do it. Those who have the former may not have the latter, and those who have the latter may not have the former. And it's also slightly rushed that the list was announced yesterday and is being slammed this afternoon. The result is that while over 1 million people participated in the draft, only 100 or so of the 500 people ultimately selected showed up. Good afternoon, brothers. It's now 1400 hours PM and our broadcast has officially begun. When the time came, Zhang Yao opened his phone on time for the live broadcast and began by apologizing. Unfortunately, my inexperience has led to a minor flaw in this event. For a variety of reasons, only about 100 of the 500 inductees ended up showing up. Over 100 people is actually quite a lot, and it was a dark crowd standing in the garden. According to the general military establishment, a platoon is only 50 people, and 3 platoons are a company. That is to say, at this time, Zhang Yao's house had been crowded with a company of people, all enough to fight a small war. I have also prepared props for all of you inductees in order to make your smashing and destruction better. There's paint, graffiti spray paint, long iron bars, glass bottles. Everyone can each choose what they can take advantage of and take it as they go, showing the various props to the camera as well. He followed closely before announcing. Next, the event officially begins. Everyone is free to destroy as much as you like, until you are satisfied that you have no strength left to do so. Brothers, let out all your bitter pent-up frustrations. As soon as he finished shouting at the top of his lungs, causing everyone's blood to start boiling, he saw another familiar figure. Chen Ruoji. This big lady actually appeared again. He was feeling a little helpless about it all. Why did you show up again? Chen Ruoji was all smiles. Because I'm also very interested in this activity of yours AC. Then again this is where I grew up after all. And of course I'd want to come and see if you were going to trash him. Zhang Yao hummed and laughed. This is also the place where I grew up. And even more so where I suffered. Chen Ruoji's heart was in a flutter and she took a deep breath. So it really should be smashed, she said as she copied a crowbar and went in ahead of the others. The inductees were even more excited to see her arrive. Asterisk 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 that's Chen Ruoji. So damn pretty. There's no one else with this temperament. It's worthy of being the legendary high-cool female president. I didn't think I'd actually get to see her in person, and the gold of this event is still soaring. We wanted to go up to her and get an autograph, and it would have been nice to get a picture. Everyone thinks so, but no one dares. Think farts and eat them. Don't think about all this nonsense. The other Missy has taken the lead. What are you waiting for? Copy that. Smash it. Thanks to Zhang Yao's villa is large enough. Otherwise it really cannot accommodate so many people at the same time. Smash and destroy. The 200 square foot footprint, plus 3 floors above ground and 2 below, is more than enough for so many people to cast. Windows smashed, lights smashed, doors kicked in and smashed, glass bottles slammed into walls, paint thrown and scribbled on, not to mention hands on. The image is a real treat just to look at. Chapter 53, Cutting with a Blunt Knife. Jingle bells. Claptrap. Dang it. This neighborhood, which is one of the most luxurious in the country when you look at it, has never been so lively, I'm afraid, in its history. Although it is a single house, each one is separated by a long distance, but with more than 100 people frantically smashing and destroying, the commotion was still heard throughout half the neighborhood. Asterisk 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 that's too much of a meow. That crystal chandelier must be worth $1 million, right? I'll be damned if I'm going to let these people smash it with beer bottles. These guys are really desperate, too, and haven't spared any of the yard's flowers or plants. Watching it made my blood run cold, and watching an island movie never felt so enjoyable. What if I got hot and bothered too? Copied the monitor and tried to smash it before reacting to the fact that it wasn't such a family. This was supposed to be the high-octane event that over 1 million people signed up for and sparked attention all over the internet. Now that the live broadcast opened on time, the scene was even hotter than expected, and the popularity naturally rose. For a while, it could be said to have caught the eyes of the entire internet. All of them, caught up in the frenzy. Hashtag Zhang Yao's Villa Smashing Broadcast has officially begun. Hashtag Zhang Yao has prepared a smashing prop. Hashtag Angela Chan is leading the way. Hashtag how much is the chandelier that was smashed at Zhang Yao's villa worth? Hashtag why on earth did Zhang Yao smash up the villa? Hashtag. From the beginning of the live broadcast, a related topic has successively rushed to the hot search, directly dominating the list. It made Zhang Yao couldn't help but feel that he was also the legendary hot search physique, and was very talented at being a traffic star. Rachel Chen smashed with excitement with more than 100 inductees, and the audience watched with pleasure and discussion. Only Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua and Chen Zijian were very dissatisfied with this. That little guy, he actually really dared. Zhang Yu, who saw the live broadcast with jet lag, was furious and made another direct call. Zhang Yao's phone rang, and at the same time, the live broadcast instantly went black and lost signal. But within seconds it was back to normal and he appeared on camera to explain to the audience. Brothers and sisters, I'm so sorry. A woman from Zhang Yu just called. So much so that the signal was interrupted for a bit. This woman is my biological mother, and she's supposed to be making a comment about my current broadcast. Let's pause and see what she's trying to say. Needless to say, Zhang Yu was here to troll and threaten again. She's always been happy about it, knowing that it doesn't help at all. So there was nothing she could do beyond that. Nothing else. Only this time, Zhang Yao's words were only finished, and before he could connect, the phone was hung up. This was mainly due to Chen Jiehua. Before Zhang Yu could react, the phone was snatched. What are you doing? That little lawlessness. Why don't you let me call yet? With a breath of air left, Zhang Yu spread evil fire towards Chen Jiehua. Chen Jiehua also did not spoil her, casually directly to the phone on the ground. The feeling is also to see live on the head want to smash something like. At the same time, he said in a cold and angry voice, "Are you? Didn't you hear what he just said? Call. All you do is call all day long. And you don't see what time it is. You're now waiting to go explain to the world why your son calls you a biological mother. For that alone, it's pretty dynamite." In the live broadcast room, countless viewers were confused for a moment. Media reporters with a keen sense of smell are even quicker to smell the unusual. Hashtag Zhang Yao called Zhang Yu his biological mother hashtag. This topic quickly rushed to the hot search, and the heat exploded directly. Even more than the matter of smashing the villa itself. Since we're talking about a biological mother, that means Zhang Yao doesn't recognize this biological mother. It is known that Zhang Yao did not live on the streets, but suffered so much. So it might be a good idea to venture a guess as to whether or not this has something to do with his mother. Zhang Yu? That would make sense. Why else would you trash the villa if it was fine? I'd like to know more details. Curiosity was mobilized again and everyone wanted to know what was going on. But, as usual, Zhang Yao did not respond to these hot news at all. It wasn't that he didn't know about such a situation, not to mention that he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, or that he was still concerned about Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. On the contrary, he was thinking it would be too cheap to whack them with a stick. It's better to cut the meat with a blunt knife and take your time, slowly making them fear and feel the pain. So it's more relieving. The live broadcast went on from the afternoon until the evening, and only when the sun was about to set did all the people stop with great interest. And by this time, there wasn't a trace of the entire villa with its surrounding courtyard intact. The interior and exterior walls of the villa were all covered in colorful paint, and there were shards of glass all over the place. In a nutshell, everything that can be smashed is smashed, and everything that can be destroyed is destroyed. The only thing that is still intact is the main body of the villa, which can't really be smashed with just manpower. Cool. Cool. It was so much fun. Never had so much fun in my life. I now feel like this life has been worth it. These inductees didn't just splash the villa with color. They didn't get paint on themselves. Smashing is also a labor of strength. Strength exhausted also to the mealtime. This time can be said to be tired and hungry. All coincidentally, all refocused on the front door, greeted together to take a few pictures to keep a souvenir, and took a break to say goodbye and leave. By this time, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua on the other side of the ocean had already looked numb. Our home was just destroyed. That's all my heart and soul. This little is determined not to let us go back. Does he want to die hard with us to the end? Zhang Yu was impotently furious and picked up the cell phone again. However, this time, it was not to Zhang Yao, but to Chen Ruoji. It's kind of like learning from your mistakes. Called Zhang Yao he will talk nonsense. Chen Ruoji cannot ignore the impact of mouth. Right? Chen Ruoji, that little crazy you also follow crazy. If we hadn't picked you up, you'd have been dead long ago. Could you be here today? We raised you, nurtured you, and you're just going to follow that little to piss us off? If I had known that I would have let you die out there. It would have been better to raise you than a dog. The previous Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were casually taking it out on Zhang Yao, hitting him whenever they wanted and cursing him whenever they wanted. And now, Zhang Yao has jumped out of their control. Already want to scold a few words are concerned. Completely take Zhang Yao cannot help. There's no way around it. So we'll just have to take it out on another one that we can hold. Standing in Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's position, scolding Chen Ruoji was completely fine. She is, more or less, a bit of a foodie, but scolding also depends on how it is done. And there is not only a difference between scolding and verbal abuse, and the difference is huge. Chapter 54, Burning in a Fire. The more she stood in Zhang Yao's position, the more Chen Ruoji was able to appreciate his pain and helplessness. Chen Ruoji is a person who likes to be reasonable. In the company, in the shopping mall, just by virtue of this to convince people. But at home, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua don't reason with her. Since siding with Zhang Yao, every time she tried to argue her case, as a result, all that was received was increasingly excessive verbal abuse. If it's for criticism, if it's for education, then it doesn't really matter how hard the scolding is. But even scolding has to be done in a way. Everyone has their own vulnerable and sensitive areas, and it's character assassination to direct insults toward that area. This time, the person who allowed Zhang Yu to insult her without squeaking turned into Chen Ruoji. In the past, Zhang Yao did not return curses for the sake of kinship. The current Chen Ruoji, on the other hand, is similarly suffering in silence for the sake of her upbringing. Zhang Yu will not know how deeply these words hurt Chen Ruoji, just as it does not know how much damage it has caused to Zhang Yao. Of course, even if they knew, they shouldn't care. Seeing Chen Ruoji playing the phone, expression eyes have become extremely bleak. Needless to say, Zhang Yao can guess what the situation is. He would have been too lazy to care, except that Chen Ruoji hung up the phone and walked towards him. So, it was impossible to resist playfully teasing. "I told you so, why bother?" Chen Ruoji's attitude remained firm. "I originally wanted to push for your reconciliation, but none of you are doing that at all. I also understand that, not to mention whether or not a reconciliation is possible, it might not really be a good thing for you. As long as Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's attitudes didn't change, then Zhang Yao would only return to his original life even if he commiserated. And even worse, because of these rebellious actions, Chen Ruoji had long since realized that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua still had absolutely no intention of wanting to repent. In a step back, they brought so much pain to Zhang Yao. Why should Zhang Yao have to accept it as soon as he repented? Do they have their own kind of realization that they will atone for their sins even if they are not understood for the rest of their lives? Zhang Yao, you're my family, and they are also my family and have raised me. I can't change them, but I can represent myself, Chen Ruoji said and took a deep breath. But because of that, sometimes I have to do what they tell me. She has always been understanding and obedient and is now willing to continue to be so. Only, if Zhang Yao's interests were involved, that would be another story. With her adoptive parents on one side and Zhang Yao on the other, it's actually hard for her to be caught in the middle. Already being scolded for eating her words, as long as it was something that didn't cause harm to Zhang Yao, she simply couldn't refuse it. With his knowledge of the Chen family, Zhang Yao easily guessed it. "It's Zhang Yu who asked you to bring me some message, isn't it? My guess is that she cleaved to me." Chen Ruoji didn't say anything and chose to acquiesce, since he had guessed it all. After a pause, Chen Ruoji proceeded to relay it directly. "Mom said that even if you destroy her heart and soul, you can't erase her traces. We've lived here for 10 years, and we've been everywhere." As a matter of fact, Chen Ruoji had still euphemized and even dissolved the meaning of the original statement. What Zhang Yu said was that they had left more traces in this villa than Zhang Yao. Even if Zhang Yao destroys the villa, it can't erase the memories of their happy life in this villa. This is actually to poke Zhang Yao's pain. Zhang Yao is on the air, she dares not call directly. So, it forced Chen Ruoji to paraphrase. Even though Chen Ruoji had already tried her best to mute the aggressiveness, Zhang Yao was able to guess a 7 or 8% by looking at her expression. When she said that, "It kinda reminded me." Zhang Yao clenched and then unclenched his fists, and once again walked back to the live camera. "Brothers and sisters in the live stream, I'm back. Since this villa of mine is already damaged like this, I might as well be more thorough," he said, approaching one of the inductees who was taking a cigarette break. "Dude, lend me your lighter." The inductee, who had smashed the villa with unusual gusto, gave him the lighter even though he didn't know what he was up to. He walked into the villa with the lighter, and many people including Chen Ruoji followed curiously. He is then seen pouring paint on the curtains that have been ripped and pulled to the floor. Then, direct ignition. Paint is also a flammable and explosive hazardous material. As he did so, the flames spread out, and the whole curtain was soon blazing. After almost an afternoon of vandalism, the entire villa was covered in paint everywhere. The floor is full of wood paneling for wine coolers, coat closets, cabinets, doors, and more. This burned up and the fire spread rapidly. Straight up fire? This is awesome. This is really going to turn a $320 million mansion into nothing. Everyone looked dumbfounded. You're not enjoying this kind of vandalism? Originally can rely on the redecoration of the villa. This fire down that will be completely ruined. Chen Ruoji didn't even expect Zhang Yao to be so reckless. The fire is burning. Everyone be careful. Retreat outside. At her greeting, all those who had followed up to see what was going on gaped for a moment before retreating. With the paint fueling the fire, it spread faster than expected. Soon the flames were so intense that the entire villa was surrounded in flames. It's nifty. It's spectacular. Smashing and destroying is exciting enough. Do we have to play so big? 320 million. You don't want it, you can give it to me. You loser. The viewers in the live room looked inexplicably excited and pained at the same time. Countless people, including these inductees on the scene, looked dumbfounded as they watched the fire roam the sky. Only Chen Ruoji still kept her sanity and dialed the fire phone. Although Zhang Yao, this is an exclusive island villa, don't have a circle of water around it, basically impossible to spread outward. But the fire has burned so much that the livestream has been watched by almost the entire network. So, it is still necessary to notify the fire department. We can't just let the fire continue to burn like this. After making the call, Chen Ruoji looked at Zhang Yao with a headache. Setting something like a fire, even if it's your own house that's burning, can involve legal issues, which is another hassle. She was just thinking about what to do about the follow-up issue when she saw Zhang Yao standing in front of the camera again to greet Zhang Yu. MS. Zhang Yu, are there any traces of you in this villa now? Can you still find your shadow in there? In Zhang Yao's case, 320 million is nothing. Since Zhang Yu still wanted to use any traces, shadows, and such to diaphragm him, it would be better to simply burn it down with a fire. Before, I just wanted to redecorate, but now when I think about it, what Zhang Yu said does make sense. How about just rebuild the whole thing altogether? Chapter 55, Putting Yourself in Harm's Way? The fire was quickly extinguished after the fire department arrived with sirens blazing in 100,000 directions, but by this time it had also been burning hard for some time, and the original mansion was completely in ruins. That night, the story caused a huge stir. Even the foreign press is reporting on it. Hashtag Chang Yu set fire to a $320 million mansion. Hashtag Zhang Yao shouted to Zhang Yu through the live broadcast. Hashtag. That night, the relevant topic had swept across the internet, overpowering all other news and events. Such a luxurious villa. I didn't expect Zhang Yao to burn it when he said so. It's all over the internet now that he's a loser. But I'm afraid this is some kind of stimulus? He called Zhang Yu his biological mother. And after burning down the villa he even made a point of shouting at Zhang Yu through the air. So the way I see it, he must have done it because Zhang Yu didn't run away. Zhang Yao's fire had once again sent Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua into the limelight. Why did everyone only know Chen Zizhan and not Zhang Yao before this? Many people think of the current Chen Zizhan as the previous Zhang Yao. Is this something that Chen Jiehua deliberately steered? Why has Zhang Yao suffered so much? This time Chen Jiehua, elegant and easygoing persona, is afraid to collapse. He really want to have so good that Zhang Yao. This simply does not make sense. Until now, neither Zhang Yu nor Chen Jiehua has ever responded publicly. On the internet, there were more and more people questioning Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, and the image of the two began to take a sharp turn for the worse. Every time they pick up their cell phones, the two are very bad at being pushed news. And these are not things that can be avoided yet without going online. From the time they were beaten into the hospital by Zhang Yao, the outside world was concerned about everything about them. And there were countless questions that they wanted to seek clarification from them. A big part of the reason for coming overseas right after being discharged from the hospital was to avoid all of this. But as a result, the previous problems have not been solved and new problems have been added. It's our family's business. What's it got to do with them? These people are really inexplicable. Who are they to question me? Zhang Yu cursed like a spiteful woman. Chen Jiehua didn't even bother to pay attention to her and directly opened a video call with Chen Zizhan. I've got a couple of people for you. So you work with them to create an online campaign to guide public opinion. Just steer the conversation in the direction of arson offenses and get everyone's attention towards that. Responding to them is something they can't respond to, but they can't let the netizens continue to question them like this either. The best way to do that, of course, is to use the waterboys, the media, etc., to divert attention. Chen Zizhan also understood this. He just didn't expect Chen Jiehua to give him this task. Dad, wouldn't you just let your big sister do this kind of thing? Chen Zizhan himself was a master of eating and drinking, not to mention that he was also annoyed right now. So how would he be willing to do such a thing? Zhang Yao went from posting a video about enlisting people to smash and vandalize the villa to directly burning the villa with a single fire. He watched the entire process, and watched it with a stifled sense of resignation. Also, that's called envy. In his eyes, the $320 million mansion that should belong to him, Zhang Yao found people to smash and destroy even if, in the end, he actually dared to burn it with a fire. How can this make him not be angry? Smashing villas and setting them on fire are such dashing things that Zhang Yao actually did. He himself had been hanging out online for so long, and his fans and attention were actually not even comparable to Zhang Yao's for a week. He's losing on all fronts with this comparison. He did his best to think about how the whole big job, to cover Zhang Yao's name, but also sow initial wind. As a result, Chen Jiehua actually asked him to manipulate public opinion. He's not interested in that at all. Stupid. I'm building you up. You're about to turn 18. It's about time you started learning how to do things. Or how are you going to inherit the company in the future? Especially since your big sister is becoming very unreliable right now. You should step up to the plate. At this rate, do you think Chen Ruoji, she'll still be on your side? These words filled Chen Zijian with resentment towards Chen Ruoji. Since Zhang Yao was out of their control, Chen Ruoji also seemed like a completely different person, speaking for Zhang Yao and defending him at every turn. Even, twice, he struck him. When Zhang Yao was broadcasting live, Chen Ruoji also appeared on camera, or she took the lead in smashing the villa. This was more blatantly siding with Zhang Yao. In Chen Zijian's case, these could already be considered new grudges. When Chen Jiehua said this, it even directly ignited his dissatisfaction with Chen Ruoji. If she's not on my side, then what use do I have for her as a big sister? Chen Jiehua didn't refute his words, because this father and son were just thinking the same way. She's now the CEO of the company, and the company and the shareholders are all in awe of her. That's why you have to grow up fast to take your place so the company can be yours. In itself, Zhang Yao held 30% of the shares and was the largest shareholder. If Chen Ruoji, who was the CEO, still fell to his side, it would be very unfavorable for the Chen family. Although Chen Jiehua did not think that Chen Ruoji had the guts to defy him. However, the current Chen Ruoji had lost his trust. While he was still plotting what it would take to get Zhang Yao's shares back, he was already making preparations to confront Zhang Yao. Over here, father and son conspire. After they got going, sure enough the netizens' attention quickly shifted. According to lawyers, Zhang Yao's act of torching the villa is suspected of breaking the law. It's over. Just focusing on grabbing attention and ignoring the law. This time I can only go to jail to be a netizen. There's no limit to what you can do to get traffic. And you deserve to sit in jail. Didn't you say before that Zhang Yao was going to take the college entrance exam this year? Well now, you don't have to take the test this time. It really doesn't mean you can just burn it if it's your own house. The netizens would have been in hot water about these points. And under the deliberate guidance of Chen Jiehua and the others, these points were infinitely amplified and turned into focusing only on these. Zhang Yao shouted Zhang Yua. Because of Zhang Yu's reason to burn the villa, all these topics have become cold and quiet. Anyone who intentionally sets fire to public or private property or endangers public safety or personal safety is guilty of arson. If serious consequences have not yet been caused, then the penalty is imprisonment for a term of not less than 3 and not more than 10 years. If there are serious consequences, such as burns or even death, or significant property damage, then it can be sentenced to more than 10 years of imprisonment, life imprisonment, or the death penalty. While the internet was buzzing, news soon came back. Hashtag Zhang Yao has been summoned. Hashtag. Now that's really going into the bureau. Chen Zijian didn't expect it to have such an effect, and it was called gloating. He dialed Chen Jiehua's phone at the first opportunity. Dad, heavenly good news. Zhang Yao is about to be sentenced, so here's our chance. He wouldn't rather go to jail than hold on to those shares, would he? When he's in jail, will there be no way for us to hold him? Even Chen Jiehua felt that this was a good opportunity. Chapter 56, Who in their right mind would do this? The news circulating on the internet was not wrong. Zhang Yao was indeed summoned to the police station. They say they're getting information, but the gusto they encounter is similar to an interrogation. He looks like a kid who hasn't seen the world. So this one looks like he's trying to scare him, like he's a kid who doesn't know anything. Sensing that the other party was not friendly, his attitude was less respectful. Straight away, officer, as a minor, don't you need to notify my guardian when you summon me? The opposite side looked at him coldly. You're over 17. You're old enough to be criminally responsible. And I did inform your guardian. Although they were abroad and couldn't come back first time, they have informed us and told us to enforce the law impartially. Hearing such a response, Zhang Yao rippled. Just as he thought, this matter really had the Chen family's shadow. Compared to Chen Jiehua, Chen Zijian is still very young. He thought it was a windfall, but he didn't know that it was Chen Jiehua who had planned everything long ago. Officer, we are a country of law and order in Manhwa. Of course I trust you to enforce the law impartially. Zhang Yao nodded his head in agreement, then proceeded to ask, but may I ask what dharma you are going to enforce on me? The opposite side grunted coldly and read the law with full authority. What else do you have to say? You think because it's your villa, you can act recklessly? I'm telling you, don't think you can do whatever you want just because your family has a few bucks. Prison is the best place for a dude like you. The opposite party was so cynical that Zhang Yao almost thought he was guilty of unpardonable offenses. However, he did not review it, but looked interested. Dude, that sounds pretty good. Decided. I'll be a dude from now on. The way he's reacting right now, he looks like a dead pig in a poke. Or emboldened. Anyway, it's kinda second nature anyway. The opposite party snorted coldly. You're afraid you won't have that chance. Zhang Yao expressed his doubt. Why? After a pause, he then leisurely said, Officer, you just said it was burning public and private property as well. I burned my own villa. It has nothing to do with the public or anyone else, right? Beyond that premise, the rest of the focus is on endangering public safety and personal safety. My villa is a standalone island villa surrounded by water, and I have the whole island to myself. The fire was unable to spread externally and did not threaten any public areas as well as the lives and property of others. So may I ask, is this arson charge you speak of still valid? The burning of the villa was entirely on Zhang Yao's whim, but he was not ignorant of the relevant laws. He wouldn't have done it on any impulse if he hadn't had some certainty. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to get himself in. The fact that he was so old and relaxed and sitting still instantly enraged the opposite side of the room. Don't say it's not your turn to define whether or not there's a threat to public safety. Even if you didn't, you're still provoking trouble, you know? Your realistic speculation about smashing the villa and then outright arson created a very bad effect. On that basis, I can arrest you. This was something that Zhang Yao hadn't really thought about. He was silent for a moment, rubbing his forehead. Provocation seems to warrant detention? The opposite side grunted. You could also go to jail if you don't submit to discipline during detention and cause trouble or something. Zhang Yao frowned. In that case, I absolutely cannot be detained. The opposite side of the room slapped the table. Get your attitude right. Is it up to you to detain or not? It's not your word. It's not my word. It's the law. Since you are provoking trouble, then according to the rules you are to be detained. And this is something you can change just because you don't want to? This speech was really righteous. It felt like Chen Jiehua was giving a speech outside. Zhang Yao was silent again, then leisurely said, Officer, then won't you ask me why I set the villa on fire? To investigate the case, of course, we need to figure out the cause. The opposite side clasped his hands over his chest like a victor. If you want to talk about it, I'd like to hear about it. Anyway, the facts are in front of us, so it's useless to try to weasel your way out of it. Zhang Yao shook his head repeatedly. No, I'm not trying to be sophomoric. I was trying to state a fact. I'm 17, a couple months shy of 18, and I have been abused by my biological parents, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, for the past almost 10 years. The chronic abuse has left me with a mental illness. I burned the villa because I have a mental problem. That's a $320 million mansion. Who would do that if they weren't seriously ill? He's just stacking buffs on himself. First of all, he lives in a detached island house, and burning it doesn't affect anyone else. It's worth wrestling with whether it constitutes arson or not. Then again, he's a minor. Although it is over 17, the addition of minors is more or less still there. The final killer, that of course, is mental illness. Mentally ill people are not legally liable for any murder because they do not have criminal capacity themselves. Mental illness and mental illness cannot be equated, and have much in common. A minor with a mental illness who burned down his house and didn't affect anyone else. It wouldn't make sense to arrest them, would it? He froze the cop across the street with this comment. Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua, abuse? If this news were to spread out, it would definitely be more powerful than even Zhang Yao burning down the villa. The opposite party couldn't help but swallow, becoming dry-mouthed and disorganized for a moment. Zhang Yao then said, how about you contact my guardian again? Whatever will happen to me, they have to be informed, right? If Chen Jiehua dared to trip up behind him, then he would dare to pull Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu down with him. These two can send him in by operation. However, one has to weigh in on what this will entail. Chen Jiehua hadn't dared to fish out of water before, and this time he's technically not even wrong, and has a full stack of buffs. He didn't believe that Chen Jiehua would still dare to make trouble out of it. Chen Jiehua's side is what the reaction is not yet known. Chen Ruoji has already come in a hurry. She was followed by a whole team of lawyers in suits. Officer, my lawyer wants to talk to you about my brother Zhang Yao. With that aura of hers, it's not like she's going to talk about anything. She's totally pushing it. The police officer who summoned Zhang Yao looked numb and hurriedly explained. Ms. Chen, we just called your brother over to find out the exact situation. His actions do not constitute arson, and we have been notified from above to release him. We're just going through the motions as well. If you'll excuse us. Chapter 57, Let Go of My Brother. Soon after, the police issued a notice to the public through official blogs and other means. After investigation and verification, Zhang Yao burned the villa is located in the territory. All belonged to his private property. The fire did not jeopardize public safety or endanger others. Therefore, it does not constitute arson. However, this behavior is still very risky and is not advocated, or should be punished according to the law. In view of the fact that Zhang Yao was still a minor, he was criticized and educated. For such a result, other than the Chen family being very dissatisfied. Everyone else felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Justified and convincing. This story tells us that you should never learn if you live in anything other than a single family home. As much as it's fun to watch, sometimes I have the urge to burn something down in a fire. But it's not enough to shoot someone like me 10 times for daring to do that when I live in a flat. A fire burned down $320 million. The name of Zhang Yao, Yan Hua's #1 loser, is considered to have been realized. I also remember that Chen Zizhan likes to show off his wealth, and this villa has appeared in his wealth showing videos many times. At that time, I thought he was very powerful, but now compared to Zhang Yao, he's simply weak. Seeing that there were actually netizens who mentioned themselves, Chen Zizhan became even more depressed. Chen Jiehua still does not dare to break the net with Zhang Yao, and as a result, the plan fell through and missed such a good opportunity. Chen Zizhan was already very aggrieved by this, but you guys actually stepped on one and praised the other. He hated to admit it, but he hadn't even dared to think about burning down a villa, not to mention the whole thing. After the police issued a notice, the matter came to an end. Only the netizens continue to talk about it with gusto, and always bring it up at tea time. Those 100 or so participants, too, are still going around telling of this thrilling experience. Many of them have risen to the top of the fanbase by participating in the smashing of the Broken Word Villa. Not to mention the fact that Masayoshi has over 5 million followers after the fire ignited. Everyone says it's a fire with 5 million followers, just as the outside world was in a flurry and frenzy. Zhang Yao, on the other hand, as if everything had nothing to do with him, wrapped up tightly again and approached Jin Bingying. At this point, Jin Bingying had already known his identity and what he looked like, and he himself was well aware that Jin Bingying must have recognized him for what he was. Though both sides were well aware of this fact, neither revealed it. Therefore, his disguise remains relevant. The meaning of the cover-up is equally meaningful. He felt a little more at home that way, which is what this meaning exists for. Doctor, I've realized in the last few days that I still can't be completely honest about the past. I have nothing but loathing and hatred for my parents, and I feel like I don't care anymore no matter what happens to them. But I still get intense mood swings when they say something. Jin Bingying looked at him gently and smiled. There's no need for you to be bothered by this at all, as it's perfectly normal. There's always something that piques our nerves. Everyone does. Once we get into an argument with someone and the other person touches on that, we get emotional and so on. These are normal reactions. If one can do this without being happy or sad about anything, then one becomes a worldly person like a high priest or something like that. From a simple beginning, the two talked deeper and deeper. Zhang Yao, as always, tells of his bitterness and knots in his heart, while Jin Bingying listens and enlightens. Meanwhile, once again, without a trace, he was psychologically tested with him. All of this, however, was heard and seen by Chen Ruoji. Being a good best friend, it's not even easy for her to install a camera in Jin Bingying's psychiatric clinic. Excuses are not even needed. Directly kill over to find Jin Bingying, find a chance to quietly put it done. She wanted to know and grasp everything about Zhang Yao, but Zhang Yao wasn't really able to use her as a confidant anymore. Jin Bingying wouldn't tell her about Zhang Yao either out of professional ethics. There was nothing else she could do. It was precisely because of this that she saw Zhang Yao's most vulnerable side. Only then did he realize that Zhang Yao was under so much psychological pressure and had such a deep psychological shadow. Every time, under Jin Bingying's intervention and coaxing, Zhang Yao would cry like a child. The first time she learned about this, she, on the other hand, cried even more than Zhang Yao. Faced with the crying Zhang Yao, Jin Bingying naturally embraced him in her arms. Jin Bingying, who had been aroused by her motherly nature, enjoyed comforting Zhang Yao in this way, and Zhang Yao himself seemed to be enjoying it. Zhang Yao herself lacked fatherly and motherly love, and this comfort from Jin Bingying made her feel motherly love. The situation was so superficial that she didn't need Jin Bingying, a psychiatrist, to answer her question. However, the reasoning was clear to her, but there was a flame of jealousy burning in her heart. Damn it, that's my brother. What gives him the right to be in your arms? I've never even hugged him like that yet. For the first time in her life, Chen Ruoji was jealous of her good best friend and had a strong dissatisfaction with this good best friend. Luckily the process wasn't too long, just over 10 minutes. Right after she sourly yanked and broke a pot of greenery, Zhang Yao also took the initiative to let go of Jin Bingying. I'm sorry, doctor, it was like this every time, making Zhang Yao a little embarrassed. If he hadn't been wearing a mask and sunglasses, he would have been able to see that his face had turned red with shame. And yet, wonderfully, he couldn't help but be a little distracted and lighthearted, a feeling that made him a little bit obsessed. After venting again, Zhang Yao's entire body was much more relaxed, and he then changed the topic. By the way, doctor, there is another thing. One of my sisters, every time she came to me before, she would cry her eyes out. apologizing to me and begging me for understanding. She reappeared after not seeing her for a few days and she looked like a different person. What the hell do you think is going on here? Sometimes it confuses me. What kind of mentality is she in here? There was no one who knew more about this matter than Jin Bingying. Chen Ruoji was disheveled for so many days, dying, or she woke up the dreamer with a word. Only, she couldn't say these things explicitly right now. If she didn't mean you any harm, it would have been an act to make it up to you or to seek your understanding. Jin Bingying tried to explain to Zhang Yao and didn't forget to put in a good word for her good girlfriend. And at this time, Chen Ruoji, who was crying so hard that she was suffocating in pain, had already perked up her ears. Hearing Jin Bingying speak for her, she hadn't held back a hum. Don't you dare hug my brother, and don't think I'll forgive you for that. While she was still a bit indignant towards Jin Bingying, she heard this good girlfriend ask Zhang Yao directly, and do you hate this sister of yours? When this question came out, she even held her breath straight away, and her whole body tensed up. Chapter 58, $500 million in requests for proposals. Will Zhang Yao hate himself? Chen Ruoji cared about this question, expecting some kind of answer in her heart but knowing that it wasn't realistic. Even she felt that Zhang Yao should hate her. She was just guilty. However, in the face of this question, Zhang Yao, who had completely opened his heart, fell into silence. A miserable laugh followed. It was that smile that instantly suffocated her so much that she almost fainted. That resignation, that pain of asking for more, that regret, such complex emotions, all revealed by virtue of that smile, and still fully received by her. And that's exactly why she was choking on the pain. My reason tells me that I shouldn't actually hate her. It's like a licking dog who licks until he ends up with nothing, and ends up having to hate each other because he can't lick. I think, then, that it's totally irritating. It's all your own unilateral giving. It's your own willingness. How can you blame others instead? Even if you want to blame, shouldn't you blame yourself? Jin Bingying smiled. You're right. She first affirmed Zhang Yao's words and then went on to state, but the fact is, if you hold that thought, the fact is you're still very indignant about it. These words hit the truth. So Zhang Yao was silent. There was a pause before he said, perhaps it is because of this that my sensibility still allows for a very strong grudge against her indeed. He let out a long sigh. Hey Dash. I want to let go of everything and try to treat her like an inconsequential stranger. But the truth is, I'm not really that calm inside at all. I'm well aware that the more irritated I appear to be the more I still care. But even so, I still can't avoid this. Love or hate, it's a reflection of caring. Truly not caring anymore. Then nothing matters, as he tries to show. What it really says is that you're a good person. A good person who kindly cares about emotions. Feelings are inherently complex and out of one's control. That's why we can see in TV shows that some people aren't all hateful when confronted with their father's murderer. There are men and women who have broken up because of irreconcilable conflicts, and couples who are divorced and don't necessarily not love each other. We don't often have just a single kind of feeling for someone. The world is not black and white, and relationships are not love or hate. You like someone, but there may be some flaws in her that you loathe. It mostly depends on whether your liking can tolerate the flaws, or whether your aversion to them makes you give up liking. Take this sister of yours. You're actually in a situation where you're more upset with her than you care about her. As a matter of fact, Zhang Yao has been avoiding these questions. Because of the rebirth, because of the memories of the future. He knew that he was begging for it, and it was very miserable. He knew he shouldn't do it again and proceeded to make the right choice. But the longing for kinship, the obsession with home, is not something that can just be wiped away. Father's love, mother's love. He still cared about them. Only Zhang Yu and Shen Jiehua made him completely lose his illusions about them. It's like when you're completely cold to your significant other and choose to break up even though you still like them. You may still be attached to the relationship, but it's no longer with this person. Learning that Zhang Yao did have a grudge against himself and was filled with resentment towards himself. In response, Chen Ruoji not only did not feel sad and upset, but was instead very happy, because Zhang Yao also acknowledged the fact that all these grievances were based on caring. In this way, if Zhang Yao's resentment towards her could be eliminated, then understanding could be gained back to the best of times. Of course, how to eliminate Zhang Yao's resentment was a problem. It's also possible that the resentment has been put down before the care has been removed. It's hard to say what the situation will be down the road, and who can guarantee what the future holds. Chen Ruoji, however, seemed as if she had seen a ray of light, and her entire body was more energized. Counseling ended. Out of Jin Bingying's studio, Zhang Yao just felt relaxed. Every now and then, it feels like going through a mind spa. That was why he was happy to talk to Jin Bingying and was willing to open up to her for psychological intervention. Because, really, it works. Psychotherapy continues, and things that are good for your physical and mental health are still being done. After coming out of Jin Bingying's psychiatric clinic, he took a taxi straight home. Once again, standing in front of the villa that had been completely reduced to rubble. Now that the destruction was complete, all that remained was to rebuild. The construction of a house requires the approval of the relevant authorities. But it's not a big problem, after all. It's all burned to the ground if he's not allowed to rebuild. Is he going to be allowed to live in the ruins? The title to the land is his and there are no other issues involved. So now the question is, what's it going to take to rebuild? The destruction has been done with great fanfare, and the construction should certainly be done with great fanfare. Otherwise, how to diaphragm the Chen family? Zhang Yao thought about it and posted another video. Brothers and sisters, I, Zhang Yao, am back again. As you can see, my $320 million mansion is in ruins, and any trace of shadow has burned away. But how will this work without the home? So I'm going to do a rebuild. As for the budget for the rebuild, I've decided it's $500 million. Here, I'm putting out an open call for redevelopment proposals from across the country and around the world. My request was to build a garden-style, modernized and technologically advanced villa, but with a traditional cultural charm. To put it bluntly, it's a combination of classical and modern technology that's both traditional and smart. If any team is interested in this program, they are welcome to come and bid on it. I will choose a design that I am most comfortable with and work intensively with it to finalize the reconstruction of the villa. He's now a big internet sensation, with over 5 million followers on a single site. This video will get no less airplay when it goes out. First, the villa was destroyed. Then $500 million was spent on reconstruction. And there was an open call for reconstruction proposals. It's a handful. And again, the conversation pulls full circle. Asterisk was worth $320 million destroyed and now it's just going to cost $500 million to rebuild? Otherwise, how can we say it's Manhwa's number one loser? It's really rich and really arbitrary. He's kind of got the flow figured out. It's just a little expensive. Can't learn to learn. Hashtag Changyu 500 million call for villa redevelopment proposals hashtag. As soon as this topic hit the hot news, it again made Zhang Yu so angry that she slammed her cell phone. Now are these media outlets running out of other news to report? Are they sick? All day long, just around this little, using $500 million to build a villa. He's really generous. He also deserves to live in such a nice villa. The Chen family can't see Zhang Yao's good, and they are still hoping that Zhang Yao will come back to beg them again. What do you think? They don't even have a home yet. And Zhang Yao is already making a big deal about spending $500 million to rebuild the villa. Chapter 59, Who's irritating who? Being swept away by Zhang Yao. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua both regarded this as a strange shame. The embarrassment and trouble that the Chen family was in nowadays all started from this moment. Zhang Yu was unwilling. She could not allow Zhang Yao to ride on her head. Could not allow Zhang Yao's life was better than theirs. But the reality is that the villa that she had spent 10 years of her life raising was burned down by Zhang Yao in a fire. Zhang Yaodu has already put out an open call for redevelopment proposals to create a mansion worth $500 million. And the girls? They don't even have a place to stay yet. They would love to compete with Zhang Yao. And it's not like they can't get their hands on $500 million. The problem is that you can't even buy a large villa of your choice in a city like this where land is at a premium. And where to go to give them land to build a mansion and create another lavish Chen mansion? If you don't even have a decent mansion, how can you call yourself a noble family? It can't be delayed any longer. It's better to let Chen Ruoji finalize the house first. Now everyone knows that the villa we lived in was burned down by that little fire. Besides, the reconstruction of the villa has nothing to do with us. There have been rumors about this out there for a long time now, and the circle is laughing at us. Continuing to drag this out will only lead to complete ridicule. How could Zhang Yu not be aware of this fact? Just because of these things, the rich wives who normally would have liked to fight back and forth didn't come to irritate her. Gu, Mrs. Chen, what's going on with your Chen family? How is it that as soon as you leave the country, your houses are burned down by your sons? $500 million to rebuild the villa. That's quite a big deal. What? You're not going to tell me this has nothing to do with you guys? That you didn't authorize it, are you? Just because of these long-winded women who had nothing better to do after eating their fill. Zhang Yu was so angry that she smashed several cell phones. Still, it was just payback for what she'd done to others before. Or should I say, her circle of so-called rich wives did. Things are grouped together. People are grouped together. Thinking of all these bad things, Zhang Yu felt sevenfold again. So are we going back here? What's this going to say if we go back? In the face of the city's storm, there has to be a reasonable explanation. Right. It's possible to not respond on the internet, but there are some things you can't escape in reality and in your circle. What else can I do? Let's just say that the family is in a bad way. It's me, Chen Jiehua, who taught my son poorly. Everything is the fault of both of us. Educating such a contraption makes everyone look ridiculous. This is certainly not true. However, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's simply a statement. As for whether other people believe it or not, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of getting by on the surface. That's fine. Let's go back then. Zhang Yu nodded, then gritted her teeth again. It's just as well to go back and settle the score with Chen Ruoji, the one who ate her way out. Because of Zhang Yao, they were now moving Chen Ruoji to anger as well. Receiving instructions from Chen Jiehua, Chen Ruoji spent $80 million on a villa. Although the villa still belongs to the top mansion, but with Zhang Yao that is really no way to compare in every aspect. First of all, the location should be a little off. They are in the outer ring. Zhang Yao that is the center of the city. In addition, what supporting facilities are these are not to mention, is also a big difference. The most intuitive difference is that the Zhang Yao one covers a total of over 2,000 square feet, and this one of theirs, which is 500 square feet full, is only almost a quarter of that. The good news is that this villa also comes with a yard, so those servants such as Zhou Chu Sheng have a place to use again. Now, Chen Jiehua's arm has fully recovered, and Zhou Duixing masters have been discharged from the hospital. In this way, a new round of feuds can unfold. After buying the villa, the maids entered first to clean up the place, and Chen Ruoji carried out some proper rectification, then replace all the furniture and appliances with new ones and move in what was previously moved out. By the time this was all done and ready to move in, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had also returned at the right time. They've been running out to hide from constant practice and it's still the first day in their new home. Therefore, in addition to the two of them, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shuyu, Chen Evening Zhao, and Chen Zizhan, were all present. Dad, Mom, today is kind of a housewarming for our family. I've had the babysitter make a big table. Let's celebrate. Chen Ruoshi arrangements cannot be said to be not thoughtful. Almost every aspect has been taken into account. Completely cannot pick a fault. However, neither Zhang Yu nor Chen Jiehua felt much joy. Although moving to a new house is a joyous event, but once compared with Zhang Yao cannot really be happy. Stayed well in that island villa and now coming to stay in this is a total consumer downgrade. These two were not satisfied everywhere they looked, and they couldn't bring themselves to like this new residence at all. But there was no way around it. It was the best that could be chosen at the moment. Of course, the fact that they were throwing their faces at Chen Ruoji like this was in addition to the fact that they weren't satisfied with the villa. More importantly, it was still Chen Ruoji's eating out of the palm of her hand. If it wasn't for Chen Jiehua stating that no matter what this was a housewarming and it was unlucky to lose your temper and have a conflict when you entered the house, Zhang Yu, right now, had already split her head to give Chen Ruoji a lecture. Okay, let's eat first. Chen Jiehua nodded, not saying a single superfluous word. Both of them had such an expression. Chen Evening Zhao and the girls were still happy. Each one of them was scared. The atmosphere in this brand new restaurant, facing a table of mountains of food, is a bit strange. Thinking unwillingly, Zhang Yu ate Australian lobster and dialed Zhang Yao's phone. Did you see that, little? We are happy as a family without you. And without us, you're no different than a lonely soul. These words cannot be described as not vicious. Chen Ruoji listened to go want to stop. Mom! As soon as she opened her mouth, Zhang Yu gave an angry rebuke with a stern face. Shut your mouth. Seeing that Zhang Yu was so furious, Chen Shuyu and Chen Evening Zhao followed suit and were dumbfounded. Originally, they wanted to echo Chen Ruoji and say a few words, but they could only honestly remain silent. On the other side of the phone, Zhang Yu's performance made Zhang Yao laugh. After a few more rounds of enlightenment from Jin Bingying, he was more and more able to face such things openly. What family? Reunion. It's fun. If it's parents like Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, then screw you. Mrs. Chen, is this your home? This dining room looks a little small. Doesn't it seem crowded with so many people sitting in your house? Zhang Yao also knew how to make Zhang Yu break his defense. Look at my plans for this redevelopment program. Is this dining room bigger and bolder than yours? How many square feet do you have in this house? And how come the dining room is so small? It's not even 1,000 square feet. Is it? There aren't any villas with less than 1,000 square feet these days, are there? It won't, no way. Chapter 60, whose side is it on? As far as the project is concerned, $500 million is not a lot, but it's not a small amount no matter where you put it. After the video of Zhang Yao's open call for redevelopment proposals was sent out, it immediately attracted the attention of many design teams. Soon there was a flurry of various designs. He also quickly chose the one he liked best, and then discussed the specific design in detail. This has just been finalized and the final design is being recorded for a video about it. As a result, Zhang Yu called. Thus, Zhang Yao directly showed it to the video camera. Look at this exterior design of mine. Look at this internal grid of mine. Look at this restaurant. Look at this bedroom. Look at this courtyard. This program of mine. Does it have some meaning of the ancient royal garden? I'll make a video presentation when I get the villa up, so you can watch it with wide-eyed scrutiny then, to prevent you from defacing my new villa and leaving diaphragm marks, shadows, etc. I wouldn't allow you guys to come on a field trip, huh? Please have some self-awareness and don't harbor unrealistic fantasies. When Zhang Yao said this, Zhang Yu had already thrown out the chopsticks in her hand. I have to say, there are really no words for the design he finalized. Step by step, pavilions and pavilions, the characteristics of traditional gardens to the extreme, but also not lack of modern flavor. It gives the impression that a modern Chinese aesthetic is the way it should be. No matter who looks at such an outstanding design, they will feel moved. And even more so, they have thrown off the Chen family's current one by a few blocks. Zhang Yu also liked it at a glance, and a thought also flew up. As long as it was taken from Zhang Yao's hands, then it was also the Chen family's and hers. As a result, it was as if this thought was seen through by Zhang Yao, and he was ruthlessly mocked again. Mrs. Chen, I really don't know how you have the face to fool around. Do you want to show off the small, humble house where the family is crowded? Or do you want to show off the lobster and abalone on the table? I couldn't eat these things when I was hosted in your house. Now I can eat as much as I want, wherever I want. You don't think that I'm going to break my defenses because of this and regret drawing a line in the sand with you guys because of it, do you? It won't, no way? Zhang Yao did not break the defense, but instead, a flurry of output caused the already upset Zhang Yu to become even more mortified. Chen Jiehua watched from the sidelines with a cold face, and the situation was no better. Chen Zizhan's eyes erupted with sparks of jealousy. We're showing off that we're neat and tidy as a family. Which you are. The bastard shades further. I do actually kinda envy you sometimes. I have a dad and a mom and a sister and a lot of family ties and a million family cozy worries. Unlike you, when you pick up a bowl and it's a reunion dinner and take a selfie and it's a family photo. I have to say, that's really quite offensive. If a real orphan heard that kind of talk, they wouldn't be able to hold it together. However, Zhang Yao's situation was not the same, so the lethality of this sentence to him was almost equal to zero. He even managed to echo Chen Zizhan. You're absolutely right. I'm just so miserable. It can't be helped. Who made my parents not as tough as your parents? Died early and died absolutely. This is cursing Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. He was all but said to be orphaned in front of these two biological parents, and it was only natural that the curse was up. Chen Zizhan's public identity is still an orphan adopted by the Chen family. So, this was incidentally cursing Chen Zizhan's his parents in it as well. For a moment, the three men changed their faces in unison. On the other hand, the three sisters, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Evening Zhao, looked on at a loss for words. After a sound came, Zhang Yao's side had already lost the video signal. It was Zhang Yu who didn't hold back and smashed her cell phone again, and the video call was interrupted. And that's all it takes to try to ruffle my feathers? Zhang Yao disdainfully put his phone aside. Still not blacking out the Chen family. It's kind of nice, and the other person gets annoyed every time anyway, so why not? The thought of the Chen family's wonderful expressions made him feel quite relieved and refreshed. Apparently, doing more of this sort of thing would do him a lot of good in regulating his psyche as well. Chen Zizhan, I still remember you even if you don't jump out. Zhang Yao held the design in his hand, but what he thought of was the group of sports specialists in the second middle school. Ever since that time when Chen Zizhan came to cause trouble, it had given them substantial benefits. Witness again his hard work of enlisting candidates to vandalize the villa and setting it on fire directly. These sports specialists admired him so much that every day when they met each other, they would shout brother you, and beg for his care. He, on the other hand, really wanted to take care of these sports specialists for once. In the past, when he lived under one roof, Chen Zizhan had been looking for trouble with him for 3 days, and even found people to come to the school to block him. If Chen Zizhan could do that, why couldn't he? Zhang Yao? As it happens, tomorrow is Monday again. While he was calculating to find someone to block Chen Zizhan, the Chen family had already completely spoiled the fun. The housewarming celebration dinner, which was already in a weird mood, went completely off the rails. After smashing the cell phone, Zhang Yu looked at Chen Ruoji with red eyes. Chen Ruoji, when that little was taken away by the police for investigation, why did you bring your lawyer to bail him out? And straight up with a team of lawyers. Who are you trying to scare? Look like you can? Don't forget, your last name is Chen. Our Chen family raised and nurtured you. Whose side are you on? Although Chen Jiehua said, just moved in to get angry in conflict so unlucky. But Zhang Yu, who had been holding this fire for a long time, did not care about this at this time. For such a situation, Chen Ruoji did not feel surprised at all, because in this family, she had replaced Zhang Yao as the new punching bag and sufferer. Once Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua got upset about something, she would inevitably be the one used to take the piss out of them. she had been verbally abused several times because of Zhang Yao. Not to mention Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, who were her adoptive parents, but even Chen Zizhan, the younger brother who had once caused her immense love. Now, more and more, they're starting to target her, too. Big sister, I've been meaning to tell you for a long time too. I'm the one who's your brother. The villa that our family is still trying to move back to. You took the lead and smashed it up. That bastard was taken to the police station and you actually brought a lawyer to bail him out. I would also like to ask you, what exactly do you want? Are you still a member of my Chen family? Amidst the aggressiveness of Zhang Yu and Chen Zizhan, Chen Jiehua did not speak. In this situation, when Chen Jiehua, who was the head of the family, did not open his mouth, the meaning was obvious. It was, waiting for her to give a reasonable explanation. On the other hand, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningjiao on the other side had already been so anxious that they didn't know what to do. Chapter 61. Chen Ruoji's heart was filled with bitterness. Of course she was a member of the Chen family, and she had never thought of breaking away from the Chen family. But why does being a Chen family member have to be on the opposite side of Zhang Yao? The Chen family had brought so much suffering to Zhang Yao, and everything in the past was the Chen family's fault. And Zhang Yao hadn't done anything to hurt the Chen family after he drew a line in the sand. Why are the Chen family so hostile to Zhang Yao? Even if there are irreconcilable conflicts and mutual distaste for each other. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't get along? Wouldn't it be better to be beautiful? Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself? Just like at this moment, if Zhang Yu hadn't taken the initiative to call over, would they have been stimulated to break their defenses? If it was placed before, Chen Ruoji would have laid out the facts and reasoned like this. But now she understood that Zhang Yu and the others were just trying to take the fire out of her, and had already been unreasonable. She was a smart person, grateful yet not wanting to suffer this kind of unwarranted disaster. So it was, Mom, you're wrong. I brought a team of lawyers to the police station to bail out Zhang Yao precisely for the sake of our Chen family. Do you know what he told the police? He said he was mentally ill as a result of your prolonged abuse and that's why he set fire to the villa. Think about it, if he goes to jail for arson, what will await our Chen family? Zhang Yu was instantly speechless. She was all ready to go on a rampage and use this seedling to teach Chen Ruoji a hard lesson. But when Chen Ruoji said this, it immediately left her speechless, and she was able to hold her anger back. Big sister, you're being sophomoric. Chen Zizhan was unconvinced. Don't think I don't know that you're just towards that bastard. You obviously hated her so much before, and now you're trying to curry favor with him. What the hell is wrong with you? To this question, Chen Ruoji did not answer. If the Chen family had been reasonable, this question would not have needed to be answered a long time ago. The fact that Chen Zizhan could actually ask this kind of question now meant that it was useless for her to explain any further. Dad, surely you got the message too? She ignored Chen Zizhan and instead turned her gaze to Chen Jiehua. It was obviously your intention not to pursue this matter ultimately. As well, she did rush to the police station with a team of lawyers in a hurry after learning that Zhang Yao had been summoned. But the truth was, Zhang Yao had already settled things by the time she arrived. She's just giving the police another layer of pressure on top of that. Regarding how Zhang Yao had responded, Chen Jiehua would know no later than her. This is in the past. There's no need to talk about it anymore. Seeing that Chen Ruoji was impeccable on this, Chen Jiehua lightly brought the matter to light. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. The president of Guayao capital, the eldest miss of our Chen family, you're actually going to take a nutritional qualification test? I'm warning you, from now on you stay away from that. Chen Jiehua directly gave a death order. You are not allowed to have any interactions or dealings with him in the future. Got it? For this kind of order, Chen Ruoji was certainly not convinced. However, she didn't dare to openly disobey and could only respond against her will. Yes, I know. Just say it, don't do it. The big deal was to be more careful in the future and not be discovered by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. She was so calculating, and Chen Jiehua seemed to know what she was playing at. You'd better keep in mind what you said today. After threatening Chen Ruoji one last time, Chen Jiehua turned around and left the restaurant. Zhang Yu and Chen Zizhan also followed without saying a word. A good dinner worthy of celebration froze, leaving only the three Chan sisters still sitting. Sis, Mom and Dad aren't holding it against you, so don't be mad at them. Seeing Chen Ruoji's bitter face, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningjiao hastened to console her. Is it aimed at her? Can she not know? She smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. Chen Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice to ask, Boss, then do you really want to cut ties with Zhang Yao? I've been rather busy during this time, but I also know that you've done a lot for Zhang Yao. Chen Ruoji shook her head. I respect my parents and am grateful for this family, but what I think should be done, I will certainly do it anyway. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua didn't allow it, so they sneaked in. People have to learn to be flexible. Chen Eveningjiao looked a little uncertain. Big sister, what should we do then? Chen Ruoji stroked her head. What you guys are going to do of course still needs to be considered by yourselves. If you guys don't really care about Zhang Yao, then these things actually have no effect on you. Just do what you did before and do what you do now. No need to get hung up on it. If they don't care, then they should all be feeling grateful right now, because Zhang Yao wouldn't bother them anymore, wouldn't show up to get in their way, and hadn't lost anything. But if he didn't care, then why would Chen Evening Zhao ask that? They could not let go of Zhang Yao, but did not dare to disobey Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, and were suffering. All three sisters are adults, each with their own thoughts and emotions. Chen Ruoji didn't want to force anyone. She only wanted her two sisters to be happy. Faced with a table full of basically untouched mountains of food, the three sisters were silent for a while. Only then did Chen Xiaoyu speak again. Just now Zizan reminded me that his 18th birthday is coming up and asked me to get him a sports car. When she said this, she paused again before she then said, "Sister, we've never given Zhang Yao a birthday. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua celebrated their birthdays every year, and Chen Zizhan's birthday was especially grand. Zhang Yao, however, never spends his birthday by himself. In those first few years, they did remember Zhang Yao's birthday and wanted to give him a birthday as well, but this thing was never organized by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. These two didn't mean it that way, so how dare they ask more questions? For a long time after causing the misunderstanding, they even forgot about Zhang Yao's birthday. After Chen Xiaoyu finished telling this fact, the three sisters fell into another long silence. It took another long time before Chen Evening Zhao broke this silence again. Zizhan just told me that he should enter the National University just like me. Yanhua National University, the most powerful university in the whole Yanhua, is the dream place of countless students. However, it is never on the preferred list of powerful people. Hearing this, Chen Ruoji are a burst of surprise. Why? They all went to university in a foreign country, and according to the original plan Chen Zizhan too. Why the sudden change of heart? In response, Chen Evening Zhao shook his head. Mom and Dad seem to have this intention, and Zizhan himself is still confused about the situation. Chen Zizhan himself was still confused, while after the surprise Chen Ruoji figured it out as soon as she meditated. The fact that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would make such an arrangement must have something to do with Guiyao capital. Chapter 62, If the enemy can go, I can go too. Monday, again. As soon as we got back to school, the teacher announced the results of last week's test. Zhang Yao's already good grades were once again steadily improving, and he was already at the top of the whole list. The classroom teacher was greatly relieved by this, though a lot has happened to him and a lot of fancy work has been tossed around. However, after not having to go to a part-time job and having enough time to study, my grades really improved a lot. At this rate, a good score on the exam is a matter of course, and there is no longer any need to worry about it. As for those complicated family matters of his, as long as they didn't affect his studies, the homeroom teacher could only express her helplessness. What also worries the homeroom teacher a bit is that while his grades have gotten better, he's gotten closer to those sports specialists. High school was almost over, and for him, there wasn't a single person in school that he could call his best friend. He was so busy working before that he really didn't have much time to spend with his classmates. In addition, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua scolded him every day for fooling around with unsavory people and ordered him not to make friends with foxes and dogs. It also made him was consciously avoiding being around other people, fearing that making friends would displease those two and find punishment for him. So much so, that he used to actually be quite a loner. Such a being is actually vulnerable to bullying in school. He seemed out of place in the general student body, and the group of athletic specialists didn't even look at him in the same way. Therefore, at this moment, these sports specialists who surrounded him every day and shouted "Brother you," were not in any way a brotherly love. It's purely a matter of him having a bargain here and being able to get something out of him. All but Lu Weining, who was in the same class, was an exception. After learning of his identity, and because of the counterattack, Chen Zizhan each gave a solid $1,000. There are still some of these people who see him as an ingrate and want to treat him like a little cutie. What about the flimflam? If he didn't have memories of the future, his mind would already be very mature. Then you might get lost in all the you. Although he knew that most of these people were no good, Zhang Yao still gathered them together. Big guy, you can wave another flag for me. It's still the same as last time. 500 for attending and 1,000 for doing it. There's no cap on the number of people who are willing to come. Lu Weining was surprised for a moment after hearing this. No, that kid came to besiege you again? His first reaction was to think that it was Chen Zizhan coming to trouble Zhang Yao again. Zhang Yao shook his head. It's not that he came to find my trouble. It's that I want to go find his trouble. Why should he be the only one who can come in front of our school and cause trouble? But I can't go in front of their school and cause trouble? Weining Lu. Well, you don't have a problem with that logic at all. Those sports specialists also don't care at all who gets in trouble with whom, as long as the money comes easy. As for Zhang Yao, He didn't want them to treat him as a friend and a brother. A few tens of thousands of dollars were not worth a thing to him. And if he could make himself happy with that amount of money, then it would be worth every penny. There's nothing wrong with using each other to get what you need. So, after school that afternoon, a group of more than 60 people went straight to the international school where Chen Zijian was located in great numbers. The tuition and fees for a semester in the second middle school that Zhang Yao attends are just over $800 by the time he reaches his senior year of high school. And this school that Chen Zijian attends is $340,000 a year. During his primary and secondary school years, he received compulsory education. As for Chen Zijian, the cheapest tuition he ever paid was $250,000 a year. When he came here, he felt what it meant to be an international school. They didn't have a single foreigner in their second grade school, whereas here they were all over the place. And it even felt like there were more than native students. There must be something to be said for spending such high tuition. The hardware of this international school and the staffing is top-notch. Zhang Yao and the others had only approached when a large group of security personnel greeted them. Who are you people and what are you doing here? After all, there were more than 60 of them, and the gesture was not to be taken by the other side without vigilance. There are some children of diplomats in this school. What if something happens to them? Those sports specialists smoke, drink, and perm their hair all day long, but they're still a bunch of brats, to put it bluntly. Seeing a group of majestic and powerful security guards who were also uniformly dressed with rubber batons, he was a bit abashed. Those who had fallen behind the group had quietly run away several times. Zhang Yao, however, was not scared at all and patted the school uniform on his body and asked rhetorically, "Can't you read it?" Second middle school. He justified it by saying, "What else could we be? Minors? Of course. What? Are you guys so aggressive that you want to round up minors?" Though at one point he was depressed because he was underage and couldn't do a lot of things. But that's when it turns out that the body actually works quite well. It puts these security guards across the street in a whole new light. It took a moment of confusion before he said in a rude voice, "Since you're from the second middle school, then go back to your second middle school. This isn't the place for you to be. Keep your eyes open. This is an international school." From the expressions on the faces of these security guards, one could tell that what they meant by this was that second middle school was not worthy of being compared to this international school. As a student here, Chen Zijian also looked down on Zhang Yao from the second middle school. But the truth is, for goods like Chen Zijian, if he were thrown into the domestic education system, he wouldn't even be able to get into the second secondary school. With this Thai school of yours, if you were to take the college entrance exams, each and every one of you would be losers who couldn't even reach the undergraduate line. Don't tell me that test-based education is backward. If a person is really good, he can't even cope with test-based education? Zhang Yao bristled. However, I'm not here to break this up with you guys. I'm here to find someone. Tell Chen Zijian to get his ass out here. As soon as he said Chen Zijian, the lead security guard immediately looked at him a few more times. It seemed that Chen Zijian was not little known in this school, and as soon as he said his name, these security guards all knew it. "You're Zhang Yao?" When he said that, his identity followed. Soon, the fact that he had brought people to besiege Chen Zijian spread throughout the school. "What? That little bastard Zhang Yao brought someone to block me?" It had always been Chen Zijian who found fault with others. How could he have imagined that this time he would be given the initiative to find fault by Zhang Yao? He was also just about to head home, and the drivers who had come to pick him up were halfway there. After learning the news and hiding far away to take a look, I saw a large black crowd at the entrance of the school. The scene is chaotic. Aside from the gym students that Zhang Yao had brought along and these security guards, the crowd of onlookers at the entrance of the school was already growing. Take photos, make videos, post bibs, send friends. The melon-eating crowd, full of excitement, had single-handedly put Zhang Yao on the hot search again. Seeing that it is going to become a hot incident again, these security guards are anxious but can do nothing. Zhang Yao and his men came under the banner of looking for someone, and there was no trouble or destruction. At most, there were just a little more people. What can we do? If this intervenes to trigger a conflict, Zhang Yao, they put out the identity of minors as soon as the incarnation of the victim. That's enough for them, for the whole international school. Chapter 63, This is a family matter. In the past, Chen Zijian could bully Zhang Yao at will, and that was all because Zhang Yao didn't dare to fight back. Ever since he had been beaten up a few times, he had sadly realized that Zhang Yao could easily beat him down even if he was just like a sickly child. There is no way. And then want to find Zhang Yao's trouble. You can only gather a gang of friends to a bully. As a result, Zhang Yao pulled out even more men. The number of people in this international school is quite large, but they are all in their own groups. There are quite a lot of conflicts between the various factions and circles themselves, and from time to time, they will get into a fight. Zhang Yao had brought more than 60 people with him, and he really couldn't handle this scene. The circumstances were different, and he couldn't pay someone to back him up if he wanted to. Zhang Yao spends a 500 to 1,000 to pull in a person, and all of these 60 or so people add up to more than 60,000. But this international school, not to mention $500, $1,000, even if it's 60,000, who cares? All he could do was give in and hide in the school for dead, pretending he didn't know anything. Those second-generation ancestors could not let go of this opportunity to ridicule him, especially those who themselves looked at him with displeasure and had problems with him. Chen Zizhan, there are people outside looking for you. Why are you still dilly-dallying and hiding here? What are you afraid of? Go out and with them. You're not going to wimp out, are you? Shame on you. Don't say you're my classmate from now on. Chen Zizhan reddened in defense. What do you mean by being a wimp? I'm a gentleman not standing under a dangerous wall. There's so many of them I'm rushing into with them. Am I stupid? That's true, but a wimp is a wimp, and at best, a wimp has something to say about it. He wisecracked, eyeing the driver to hurry up so he could get in the car and slip away quietly. At this time, Zhang Yao's call came first. Chen Zizhan, get thee out. What's the point of hiding in school? Are you even a ING man? Tell you what, I'm not leaving until I beat you up today. And don't come out until you die inside if you can. Zhang Yao's tone was the same as the last time Chen Zizhan went to second middle school to block him and called him, eyeing him as he threatened and screamed in his face. The head of security tightened his brow. Classmate, I'm going to have to notify your school if you make a scene, huh? You don't want to get disciplined by the school either, do you? This would have worked very well for the former Zhang Yao. Who would have been afraid that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would know that he was being punished to ostracize him even more? Now, the school's punishment is basically within his reach. He'd thought about all this when he arrived. Of course, it's one thing to be able to accept it. It's another thing to have to mess with it to be penalized. He adamantly refused to admit that he had come to make trouble. You can't talk nonsense. I'm here to find my brother. How can you call this being here to cause trouble? Everyone in the world knows that Chen Zizhan is my Zhang Yao's younger brother, and our names are written on the same account book. Your school, don't you even allow family members to come to the house? When he said that, the group of sports specialists behind him came to life. If they really want to make trouble and clash with these security guards of the international school, they actually wouldn't dare. They just wanted to make a small fight and rub Zhang Yao's nose in some favors. It was also known that Zhang Yao had brought them here basically as a bluff, and was trying to bluff the others when he struck out to teach Chen Zizhan a lesson. So, this is the time to chime in. Yeah, who says we're here to make trouble? I'm just curious about international schools. Can't I just come and visit? Which one of your eyes saw us making a scene? Don't we stand here in a regular manner? So many people talking in different ways made the scene more and more chaotic, and the noise made the heads of these security guards grow big. What now? I can't, or I'll report it. Just as the head of security took out his walkie-talkie and was about to report the situation to the school, at the main entrance, a Mercedes Maybach Class S680 quietly drove out. Although Zhang Yao had never sat in one, how could he not know that this was the special car that transported Chen Zizhan every day? In fact, he noticed when the car drove in and just pretended not to care. Seizing the opportunity at this point, he physically blocked the car directly in front of it. Dang it! He slapped the front of the car vigorously and pointed at Chen Zizhan, who was cowering in the back. Shrinking head turtle, get the hell down. Chen Zizhan of course could not get out of the car, and he also so blocked from driving. The driver did not dare to rush him. Through the windshield you could see the driver's overwhelm, neither in nor out, so difficult that he was about to cry. At this time of year, the international school is also the peak time to go home from school. And in just a short while the cars were jammed, there was honking from behind, and several foreigners stopped their cars to come up and see what was going on. The driver was forced to get out of the car, crying and begging for mercy with Zhang Yao. Young Master Zhang, I'm just a part-timer, so don't make things difficult for me, okay? Zhang Yao didn't even look at him. Overthink it, I never wanted to make things difficult for you. After the words were said, Zhang Yao crossed over the driver with an arrow step and climbed into the car from the driver's side. If the driver didn't come down and beg for mercy, he really had no other choice but to continue the stalemate. Even if you want to smash a car, you don't have a handy tool. It just so happened that the driver had been negligent and careless, so he couldn't let this opportunity pass. I have to say, with a length of almost 5m5 and a wheelbase of 3m4, this S680 is really roomy enough to cast a spell. As soon as he got in the car, he went straight to the back. While Chen Zizhan was shocked, he had already received a big slap on his face. After being brutally beaten by him a few times, Chen Zizhan already had a psychological shadow over him, and didn't even dare to fight back knowing that he couldn't beat him. After taking a hit, the subconscious reaction was to open the door and escape out of the car. He gave Chen Zijian a few more blows and rolled to the back, waiting for the driver to be alarmed and try to come to stop. Already in hot pursuit, Chen Zijian got out of the car and whisked Chen Zijian to beat him up all the way. Help! Murder! Chen Zijian shouted as he held his head. It was a scene that thrilled the onlookers who had been taking video. As for these sports students brought by Zhang Yao, they were all laughing and joking as they watched and cooed at the side. Fight! Fight well! You is awesome! You is awesome! How could the security guard care about reporting to the school first? Rushing over and hugging Zhang Yao. Stop! If you dare to do it again, don't blame us for not being polite. Zhang Yao was in an emotional state. How could he stop? What does our family business have to do with you? This is between us brothers. What gives you, a school security guard, the right to be rude to me? If someone really came to the school to cause trouble, it was their job as security to forcefully stop them. The problem was that Zhang Yao had this mouthful of brothers and family matters. This is a brother and a minor. This kind of situation maneuvers have not encountered just as Zhang Yao struggled vigorously and still wanted to go after Chen Zijian, while he held Zhang Yao in a death grip without letting go. I don't know who called the police, but anyway, the police arrived. It was also a relief to all the security that someone was finally taking over this tricky scene. Chapter 64, Getting to be a Dude. Seeing that the police were coming, the security guards subconsciously loosened their hands. What did he expect? Zhang Yao actually took the opportunity to rush over again and gave Chen Zijian, who was about to cry to the police, a few more blows. The police are confused. How dare you beat someone so arrogantly in front of us? No movement. With a stern shout, the two policemen came together and easily yanked Zhang Yao. However, Zhang Yao was still unrelenting, struggling hard to spray angrily towards the two policemen. My dad is Jiehua Chen, of Guiyao capital. You dare to make a move. Do you not want to do it? This made Chen Zijian look stupid. He didn't even dare to take advantage of his old man's name to be so arrogant. Zhang Yao had all drawn a line with them, and had long since been shouting Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen in every breath. One side of the Zhang family and the other side of the Chen family. Both were already not treating Zhang Yu as a member of the Zhang family. At this time, it is a flighty and domineering yelling my father is Chen Jiehua, obviously intentional. The policeman's face darkened as he listened. You can't put it on the table when it comes to such things as human feelings. Even if they are indeed jealous of Chen Jiehua, you so much that cannot be shown. Otherwise how to explain to the public? They all couldn't help but want to educate Zhang Yao. At this point in time, you're doing a disservice to anyone by saying their name. As a result, Zhang Yao yelled very vigorously and did not have any such realization. Your father is nobody's to hit. The police had no choice but to forcibly stop Zhang Yao. As for Zhang Yao, don't look at his mouth yelling. The police were very cooperative when they stopped him. After all, he never intended to go against the police, and the more cooperative he was then the less he would suffer. Seeing that he was honest, the cop questioned, "What the hell is going on?" He raised his head, squinted his eyes, shook his legs, turned his feet upside down, and tried very hard to look like a hangdog. "Officer, my brother and I had a disagreement, and we got into a fight, so what do you care? Don't you think that's a little too much control? Isn't that a waste of police power? Brotherly conflict? All this fanfare, just to fight over brotherly rivalry?" The policeman was a little confused by what he heard. Chen Zijian, who had received a beating, jumped up at the sound. "Who the hell is a brother to you, officer? I have nothing to do with him. He came to our school specifically to bring people to cause trouble. I don't recognize being a brother to him, and this is completely intentional harm on his part. Arrest him and put him in jail." Although he didn't admit it, Zhang Yao had even less to say, but the fact remains that their names are really written on the same account book. Zhang Yao didn't mind taking advantage of this fact at all now, and with a spread of his hands innocently stated to the police, "Now do you guys know why I beat him up?" Now both of them were celebrities as well, and the police quickly figured them out after going over the details. Come on, this is really a family conflict, and it can only be treated as such, even if you're a brother. It's not right to make a move. You two come back with us for now and have your families come over. After first taking Zhang Yao to the police car, the police greeted the onlookers. All dispersed, all dispersed. It's just kids having a family conflict. Nothing wrong with it. Zhang Yao was all taken away, and those gym students dispersed in a flurry, going to wait for their payoff in a beautiful manner. Seeing that there was no more hilarity to be seen, the onlookers naturally dispersed along with it. Soon, order was restored to this international school as if nothing had happened. But by this time, the internet was abuzz. In the Chen family's newly purchased villa, Chen Jiehua was sitting in the study with his legs crossed, looking at a book. Raising his hand to the Patek Philippe on his wrist, he dialed the driver's number with a soft frown. "Didn't I specifically tell you to have Zijian come back earlier today? You haven't received him yet?" At this time, The police had just brought Chen Zijian into the police car as well. Mr. Chen, young master, he should be trying to call you. Something just happened. Zhang Yao brought people to the school to besiege the young master and beat him up. Got the cops all over the place. Just about to take them to the police station. And Zhang Yao he also. And as soon as he heard Zhang Yao's name and learned that his son had been beaten again, Chen Jiehua had coldly raised his face. And what? You tell me. Chen Jiehua was full of authoritative anger. But the driver, who was already sweating anxiously, still didn't know how to speak. After a moment's hesitation, he said, there were a lot of people videotaping it just now, and it should have all gotten around by now. Mr. Chen, you might as well just go online and look at it. It's a bit more intuitive. Chen Jiehua's frown deepened, hung up the phone to look online, and then both eyes went black. The topic that has rushed to the top of the hot search list between now and then is #MyFatherIsEdward Chan hashtag. Inside the topic, the one that was topped high was the video of Zhang Yao yelling so loudly as the number of plays skyrocketed. With such words and such a scene, at this moment, Zhang Yao really looked like those pitiful official second-generation rich second-generation. Although compared to those second-generation, Zhang Yao hadn't done anything tenuous, but it was the whole network that was amused, making Chen Jiehua feel like he had become the world's joke. Before, it was younger brother Chen Zijian who brought people to second middle school to block Zhang Yao, and now it's Zhang Yao who's bringing people to international school to block Chen Zijian. These two brothers, they really love each other. Put it here to play turn-based? And so begins the second act of the magnificent battle. I have to say, from the time the conscripts smashed up the villa, Zhang Yao is getting more and more like a dude. When Chen Jiehua finds out, he'll be pissed off? Chen Zijian took another beating, but was completely unharmed, and at most it hurt for a while. This attack by Zhang Yao falls into the category of yes, not very damaging and extremely insulting. Since there were no injuries and the two were still brothers, it would be inappropriate to even characterize it as a fight. The way to deal with this kind of thing is basically to criticize and educate, and call the parents to come and collect them. Let the parents go back for a good re-education. The police are also concerned about Chen Jiehua's identity, and it is certainly impossible for Chen Jiehua to come forward in such matters. In the end, it was dumped on Chen Ruoji. You know all about it, don't you? You go to the police station again to fetch Zijian back, and then warn Zhang Yao for me. He'd better restrain himself, or else watch out for me and him. It was all on the hot search. How could Chen Ruoji not know what was posted? She actually felt that Zhang Yao had done the right thing at all. Zhang Yao had been bullied by Chen Zijian for so many years. It was only human to want to take revenge. Not to mention, it was Chen Zijian who started it. The problem was that it was her brother on both sides, which made her just a little helpless. The best thing to do in this situation is to separate the two people and not give the opportunity for contact. Originally, it was quite good to let Chen Zijian go abroad according to the plan, but for some reason, Chen Jiehua actually changed his mind about letting Chen Zijian go to NUS. Thinking of this, Chen Ruoji couldn't help but sigh again. Such a situation, I am afraid, will not be rare in the future. Chapter 65, a tantalizing prospect. Regardless of whether it was for Zhang Yao or Chen Zijian, it was incumbent upon Chen Ruoji to come to the police station to collect the man. The police didn't slow down when a big shot like her arrived. Even said that every family has a difficult experience. Understandable. Our family actually how cloudy. All in all, it was, trying desperately to avoid embarrassment for Chen Ruoji, all the way to the door, and then did not forget to urge, in the future, or to talk about them, cannot be like this. While Chen Ruoji was still exchanging pleasantries with the police, he had already stretched and yawned, saying, hard work. Then, without looking back, he walked away. Zhang Yao. She wanted to call out to Zhang Yao to say a few more words, but they were not on the same path as Zhang Yao. Besides, there was still a suffocating Chen Zijian on the side who was about to explode. He had promised Chen Jiehua explicitly before, and it was not good to go more or less with Zhang Yao in front of Chen Zijian. With her understanding of Chen Zijian, this brother would snitch on Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua when he was unhappy. She greeted Chen Zijian with a sigh. Come on, let's go home. Chen Zijian was depressed. Very, very depressed. Gnashing her teeth, she returned to the newly purchased villa just in time to see Zhang Yu tossing Zhou Chusheng's father and son to dig a pit in the yard. She would like to reorganize the yard and plant some additional trees. These were jobs she used to hire professionals to do, and when necessary it was straight to the digger. Now, it is rightfully thrown to Zhou Chusheng's father and son. These two are do or die. After digging the pits to the point of having blood blisters on her hands, Zhang Yu still had no intention of letting them stop. Zhou Chusheng's son had already been screaming in agony, begging Zhang Yu for mercy several times. Seeing Chen Zijian return at this time, the two of them did indeed burst out with a strange color when their gazes met. Vomit. Chen Zijian wanted to vomit at his look, and remembering his various behaviors gave him goosebumps again. I had a belly full of fire, but now it was good to finally have a place to vent it. Look at it, look at it, look at your paralyzing look. Dead. I'll beat you to death. He rushed over and took all the anger he received from Zhang Yao on Zhou Qixing's son. Zhou Qixing's son was beaten to the point that his head was bleeding, and he was in great pain anyhow. But strangely enough, after Chen Zijian was told to leave, Chen Ruoji saw a different color in his eyes. It gave the impression as if the guy was beaten but in pain. It's not me, is it? Is it hard to believe that this person is the legendary Jitterbug? This word, Chen Ruoji still learned from Chen Eveningzhao. For a moment she thought it was made up. How could anyone like being abused, enjoy being abused, and be uncomfortable without being abused? The upside down is that now she seems to have found such a one. After violently beating up Zhou Qixing's son, Chen Zijian more or less felt his anger go away. Then he went upstairs to the study and found Chen Jiehua. Dad, you're looking for me? Chen Jiehua was calm and relaxed, and with a very masterly demeanor. He clipped the book in his hand with a bookmark and placed it on the table. Unring the bell. That little gave you a hard time. You should get it back from him. Obviously, he already knew about the situation where Chen Zijian took it out on Zhou Qixing's son. Chen Zijian nodded. Dad, I know, that was just by the way. I can't do anything with that bastard for now. Just teaching that disgusting piece of a lesson in the meantime. Chen Jiehua was non-committal about this. Fighting and brawling is nothing more than the lowest practice of children. The best revenge you can get on him is not to beat him up, or to beat him up every day. Rather, take all that is his. Chen Jiehua had been instilling this concept in Chen Zijian, so Chen Zijian had always firmly believed that Zhang Yao's was his. Therefore, he was very indignant at Zhang Yao's burning villa. After Zhang Yao publicized the plan to rebuild the villa, he was even more red-eyed and wanted to snatch it. In addition to the villa, Zhang Yao owned 30% of the shares, as well as a huge amount of overseas trust funds. These things, one by one, made Chen Zijian's eyes water. Dad, what am I going to do? Chen Zijian looked at Chen Jiehua with bated breath, itching to get his hands on this now. Didn't I mention to you before that I wanted you to enter the NUS? I've already set these up for you, so pick a program out of them and grab some practice. Chen Jiehua said as he pushed over a pile of information with various sports programs on it. There's water polo, curling, and even synchronized swimming, all of which are very cold sports. Chen Zijian looked confused. Dad, what do you mean by this? Why do you want me to practice these? Chen Jiehua explained to him patiently. Of course it's to be able to let you go to the national university. You pick whichever sport you want and you bail out as a sports specialty student in whichever sport you want. Otherwise, would you still be allowed to take the entrance exam? If he really wanted Chen Zijian to also cross the log bridge with 1,000 horses, then he had no chance at all. Not to mention that he was not educated in the domestic education system and is not that material himself. Even practicing these exercises, he felt a headache. Dad, why do you have to let me go to the national university? What does it have to do with snatching Zhang Yao's stuff? He looked somewhat impatient, earning a glare from Chen Jiehua. Because there's a marriage for you in the NUS. Chen Jiehua didn't have the good sense to just say, we, Guiyao Capital, have a somewhat complicated shareholding structure right now. Your mom and I only have 21% of the shares in our names, and the big 30% is in that little name. From the way things are going, it's obvious he's going against us and won't cooperate. Here reasoning Chen Zijian understand. Let him dumbfounded as the Chen Jiehua said in the National University has his marriage. He was confused and dumbfounded as he listened to Chen Jiehua continue his introduction. Of the remaining 49% of the shares, 36% of them are in the hands of the SACs, banks, SOEs and other such hands. The shares in this part of the company are very dispersed, and they don't meddle in the operations of the company, and some of them don't even have a seat on the board of directors. The main thing is this other 13%. He's in the hands of the Mudo Consortium. Chen Jiehua stood up as he said this and took out another pile of information to show Chen Zijian. The chairman of the Mudo Consortium, Lin Changsun, is a lifelong comrade of Chang Minan, and was the second largest shareholder of the company before we took over. Moreover, Kokudo Capital and the Mudo Consortium are cross-shareholdings and have a very close relationship. Lin Changsun has a granddaughter named Lin Yu, who is now a senior in the 4th middle school and will take the college entrance exam this year. Whether it's from her family or her grades, going to NU was a given. After giving this information, Chen Jiehua looked at Chen Zijian with anticipation. Now do you understand? As long as you can marry Lin Yu, then we have more shares in our hands than that little man. When the time comes to unite the other shareholders, he'll be at our mercy. Speaking here Chen Jiehua paused and threw another incomparably tantalizing bait to Chen Zijian. Lin Yu is Lin Changsuan's only granddaughter, the only heir to the Mudo Group. That means even the Mudo Group will be yours by then. That's a big consortium that doesn't lose out to our Kokuyo at all. Chapter 66, finally an adult. Seeing that the college entrance examination was already getting closer, Zhang Yao celebrated his birthday first. It was a grand day for the first 8 years of his life. Grandpa would throw him a birthday party and invite countless people to celebrate him. By the time he entered the Chen family at the age of 8, this day became not important at all. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua never celebrated his birthday. They could remember his birthday solely because on that day the shares in his name would be transferable. The day he remembers, he informed everyone ahead of time and gleefully arrived home early. As the birthday boy, he happily gave 30% of the shares as a gift to everyone in the Chen family. And this birthday party of his came to an abrupt end here. After getting the shares in his hands, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had a big celebration, but all of this has nothing to do with his birthday and nothing to do with him. Finally, it's still the day. At this time, Zhang Yao was in a suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel, which was over 23,000 a night. Your villa is still being rebuilt, and if you choose to rent, you'll have to hire someone to take care of you, which is a hassle to deal with. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about the fact that he had plenty of money to simply be capricious and just buy another house anyway, but that's more of a toss-up than renting, and at this stage he just doesn't have that much energy. On final thought, it's better to just stay at the hotel, and if you need anything you can just go to room service and not worry about anything. When he woke up on the day he turned 18, he first ordered himself a bowl of long life noodles. Wish me a happy birthday and every day for as long as I live. Sort of made a wish and then googled the information on my cell phone while I ate. From today onwards, he does not need a guardian and can exercise his rights as a shareholder on his own once he has full civil rights. According to the relevant regulations, this first learns to meet the company to send a formal letter of notification to the company. Then there is the change of registration, which requires J.H. Chan, who originally exercised the rights on his behalf, to transfer the rights to his name. Kokuyo Capital has nothing special to say about this, and Grandpa has paved the way for him with good intentions. As long as he no longer has these reasonable and legitimate rights and interests, they are his and no one can take them away. After eating the noodles, he went to the police station at the first opportunity to apply for his ID card and get the documents to prove his identity. On demand, these documents were sent to Kokuyo Capital by registered mail. An informational letter was also sent to J.H. Chun. After taking care of all this and returning to the hotel once again, he bumped into Chen Ruoji, Chen Shoyu and Chen Eveningjiao head-on in the lobby. Zhang Yao, happy birthday. Seeing him, these three sisters greeted him first and gave him birthday wishes. He remembered that his last birthday was celebrated quietly by these three sisters. It was as if from that moment on, he silently vowed to want to guard his three sisters for the rest of their lives. In future memory, he did, but now, he could only lament that things were different. Thanks. Unfortunately, this time, I don't have any gifts for you, he said absently, and shrugged. It's your birthday, we should be the ones to get you a present. Chen Ruoji took the lead and pulled out the beautifully packaged small box. This is what we prepared for you. I hope you like it. Zhang Yao didn't bother to pick it up, but waved his hand. That's not necessary. After all, we don't have much to do with each other, do we? His attitude like this made Chen Eveningjiao feel a bit aggrieved. Zhang Yao, can't you really forgive us? We have our own problems, and we misunderstood you to be like that. He was not at all impressed. If you are trying to get my forgiveness, then I forgive you now. Is that okay? Do you guys have anything else to say? It wasn't that the Chen sisters had nothing to say, but they didn't know what to say. Seeing them fall into silence, Zhang Yao turned around and left. See you then. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningjiao didn't know what to do and turned their heads to look at Chen Ruoji. Chen Ruoji was very frank about this, compared to how they treated Zhang Yao at the beginning. What was this? She had long ago decided that she would take the minimum of 10 years to make amends, and this was just the beginning. If you guys feel aggrieved, that's right. Think about how you guys treated Zhang Yao when he gave you gifts before. When these words came out, Chen Shuyu and Chen Eveningjiao immediately turned white with remorse. Boss, it's not that I feel aggrieved, Chen Xiaoyu then said. The problem is that if he's like this, we can't deliver the gift to him. It's our fault we didn't let him deliver the gift to us before. We deserved it. But I don't want this mistake to happen again. And I hope that even if he doesn't forgive us, he will accept our gift. In that case, they will be more or less relieved and feel happy in their hearts. Just like now. In fact, many of the nutritious meals that Zhang Yao ate had already been made by Chen Ruoji herself. Zhang Yao was still in the dark, but Chen Ruoji was overjoyed. Leave it to the hotel staff. He's not going to give the hotel staff a hard time, so he must have taken it. The Chen sisters gave the gifts directly to the staff and then also ordered a birthday cake for him directly in the hotel. Zhang Yao had only returned to the suite for a short while before room service pushed the cake in after receiving permission. Mr. Zhang, This is a birthday cake given to you by the three ladies, Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, wishing you a happy birthday. He didn't expect the three Chen sisters to come up with this, and sighed as he asked, "Can I refuse?" This caused the staff to be a bit overwhelmed. Mr. Zhang, the money has already been paid, and you can see that the cake has already been made. This means that you can reject this intention of the Chen sisters, but the cake is definitely not rejected anymore. Gotta. Having said that, I haven't had a birthday cake in years. Zhang Yao couldn't help but let out another dark sigh and didn't make things difficult for the staff member. This staff member struck while the iron was hot. And here's the gift they commissioned to be forwarded to you. Please accept that as well. This time Zhang Yao didn't pick it up. Forget about the cake. The gift is unnecessary. And please return it the same way. The staff event shook his head and smiled bitterly. Mr. Zhang, I don't know them either. I can't return them. If you don't like it and throw it away, it's yours if you receive it anyway. We can't return it if you don't say so. We'll be in big trouble if it's anything valuable to take us. Maybe it's because I've suffered a lot and been embarrassed a lot. Therefore, Zhang Yao was particularly unwilling to make things difficult for others. He opened the box directly and took a look at the three gifts, which were quite expensive. The gifts from the three Chen sisters were 3 car keys and the addresses of the corresponding authorized dealers. The 3 keys are Lamborghini, Ferrari and Maserati. Only have the key though and don't know exactly what model it is. But you can guess by looking at a rack like this. You can't go wrong with all of them being supercars. That's pretty big. As Zhang Yao skimmed his lips, the staff member who brought in the cake had looked confused. Chapter 67, The Fish in the Pool. Regarding this matter of Zhang Yao coming of age, it is true that some people are happy and some are sad. He himself was certainly happy to be completely free of his guardian and to do as he wished. Even the 3 sisters of the Chen family were quite happy for him. As for Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's reactions, that was completely different. The company side had already received his notification, and almost exactly the same time, Chen Jiehua also received the informational letter. According to the regulations, J.H. Chen must complete the change of rights. Otherwise, it could be illegal. The company will not allow this to happen either. After all, if the rights and interests of the major shareholders cannot be guaranteed, let alone the minority shareholders. Therefore, Chen Jiehua had to cooperate and return the rights to Zhang Yao. As a listed company, it was also the first to make a statement to the public. As a result, the topic related to Zhang Yao coming of age and officially taking over the equity of Guiyao Capital also quickly rushed to the hot search. I'm still hanging my head over the wall to get into a good school at 18. And people are already shareholders in investment giants at 18. Guiyao Capital's market capitalization is now $150 billion. And a 30% stake is $45 billion. Do nothing and lay around for billions a year. I'm so anxious for him. How will he spend all this money? Only just reached adulthood and is so hot and busy taking over the shares. I see that Guiyao Capital is afraid that it will have to finish. Previously it was Chen Jiehua who exercised shareholders' rights on behalf of the shareholders. So why did he suddenly take it back when it was fine? Isn't it automatically withdrawn as soon as you reach adulthood? Zhang Yao has 30% of the shares, while Chen Zizhan has nothing. Such facts are in front of you. Can't you see? The gossip about Zhang Yao and the Chen family was already a hot topic on the internet. And he had become a big internet sensation. The result is that the story has ignited attention again, stirring up more than a little buzz and speculation. And by this time, Chen Jiehua had already smashed everything he could in the study. Clunk, clunk. After returning from abroad, the elegant and easygoing demeanor could not be put on for a few more days before the defense was completely broken again and he was furious. It brought all the servants down with it, especially Zhou Chu Shang. A teacup was smashed to the head. The current Chen family is still the same Chen family, only that the house has been changed with a less unpopular person like Zhang Yao. However, everyone felt completely different. In the servants' hearts, Chen Jiehua was a generous and easygoing good employer, and Zhang Yao was a compassionate and kind wife. The two never used to be harsh on them, and not only did they give good treatment, but they often got generous red packets. What about now? Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua both seem like different people. These servants had never realized that there was such a violent side to them. Or it should be said that the reason why the servants used to be able to feel that the years were quiet was entirely due to the fact that there was Zhang Yao carrying the weight. At that time, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua held Zhang Yao steadily, everything went smoothly, and their work life was successful. How can you take it out on anyone else when you can't even take it out on someone else in a situation like this? But the situation was completely different now. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were so angry that they broke their defenses without moving. The fact that these servants were not doing their jobs before also gave them the perfect excuse to take their anger out. So it became common to be beaten and scolded. Not to mention the servants. Even Chen Ruoji was at the side, but she was too scared to utter a single breath. facing the mess all over the ground. Zhang Yu frowned tightly. I didn't think that little really dared. What should we do now? Chen Jiehua closed his eyes and angled his head, lying on the sofa. With the ruthlessness that little has shown, this is afraid that this is only the first step. Next, he should use his shareholder status to trip me up and give me a hard time. Maybe even initiate a shareholders meeting to remove me as chairman. Losing the status of chairman. Chen Jiehua is a minority shareholder as far as Guayao is concerned. Even if you count Zhang Yu, it doesn't add up to a 21% stake. That's why we need Zizhan to chase down Lin Yu as fast as he can. As long as we get the support of the Mudo Consortium, we'll be able to overpower that little with 34% of the shares. Our Chen family has been deeply rooted in the company for so many years. Pulling the support of other minority shareholders is bound to be easier than him. At this time, Chen Jiehua was angry, but he also did not take Zhang Yao to heart at all. He never looked down on Zhang Yao and despised this biological son from the bottom of his heart. He had been floating for many years, but he still couldn't defeat a brat? He was so furious that his anger was not that Zhang Yao had become an opponent making him feel tricky. Rather, Zhang Yao had completely jumped out of his control, and the 30% of shares, which he had owned for so many years, should have been his. It would be best if we could just get this share back. Then the little adult can also transfer the equity. Zhang Yu said and stood up. Chen Ruoji saw this and hurriedly inquired. Mom, where are you going? You're not thinking of going to Zhang Yao and asking him to transfer his shares to us, are you? That's impossible. You're only adding to the problem. Chen Ruoji did not want Zhang Yu to provoke Zhang Yao, nor did she feel that there was anything wrong with the current situation. Following that, he turned to Chen Jiehua and said, Dad, I don't think there's any need for us to worry about the sky. You and Mom are shareholders of the company no matter what, and Zhang Yao should have no interest in the company and will only be a shareholder. As long as we can do things right and don't break the law. Even if he's a major shareholder, he can't target us. That is very true. If the Chan family can run the company well, not to mention that other shareholders will not respond to the proposal to remove them. Even Zhang Yao wouldn't do that. Who would mess with money? He was the major shareholder, and the better the Chen family ran the company, the more benefits he could get. So why not? The reasoning was so, but Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were both unwilling and unhappy. Originally, all of this was supposed to be theirs. On what grounds? What Zhang Yao would think and do they actually didn't care at all. What they cared about was how they could take back Zhang Yao's shares and how they could kick Zhang Yao out. Goofy? Hearing Chen Ruoji's words, Chen Jiehua coldly snorted as he forced his way over. Chen Ruoji, on that little 18th birthday, did you give him a Lamborghini? You three sisters manhandled him a car and ordered him a birthday cake, didn't you? What did I tell you before? You take my words for granted, and you speak for him before such a great right and wrong? What? Are you, the CEO, going to fall to the side of the major shareholders so soon? This, like to say, is already very out of the ordinary. Chen Ruoji was shocked to hear it. Dad, I'm scared. Chen Ruoji didn't even have time to defend herself before Chen Jiehua yanked her by the hair and slammed her hard against the bookshelf. She immediately hit her head, while Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu's fire had just been ignited. This high-flying female president, who is admired by the outside world and has countless fans, has welcomed a domestic violence in her life. Chapter 68. How much is it worth per pound? After a period of conditioning and rehabilitation, and after his 18th birthday, Zhang Yao felt in much better shape. The energy is more energetic, the footsteps are not lethargic, and the whole person has been rejuvenated. Taking advantage of the early release from exams, he came back to the hospital for another checkup, a detailed look at the current physical condition, while seeing if any adjustments need to be made to the conditioning program. As a result, he encountered the bruised and battered Chen Ruoji. He was in disarray and asked out of breath, "Why are you in this state? Is it all right?" It was only after the words were out of his mouth that he reacted to the fact that it wasn't the right emotion to be feeling. He was so concerned and cared about Chen Ruoji's situation. I don't know if I should say it was muscle memory or a subconscious manifestation. The emotional part was thrown to the side. Anyway, the rational one just didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Ruoji anymore. So he hastened to remedy the situation by pretending to indicate carelessness. "Oh, it's none of my business anyway." After saying that, he turned around and hurriedly left, not wanting to stay for a moment longer, not giving Chen Ruoji the chance to say half a word. Chen Ruoji looked at his back, relieved and sad, happy and sad contradictory. Joyfully, she had seen Zhang Yao's instantaneous reaction in her eyes. Heartache, anger, concern. As it turns out, just like what he overheard at Jin Bingying's psychiatric clinic, Zhang Yao does in fact still care about her very much. If the Zhang Yao from before were to be replaced, when he saw that he had been beaten up like this, he would directly run to fight with the other party. It was a pity that because he deserved it, The current Zhang Yao only wanted to stay away from himself even if he hadn't put himself down yet. Not to mention, the ones who did it to her were the same foster parents she had always respected. Ms. Chen, do you need me to call the police for you? The nurse lady couldn't help but ask this while receiving treatment in the emergency clinic. As a paramedic, it was easy to see that she had been beaten up with these injuries. Calling the police on your parents who raised you? Chen Ruoji smiled bitterly. Although she was high-strung, rational, and oftentimes even seemed insensitive, but she also has a soft spot, and her soft spot, the one who caused her harm, has been taken, so to speak. No, a little misunderstanding. It doesn't matter. Knowing that she couldn't lie, she didn't lie to the nurse and say she fell or whatever. The nurse also knew better and didn't say anything more, quickly and neatly treating her wounds. Just then, Zhang Yao found his way back. He shoved 3 gift boxes to Chen Ruoji. This is the gift you gave me before. Return it to you. No merit. We don't have any relationship right now, and I can't really find a reason to accept a gift from you. I ripped open the packaging because I was a little curious about what was inside. Forgive me. He came back specifically for this. The thing finished, once again, with a twist of the head. I've already eaten the cake, if you will, and can only say thank you, but I've transferred the money to your TOB. Just to confirm, Chen Ruoji did not pick up the stubble of hers, also cannot care for his ungrateful loss. See that he is about to go even anxious to ask, how's your body? There's nothing wrong with being in the hospital again, is there? You're like that yourself, and you have the heart to care about others. Zhang Yao's footsteps paused, not intending to pay any attention, and was about to speed up his pace to leave. As a result, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua arrived first and coincidentally had another rendezvous. Yo, the two of you are quite the siblings. Seeing Zhang Yao's figure and also hearing Chen Ruoji's words, Zhang Yu blackened her face and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Chen Jiehua was getting more and more dissatisfied with this eldest daughter. He had clearly explained again and again that he was not allowed to have any more interactions with Zhang Yao, and had even just used this excuse to move his hand. She, however, did not listen at all. It seems that this is still a light hit. Zhang Yao was not interested in speaking one more word with this woman, but the other party was looking at him with her arms crossed and condescending. I'll give you a chance. We can get you back if you give up your stake. We'll let bygones be bygones. We'll still be a family from now on. I'll still be your mom and she'll still be your sister. And you don't need to sneak around like this anymore. Zhang Yao wondered how this woman's brain grew, but when it occurred to him that even the wise grandfather couldn't figure it out, it was better not to dwell on it himself. Nervous. My stock is worth almost $50 billion. What makes you think you guys are worth that much? Zhang Yu held back her anger and issued another warning. Think about it. We are your biological parents. The only family you have. Without us, you're a lonely soul with no family. Zhang Yao bristled in disdain. Affinity? How much is it worth per pound? In his eyes, his biological parents actually use money to discuss value anymore. And it's still the kind of thing that he doesn't see at all. Zhang Yu, who originally felt that this was a support, completely broke her defense and was about to hysterically throw a fit. It was Chen Jiehua who was quick-witted and yanked him over. This is the emergency department of the hospital. Restrain yourself. In response, Zhang Yao expressed regret. Pity, thought I'd see the shrew go mad. He shrugged his shoulders and then said, Mr. Chen Jiehua, it's just right to meet you here. After my grandfather passed away, my name was put on your family's account book. Now that I'm an adult and no longer need any guardianship, please go ahead and register to move out. In the Chen family, Chen Jiehua is the head of the household, and Zhang Yao is considered one of them. It's not impossible to move out of your household to become your own, but you need a valid reason. But now that he's still an unmarried person and can't find any other reason for him to handle this, it's kinda hard to do. Chen Jiehua was different. This kind of small matter, whether there was a reason or not, was obviously not a matter for him. I don't think Mr. Chen is so dead set on trying to stick it to me. Is he? It's no use relying on me, you chairman, but I'll still jack you off whenever I feel the need to do so. Right now, the most unbearable thing for Chen Jiehua was this thing. He was so angry that he couldn't stand it anymore, and was already having the urge to hit someone to vent his anger again. But he was facing Zhang Yao. He didn't dare. Since the beginning, his violent temper had only dared to be directed at those who did not dare to fight him. Therefore, he was able to endure it just as well as he was able to harbor the fire again. Just red eyes and cold face questioning. Do you really want to be our enemy? Zhang Yao carefully sized up Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua with a somewhat speechless expression. For the enemy? Come on, let's call it an enemy then. He also coldly lowered his face and said fiercely, whoever dares to stop me from getting back what belongs to me, I will make an enemy out of them. In the past, Zhang Yao just wanted to draw a line with the Chen family and stay separate from each other. But since people were saying they were going to be enemies, he certainly didn't care. Originally, he had wanted to play with the Chun family slowly, but since he had rushed, it was a good way to slap Chen Jiehua again. Chapter 69, Chairman of the Board. Listen up. Since you are already a shareholder of the company, you should exercise your rights as a shareholder. Especially the company's chairman. Of the face of the largest shareholders actually do not know to come to please, but instead also throw face. In that case, then don't blame me for smacking you. By the way, I remembered something. It just so happens that both the chairman and the CEO were present, which really couldn't have been better. Zhang Yao was old and comfortable, deliberately giving orders in a commanding manner. As a shareholder of the company, and the largest shareholder at that, I have the right to know everything about the company. That's why I'm requesting that I be given a copy of the company's detailed financial reports, business plans, and so forth for the last few years. If there's something I'm not happy with, I'll make a motion to the board. This was already directly writing the need to pick a fight on her brain, and Zhang Yu instantly jumped up in anger. Little, are you trying to rebel? How could she care about the emergency department or not? She just screamed and cursed with her teeth and claws open. Just you want to read the earnings report. Can you read you? Zhang Yao spread his hands. What do you care if I can read? I'm just happy to what? If you guys have the guts to hide it from me, you'll be dead set on not giving it to me. Squeezing a line, he then grimaced. Wouldn't it be good for you guys if I really couldn't read it? In that case, wouldn't there be nothing to worry about? Obviously, the Chen family should be more worried about letting him show what was wrong than him not being able to read it. As the CEO of the company, at this time, Chen Ruoji did not even dare to speak. She was afraid that the moment she opened her mouth, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would again relocate their anger towards her on the grounds that she had eaten something. Anyway, it was Zhang Yao who had the upper hand, which was indeed Zhang Yao's reasonable and legitimate right, yes, so it was fine for her to remain silent. And you don't have to take a chicken feather. Annual financial reports, board reports, and all that kind of stuff that the company sends out to shareholders every year. Since you took over the shares, you won't be missing your share. Unlike Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua acted calmly, seemingly disdainful of such a request from Zhang Yao. It's the kind of attitude that makes it impossible to embarrass him with that. The kind of attitude that doesn't care at all. So it seems that he's certainly doing a trickle down in that regard that, at most, Zhang Yao actually dared to yell at him and was very upset about it. To put it bluntly, it's the same kind of annoyance that comes from having your authority offended. Not yet. Zhang Yao was even more calm than Chen Jiehua, and he was simply trying to diabolize the other party by mentioning these demands. He waved his hand before he, without haste, viciously jerked it towards Chen Jiehua. After you took over Guayao Capital, from the beginning when you were also the chairman and CEO, to some years ago when you handed over the CEO to Rachel Chen, in all the years you've been in control of the company, you've been making foreign investments in your personal name. As far as I know, the investment is over $10 billion, and correspondingly, during this time, the company's earnings plummeted and the stock price followed suit. Even now, the company's stock price still hasn't returned to its peak level. First stating the facts, there was a pause before he rightfully, and in a strident tone, made his demand. Personal investments are your private behavior though, and theoretically have nothing to do with anyone else. But as the chairman of the company, your personal investment behavior cannot touch the company's interests. Now I, as a shareholder of the company, demand that you must write a report of your personal investments over the years to the board of directors. You need to prove that your personal investments are not creating a conflict with the company's interests. Your behavior didn't cost the company anything. At the same time, there was no insider trading involved. Finishing all of this in one breath was already causing Chen Jiehua to clench his fists, his ironic face twitching with all of his five senses. Little, you don't push too hard. Zhang Yu grew more and more impotent and furious, gasping for air with red eyes as she stared at Zhang Yao dead in the face. Pushing too hard? Even if they were driven to death, Zhang Yao would not have half a mental burden. Chairman Chen, you better be able to prove yourself. Otherwise think about whether you want to make up for the company's losses, or if you want to go in for jail time. If it's a conflict between personal investment and company interests, then this is still only an internal conflict. But if you're suspected of insider trading, then that's a violation of the law and you can go in and step on the sewing machine. Guayao Capital itself is a venture capital firm, and Chen Jiehua manages the company while also investing in his personal name. It's hard not to have a conflict of interest when both sides are doing something at the same time. Even if Chen Jiehua brought collapse of the company's performance is purely a matter of personal ability, investment behavior is not the direct cause. Such behavior on his part is bound to create resentment among other shareholders as well. You were asked to manage the company, but when you were given the opportunity to invest, you thought of making yourself rich without thinking of the company at all. In that case, what's the point of having you? So you've been given a platform and you're just trying to make a buck? The fact is such a fact. But Chen Jiehua is really too wasted. He is losing tens of billions of dollars. Not at all. On the other hand, it has prevented a few losses for the company, which is a good thing. Chen Jiehua, of course, he also understands these truths, so the matter of personal investment has been very well hidden. Even Zhang Yu only knew that he had invested individually, but he did not know much about how much and what he had invested. This would be tantamount to blowing yourself up if you gave the board a report about it. By then, all the shareholders will be dissatisfied with him, and he will have done his job as chairman, and is likely to have to bleed hard to get out of there in one piece. Otherwise, not to mention Zhang Yao pressing forward, the other shareholders would surely be unforgiving towards him as well. How the hell do you know all this stuff? Chen Jiehua trembled and took a few steps back before sitting on his butt on the stool. He couldn't for the life of him figure out why Zhang Yao knew so much. Not to mention that Zhang Yao was able to utilize all of this to push him to the brink. Even Chen Ruoji, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. She had long since realized that both Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had underestimated Zhang Yao too much, and as it turned out, even she herself was actually still a bit cognizant of Zhang Yao. From Chen Jiehua's reaction, he knew how hard Zhang Yao had smoked this time. Although Zhang Yu did not ask about the company's affairs, she was able to perceive how dire the situation was for their family right now. How dare this little guy corner us like this? Do you have to drive us off a cliff to satisfy yourself? Little. You want to drive us to death, then you don't want to live either. I'll fight you. Zhang Yu completely lost her mind and pounced towards Zhang Yao, wanting to tear and bite. Zhang Yao did not spoil her, raising his hand to block Zhang Yu's attack and directly kicking her away with his foot. However, Zhang Yu looked like she had gone crazy, climbing up and still pouncing on him in a deadly manner, as if she wanted to fight with him for her life. Mom, calm down. Seeing this, Chen Ruoji hurriedly went forward and hugged Zhang Yu, trying to drag her away. You're no better. Zhang Yu, who had fallen into a state of madness, did not know what to do, but instead tore and pushed towards Chen Ruoji, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Chapter 70, I'll tell you a story. Chen Jiehua lost his mind and froze on the stool for a long time. Zhang Yu lost her mind like crazy to see people to bite. Biting Zhang Yao cannot turn to bite on the original was not want her to get hurt. Chen Ruoji. Zhang Yao took a good look at the scene that he had created with his own hands. Then, only to leave satisfied. He believed that although the blow to Chen Jiehua at this time was a bit too much, he would definitely be able to pull through. If you can't even get past this one hurdle, won't it be too meaningless down the road? He created such a big mess for the Chen family, then dashed off with a pat on the back. Chen Ruoji then became the unlucky one again. She herself had already been beaten and bruised, and not to mention being torn apart by Zhang Yu. She was also used as a punching bag again. It's all because you're a waste of space. You can't even find the person behind that little man when I asked you to find him out. He would threaten me with something like that. And you're saying there's no one behind it to advise him? What do you want me to tell the board now? Chen Jiehua did not want to believe that it was Zhang Yao who had routed him and forced him into such a situation. Because Chen Ruoji had not found any relevant clues. He had originally believed that there was indeed no mastermind behind the scenes. At this time, however, it is biting the bullet and not letting go of this point, but also further relocating the anger of Chen Ruoji. I see you've been deliberately hiding the truth from the start. You eat and eat. Do you still have 6 months to remember that we raised you? And you're not much better. You're going to have to take care of this thing for me, or you're going to off just like that. Let's pretend we have a dog. An underfed dog. After Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua left, these words of theirs Chen Ruoji still felt like they were still ringing in her ears. She had been able to bandage her wounds and leave, but now she'd messed up and had to check into a hospital, because in the tangle with Zhang Yu just now, he was pushed hard against the wall and hit his head. It felt physically painful, but how did that outweigh the mental torture? In the past, when Zhang Yao was around, all the faults were Zhang Yao's. Now that Zhang Yao had drawn the line with them, it became that she needed to take responsibility for everything. Let her handle it? What can she do with this? Chen Jiehua was clearly at his wit's end, so he dumped the problem on her like a pot. It was supposed to be an unsolvable problem, and she had to be blamed for being incompetent and a loser if she couldn't get it done. But if Zhang Yao didn't say anything, she wouldn't even know that Chen Jiehua had actually been making investments in his personal name. Last time, Zhang Yao had revealed this fact, and she still wanted to know more about it in detail. As a result, only when he opened his mouth to inquire, he was stopped by the irritated Chen Jiehua. Now that I think about it, it really feels ridiculous how I think about it. Chen Jiehua proved himself. In order to fight for a breath of air, disregard the interests of the company. Quietly personal investment. Giving the opportunity to yourself and not to the company would have been damaging to the company's interests, but because of poor vision and poor ability, but instead of helping the company to avoid a few mines, Something so magical that only those who write webcomics would dare to make it up. Judging from Chun Jiewa's reaction, these things should not be small. But what exactly was going on? She really didn't know at all. Chen Jiehua beat her and scolded her at every turn, but the key information was not revealed to her at all. What could she do? Just as she was so miserable that her eyes were tearing up, Jin Bingying arrived. What's gotten into you? Are you okay? When she received the latest news, she only said that Chen Ruoji had suffered some minor injuries, which would have thought that it was actually so tragic. It's fine, just a slight concussion. The doctor said to watch it for 2 days. Chen Ruoji wiped her tears clean and told Jin Bingying, her good girlfriend, what had just happened. Jin Bingying was silent for a while before asking, have you realized that you are now following Zhang Yao's path? The way they are treating your behavioral attitude right now is just very bad PUA. Zhang Yao was abused for 10 years and then determinedly jumped out of the ring. What about you? These words dried up Chen Ruoji and silenced her as well. After a long pause, she responded with a bitter smile. They are, after all, my adoptive parents, and have nurtured me. She wasn't stupid. On the contrary, smarter than the vast majority of people. So how could she not realize that? It's just the gift of nurturing, and all of that makes her accept it all willingly. All the pain, resentment, and anger were endured with the words, if it weren't for us, you'd be dead. That's why I said you're following Zhang Yao's path. Because Zhang Yao was like this from the start. You care for nurture, and he cares for procreation, for kinship, for fatherhood and motherhood. But what did he get as a result? I don't have to tell you, you can't even see it. What happened to Zhang Yao made her choke on pain a few times. What if these things happened to you? Right now she was already feeling pain, agony, like never before. And that is just the beginning. I really can't imagine how on earth Zhang Yao he managed to persevere through this. The only way to understand how much he really suffered is to actually experience it. Chen Ruoji cried again. However, it was for Zhang Yao that she cried. You're actually a brother controller, aren't you? Jin Bingying was speechless. Now it's about you. Zhang Yao's previous experience was indeed bitter, but thankfully he has awakened and jumped out. And you, on the other hand, have only just fallen into the pit. Are you going to stay in this pit for the rest of your life? Of course Chen Ruoji didn't want this. It's not like she had a masochistic tendency. However, the grace of raising and nurturing her was like a big mountain pressing firmly on her, making her unable to put up any resistance. She was also hesitant and conflicted, and became more bitter because of it. Zhang Yao's matter had already caused Jin Bingying to sigh infinitely. She didn't want her good girlfriend to become like this as well. Shouldn't lessons be learned from the past? Have you ever heard the expression foolish filial piety? Ancient feudal dynasties, because of their exclusive respect for Confucianism and their rule by filial piety, did not yet promote foolish filial piety. Jin Bingying leisurely told Chen Ruoji a story. In the Confucius family tales, there is such a story. When Zhang Xin followed his father, Zhang to work, he was given a beating with a stick for accidentally hurting a seedling while weeding. Zhang Xin didn't run even when he was beaten, and was knocked unconscious by his father in the raw. When he woke up, the first thing he did was still ask if his dad was hurt. All the people of Lu at that time said that Zhang Xin was a filial son and praised him, but Confucius was very dismissive of it. Confucius told people that when Shun was a son, if his father was beating him with a small stick, he would stand still and be beaten honestly, but if his father is trying to beat him with a big stick, he will run away. If his father asks him to work, he will follow him. If father wanted to kill him, it would have been impossible to find him anyway. After briefly telling the story, Jin Bingying paused before there was an inquiry. So, do you understand? Chapter 71, I had a dream too. It is certainly true that children should be filial to their parents. It's also true that one should be grateful, but it doesn't mean that children should obey everything their parents do unconditionally, or that they have to put themselves in harm's way in order to be grateful. The so-called foolish filial piety is actually blind obedience without questioning right and wrong and without distinguishing between them. It's the age when such a simple truth should be understood by everyone. Zhang Yao had already said before that fathers and mothers are great because of the responsibilities they bear and the fatherly and maternal love they bestow. If you are not qualified as a parent, then why should you ask your children to be filial? As the old saying goes, if the father is unkind, the son is unfilial. That's what it's all about. Think about it, and I'll be back with you tomorrow. The story has been told and reasoned, but ultimately it is up to Chen Ruoji herself to figure it out. After Jin Bingying left, Chen Ruoji froze alone in the hospital room. She understood the reasoning, but she just couldn't make up her mind. After all, if just knowing the truth is enough to be able to think well, then all the people in this world could live a good life. A lot of times people's pain comes from the fact that you know you should do that, but you just can't be bothered to do it. Dwelling on these things, Chen Ruoji gradually felt sleep coming on, and slowly closed her eyelids and fell asleep. Ah! By the time a yelp of horror was uttered and he sat up, it was well into the next morning. She had a dream. A long, long nightmare. And the dream was so real that I can still recall every detail. It was at this time that Jean Bingying came again. I got you breakfast. Eat something. She placed her breakfast on the table and asked, how are you feeling? Any better? Chen Ruoji's face was panicked and covered in sweat as she tugged on Jean Bingying's hand. I had a dream. And even though it was just a dream, it made me feel like everything was real. I even feel like I've been reborn. Like I've come back from the future. Similar words, Jean Bingying had heard from Zhang Yao. Now that the same words came out of Chen Ruoji's mouth, it shocked her greatly. Do you dream about the future too? It feels a bit outrageous to myself, but it's the truth. Chen Ruoji burst into tears. What I have wronged Zhang Yao is really far more than what I knew before. I dreamed of him giving almost everything for me. For the Chen family, in the future. He was the one who quietly held me up when I was having a hard time at work and in life. And he was the one who was always there for me. The reason why Chen Jiehua adopted us was to train us as tools from the beginning. I'm so stupid. How can they be sincere with us when they can even treat their own sons like that? I dreamt that he wanted to give me away for the sake of profit, while Chen Zizhan drugged me by wanting to possess me before he could. It was Zhang Yao who saved me, but I didn't appreciate it. He said he was depressed and asked me for help, but I thought he was being pretentious and didn't take it seriously. I dreamt that. Heartbroken. He jumped from the top floor of the Kokuyo building after giving everything he had. By the time I realized this, it was too late. He and I were already yin and yang. Under the pressure of Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan, I finally chose to commit suicide by burning charcoal and follow in his footsteps. The moment Chen Ruoji in the dream died, the Chen Ruoji in reality woke up. With that, she had one more question just like Zhang Yao. Had he or she been reborn? Or had he or she gained memories of the future? Dreaming, in itself, is not an unusual thing. Anyone can dream. But Chen Ruoji said so, and Jean Bingying, who was considered half an expert in this area, would not be whole. When Zhang Yao told her about the dream, she felt that it was a mapping of the reality of suffering to Zhang Yao. Based on the real situation, Zhang Yao himself made up the dream plot. But now, Chen Ruoji's dream actually fit perfectly with Zhang Yao's, which was a bit outrageous. In order to keep Zhang Yao's secret, the very professional conduct of her didn't mention half a word of Zhang Yao's dream to Chen Ruoji. And in Chen Ruoji's dream, details like Zhang Yao eventually jumping off a building due to depression are actually present. To say that Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji had really gained memories of the future, then this was just too outrageous. But the truth is so amazing again. There's no way to explain it. Jean Bingying rubbed her forehead and put that aside for now. It was clearly Chen Ruoji's situation that was more important than going to explore these things. So, now you understand why Zhang Yao was so determined to draw a line with your Chen family, right? I told you yesterday that you're now following Zhang Yao's former path. If you choose to suffer in silence, then the experience you dream of will be your life. Chen Ruoji wiped a handful of tears and suddenly laughed. No, to be precise, I'll be worse than in the dream. Because in the dream, Zhang Yao is still the worst one. And now that he's jumped the gun, it's time for me to be the worst off for a change. Bingying, if it was him, I'd let him abuse me for the rest of my life. I'd be willing to do it for that. If he had been willing to abuse me, I'd be feeling grateful for that right now. But if it's Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua, and Chen Zizhan, it won't work. She suddenly smiled like that, and that was a relief. The things that had haunted her for so long, that had tormented her beyond belief, were all the same after one dream. It is often useless to educate people with reasoning. It is only when the facts happen that a complete epiphany occurs. You figured it out? They all had the same dream as Zhang Yao. Jean Bingying was not surprised by this, but rather felt happy for her best friend. Chen Ruoji nodded. I'm not from their Chen family. I'm from Zhang Yao. Other than Zhang Yao, no one is qualified to tell me what to do and do me harm. Looking at her at this moment, Jean Bingying was a bit dumbfounded. Sister, I am happy for you from the bottom of my heart that you have come to a great realization. But why do I feel a little perverted when I look at this sizzling look in your eyes right now? Chen Ruoji was oblivious. Yes? She didn't even care about that either. Consider me a pervert then. See, that still says no. If it was the old Chen Ruoji, how could she possibly say such things? Jean Bingying held her forehead with both hands, just as she saw Chen Ruoji climb up, looking like she was going out. She hurriedly then said, eat breakfast first. Where are you going? Even if you want to go to Zhang Yao, there's no rush. Your observation date just started counting today. Chen Ruoji didn't forget about this and responded. Zhang Yao came to the hospital yesterday, so I'll go ask about him. So it's about Zhang Yao again. From this moment on, there should only be Zhang Yao in her world. Jean Bingying suddenly felt a little subtle and complicated in her mood. Mainly, Chen Ruoji gave her that perverted feeling, far from being as simple as a sibling relationship. Why don't you wash your face first, my sister? Jean Bingying shouted and chased after him as well. Chapter 72, You Go and Beg Him. Zhang Yao finished his 18th birthday, and a fire set Chen Jiehua up to roast. How exactly the Chen family would respond to this matter? He no longer had the heart to pay attention to it for the time being, because the annual college entrance exam is here. For countless ordinary people, this is the most important day in their lives. During these 2 days, parents who are candidates are even more distraught than the students themselves. Outside the exam room, there was a huge crowd. All the parents were reluctant to leave after dropping their children off, looking out over the examination center as they counted the hours in the hot sun. In Zhang Yao's future memory, the Chen family had already left the country by the time he took the entrance exam, not to mention coming to chaperone the exams. They shouldn't even know what day the entrance exams are. After all, counting down from Chen Ruoji, he was the only one who needed to take the entrance exam. This time, however, he saw Chen Ruoji at the school entrance. Moreover, this cold female president was wearing a cheongsam. I have to say, wearing a cheongsam Chen Ruoji has a special flavor. A debut on the many parents of the students were dumbfounded. It is only at such times that the cheongsam signifies the victory of the flag, and many women's families use it as a way of blessing. When did she, Chen Ruoji, believe in these things too? Shouldn't she, in her character, have scoffed at that? Zhang Yao, Chen Ruoji joyfully shouted, came to his side and also turned around. Do you see how I am dressed? Zhang Yao, we're supposed to be strangers now. You shouldn't act like we're familiar, should you? Zhang Yao's face was expressionless. Putting aside how well dressed you are, how did you end up here like this? Chen Zizhan doesn't need to take the entrance exam, right? Shouldn't you accompany him abroad at this time? In Chen Ruoji's memory, she did neglect Zhang Yao's college entrance exam, but that wasn't the future she wanted. Zhang Yao could change the future, so of course she could too. As a matter of fact, Chen Zizhan wouldn't have gone abroad to study at the request of Chen Jiehua. Of course, they don't matter. Chen Ruoji looked at him with a smile. I'm here to cheer you up and wish you a flagrant victory. Zhang Yao shrugged. Then I'm really flattered. But there's really no need for that. He shrugged and turned to leave. As a result, he was hugged into his arms by Chen Ruoji, who leapt over. Chen Ruoji hugged him so tightly, as if she wanted to rub him into her arms, suffocating him. It's a blessing of love. After holding him firmly for several seconds, Chen Ruoji released him. This woman gives off a different vibe, as if she's become unhinged. Zhang Yao felt a bit puzzled, but time did not allow him to think more, so he could only leave these behind and enter the examination room. Crazy, aren't you? He only had time to mutter, and Chen Ruoji didn't care about it, instead clenching her fists to cheer him on. Not only did Chen Ruoji not get angry at all, but she even found it amusing to see this expression on his face. It was at this time that Chen Jiehua called. Your assistant said you didn't go to the office again today. Where have you been all day? Just like Zhang Yao completely changed after having more future experiences and memories, so did Chen Ruoji. Facing Chen Jiehua again, she had already pressed all her gratitude to the bottom of her heart, and her mindset had been completely different. Today is the day of the college entrance exam. I've come to cheer for Zhang Yao, Chen Ruoji said in a nonchalant manner. On such an important day, all the other candidates have their parents with them. As Zhang Yao's older sister, how can I bear to let it go? Just this tone of voice was already causing Chen Jiehua to be on fire. How are you talking to me? What's your attitude? I raised you so well, treated you better than my own son, and you turn around and troll me? Chen Ruoji sneered a bit. It was because it was better than even to her own son. This instead was abnormal. Without answering, she listened as Chen Jiehua continued to question. Have you done all the things I told you to do? You don't know what our family is going through right now, don't you? Have you solved the problem? Not only was Chen Jiehua dumping all the pots on Chen Ruoji, but he was also urging her every day to solve it quickly. After all, he wouldn't be solid for a day until these things were resolved. As long as he stepped down from his position on the board of directors, then everything in Guiyao would basically have nothing to do with him. He certainly wouldn't allow such a thing, but he was so powerless in the face of the truth. Chen Ruoji faintly then said, Dad, I actually do have a good idea about this matter. Chen Jiehua was overjoyed and hurriedly asked after him. What good idea? Chen Ruoji rightfully then stated. Go beg Zhang Yao. As soon as he loosens up, then all the problems are gone. Zhang Yao is the largest shareholder with 30% of the shares and 30% of the voting rights. Chen Jiehua in his personal name to invest in this matter. As long as he does not pursue, the other shareholders simply do not know. He created these problems. Just fix him and naturally fix the problems. Chen Jiehua seemed to hesitate for a moment and said in a deep voice. I don't care what method you use. I just want results. This sentence means that it's okay to beg Zhang Yao. But, of course, it's you, Chen Ruoji, who will beg. No, no, no. Chen Ruoji denied this. Dad. I mean, you and Mom go and beg. Chen Jiehua once again became furious upon hearing this. Chen Ruoji, what do you mean? Want me and your mom to beg that little? What's the use of you then? That's how you solve my problems. So what's the point of having you? In the past, if Chen Ruoji was unable to solve the problem for Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, she would feel so guilty that she could not sleep well. And now, no matter how much Chen Jiehua pua, she was unimpressed. Dad, you asked me to look into who's behind this, and I told you before, there's nothing behind it. If you think I'm incompetent, then you find out, and I'll be at your disposal if you can. You asked me to solve the problem, and that's the only way I could think of. If you don't agree, then think of something else for yourself. After saying this, Chen Ruoji directly hung up the phone. On the other side, Chen Jiehua looked at his cell phone and froze, so much so that Zhang Yu couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" She hung up the phone. How dare she hang up on me? This was the first time this had happened to Chen Ruoji, causing Chen Jiehua to once again feel that his authority had been offended. One must know that in the past, Chen Ruoji was obedient to him, but now, it would actually offend him without a care in the world. It's backfired. It's really backfired. I told you she's a foodie. White trash. After learning about Chen Ruoji's attitude, Zhang Yu also jumped up and down with her. No, we have to teach her a lesson this time. We have to show her who's really in charge of this family. One Zhang Yao had already made Zhang Yu intolerable. How could she still accept Chen Ruoji provoking them? Come on, let's go to her now and make her tell us face to face what she means by this. Chen Jiehua thought about it and felt that there was indeed a real need for this. Since Chen Ruoji had gone to accompany Zhang Yao for the exam, she must have been with him. Chapter 73, This is too abnormal. After this period of conditioning, Zhang Yao's physical condition had been greatly improved. The last time I went to the hospital, I was advised that I should pay more attention to my diet in the future. However, it is no longer necessary to specialize in eating nutritious meals every day, based on the principle that there is no need to waste the money that was also given. After the exam, Zhang Yao still appeared in the nutrition restaurant on time. During the 2 days when the college entrance exam was in full swing, he was also afraid that he might get sick if he changed restaurants and adjusted his meals. This place has been eating for so long that it is trustworthy in every way and is the safest choice. When he arrived, Chen Ruoji had already sat inside first. This high-flying female president, who wasn't high-flying at all, even greeted him with a smile. What a coincidence. It's a coincidence if you come across it once or twice, but not if you come across it often. He'd realized this a long time ago, but just didn't care to pay attention. It's quite a coincidence. He shrugged and responded lovingly. It shouldn't be such a coincidence in the future. At best, he shouldn't come back here after the high school exams are over. At least not every day like now. Chen Ruoji will not be able to coincidentally meet him again. Chen Ruoji did not respond, but instead leaned on her chin and watched him finish eating before asking, "How was it? Was it good?" Zhang Yao was expressionless. "Didn't you eat it yourself?" Chen Ruoji, however, smiled and said, "I haven't really eaten this one, because, it's what I do. So, would love to hear and see what you have to say." Zhang Yao was confused. "What? You made this?" Chen Ruoji nodded. "As a matter of fact, you've been eating here for such a long time, and there have been many times that I've made it." She actually wanted to make every meal for Zhang Yao with her own hands, but unfortunately, she really didn't have that much time. Only when I can find the time to come out, I can come to do it for Zhang Yao, and then meet with Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao had always thought that Chen Ruoji had simply come to brush up her presence. How could I have imagined that it would actually make it this far? With his understanding of Chen Ruoji, this was still a very rare thing. He couldn't help but sigh again. Actually, why bother? He wanted to say that this didn't make sense, that it really wasn't necessary. But Chen Ruoji was the one who said, "I'm happy to. Thousands of dollars can't buy my pleasure." And even if he doesn't appreciate it, she's still happy. So what else can he say? "Don't think I'm going to be grateful. I paid for this." After a pause, Zhang Yao still expressed that he did not care about it at all, nor was he touched by anything. Chen Ruoji then said, "I didn't want you to be grateful either. It's enough for me as long as you eat what I cook with my own hands, and I'm content with that fact." Zhang Yao, it left him utterly speechless. Just as the two were looking at each other, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua appeared in the restaurant. Immediately following them in were Chen Shouyu, Chen Evening Zhao, and Chen Zizhan. Well, it's a family affair. Zhang Yu's iron face, a horse in front of the front, came to Chen Ruoji's front without saying a word and raised his hand to hit. If it was placed before, then Chen Ruoji would definitely have to receive a solid slap. But now, how could Chen Ruoji still admit it silently? She raised her hand and directly grabbed Zhang Yu's hand. Chen Ruoji. Zhang Yu gritted her teeth and spat out these 3 words. Fine, fine. Now you've grown capable, haven't you? Do you still have me as your mom? Do you still have your father? Who took you back and worked hard to raise you? Zhang Yu cursed angrily and slapped Chen Ruoji's face again. She wanted to use these words to shock Chen Ruoji, so that she would honestly take a beating. But unfortunately, this time, Chen Ruoji still caught her hand. Mom, even though you and Dad have raised me right, that doesn't mean you can just abuse me. Do I have to put you guys in the hospital again to be worthy of your parenting? Chen Ruoji had a cold face and took out the air of a high and cold female president. If that's the case, you'll all just think I'm a white wolf. Being a white knight can at least protect you. This time, not to mention the words shocked Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Even Zhang Yao was dumbstruck. That's not right. How come this Miss Chen is doing this too? Future memories of her stupidity are no better than her own. How is it that you suddenly awakened as well? What the hell is going on here? Butterfly effect? The word had just popped up in his mind when he saw Chen Jiehua first stop Zhang Yu, then sat down in front of him. So you guys have been conspiring for a long time. Ha, okay, I'll admit it this time. Just tell me straight, what do you guys want me to do? As usual, the bastard never examines himself and only blames others when things go wrong. At this point, he was already certain that Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji were working together and joining forces to set him up, but what he thinks about that is his business. Nervous, Zhang Yao cursed again, then got up and was about to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Yu hurriedly blocked over. Don't you want to run? If you don't make things clear today, you're not allowed to leave. Zhang Yao slanted a glance at the woman and skimmed his lips. Mrs. Chen, do you know what I am now? It's the high school students. Do you know that it's illegal to obstruct someone's entrance exam? If you insist on stopping me, then I'm going to call the police. He is not moving to call the police, making Zhang Yu feel that she has no place to use her strength, especially suffocating. Chen Ruoji, don't you stop him yet. With nothing else to do, Zhang Yu could only yell towards Chen Ruoji again. If you can't stop it, can I stop it? Chen Ruoji was unmoved and leisurely said on the side. I'm also afraid of breaking the law. Even Chen Zijian couldn't look at her with such an attitude. Chen Ruoji, how do you talk to mom and dad? Apologize to mom and dad. Seeing Chen Zijian jump out, Chen Ruoji's eyes flashed with a burst of viciousness. She's bringing up all those bad things in her future memories. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he got up and went over and slapped him twice. Snap! Chen Zijian had been blindsided, and this was already the 3rd time. The first 2 times were arguably extenuating. So what's the deal with this one? He didn't clash with Zhang Yao this time either, and he's going to get beaten even if he's on his parents' side? Chen Ruoji, are you crazy? Chen Zijian suppressed the urge to retaliate against Chen Ruoji and hit him directly back, opting for a stern question. You're completely ignoring mom and dad now. I was wrong to ask you to apologize. What gives you the right to hit me? Do you still want me as a brother? Or mom and dad? Do you want to follow this bastard's lead in wanting to rebel against the Chen family and draw a line in the sand with us? In the face of Chen Zijian's questioning, Chen Ruoji stated indifferently, if you guys want to think that way, then there's nothing wrong with it. The words finally froze everyone in their tracks. Zhang Yu was so angry that she was about to faint. You. She pointed at Chen Ruoji, her hands trembling but unable to speak. Chapter 74, Who's next? Chen Jiehua originally came to negotiate with Zhang Yao, in order not to lose the position of chairman of the board of directors, and even more so, not to cause more damage. He guessed that he would compromise with Zhang Yao for the time being. Which thought? He has lowered his voice. Zhang Yao is not moved, not to mention. Chen Ruoji actually also engaged in a public flip. Chen Ruoji, do you know what you're saying? Outside, he had tried to maintain his image, but now he just couldn't help himself. Even Zhang Yao's mouth twitched as he paused in his steps that he had originally intended to leave. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. What's wrong with this Missy? My dear foster father. Of course I know what I'm talking about. If you guys want to beat and yell at me all you want, PUA me every day, then I must have chosen to stay away from you. If you guys disown me as your adopted daughter because of this, you'll kick me out of the Chen family. Then of course I will choose to accept it as well. Is it hard to believe that you guys think I'm going to bend over backwards and let you abuse me? Hearing her say that, Zhang Yao sort of understood what was going on. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua hadn't had any good intentions towards the 3 Chen family sisters in the first place. After he left, Chen Ruoji obviously became the unlucky one to replace him. Seeing her all over the hospital earlier was evidence of that. I didn't realize it at that time, but now I think it was inevitably Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua who fought. How similar it was to what he had experienced before. But after all, Chen Ruoji was already a mature-minded adult, plus she had him as an example in front of her. How can such a smart and capable person be PUA? So that's why this is happening now. His guesses weren't all right, but they were close. Chen Jiehua blackened his face. We teach you earnestly, but you take this as abuse? I'll admit we were pissed off for a bit earlier, but you should know that this is extenuating. Would we be like that for you if it wasn't for this little? This one gave himself a fine and then proceeded to PUA. Chen Ruoji, we've raised you for so many years and worked hard to bring you up. We are your parents. Not biological but treat you as if you were our own. Better than biological. But we've been so hard on you all these years. And you're actually going to tear yourself away from us over something so trivial? It's just a little something? Even if this is just a little thing. What if little things like this keep happening? Keep happening for the rest of your life? Dad, I recognize that you guys have raised me right. But you know in your own heart better than anyone what you raised me for. If you're trying to put me in my place with that, then I'm sorry to say you're thinking naively. Heaven forbid this one doesn't say. How did she know? You. Chen Jiehua was instantly surprised again. He didn't have much affection for Zhang Yao, and it was actually the same for these 3 adopted daughters. It's just that the former is obvious and the latter is not at all. Because that's the only way to PUA them and give them away. But what went wrong and how did she know? Chen Jiehua's brain buzzing. Chaos into a pot of porridge almost lost the ability to think. Good. You've got your wings so you don't even think of us as parents anymore. Do you? Chen Ruoji, you're very good. You're so capable you flipped with us a few years earlier. Now that you're sitting as the president of Guayao Capital and are independent, you're ungrateful, aren't you? What are you going to pay us back for the favor we've done you? Zhang Yu held the favor and rebuked angrily. We gave you this life. We gave you everything you have now. And you're going to destroy this family? In the face of this ridiculous accusation, Chen Ruoji took a deep breath. Mom, when are you going to realize that it was you who destroyed this family with your own hands? If you guys could be nicer to Zhang Yao, if you guys didn't have so many crooked thoughts, then we are in love and the happiest family in the world. Dad, you will always be the chairman of Guayao Capital. No one can shake your position. Our family is capable of tens of billions of dollars a year. So even if you continue to lose money on your personal investments, no one will say a word about you. We could have endless money to spend. And the family could live happily without worries. Speaking of this, Chen Ruoji still didn't hold back her tears. I really don't understand why you guys just don't want to let go of this life? Rhetorically, she wiped the tears from her eyes and put away her emotional side. It goes on to state, I'm an ungrateful person if I have to be abused in PUA to repay your favors. The words could not be clearer. Chen Ruoji no longer ate Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's set. Now Chen Jiehua had already messed up. His brain was in disarray, simply unable to confront Chen Ruoji and Zhang Yao. Let's go. In such a state, he could only retreat first, greeting Zhang Yu and the girls as they left. White-eyed wolf, think about your words today. Zhang Yu angrily roared again and followed closely behind Chen Jiehua. Chen Zizhan, on the other hand, swept a resentful glance at Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji and directly walked away without saying a word. Zhang Yao, who had intended to go first, ended up falling behind instead. There was also the hesitant Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao, who had long been at a loss for words, not knowing if they should stay or follow. Boss, I know you've been wronged, but do you really want to do this? Chen Ruoji shook her head towards Chen Xiaoyu. Of course she didn't mean that she didn't want to do this, but she was indicating that there was nothing she could do about it. She didn't want it to be like this, but facing the kind of people like Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, this was the best and most correct choice. 2 and 3, there are some things you won't believe if you tell them. Now I can only advise you that you too must be more careful. Chen Ruoji was full of worries as she admonished. It's me after Zhang Yao leaves. You've all seen what happened to me. You don't need me to tell you. Now that I'm gone, it might be the turn of one of you. If they hurt you too, remember to always try to escape and always call me. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao both shuddered at the sound, their hearts already becoming apprehensive. Is it our turn? They subconsciously didn't believe that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would treat them like that. However, with Zhang Yao in front of her, Chen Ruoji had already followed in her footsteps. That fact was enough to terrify them. Seeing that both sisters were being laughed at, Chen Ruoji turned to encourage them with a smile. It's okay, I'm here. If you notice anything wrong, just run, she said, rubbing the heads of her 2 sisters, just as she would with a small child. Then he looked over to Zhang Yao's side. You guys are here to send blessings to Zhang Yao, right? If you don't hold on to this little devil, he's going to slip away. Oh, go on, she said, and pushed both Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao in front of Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao. As a matter of fact, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao did come to send him their blessings. How could I have imagined that so much would actually happen? This family of theirs is really going to change. Chapter 75, Fulfillment of Commitments. What happened to the Chen family in the back? Zhang Yao wasn't sure, and he didn't care. However, the 3 sisters of the Chen family were the ones who appeared at his examination center for 2 consecutive days. And, also, they all came in Cheongsams. After Chen Ruoji also broke with the Chen family, the two of them, Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, actually did not avoid suspicion at all. This was all a bit out of Zhang Yao's expectation. They must have known very well what this would lead to. After all, Chen Ruoji was already a lesson from the past. The two haven't learned their lesson at all, and that's a lot of determination. From an observer's point of view, they actually made the right choice and are to be congratulated. People like Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, the farther away they are, the better. But so Zhang Yao also had quite a headache. Chen Ruoji had already become very strange. If he added Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to cope. After exhaling a long mentioning breath, Zhang Yao pulled out his cell phone to record a video. Brothers and sisters, after a stressful senior year, I am back at my alma mater. The main reason I'm here today, besides wanting to hear guidance about volunteering, is to fulfill a promise I made in the beginning. He tried to donate money to the school before, but it didn't work out in the end because he was underage and the amount was too large. Now that he's an adult, there will be no one to tell him what to do without any restrictions. Then, of course, come and fulfill that promise, on the principle that there's nothing wrong with being a loser. He also recorded a special video ready to be released online. Deceit was one aspect, but it was also to show Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan how they spent their money. In the eyes of the Chen family, the money should have been theirs. Since that's the mentality, spending it yourself lavishly can certainly upset them. When they get upset, then they get upset themselves. Teacher. Zhang Yao found his homeroom teacher, who was all smiles as soon as she saw him. Zhang Yao, how did you do on the exam? He also said with a smile, I'm okay with my own estimation. I played better than I did on the practice test. NUS is definitely secure. The homeroom teacher was even happier when she heard this, nodding her head repeatedly with great relief. Good, 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 good. It was from the bottom of his heart that he was happy for him, and it made his nose a little sore again. Teacher, this time I came to talk to you again about the donation we talked about last time. Donate $100 million to build a new school building and purchase some teaching equipment for the school. Donate another $100 million to set up a bursary fund in the name of the classroom teachers to help students from disadvantaged families. Then take out another $100 million and donate it directly to Project Hope. Honestly, Zhang Yao really didn't trust these domestic charitable organizations at all. But one does get help from Project Hope. So, he decided to donate the money anyway, even if some of it will be off the books or something, as long as the other part actually helps someone in need. Then, too, it's good. The big deal is to keep an extra eye on yourself from now on. Anyway, now that I'm a netizen, I don't need to worry about 3 meals a day yet, so it's okay to toss these things around as a pastime. Whether it's building a building or setting up a bursary fund, it's much better that the $200 million are spent directly on the second high school. He is very comfortable with this with his classroom teacher. Ultimately, he has also made it clear in his consultations with the school that he is going to put the classroom teacher in charge. The bursary fund, in particular, is required to be a classroom teacher on 1 day for eligible students. If the classroom teacher leaves, then we will see exactly what happens then. The homeroom teacher was thinking he didn't have to do that. Donations are good, but Zhang Yao is still a kid, so there's really no need to come up and donate so much money. But Zhang Yao insisted that he could already decide things on his own. Besides, that's not really much money for him. The class teacher couldn't argue with him, and the school was naturally happy about it. After spending a day negotiating all the details, Zhang Yao directly transferred the money to the designated account. Zhang Yao donated 300 million. Just as the topic hit the hot seat, the school released a statement at the same time. While stating that the money will be used as requested, it also confirms that the donation is true. The point is, the money has arrived. After all, there are so many fraudulent donations these days that people don't really dare to believe it without a proof. It's not uncommon for donations to be made with a lot of talk, only to not pay a dime after eating up the heat and traffic. It's still Zhang Yao who's atmospheric, striking out with $300 million. Project Hope is afraid that they didn't even expect to donate $100 million to the high school students they sponsored just as soon as they graduate. If you look at this as an investment, you're really making hemp. So how in the world did Zhang Yao end up in a position where he has to apply for hardship assistance? When Zhang Yao's donation became hot news, topics related to his past experiences were brought up again by netizens. This made the Chen family especially uncomfortable, and wherever they went there seemed to be people pointing their fingers. That little is generous. 300 million said donate. Who allowed him to do so? These people on the internet also have nothing to do with what they have to do with them keep talking about it. Zhang Yu had already been so angry that she had lost her evil temper several times and smashed quite a few things in the house. Zhang Yao had given them a difficult problem that they still didn't know how to solve. and Chen Ruoji followed suit and drew the line with them as well. This series of betrayal has already made her feel bad about everything, and she wants to get mad at everything, not to mention the kind of news that will get them in trouble again. Right now, Zizhan is our only hope. Let's take him on a trip to the Lin family first, so he can get acquainted with Lin Yu first and mix things up. While trying to get the support of the Mudo Consortium, I'll run the other shareholders' side. This recent string of events had likewise made Chen Jiehua unusually irritated. Still, he forced himself to calm down and made out a plan. It was useless for him to lower his voice anymore on Zhang Yao's side, so he could only think of ways from other aspects. Originally, he had wanted Chen Zizhan to get to know Lin Yu himself after he entered the National University. The Lin family of the Mutual Consortium had a close relationship with Guiyao Capital, though they had cross-shareholdings. But it's Grandpa Chang Minen's connection. Chen Jiehua is very dissatisfied with Zhang Minen, has always been resentful of Zhang Minen, and on the basis of the hand holding 51% of the shares have been controlling. That's why the previous attitude towards the Mudo Consortium towards the Lin family was very cold, causing the two sides to be very estranged by now. How could I have imagined in the beginning that I would actually have to go begging one day? Now just finished the college entrance examination. There are still more than 2 months from the beginning of the school year. But Chen Jiehua has been unable to wait. Zhang Yu, who had cursed the street for half a day, was also tired and nodded in agreement. Cathay and Mudo standing together, that's a powerful combination. I'm sure the Lin family won't refuse. A direct union would be better, if possible. After all, if we still have to let Zizhan pursue Lin Yu, then I'm afraid there are too many variables. Since it's about wooing someone, the prerequisite must surely be to be able to make them look good. Marriage is different. As long as there are benefits, the rest is irrelevant. Chapter 76, Learning to Drive While on Vacation. Zhang Yao's donation of $300 million has become a hot topic on the internet, and it has caused a very big stir in the school. Almost all parents, students, even at the middle school level, are talking about it. The second middle school was supposed to be the prestigious Key High School. The existence of this bursary takes the competitiveness of the second school to another level. After all, it's really a great help for people from poor families. In normal times, Zhang Yao would have been harassed for this. Now it's different. After the high school exams are over, there are not many chances to go back to school anymore, and you can avoid a lot of trouble. With graduation completed and volunteers filled out, it's basically officially goodbye to high school. With these high school friends, I'm afraid it's the last time we'll see each other. Rather, it's not that much of a stretch, is it? Although everyone went to different schools and even some went out of state, but surely there will be class reunions and stuff later, right? Lu Weining was not as pessimistic as Zhang Yao. He was thinking that there were bound to be many more opportunities to meet in the future. But in fact, in Zhang Yao's memory, he was to the day of the jump did not see Lu Weining again. However, this was more or less related to the fact that he had spent all his energy on the Chen family. Class reunion? In his future memories, that was never attended. Isn't it true that reunions nowadays are all about showing off? Showing off? Showing off? It seems like more and more people are getting turned off by reunions. And the more they're organized, the fewer people go. Lu Weining did not think so much. Haha, said with a smile, to say show off the rich who can show off over you. Don't worry. With you in our class this definitely won't happen. You've donated $300 million directly. Who the hell doesn't know how to play dumb in front of you? He seems to have a bit of truth in that. Zhang Yao smiled. We've only just graduated. Isn't it a bit too early to be thinking about a class reunion? What's the plan for all the vacations? Big guy? Lu Weining shrugged. I do want to go out and have fun, but I'm not as rich as you are. My dad means for me to take this vacation to enroll in a driving school and learn how to drive. Learning to drive? Lu Weining said this, causing Zhang Yao's eyes to light up immediately. These days, driving that is also a necessary skill. By law, you can get a driver's license at the age of 18. So, many people will learn to drive during the vacation after the high school exams. With your license in hand, that limo can be arranged. The villa was rebuilt at a cost of $500 million. $300 million in donations, and he still has over $2 billion in cash on hand. If we don't build it that way, how will all this money ever be spent? If you don't hurry up and build it this year, once the dividend comes down tomorrow, that's another couple billion. That's a good idea. Biggie, what driving school are you at? I'll sign up too so I can have some company. Zhang Yao was so excited that he followed Lu Weining straight to the driving school. The three Chen sisters gave him 3 supercars before the gift was returned. But that didn't mean he didn't like the car. At that time he had quite a longing for a supercar, but unfortunately he was able to put it down for the time being before he turned 18. Well now, nothing is a problem. When they arrived at the driving school, the side was already crowded. Every holiday season is a peak time for driving tests, and many students and even teachers are studying during this time. With the idea of having a lively company, Zhang Yao didn't think too much and directly followed Lu Weining to enroll. When I got in the car I realized that the driving school seemed a bit of a dud. They have a driving school where one instructor has 9 students in one car at the same time. When the subject is practiced in the field, 9 people line up to practice 1 lap each. Reverse parking, side parking, fixed point uphill parking and starting, right angle turns, and S-turns. The 5 events are performed one by one counting 1 lap, and when you're done you hand the car over to the next one. It's not really practiced more than a couple times per person over the course of the day. When the subject was on the road, the instructor divided the people into 2 groups of 4 at a time. The extra one is a fill-in when someone can't make it because of work, etc. This arrangement should not be a big problem if it is usual. After all, if you work, you certainly can't really do it every day on time to practice, which also seems to be more flexible. The problem is that it's almost always students and teachers that are on vacation these days, and that's just the little problems. In Zhang Yao's future memories he already knew how to drive and was very skillful. Now it was just short of a book, so less time practicing was fine with him. What he can't stand is that their coach is not young but he is taking money and charging extra. When we take subject 2 and 3, the driving school is going to deduct our bonuses if someone doesn't pass. So someone doesn't pass that he has to pay extra. $200 per person per time. You hear me? How the hell can you do that? As soon as Zhang Yao heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong, and he decisively took out his cell phone to quietly shoot a video. At first he hadn't thought anything of it, just wanted to record evidence just in case. After all, $200 isn't much, and if someone else wants to pay that it's someone else's business. As for himself, he was absolutely certain that he wouldn't have to make up the test. I just didn't realize that this was actually just the beginning. We've been practicing for so many days and we haven't even had a meal. Not that I am greedy for this meal of yours, but I will give you this truth. I am your coach, your teacher, the one who imparts your knowledge and skills. You guys know how to give your teachers gifts on Teacher's Day in school, and you won't when you get to driver's ed? One of the older sisters in your first few cohorts said it particularly well, and I didn't even realize it until she said it. She said there are several other teachers in the school for reading students, and I'm the only one in the driving school. A long, spittle-flecked speech completely subverted Zhang Yao's 3 views. The point he is trying to make is nothing more than that he deserves more respect and love than the teachers in the school. The cadets should just hold him up and give him gifts and invite him to dinner. What's outrageous is that someone would actually think that and offer to give him a gift. What's with all the S in this world? After fuming and reasoning, the coach dropped the line. You're on your own. Our students which have seen this battle. Lu Weining red face although very upset, but did not say anything. A lot of people have concerns. The money has been paid and it's all come down to this. If you tear your face off and make a scene, a different coach probably wouldn't be any better, but would be in the wrong shoes. If you change to another driving school, you will have to start all over again, not to mention whether you can get a refund or not, which is a waste of so much time. Holding this thought, the others looked like they were going to put up with it, even though they were upset. Zhang Yao didn't have that much to worry about, but he had already endured to the limit. What poor temperament, low quality these, he did not care. Because he's skillful coach want to scold him also have no opportunity. But I didn't realize that tolerance for the coach was instead capitalized on by the coach's shamelessness. Look at it. Look at your paralyzing look. Zhang Yao directly spewed an expletive and spat towards this coach. I shucks. Chapter 77. Beat up a man and burn a car. In fact, how is this behavior of the coach not a PUA? PUAs are just everywhere in this society. It's just that no one has summarized this in a way before. It follows that the average person is really miserable and has to go to work to be PUA'd by the company by their bosses in the workplace. Even when you come to learn how to drive, the instructor has to do this. I can go to hell. What did you say? Seeing that Zhang Yao not only disobeyed, but actually dared to scold him and spit at him, the coach became furious. What do you mean? I'm telling you, learn or get out. I'm not happy to teach yet. Zhang Yao nodded his head, indicating that it was fine. That's a good sentiment. Then please refund my tuition. And the loss of so long a delay. He defied the coach in front of him. I'm going to put my word in for today. It's my bad luck to meet a coach of your caliber, but you'll have to give me a statement when I pay my money, or I'll give you a piece of my mind. The coach gave Zhang Yao a deadpan look. This brat, how dare he threaten me? He was exasperated and laughed. And you're going to give me a statement? Oof. Today I'm going to teach you students a lesson that in our society, it's impossible to refund money when it's paid. You guys can off if you don't learn. Want a tuition refund? No way. Zhang Yao this has been holding back to make trouble. Since people were already so cooperative, how could he hesitate? Want an argument? Ha, I'll give it to you. He said with a roundhouse kick that directly sent the coach flying a few meters away. then picked up a discarded sign on the field and stepped towards this coach. How dare you hit me? After being kicked off the ground, the coach, who was in so much pain that he almost went over his back, cursed in disbelief and anger. Then, he saw Zhang Yao carrying the signage already walking over. That indicator plate is welded to an iron pipe. He blushed dramatically. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Zhang Yao directly ignored his warning and went over to copy the instruction board and swung it at him. Of course, this is controlled force, also paying attention to the position. His physique is now different from the old days, and what he has in his hand is still an iron pipe, which can easily kill someone if he's not careful. Everything is fine as long as you don't die. If he died, it was not an outcome he could afford. Stop, stop, stop. I was wrong. Stop fighting. I'm begging you, please spare me. A few swings of the iron pipe and the gaffer was already wailing and begging for mercy. His mournful screams drew everyone over, and seeing Zhang Yao so brutal stunned everyone. You're just going to do it without saying a word, aren't you? Even Lu Weining was dumbfounded, froze for a moment and hurriedly came up to drag Zhang Yao away. Stop fighting. You're really going to kill him if you keep fighting. As far as this coach's current appearance was concerned, he was at least seriously injured, and his arms and legs were definitely broken. And it's not just as simple as those minor dislocations and displacements like those of Jie Wuchan. Zhang Yao also knew that he couldn't continue, so he stopped. Then with intent, he stated, but I haven't gotten over it yet? Weining Lu. He didn't even know what to say when he saw that Zhang Yao had already copied the instruction board and walked towards their coach. Clunk. This old Jetta was smashed by him. First smashed, cracked, and then climbed on the roof of the car to make a hard jump to continue to smash. What are you doing? Stop it or I'll call the police. Seeing this kind of thing happened, other instructors all gathered around. Even the staff of the driving school also rushed over. Zhang Yao treated it as if he didn't hear and smashed the car inside and out. The people from the driving school wanted to stop it, but they looked at the sign in his hand and didn't dare to go forward at all. After all, there's one lying on the ground. Better call an ambulance first, or this side is afraid for their lives. More than a car. Of course, it's the people that matter. While drinking Zhang Yao down, several people had already gathered around and called for an ambulance in a panic. At this time, Zhang Yao extended his hand towards Lu Weining. Light a cigarette for me. Lu Weining didn't know what he was going to do, but he still lit a cigarette and handed it over. In full view of the crowd, he took the cigarette and casually tossed it on the oil that had been smashed and leaked onto the floor. Tug. The gasoline was instantly ignited and the car burst into flames. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Weining once again looked stupid. Am I an accomplice? What are you? Are you crazy? Do you realize that this is punishable by jail time? Call the police. Hurry up and call the police. Everyone get out of the way. Watch out for explosions. Get the fire extinguishers. The scene was a mess, and the onlookers were scared and backed away. Zhang Yao just watched from the side with an old spirit. Watching these people panic, even he couldn't care less. That's a relief to the heart. He was feeling that screaming and couldn't help but stretch his legs when he saw Chen Xiaoyu. Seeing the flames over there, Chen Xiaoyu was also baffled. What's going on here? Which trainee is so bullish as to set the coach on fire? Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. This has nothing to do with Kai. I'm the one who burned it. Upon hearing that he had burned it, Chen Xiaoyu clapped his hands. Well burned. Weining Lu. No. What's wrong with you two? No wonder Zhang Yao seems to be getting more and more lawless. So it's all because you sisters spoiled him. It was the first time he had met Chen Xiaoyu. However, the three sisters of the Chen family were all celebrities, and he had heard of them a long time ago. Coupled with the fact that he also knew Zhang Yao's identity, he naturally recognized Chen Xiaoyu right away. While he was speechless, Zhang Yao rolled his eyes again. Can you not show up so taken for granted? You've had your license for how many years now? What are you doing in driving school? This was very redundant, but Chen Xiaoyu still answered very honestly. Of course I came to find you. I know you're getting your driver's license, so I took a special drive to practice with you. This driving school you've signed up for doesn't look like a good idea anyhow. You might as well let me teach you. Obviously, Chen Xiaoyu had done some research on this driving school. If Zhang Yao could be like her, then he could avoid the pit. Unfortunately, he didn't think about it that much at the time, thinking that it was just a driver's license test, and it was the same everywhere. Had he known this would happen, he would have picked a one-on-one teaching kind. Expensive, yes, but he's not that bad. You're right, this driving school is really just not a good idea. No, I didn't just set the car on fire. I beat the guy up. After they'd bull asterisk 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 Ted for a few moments, the ambulance had arrived and the paramedics were busy lifting the coach into the car. Right behind the ambulance, the police car arrived. The staff of the driving school greeted him and pointed at Zhang Yao to accuse him with the police. Officer, that's him. Look at how brutal he actually is at such a young age. Not only did he injure our coach, but he also burned our car. Beating people and burning cars? This is not a trivial matter. The police officer's expression was suddenly stony. Instead, Chen Shuyu blocked in front of Zhang Yao and said faintly, "Don't worry, everything is with me." Chapter 78. Intentional infliction of serious injury to a person for a period of not less than 3 years and not more than 10 years. Arson. From 3 to 10 years. Anyone who intentionally destroys public or private property in an enormous amount shall be sentenced to not less than 3 years and not more than 7 years. Combined. It's enough to go to jail for more than a decade. As you can see from the sentencing, it's really not a small thing. You did all this? The policeman walked quickly to Zhang Yao and questioned him very cautiously and seriously. Like a spokesperson, Chen Shuyu jumped the gun and said, "Officer, shouldn't we ask the reason first?" The policeman gave her a look that instantly felt like it was going to be trouble. "I think I've seen this guy somewhere before, and look at the way she's dressed. This is a person of power? Of course we'll get to the bottom of everything and solve the problem fairly and justly." Chen Shuyu didn't even know what was going on when he thought about solving this problem for Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao put on his dude act again and yelled as if he was ignorant and fearless. "It was me who did it. Why? My father is Chen Jiehua. I can beat up whoever I want." "What? You're not convinced? My father is Chen Jiehua. Even if I burn down this driving school, what can I do? My father is Chen Jiehua. What qualifications do you have to question me? Call your chief to me." He had to yell every word he said. It was just not too deliberate. It was only when they heard the name Chen Jiehua that many people reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's actually him. Hardly. After recognizing him, all those who were shocked by the scene felt very reasonable at once. The driving instructor bullied them. It was a kick in the cotton. And it couldn't have felt any better. But Zhang Yao is different. That's an iron plate and deserves a beating. Those who have known him as a person know very well that this is indeed his style of doing things. Whoever you are, whatever you are, you'll have to come back with us to investigate. The police officer was righteous. Not at all moved by Zhang Yao's identity, but seeing as he was just yelling his ass off, he didn't do anything about it. So then, there was no course of action taken along the way. Chen Shuyu couldn't help but hold her forehead on the side. She originally wanted to settle things quietly under the table. Which thought? Zhang Yao is the only one who was afraid of making a big mess. It was only at times like this that he would recognize Chen Jiehua as his father. And the purpose is just to throw dirty water on Chen Jiehua and make him feel uncomfortable. "You're Miss Chen Air, aren't you?" Zhang Yao yelling like this finally made the police officers think of Chen Shuyu's identity as well. After all, each member of the Chen family was a celebrity, and Chen Shuyu was no less. In the entertainment industry, her popularity is not as good as those big stars and flow artists though, but in the art world, she's the hottest of the new generation. Many people idolize the star, and many stars idolize her. Identifying her, the police officer then stated, "Take your brother and come with us to the police station." Before Chen Shuyu had a chance to speak, Zhang Yao had already towed the line and proceeded to yell, "Just go. Am I still afraid of you guys?" He finished by pointing around the driving school and letting fly with threats. "How dare you guys mess with me? You don't even look at who I am. My dad is Jiehua Chan. You guys wait for me. This thing is not over. I won't let you close Chen Jiehua's name until I let you close Chen Jiehua." His mouthful of Chen Jiehua really scared the people at the driving school a bit. Guiyao capital. Chen Jiehua. This was really an existence they couldn't afford to mess with. How did this offend this little ancestor? What's going on? By the time they arrived, Zhang Yao had already burned the car, and they were not sure what the situation was until now. "Where's the coach?" "He's been taken away in an ambulance." Everyone could only focus on Lu Weining and the others. How in the world did all this happen? Zhang Yao was so pugnacious in front of him. Lu Weining also skimmed his mouth at this time. How else could it happen? Your instructors are of low-quality swearing and cursing every day, not to mention taking and charging. So, it pissed off Zhang Yao. Hearing such a reply, the driving school's expression changed dramatically, feeling that it was going to be a disaster. After such a thing happened, no matter how Zhang Yao's side would be dealt with, they were all definitely out of luck anyway. Hashtag Zhang Yao put the driving instructor in the hospital. Hashtag Zhang Yao set fire to the coach. Hashtag my father is Edward Chan. Hashtag. When these topics leapt onto the hot search, after the fire of the whole network, all kinds of black history of this driving school have been raked out. Sometimes the trainees underneath spout off about all the irrationality they've encountered, and then there are the past trainees who expose all kinds of darkness. In recent years, there have been a lot of so-called instructor jingles circulating on the internet that pretty much whitewash the image of the driving instructor. But the truth is that the world has long been suffering from driving schools for a long time. It is also the case that in recent years fewer and fewer people have learned to drive. Many driving schools have closed down. and some of the remaining ones have had to make changes. As a result, the overall environment is only a little better. And sadly, the one Zhang Yao and the others signed up for is exactly the kind of thing that passes for style. Soon, the coach's injuries were also confirmed. All of his arms and legs were broken. Proper serious injury level. For such a result, all the netizens, however, are clapping their hands, because at the same time, this coach's usual cursing, taking and other related things came to light. Zhang Yao's own recorded video hadn't even thought about whether or not to release it yet, but the other trainees had already exposed everything in advance. It's the age of short videos. Who doesn't know to record a video first when things go wrong? There are several versions of just the part where he freaks out and storms out and hits people in online videos. That's a disgusting face to eat. Well played deep in my heart. It's a relief to watch, but Zhang Yao won't be any better after this. He's too bossy. People have said that his father is Jay Wachan. In his position he still needs us to worry about him? Although that coach was indeed wrong. Zhang Yao is too much of a bully, isn't he? As the online heat had exploded, Chen Jiehua also received a call. What? That little mess off. He wanted to say what Zhang Yao's trouble had to do with him. It was only when the words came out of his mouth that he reacted to the fact that Zhang Yao had drawn a line with them. Something they had no face to tell the outside world. To talk about that, that's going to get their bottoms up pretty soon. Not to mention the loss of face. Chen Jiehua and even the entire Chen family must be completely finished. But if you want him to step in and smooth things over for Zhang Yao, he obviously won't be happy about it either. So the chancellor then stated, whoever has done wrong should be punished. The Son of Heaven has yet to sin with the people, let alone that he is not so noble. If he has broken the law, I hope you will deal with him severely. Although he was being very righteous, the other side of the phone was at a loss. This, Dong Chen. He said the reason why he hit and burned the car again was because of the psychological problems caused by the long-term abuse by you guys. J.H. Chun. UING come to this again. Chen Jiehua's nose was pissed off. Chapter 79, My acceptance does not mean my consent. Now that Zhang Yao was an adult, things were different. Chen Jiehua also knew very well that he was nakedly blackmailing. But anyway, the set just works. This ass. Chen Jiehua really had to wipe it for him. This little. Chen Jiehua suffocated at home and dropped things, subconsciously about to call Chen Ruoji. Then only then did they react to the fact that this Chen family's most capable eldest daughter was now on the opposite side of them. This made him even more furious. Chen Ruoji, you will regret this. Just as he gave a furious shout, Chen Shuyu called and explained everything. Chen Shuyu was in contact with Zhang Yao and originally wanted to hide it from the Chen family, with Chen Ruoji as a forewarning. Associating with Zhang Yao at this juncture was not a good choice. But if you back off because of that, what's the difference between that and the past? In the past, it was the fear of being blamed by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, the fear of causing them to be displeased, that made them start avoiding Zhang Yao. And then so many gut-wrenching things happened. If he was still hiding at this point, what would happen to Zhang Yao? Chen Shuyu had already regretted it and would not allow this to happen again. She and Chen Ruoji's initial thoughts were similar. Since she couldn't let go of Zhang Yao or the Chen family, then she would take care of both. For them, it's not a matter of choice. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua froze and forced them to make a choice. So they did it secretly. Chen Shuyu wouldn't take the initiative to confess this without the need. The problem was that the video had now exploded all over the internet. She's already featured in some of the later videos, and it's no longer possible to hide it even if you want to. Then how about being proactive and turning passivity into initiative? So, she specifically called Jiehua Chen. Dad, don't worry. I'm at the police station right now. I'm trying to find a way to calm Zhang Yao down and keep him quiet. I can fix things. Just pretend nothing happened. Chen Jiehua didn't say anything. If anything, he answered and hung up the phone. He was very upset with Chen Shuyu. Having already been so angry before, having expelled Chen Ruoji from the house, Chen Shuyu actually dared to hang out with Zhang Yao. Isn't that not putting him in his place? Isn't that a slap in his face? He was so angry that his face was ironic, but he knew that he shouldn't be directly angry with Chen Shuyu at this time. After all, there was still a need for Chen Shuyu to do something now, and Chen Shuyu still had overwhelming reasons to do so, just like Chen Ruoji did back then. Soon enough, the story was figured out. The next question is what to do about it. Zhang Yao hit someone, but the end result was that the coach and his family, lying in a hospital bed, said they would not pursue the matter. On the contrary, it also publicly apologized for taking bribes, charging fees, cursing people, etc. And he said that he was willing to accept the relevant punishment. Zhang Yao burned the car of the driving school, and the driving school also said that they would not pursue the matter. They are afraid to pursue and unwilling to pursue. And after exposing so much, the authorities have opened an investigation into the driving school. These things were enough to make them anxious. How could they dare to have any grievances? The end result, again, was that Zhang Yao walked out of the police station intact. As he stretched, Chen Xiaoyu had just hung up the phone with Chen Ruoji. Zhang Yao, wait for me. She took 2 steps to catch up. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Zhang Yao looked at her and shrugged. I've caused you such a big mess, and you actually don't have the slightest bit of resentment towards me? Chen Xiaoyu apologized very cautiously. Zhang Yao, I'm really sorry for the past. I know it's useless to say I'm sorry, and the damage I've done to you can't be repaired with an apology, but at least, it shows my attitude. As a sinner, it's only right that I should give you the benefit of the doubt. If you need to pay for someone's life, then I'm willing to give mine instead. These words made Zhang Yao roll his eyes. Not so much, not so much. I'm not that unforgiving, so neither do I need you to pay for my life, nor do I need you to cover for me. Chen Xiaoyu laughed. But if you go a dad, he'll still let me come too, whether active or passive. These things had to fall on her head now. This made Zhang Yao unable to even say anything else and shrugged again before turning his head away. Chen Xiaoyu, however, tugged at him as if she was pampering him. I haven't finished talking yet. Zhang Yao bristled. Why do I have to listen to you? He grunted in disbelief. You're not afraid I'll steal your underwear again, are you? Chen Xiaoyu stomped her foot and snapped. In the past, it was all a misunderstanding of you. My sister already knows her mistakes. You don't have to steal it if you want to use it. Can't I just give it to you? Zhang Yao, I really shouldn't be talking so much to you. When he was speechless, Chen Xiaoyu had hurriedly proceeded to speak again. In order to facilitate your practice, I specially drove the boss's president here. Are you really not going to practice with me? Zhang Yao's attitude was resolute. No follow. There's no need for you to waste your time here. Chen Xiaoyu lost it for a moment. Alright then. Zhang Yao was unwilling, so she didn't force it. Turning to him, he said, the oldest 3 and I sent your birthday present to the villa for you. And the keys and car books and so on are in the car. Zhang Yao let out a long sigh. Chen Xiaoyu, I've never seen people like you guys rushing to give gifts to others. Told you guys, I don't want it. I don't appreciate it. My villa is still being rebuilt. Aren't you taking up space and causing trouble by driving there? Not what Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati. I want to like I will not buy their own I cannot afford In the past, he could only look at the red eyes, but now he still has more than $2 billion in his hand. What kind of car can't he buy? Chen Xiaoyu, however, smiled cheekily. You do have money, but do you have cards? Zhang Yao. This was a problem that he hadn't really realized before. Although he is a local with a household registration, he has to go to the lottery just the same if he wants a license plate. The advantage is simply that there are no restrictions such as the need to have paid 5 years of social security, so he can sign up now. The problem is that everyone knows how small the chances of a shakedown are, and who knows how long it will take until the monkey is out of the bag. At the thought of this, his heart began to grow a little unsteady. How about just accepting it? Anyway, hasn't it already been said that just because I accept it doesn't mean I agree to it, so it doesn't mean anything at all. Besides, where did they get the money for the car? After all, it's just wool pulled from me. So technically, I'm just taking back what was already mine now. That would have been the natural and logical thing to do. Zhang Yao tried hard to find various reasons to convince himself, but at the same time couldn't help but curse in his heart. Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao, you're such a useless fellow. Chapter 80, saying sorry is too pale. Soon, the news that the driving school where Zhang Yao beat up and burned the car was shut down spread all over the internet. If I don't let you guys close the door, Chen Jiehua won't be surnamed Chen. Zhang Yao's domineering clamor was still ringing in our ears. And originally we all thought that it was just a simple matter of putting in a few harsh words. I didn't realize that this driving school had actually closed its doors. Zhang Yao is awesome and lets you close the door when he says so. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant rich kid. Instead of saying that Zhang Yao is great, I think it's better to say that Chen Jiehua is great. Worthy of being a powerful Chen family, worthy of being the head of Guiyao, with heavenly means. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with this at all. Though, there are so many problems exposed by this driving school that there are even a few students who have complained of being scolded by their instructors. In the know even thus spawned a question, why the driving school instructors are generally very low quality. Because it's so dark itself. It's just a bit of a do-nothing. So it seems to be getting a lot of power over people but it doesn't get any sympathy from people. However, even Zhang Yao felt surprised at this fact. He had simply said a sentence to diaphragmatize Chen Jiehua. How could I have imagined that I would actually be able to follow my words? And this, in fact, has nothing to do with him and Chen Jiehua. It is purely caused by the driving school itself is too dead. Now that the driving school is shutting down, what will happen to those of them who paid their dues and haven't graduated yet? The driving school also offers 2 solutions to this problem. Either you get a full refund, or you get the driving school to transfer the relationship to another driving school to continue the course. Within these two options, the vast majority of people, including Zhang Yao, chose the latter. After all, it's not worth it to start all over again after all the time you've already put in, so it's certainly best to continue learning. When I got to the new driving school, it was still a good number of people to a car though, and each person didn't really get to get in the car for very long. But after all this fuss, the attitude of the coaches over here is much better, though it remains a headache to encounter unenlightened trainees, and you can't help but curse a few times. But as long as it's not abusive and doesn't involve personal attacks, people can actually accept it. The vast majority of people aren't that sensitive and fragile either. And it's not scolding that people can't stand. It's humiliation of character. Subject 2, Subject 3 and Subject 4. After not having all that crap, everything is going great. Learning to drive has finally become an enjoyable experience, as well as finally feeling the instructor's sense of humor. It is worth mentioning that during this process Chen Xiaoyu appeared for 3 days, and she was sure to be present at every exam. By the time he finally got Ben this day, it was also Chen Xiaoyu who was the first to jump out. Congratulations, you're a novice driver from today. Try to become a veteran driver soon. Why does that sound a little off? Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. Can you not be so boring? He sputtered helplessly. Say, aren't you an artist? Are all artists as idle as you? Chen Xiaoyu smiled cheekily. If you want to say that I'm an artist then you're lifting me up, but I'm happy to be addressed by you. My self-perception of myself is that I'm a first-rate painter, second-rate writer and poet, and a third-rate musician, as well as unorthodox adventurers, travelers. A few streams aside, it's quite a name. Zhang Yao's face was expressionless, meaning, what are you trying to say? Chen Xiaoyu then said, before that I was indeed quite busy as well, and it was just a little bit better from the time you started learning how to drive, because I'm busy working on the painting show, and it's basically done now, just waiting for the opening. She suddenly put on a pitiful look as she said, Zhang Yao, my brother, you will definitely come to see my painting exhibition, right? Zhang Yao was silent for a long time. In the past, you wouldn't even let me in the drawing room. Just this one sentence directly made Chen Xiaoyu feel suffocated and dropped her little pearls. As a matter of fact, when Chen Xiaoyu first learned to paint, Zhang Yao was her model. Zhang Yao also helped her clean the studio and prepare various props for her. I also learned a lot about paints and colors in order to help a little bit in any way I could. It was not until later that Chen Zizhan framed him after destroying the painting in the studio, and after stealing and hiding the painting said that he had stolen it, plus whatever jewelry, underwear, etc. After the misunderstanding became deeper and deeper, Chen Xiaoyu's attitude towards Zhang Yao became more and more cold, and directly ordered him not to enter the drawing room. Chen Xiaoyu has long been not the first time to hold a painting exhibition. Her exhibition has been held abroad, but Zhang Yao has not seen once. She wanted to say she was sorry, but those 3 words paled in comparison to the truth. Her mouth opened and she felt infinite guilt in her heart. But in the end, she didn't say those 3 words. She didn't feel, herself, that an apology was worth being forgiven. She watched Zhang Yao leave, her back looking so forlorn and depressed. Then she could no longer hold back the painful tears that covered her mouth, while crying while driving, all the way through tears to find Chen Ruoji, without saying a word buried in Chen Ruoji's arms bawling. Chen Ruoji patted her back and waited for her to lose her voice from crying before slowly asking, what's wrong? Is it Zhang Yao? Chen Xiaoyu looked at Chen Xiaoyu with teary eyes. Sister, what exactly do I have to do to make it up to him? I'm not trying to ask for forgiveness. I'm trying to make it up to him. Even if he never forgives me, I wish I could do something for him. Chen Ruoji smiled and wiped away her tears. Think about it. Zhang Yao said that we didn't have to go through with this is what he had in mind. In fact, we really don't have to. He doesn't hate us, and even if we never show up in his world again, he'll just feel grateful. So me or you or the oldest, we could have just acted like nothing happened and just lived our lives. If you meet on the street, a nod and a hello is fine. This way we can live and let live. But if you decide that you want to make it up to her no matter what, then you'll probably live in torment for the rest of your life. Are you ready for such a realization? Standing in Zhang Yao's perspective, Chen Ruoji felt that no matter how much compensation she gave him, it would not be too much. All of it, he deserved it. While standing in Chen Xiaoyu's and even Chen Evening's point of view, she did not need her sister to follow her path. If she could, the debt of their 3 sisters she would pay alone. Unfortunately, she couldn't even pay off her own debts and also felt that whatever her 2 sisters did for Zhang Yao was not too much. It's all about the people they care about the most, so it's still up to them to decide what to do. Chen Xiaoyu cried and nodded repeatedly. Aha! Chen Ruoji smiled again. Since you have such an awareness, it actually doesn't matter what exactly you should do anymore. What matters is never really exactly what should be done and how much more. Rather, There is no such awareness and attitude. Chapter 81, I'm here to force the palace. Chen Soya's exhibition of paintings has generated a great deal of attention. Although in the eyes of the public it was just a few hits as routine as if it was a wave. But in the art world, it was a huge sensation. The theme of this exhibition is crime and punishment. And the style is very different from the previous one. But the kind of pain and remorse on display is quite shocking and impressive. Needless to say, the theme was related to Zhang Yao. And it was Chen Xiuyu who felt that he was guilty and should be punished. And when expressed in paintings, it looks like human beings carrying original sins or encountering worldly sufferings. Many people feel that these words have strong religious, philosophical overtones. Chen Jiehua, however, knew very well what Chen Xiuyu was trying to express and what the truth really was. We made this happen, and then you think you're guilty? Actually, you do think we should be punished, don't you? Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu were both very dissatisfied with this, and even talent Chen Zizhan was very upset. But the thing is, the art world, celebrities from all walks of life, the whole upper class is raving about it. It has even generated some attention overseas and has received a lot of favorable reviews. Chen Dong, your daughter is awesome. How did you develop such an artist? Mentor me sometime. Old Chen, I'd be satisfied if that daughter of mine was half as good as your daughter. Brother Chen, I want to go see your daughter's painting exhibition. Help arrange it. Appreciation came like a tidal wave. Chen Jiehua in a state of annoyance, but it was a ruthless exposure. Zhang Yu's circle of rich wives who like to be shady also all but counted. Chen Xiaoyu had given them such a long face, and they, who should have been overjoyed, were indeed in a very conflicted mood. Because of Chen Xiaoyu's relationship, many people expressed admiration for him and many were interested in making friends. It's given him so many opportunities to expand his network and solidify his relationships that it's almost like fame and fortune. In such a situation, to be angry with Chen Xiaoyu that couldn't be justified in any way. Even if he was so annoyed in his heart, he still had to compensate for the smile to usher him in. No, you're flattering her to say that. She still has a lot to learn. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are on the verge of becoming guides for the exhibition. It's not even that they came voluntarily on their own accord, but they were tied up by various connections. These paintings of Chen Xiuyu seem like works of art to others, and how it stung in their eyes. Take your time. I'll be sure to have the painting delivered to your residence. Don't worry, you definitely won't give this painting to anyone else when you say you're going to take it. Chen Jiehua sent the person to the door with a smile on his face, and then he saw Zhang Yao dangling. Boom boom boom. The sound of the roaring engine blew all the way down the street, and Zhang Yao parked his car directly in front of the gallery. And don't even care if you can park here. It doesn't matter if you get a few tickets anyway. He left his car door open and just walked over like a street skater. Seeing him, Chen Jiahua's face instantly looked as if he was constipated. Zhang Yao, Chen Xiuyu, however, wept with joy and flew over to grab Zhang Yao's hand. So excited, he couldn't even speak. You don't have to react so much. I didn't come to see your painting show. Zhang Yao broke away from her hand and pointed to Chen Jiehua at the side. I'm here to find your father. To be honest, he actually really didn't want to come. He was not interested in painting, and all his limited knowledge of painting was almost entirely due to Chen Xiuyu. To support Chen Xiuyu? Sadly, he no longer has that thought at all. Appreciating art alone, he hadn't gotten to that point either. Chen Xiaoyu's painting exhibition was originally news to him that had nothing to do with himself. He also learned that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had been here ever since the Statements exhibition sparked the art world. So, he still came to the door. What are you doing here, little? Noticing that the atmosphere was not right, Zhang Yu rushed over and saw Zhang Yao, her face instantly changing. If it wasn't the wrong place, she was going to just spew curses. Zhang Yao shrugged. Don't be so excited. I just came to see how this old report of your family is written. It's been quite a while since I informed you as a shareholder, and you're not moving at all. If you can't write one, why don't I write one for you? This move of his, Chen Jiehua's, was insurmountable. Chen Jiehua tried to bow down to him, but he simply wouldn't accept it. So after spending such a long time, all Chen Jiehua could think of was to stall. Stall until Chen Zizhan takes care of Lin Yu of the mutual consortium and stalls until enough support is secured. But since he brought this up, how could he let Chen Jiehua drag it out as if nothing happened? So, he forced his way here. If he were to write one instead, it goes without saying what he would write. Chen Jiehua took a deep breath, bracing himself for a calm expression. Don't all block the doorway. Come in and talk. In Chen Xiuyu's parlor, Zhang Yao sat opposite Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. As the protagonist of this painting exhibition, Chen Xiuyu acted like a waiter and poured them a cup of coffee. It was at this time that Chen Zizhan also came, and he was accompanied by very pretty girls. This girl exclaimed when she saw Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao? Zhang Yao turned his head and looked at the other party with a question mark face. The other man came up to him and very cheerfully and graciously gave him a straight punch on the shoulder. It's me, Lin Yu. My grandfather is Lin Changsun, your grandfather's comrade in arms. We played together every day when we were kids. Have you forgotten? When Zhang Yao heard this, he suddenly realized. Looking again at the girl in front of her, it instantly overlapped with the memory. So it's you. I'm sorry, ha. They say that women change, and you become so beautiful that I froze and didn't recognize you. You can't really blame him for that. After all, that was 8 years ago. Lin Changsun and his grandfather Zhang Minan were life and death comrades. The kind of life and death friendship that you give your back to each other on the battlefield. As men go, there should be no more ironclad relationship. With this relationship in place, the relationship between the Zhang family and the Lin family certainly couldn't be worse. Almost like a family. Therefore, Zhang Yao and Lin Yu became playmates. After he was 8 years old, his grandfather died. Chen Jiehua Guayao. Under the guidance of Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu completely cut ties with the Lin family. Even for bloodline relatives, there is such a thing as one generation kissing two representatives. As good as the relationship between the Zhang family and the Lin family was, it was only because there was Grandpa and Lin Changsun as a bond. Today, one end of the tether is gone. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had such an attitude again, and of course the Lin family could not possibly rush in. After hitting a few soft nails, they slowly stopped seeing each other, and only kept their business cooperation on a business-to-business basis. The reason why Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were so out of sight, they were not even willing to maintain such a relationship. To put it bluntly, it's not just holding 51% of the shares of Guayao, with an absolute controlling interest. You don't feel the need to please anyone else. It just feels like it's the other people who should be the ones to curry favor with them. Until they were pushed to the edge of the cliff by Zhang Yao, they hit on the idea of trying to gain support through marriage. Chapter 82, Going Down and Going Up. You've changed quite a bit too. Actually, if you weren't a celebrity now and I'd seen you online, I wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't said so. Lin Yu was generous and lifted her hands and feet with confidence. This kind of temperament, this kind of character, at a glance, you can tell that it has a very good family history to be cultivated. They were over here catching up on old times, and the Chen family watched from the sidelines and the whole thing went bad. Chen Zizhan, in particular, was holding back as if he had been cuckolded. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua brought him to the door several times, which made Lin Changsun willing to give him a chance for the sake of his grandfather Zhang Minan. He had gone to great lengths to find ways to please Lin Yu, and had never made Lin Yu so happy. It was all thanks to Chen Xiaoyu's blessing that he was able to ask Lin Yu out this time. If Lin Yu hadn't also admired Chen Xiaoyu's paintings, there was no way she would have come out with him. As a result, he was like a different person when he saw Zhang Yao. That's the kind of thing that's sure to make any man feel bad no matter what happens to him. Yeah, there's something going on at our house. Sorry, may need you to excuse yourself. Chen Zizhan couldn't stand to watch and found an excuse to drive Lin Yu outward with a face full of apologies, interrupting the two people who were in the heat of the moment. There were no words for this excuse, and Lin Yu could only nod her head. I'll go out first then. We'll talk later. Lin Yu had just left with her front foot, and Chen Ruoji crossed in right behind her. Although I'm not a member of the Chen family either now, I shouldn't have to recuse myself, right? Chen Ruoji's attitude was also very resolute, and she didn't consider herself a member of the Chen family since the last conflict. Zhang Yu glared angrily at her. Since you're not a member of the Chen family, what does our Chen family's business have to do with you? Chen Ruoji was unimpressed and sat down next to Zhang Yao. If it's your Chen family's business, then of course it has nothing to do with me. But if it's about Zhang Yao, then it has something to do with me. Zhang Yao waved his hand. Don't. My business has nothing to do with you either. He paused. But now it's time to talk about Kokuyo Capital. And that really concerns you. Rachel Chen is the CEO of the company. So of course this has something to do with her. Chen Jiehua didn't want to dwell on these boring details and directly inquired. What do you want? Zhang Yao spread his hands and expressed his innocence. What I want? It's what you want. Chen Jiehua was trying to get him to make conditions, but alas, he really didn't have the conditions yet. He just wanted to step on him and leave him with no way out. Chen Jiehua was silent for a long time and said with a gloomy face, very well, this time it's you who won. It's always okay for me to admit defeat and voluntarily resign from the position of chairman, right? Instead of letting his affairs fall apart and being swept away by the board, he should have stepped aside voluntarily. It's better to get the word out that way and not get a bad reputation. Zhang Yao was satisfied with this ending. At this point in time, that's really all that can be done. As for insider trading and all that, he's just saying that, and there's no evidence of that specifically. Everything in Chen Jiehua and even the Chen family originated from Guayao, and it was already very good to kick him out now. The rest, you can take your time. He didn't say anything, but it was Chen Ruoji who shook her head. No. This attitude of the high-cool female president infuriated Zhang Yu and she stood up with a slap on the table. What's this got to do with you? You white wolf? Guayao is owned by our family. Do you have shares and dare to voice your opinion? Chen Ruoji clasped her hands. Although I'm not a shareholder, I still have basic rights as a CEO, right? Make a little comment. For example, since you, Mr. Chen, took the initiative to resign as chairman, who should have to take over? Here she paused, letting the question spark everyone's attention before continuing. I think, at least, it should be to support Zhang Yao to this position. The chairman of the board of directors is elected by the board of directors and requires the approval of a majority of the directors to be elected. Kokugo Capital has a total of 2 executive directors, 4 non-executive directors and 3 independent non-executive directors. The entire board of directors, a total of 9 people. Among them, Ruoshi Chen, as the CEO, has 1 seat, and Zhang Yu and Jiehua Chen each have 1 seat. Representatives of the Mudo Consortium, as well as other shareholders, occupy the other 6 seats. In Chen Ruoji's opinion, Guayao should have been Zhang Yao's. Chen Jiehua this completely belongs to Turtledove. So, she is trying to get Zhang Yao on top and assist him in fighting for him. But after all, Chen Jiehua had been in the business for many years, while Zhang Yao knew nothing about the company. Under such circumstances, even if Zhang Yao was the largest shareholder, it would not be easy to get him to step in. If Chen Jiehua stumbles a bit more, that will be even less easy. Therefore, the best result would be to take advantage of this opportunity to directly make Chen Jiehua give way to Zhang Yao. Wait, make me chairman? Before Chen Jiehua could comment, Zhang Yao was confused first. His purpose was simply to target Chen Jiehua. He didn't think it was to seize power. He's only just come of age. He hasn't even officially become a college student yet. And he's the chairman of the board first? You're the one who pulled Mr. Chen off the horse. If you don't do it, who will? Chen Ruoji rolled her eyes, leaving Zhang Yao speechless. You've brought down the emperor and you're not the emperor. So do you want to see the world in chaos? Chen Ruoji came up to his ear and softly then added, think about grandpa. Guayao is grandpa's heart and soul. Do you want to watch Guayao fall into someone else's hands? With these words, Chen Ruoji was considered to have taken him down completely. Apart from the fact that he himself was the biggest beneficiary, he wouldn't allow it just by virtue of the point that grandpa was. Since Guayao is supposed to be mine, the chairman is the chairman. His side accepted Chen Ruoji's proposal, and Chen Jiehua could only bite his teeth and say, okay, no problem. Zhang Yu sneered on the side. Do you know what a chairman is just to be a chairman? You two have been planning this for a long time, haven't you? In your hands, Kokuyo must be finished. From Guayao's point of view, Zhang Yao really stood with Chen Ruoji. Although he had drawn a line with the Chen family and didn't want to get involved with Chen Ruoji anymore, it was only on a family level. He's the largest shareholder of the company, and Rachel Chen is the CEO. The connection in this regard is simply cut and dry. It's the same even if he gets into office as chairman. He was able to exercise his power to lay off Rachel Chen as CEO. But Chen Ruoji is so good. The other shareholders and directors are definitely not happy about it. If you replace Angela Chan, who will make money for everyone? Even he wouldn't have been able to spare that. After all, that's billions of dollars a year in dividends. So who can be bothered with money? With all these billions and billions of dollars being thrown at us, what else could be intolerable? Therefore, the love-hate relationship with Chen Ruoji must continue, sort of giving this high-cold female president more opportunities again. Chapter 83, The day school began. As Chen Soyu's painting exhibition came to a successful conclusion, the vacation slipped by. After one of the longest vacations in his life, Zhang Yao was finally about to become a college student. Manhwa National University, the highest institution of learning in the whole of Manhwa. Ordinary students who want to get in need to pay others unimaginable hardships. The vast majority of people do not even dare to think about. And there are people who, easily, don't need to do anything to be a part of it. The NUS campus was packed with people on the last day of freshman orientation. Zhang Yao drove a Lamborghini and purposely turned on the sound, letting the engine roar through the crowd. Lamborghini Rivuelto. It's like over $6 million for such a naked car. Driving a supercar. Old report. Awesome. Who is this guy this high profile? Who else could it be? You can recognize it by looking at the license plate. Zhang Yao. You wouldn't not recognize Zhang Yao, would you? The current chairman of Guayao Capital. The same freshman who had just enrolled in school. He himself was still unintelligent, while others were already the chairman of a $100 billion consortium. This fact has long been lamented by countless people, although Chen Jiehua was 10,000 times reluctant. However, under Zhang Yao's pressure, he still gave up his position as chairman of the board, and appointed him to be the next chairman of the board. Although the chairman of the board is elected by the board of directors, the Chen family plus Zhang Yao has an absolute controlling interest. To the outside world as well as to other shareholders, it seems that the entire company is actually owned by their family and everything is up to them. So even if someone hesitates to let him, a college student who just turned 18, be the chairman of the board, can it work? This decision, still, was easily pushed through. Not to mention, the largest shareholder outside of them, the Mudo Consortium, is also supportive of this. Lin Changsun chose to stand on Zhang Yao's side, probably already guessing some of the Chen family's situation from the clues. The Lin family knew very well what Grandpa Zhang Minan's attitude towards this daughter-in-law was, and also understood what he cared about the most. In the first place, it is not good for outsiders to interfere in their family affairs. Now that Zhang Yao had jumped on the stage, then of course he had to show his support. In response, the most depressed person was Chen Zizhan. He had worked hard to pursue Lin Yu, wanting to use it to gain the support of the Lin family. As a result, Zhang Yao did nothing but meet with Lin Yu and got the Lin family to support him. Dad, are we going to botch this? Chen Zizhan was annoyed. He kinda liked Lin Yu. This woman is not only good looking with a great personality and great body. Most importantly, the dowry that comes with being able to help take over the company for yourself includes a sizable consortium. Such a chance would have to move anyone. And he had already decided that he would not marry anyone other than Lin Yu. What drove him crazy was that Lin Yu was even more enthusiastic about Zhang Yao, giving him the feeling of being NTR'd. What do you know? The Lin family will support that little man. And that is entirely Zhang Minan's relationship. Now that Zhang Minan is dead, if Lin Yu supports you, how can Lin Changsun still go against his daughter? People in our position are nothing but profit. Lin Yu, you can feel free to go after them. I'll try to find a way to facilitate your marriage. Chen Zizhan was very happy to hear this, but at the same time, his heart was still a bit unsettled and not that confident. So he weakly pursued, Dad, how do you want to facilitate a marriage with the Lin family? Chen Jiehua gave him a look without a good mood. Didn't I just say that people of our status care most about benefits? Then of course it's driven by profit. What else do you think it could be? Love? For Chen Jiehua, affection didn't matter to him, let alone love. I've now lost my position as chairman of the board. Plus your mom can only be considered the second largest shareholder in Guiyao. That little became the chairman of the board. And Shen Ruwaji that even stood on his side. Nowadays, we have completely lost control of Kokuyo. If we want to change this situation, we have to find a way to tie the Lin family to the car. In order for the Lin family to be willing to join forces with us, we'll have to promise them extra benefits in order to do so, because of always stepping on the pit with precision. Chen Jiehua's plan to start another stove to give himself more chips and undercurrents fell through. The only thing he can hold externally is the Kokuyo. But now, Kokuyo has lost it too. And where does this extra benefit come from? From where? When Chen Zizhan asked this question, he was instantly sprayed with another unkind remark. If you can join forces, can't your sister? One by one, they're giving me the runaround behind my back. They just don't have me in their sights. It just so happens that someone has their eye on your second sister. And this is an opportunity. When we've pulled the Lin family together, then we'll use the second and third sisters to complete the benefit exchange with the others. At that time, Chen Ruwaji that also still has to come back and beg me. If we can unite the three consortia, are we still afraid that we can't block Guiyao? When Zhang Yao and Chen Ruwaji are both blocked beyond hope, then Guiyao will still be in his pocket. After listening to Chen Jiehua's words, Chen Zizhan was full of confidence in the future and reported to the National University with great vigor. Since kindergarten, he's ridden in all kinds of luxury cars even for those who have a special ride. Now that I'm in college, it's a very low-key ride on a shared bike, and it's all because of Lin Yu. Lin Yu also comes from a wealthy family, but has always kept a very low profile. While it may also have something to do with having parents who are civil servants, it's also true that this is low-key. I went to an ordinary college in China, not an internationalized elite education. He is also not ostentatious, which is like Zhang Yao so dejected. I can't stand that about him. Looking at Zhang Yao passing by in his Lamborghini, Chen Zizhan and Lin Yu expressed their contempt. Lin Yu blinked and deliberately inquired, "Don't you like supercars?" Chen Zizhan shook his head decisively. Like it or not. First of all, it must be admitted that the supercar is really handsome and very powerful, which are attractive advantages. But the supercars all have too much displacement and use too much gas. Take this Revuelto of Zhang Yao's, with a displacement of up to 6.5 L. It must burn more than 20 kilometers of fuel at least. How much pollution must this cause to the environment? Personally, I still prefer the new energy vehicles that our country has now. Chen Zizhan expressed this in a serious manner, but it was not from the bottom of his heart at all. He asked for a supercar for his 18th birthday, and he's so quick to realize that? The reason why he said that and acted like an environmentalist was purely again because Lin Yu was more of a low-carbon advocate. He had gotten Lin Yu's details a long time ago, and this was the right way to brush up his favor. I also like the new energy vehicles. Lin Yu nodded in recognition of this. Chen Zijian was overjoyed, but he saw that Lin Yu was staring at Zhang Yao's Lamborghini. He also greeted him. Come on, let's go over to him. No, why do we need him? Chen Zijian wanted to stop Lin Yu, but the reality was that he honestly followed. Chapter 84. Isn't this a pit? Reception for new students. In the midst of all the attention, Zhang Yao directly parked his car in front of him, stopping countless people. Among the seniors who came as volunteers to welcome the new students to the school, some of them rushed to welcome the situation. This student, you can't park here. You're blocking everyone. Zhang Yao raised his head once. My father is Chen Jiehua. I can park wherever I want. Anyone who knows him well knows that this is fast becoming his mantra, and he always says it every time he screws up. This senior was all confused and froze for a long time before saying, this is a school. No matter who your father is, you can't park here. This senior was not afraid of power and argued with reason. Zhang Yao, however, looked impatient. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'm just stopping for a little while, and I'll leave as soon as I'm done with the paperwork. I'd have driven off already if you hadn't stopped me. Look at all the inconvenience you've caused the other students for such a long time, just because of you. And it's my fault? Senior was speechless, but he doesn't have much enforcement power as a volunteer, and there's not much he can do when he encounters scoundrels. As the senior could only look at Zhang Yao speechlessly, Lin Yu and Chen Zijian had already squeezed over. Zhang Yao, you damn well don't fox around here. My dad never taught you that you could be so uncouth out there. You're a scoundrel and a scoundrel of your own rotten character. Don't take the blame on my father. Chen Zijian was angry, and it wasn't just showing it to Lin Yu. The main reason was that Zhang Yao had all but drawn a line with the Chen family, and Chen Jiehua had never treated him well. Obviously his family members have turned into enemies, but he is always running roughshod over them under the banner of Chen Jiehua, as Chen Jiehua's truly beloved son, but he couldn't do so instead. Could he not be angry? Zhang Yao, you should park in the parking lot. Lin Yu couldn't help but rub her forehead straight even when she saw Zhang Yao being so grumpy. Seeing that she was also dissatisfied with this, Chen Zijian was instantly happier. Just as he was about to slam Zhang Yao a few more times to highlight himself, Chen Evening Zhao, as one of the volunteers, also welcomed him. This schoolmate, welcome to the National University. She looked at Zhang Yao with a smile. Have you prepared all your enrollment materials? Just let me assist you with your enrollment. She was silent on the issue of Zhang Yao's chaotic parking. Zhang Yao had a premonition that he would definitely meet up with Chen Evening Zhao after entering the National University. I just didn't realize that it would come so soon. He exhaled a long breath and looked at Chen Zijian expressionlessly. Your brother is over there. He should need your help more. At this time, Chen Zijian was also being disgruntled. Obviously, Chen Evening Zhao should be the one to take care of him, but now he was directly ignoring him. I'm sure I'll take care of him. I've got it all set up. Chen Evening Zhao casually said. Zijian, you guys just go with these seniors, and if there's anything you don't understand, just ask him. She finished blinking her big eyes at Zhang Yao. So, what other questions do you have? If there's no problem, then let's go do the paperwork. Zhang Yao, just when he was speechless, a sudden change occurred. I'm sorry. Please move over. A crisp voice rang out from time to time and the crowd squirmed. A plainly dressed girl carrying a large snakeskin bag was seen struggling to walk over. As it turned out, it was already a crowded day, and the freshman reception had already been crowded with people, and she was still carrying such a big bag. It was already a crowded place, and Zhang Yao was obnoxious enough to park his car right in front of him. The crowd squeezed, and the girl's frail frame was crushed right to the ground, her snakeskin pockets scratching across the bodywork. Zira. By the time the girl got up, the person was outright dumbfounded. The metal clasp of the snakeskin pocket scratched the car directly into a large avenue of marks. Unusually eye-catching. Class, are you okay? Chen Evening Zhao and Lin Yu came over at the first opportunity and helped the girl up. What have you got with you? Why is it so heavy? Chen Evening Zhao picked up the snakeskin pocket and returned it to the girl, but it was very hard to lift it. By this time, the girl had been dumbfounded, looking at the scratches on the car with a pale face, and almost didn't pass out. Done. If you scratch someone's car, you have to pay for it, and you can't afford to pay for it. Also, a car like this is expensive at first glance. Noticing such a fact, the little girl couldn't help but cry. Excuse me, whose car is this? The voice, so weak it hurt. Zhang Yao sized up the girl and realized that she was as skinny as she was before. Dress are very plain. Jeans are washed white. A glance can see that the family's condition should be very bad. But what to say? It's that time of year when it feels like the family is no worse off than she is. I dare not say that there is no longer any situation in Manhwa where one can get into a university but cannot afford to do so because of family difficulties, but at the very least, being able to get into NUS but not having the money to afford it is definitely not going to happen, even if they come from the poorest areas. It could even be argued that the poorer the place the better it might be instead. Because NUS is the best university in the whole of Manhwa, it is even more difficult for a NUS student to come out from a remote and poor place. Such students are often able to receive awards from the city and county, and can receive awards from the township. Local businesses, too, will be more than happy to make grants. It is safe to say that if you can get up to NU you will be able to get a not so small bonus. These bonuses are enough to make it through college in a decent manner. Not so much that it will look like the girl in front of her. She gave off the exact kind of vibe that her family simply couldn't afford to send her to school. So, I'm afraid there's something going on here, right? Zhang Yao's mind wandered as he hung back and walked over. The car is mine. You scratched my car. It should be only right that I seek compensation from you, right? The girl looked at him timidly, looking a little aggrieved, but didn't refute the fact, just completely out of breath. How much do I have to pay? I probably can't afford to pay for it. Zhang Yao patted the roof of the car. The price of my car is $3 million. You can look it up online or just call the police. For a $3 million car with a full body paint job I'm asking you $300. 000 isn't too much, is it? 300,000? The girl's eyes went black as she listened, and if it wasn't for Lin Yu's quick eyes and hands holding her up, she would have fallen head over heels to the ground. 300,000. 300,000. The number was all she could think about, and tears were already welling up in her eyes. How can one afford to lose so much money? Getting up to NUS on your own. All the scholarships add up to $300,000. Can the parents agree to take this money for compensation? Even if it's just $300, she'll have to save to squeeze out the money to pay it back. And now it's saying, it needs 300,000. Seeing her like this, the same around her were filled with righteous indignation. You rich people spend money on yourselves even if it's not enough. You park such expensive cars randomly and make people pay hundreds of thousands of dollars at every turn. Isn't this a ing trap for ordinary people? You're the one who parked in front of it indiscriminately. The people around them, who were already clamoring for the girl, complained and accused. Chapter 85, a little more news. 300,000. This figure is a heavy burden for the vast majority of families. Even enough to break up some families' homes. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact that many people may not perceive. After all, even in the imperial capital of Mordor, the annual per capita disposable income in 2023 is just over 80,000 can. In some economically backward provinces, the income of rural people is quite meager, and it just so happens that the girl in front of me who scratched Zhang Yao's car is from such a place. In their case, the annual per capita disposable income is less than $30,000. Who wouldn't feel aggrieved if such a huge sum of money was lost when it was accidentally squeezed and dropped? What's wrong with the girl? Is it reasonable to pay such a big price for such a mistake? The surrounding students were empathetic and blamed Zhang Yao for not blaming the girl. Zhang Yao, don't bully others with your power. At this time, even Chen Zizhan stood out, looking as if he was righteous to administer justice. Driving a piece of car fools you. You can't park here. The senior already told you to drive and you didn't listen. This is clearly your fault. Why do you want this student to pay for it? You just think people are so easy to bully when you see them dressed in rags, don't you? His words made Lin Yu, Chen Evening Zhao, and quite a few of the people around him raise an eyebrow. The girl in front of him had even darker eyes and hung her head. No matter how he was acting, the arrogance in his bones couldn't be hidden. Otherwise, it would be impossible to say something like dressed in rags without realizing that something was wrong. But that's considered flawed to others. Although the words were uncomfortable, but jumping out to harden Zhang Yao this point is worthy of recognition. So the motion was seconded. What's the noise? Zhang Yao then shouted. What's right? What's right? It's my fault I parked here. It's her fault she scratched my car. What's the problem? I can be responsible for my mistakes. I can be fined and educated if I have to, and I'm happy to accept it. There's no problem with what the school rules are, what the traffic laws are, and coming through all of them. He's got a parking violation at best, and if he were off campus it would be a $200 fine. This is a school, and things are a little different, but the odds are about the same. There is not even a provision for a possible fine, just a verbal warning. For someone who can afford to drive a $6+ million car, a fine of a few $100s is called that? As a comparison, the girl in front of me doesn't even have a nice outfit, but she's allowed to pay $300,000. Is that fair? It's not fair. It's not fair. Chen Zizhan stalked his neck and shouted, Zhang Yao, You're here to touch the porcelain, aren't you? It's simply not fair for this student to pay you $300,000 when you're topping the cost of a few $100s. I still say it's not this student's car. You're the one who messed with the parked car. Would people have scratched your car if you hadn't parked here so recklessly? Encouraged by him, those around him shouted, "No fair, no fair." Seeing that everyone was so righteous, Zhang Yao felt quite pleased, but today this bad guy he was going to be. So he growled again, "What's all the noise?" Then a burst of plenary output as he looked around contemptuously at the crowd. "You're still college students, and freshmen at the National University. You don't even understand such simple truths. Have you read books to the dogs? I've made it clear that my fault is my fault, and that doesn't cover her fault. What do you mean she won't scratch my car if I don't stop here? So it's all my car. According to you, the murderer's parents would have had to not have given birth to him. Then he would not have killed. In that case, should the murderer's parents be shot along with him?" When he said that, the people around him were dumbfounded. Chen Zijian froze for a long time and muttered, "It's not like having a child is inherently wrong." Zhang Yao bristled. "Parking wasn't right in the first place. I was wrong about the inconsiderate parking, and there's still the illegal overbirth snatching of children too. Is it not true that when a child born out of superabundance becomes a murderer, his parents are guilty of the same crime?" Chen Zijian. The bastard discerned nothing and was utterly dumbfounded. Zhang Yao continued to spurn him. "Just you have the nerve to talk about fairness here. Which of the people in this room went to NU without putting in unimaginable effort? And you? Why don't you tell everyone how you got to NU and we'll talk about what's fair?" He couldn't understand Chen Zijian's situation better. This guy was never this material that could go to NU and never took the entrance exam at all. But as it turned out, it was bounced as a curling special. That's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He had only drawn a line in the sand with the Chun family for how long? Could he not know if this guy could ice pot? That's an inappropriate fact to say in front of so many people. Chen Zijian's face reddened, and he hastily interrupted with a voice. "Zhang Yao, you're still trying to spit blood at people because of your power, aren't you? After all this talk, aren't you just trying to be a bully? Isn't it just $300,000? I'll pay it back for her today." 300,000 wasn't really a thing to Chen Zijian. Even 3 million he could take out without blinking an eye. Hearing him say that, the girl in front of her subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to refuse. She knew that she should own up to her mistakes, and was well aware that she shouldn't just accept the kindness of strangers. But the figure of $300,000 weighed her down. The words came out of his mouth, but he was very indisputably not going to show the responsibility that he should have. Instead, Zhang Yao looked at her and playfully inquired, "Are you sure you want him to pay it back for you? I'll tell you what, don't you think he's acting all righteous and nice right now? This one's a real sucker, being the one who knocked up women in high school. And then, there's the scumbag who beats up and threatens the other person with an abortion through violence. You're really going to fall into hell if you really let him pay it back for you." Oh, the moment these words came out, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Chen Zijian. The girl was even more alarmed, and subconsciously retreated a few steps to distance herself from Chen Zijian. Chen Evening Zhao and Ling Yu were both stunned as well, looking at Chen Zijian in disbelief. It really didn't seem like this kind of person, judging by the way the bastard usually acted. "You're a ing bloodhound." Chen Zijian's entire body jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. The performance at this point was a colorful one. The onlookers couldn't tell what was going on, but Chen Evening Zhao and Lin Yu could see that he was now very weak. So, what Zhang Yao said must be true. Those so-called lewd and sordid things about Zhang Yao, whom he used to loathe, were all false, and Chen Zijian, whom he loved immensely and had always had a good relationship with, was really so nasty and shameless. This made Chen Evening Zhao feel more and more bad in his heart. As for Ling Yu, she decisively distanced herself from Chen Zijian. Chapter 86, "Then you'll have to pay me back with you." If it's just onlookers looking at themselves with subtle expressions, then so be it. Who cares what they think? The problem was that the expression Lin Yu was looking at him now was also subtle. Chen Zijian couldn't care less about this. It's about his mastery of Kokudo Capital and his mastery of the Mudo Consortium. As long as he took care of Lin Yu, he would be able to gather 2 major capitals in one. If Zhang Yao buried it all with a few words, what a mess. Yeah, don't listen to his nonsense. He has no proof. He's just making rumors and slanders, evidence or not. Zhang Yao didn't even bother to explain more. He completely ignored Chen Zijian, who was trying to explain to Lin Yu, and instead proceeded to question the girl who scratched his car. Everyone needs to pay for their mistakes, whether that price can be afforded or not. Wrong is wrong. If you have a problem with that, then we can call the police to deal with it. If you have no objections, then how about you pay me back $300,000? Call the police. File a lawsuit. These things are a bit evasive for this girl. I'm sorry, I don't have that kind of money. It's not that she doesn't want to take responsibility, but she really doesn't have the money. Wait a minute, I'll make a call and see. The girl fumbled with her hands and pulled out a geriatric phone, and after looking around, ducked into a corner to make a call. Zhang Yao. No bullying girls. Chen Evening Zhao took out her sister's majesty, but she probably felt that there was no bottom. After all, Zhang Yao did not recognize that they were still sisters now. So then it went on. If you want to bully people, just come bully me. When she said this, Zhang Yao instantly felt a chill run down his spine. As it turned out, the boys around him suddenly looked at him with cold stares. It was like if he dared to bully Chen Evening Zhao, these boys were going to come and fight him. As the school flower of the National University, Chen Evening Zhao just had such charm. However, Zhang Yao was not afraid of this, only that he did not have the idea of bullying Chen Evening Zhao either. He just rolled his eyes, neither responding nor explaining. Less than 3 minutes later, the girl returned from her phone call. Her eyes were red and her clean face already showed traces of tears. She just called and explained the situation to her family and wants to use the $300,000 scholarship as compensation. The result, unsurprisingly, was a curse from his parents. Then her parents told her to figure it out on her own and that the family wouldn't pay a dime. Being bullied outside was fine. Calling for help was actually treated like this. It would be strange if she could not cry. I'm sorry. Facing Zhang Yao again, she didn't know what to say, and she didn't even know how to renege on the debt. Zhang Yao, seeing her looking so pathetic, Lin, you couldn't look away. Shut up. This has nothing to do with you. Zhang Yao disliked a sentence and then looked at the girl in front of him. You're willing to pay for it, but you don't have that kind of money, right? The girl nodded and he snapped his fingers. That's better. Since you don't have the money to pay it back, you'll have to pay it back in person. We'll sign an agreement that you'll be my full-time maid serving me for the 4 years of college. What do you think about waiting until graduation to automatically clear the books? The girl hadn't done anything yet, and everyone on the sidelines had already despised it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Half the time it's about rushing people to come here. Beasts. What's the difference between that and bullying? This is simply Sima. I've never seen such a shameless person. Don't ever say yes. How can this fall if you do? Many people couldn't look away and had already cursed Zhang Yao behind his back. Lin Yu and Chen Evening Zhao stared wide-eyed, neither of them expecting him to come up with this either. Chen Zizhan still wants to jump out and show off. However, he was afraid that Zhang Yao would go on to expose those unseemly things about him, so he could only endure it. All eyes fell on the girl, but the girl was relieved. For her, it didn't matter if she was bitter and tired, and it didn't matter if she suffered, as long as things were resolved. So, without hesitation, she nodded her head in agreement. Yes, I do. She was even a bit thankful to Zhang Yao, and a grateful gaze had appeared in her eyes, because Zhang Yao didn't keep pushing her to make sure that she had to make her pay back the money, but rather gave her a scenario that she could do. This made Zhang Yao look at it and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This was even more cautious than even he was back then, obviously a part of PUA, but just because of the slightest hint of warmth. You can make yourself grateful. That's really a promise, isn't it? What the kind of era is this in? Is there any justice left? The surrounding crowd exploded with indignation. Zhang Yao then angrily yelled, "What's all the yelling about? What does this have to do with you? If you don't want to pay her back, shut up if you can't. My father is Chen Jiehua. Aren't you guys convinced?" The people around him already hated him so much that they wanted to beat him up, but one really has to be convinced that none of them can do it with $300,000 out of hand for inappropriate money. After deterring the others, Zhang Yao then asked the girl, "What's your name?" The girl timidly held the name. "My name is Shi Chang. Stone of stone, green of grass." Stone green? The name sounds like it could be pretty good. Zhang Yao thought so, but on his lips, he said, "If you didn't explain I would have thought it was Shi Qian," he said holding out his hand. "Give me your cell phone." Shi Qing thought that Zhang Yao wanted this worn-out old-age phone of hers, and tightly tugged on the phone to indicate that, "There's no way I'm giving you this. It's the only cell phone I have to keep in touch with my family and others." Zhang Yao rolled his eyes and directly snatched her cell phone and pressed his phone number before shoving it back. "I can be your employer from now on. Here's my phone number. Call me after you check in." Shi Chang was obviously relieved. "So it is not to rob my cell phone." Then, only then was he busy nodding his head in response. This kid, he's so stupidly cute. Zhang Yao proceeded to push her towards Chen Evening Zhao. "Senior sister Chen, you're so helpful, then she's all yours." At this moment, Chen Evening Zhao was still in a state of confusion, and really didn't understand what medicine Zhang Yao was selling in his gourd. In the past, she misunderstood Zhang Yao's bad character and moral corruption, and always thought of him in a bad light. If one were to look at it with all eyes, It wouldn't be surprising at all that Zhang Yao would do this kind of bullying of men and women. But now, she firmly believed that Zhang Yao was not this kind of person. She could sense that Zhang Yao should not really want to bully this girl. But what exactly is he doing this for? Even Lin Yu looked at Zhang Yao with a puzzled but interested expression in her eyes. Letting Chen Zizhan come over to her in a deadpan manner and keep muttering bad things about Zhang Yao to show off himself did not move her either. Instead, as soon as he opened his eyes, Chen Zizhan couldn't help but frown. Chapter 87, Can't be held hostage anymore. On the first day of school, Zhang Yaoxian set himself on fire, driving a Lamborghini to report, rampaging around forcing other girls to be their maids. The car was scratched and he asked for $300,000. As the freshly appointed chairman of Guayao Capital, he was instantly on the cusp. I thought he had a hard life before. Wasn't he a natural-born second-born? For Zhang Yao, this kind of thing is not surprising at all. Okay? How did Chen Jiehua, who is known for being elegant and easygoing, teach such a child? However, it's all like this Zhang Yao is still considered good. You guys go see Chen Zizhan. Zhang Yao's dude persona gets deeper and deeper. Instead, he brought people to besiege Chen Zizhan, gathered people to smash and destroy the villa and then burned it down in a fire, and donated $300 million with his hand. He's already been a controversial figure for a long time, and now it's just more of the same. For him, it doesn't really have much of an impact. The whole school, from campus forums to the internet, everyone is watching these things all the time. The person who was fidgeting like he was being roasted on a fire was actually Chen Zizhan. He attended an international school in high school, but was guaranteed admission to the NUS as a curling sports student. After being nudged by Zhang Yao, these things were put on the table for everyone to know. As expected of Chen Jiehua's son Ha, the end that ordinary people dream of is actually the beginning that others can easily reach. Curling? Athletic specialties? I'm just meh. Nothing wrong with that. Aerobics can bail out. Why not curling? Some people were outright cursing. Some were cynical. And more people were feeling sad. There was so much discussion and so much heat that NATO was pulled under and had to come out and respond. Our school's admission of Chen Zizhan's classmates fully complies with the process of guaranteed admission and is reasonable and legal. The public was clearly not happy with such a response, and everyone scoffed at it. In response to this, Wada just did not care, pretending to be dead at the same time but did not hold back to call to complain about Chen Jiehua. Old Chen, what's going on with you? Your son, this is something we've sort of made special for you. Is that enough to give you face? But you can't eat and smash pots anyhow. Before anyone else has said anything, your son is breaking the news himself. Isn't this a trap for us? For saying that, the other guy was rather euphemistically giving him a hard time, but he hadn't been able to argue. You can't say that you have nothing to do with Zhang Yao. He has been kicked out of the house. Even the position of chairman of the board of directors has been taken away, right? If you tell all these facts, how will you be able to make a living in the future? But if we don't let others know about their situation, won't we have to take the blame for nothing in the future? How about simply this? Since he's acting like this, why don't we just find an opportunity to just announce that we're cutting ties with him? Let's just say that we can't teach, that we can't do anything more for his education, and that everything he does in the future has nothing to do with us. Zhang Yao moved his brain in a rare moment. Isn't he forcing girls to be maids for him? I think this is the breakthrough. Publicly cutting ties with one's own son is likewise not something to be honored, but being stirred up by Zhang Yao until now. His elegant and easygoing image has long been cloaked in a layer of gloom, and with this stance, Zhang Yao clearly had the intention of deliberately holding him hostage. There's no telling what kind of things he'll get up to if he continues. And one more thing, this will also help distract Zizhan, that little mouthless. If this goes on, not to mention chasing after Lin Yu, it's going to be impossible to stay in the country's capital. Chen Zizhan is not too big or small to be a netizen. As a result, he was exposed by Zhang Yao to make the girl pregnant and threaten her with violence to abort such things. In showbiz lingo, it's a collapsed room. This is one of the things that has been making a lot of noise online, with all sorts of true and false revelations coming in like a blowout. Chen Zizhan was raked over the coals by netizens, and even many of his international school classmates came out to break the news. What kind of unlicensed driving accident? Fighting, assault and so on, completely no different from the punks. Of course, that's only a harmless little thing compared to the real black stuff. But if this continues, who knows what else could be picked up? You're right. Even if it's just to shield Zizhan from the gun, this is something we must utilize. That little is now the identity of the chairman of the board of directors. See how he can explain to the board of directors this time. The PR firms are out in force and the waterboys are down. Under Chen Jiehua's money-smashing operation, all the black materials about Chen Zizhan have been restricted and downgraded to hot searches. Instead, it was a diatribe against Zhang Yao for bullying men and women, finished early in the morning and letting people pay their debts with their bodies. Can you do whatever you want just because you have money? What qualifies him to have people serve him? This kind of person is actually the chairman of Guayao Capital. It seems that Guayao Capital is going to be finished. Are there any human rights? Is there any law? It's an insult to women. After the heat became more and more noisy, all kinds of bulls and snakes came, and all groups across the net were frantically attacking Zhang Yao. And at this time, Shi Chang, the person in question, was standing aggressively waiting for him downstairs in the boys' dormitory. He walked down gracefully and threw a cell phone directly to Shi Chang. Here you go, replace that piece of yours right now. This is the newest model of fruit phone, the 15 Pro Max top of the line. In addition to his cell phone, Zhang Yao also carried bags containing tablets and laptops that were also fruits. It even includes headphones, watches, and more. All of them, too, were stuffed together to Shi Chang. Shi Chang was dumbfounded, not knowing at all what he meant by this. What are you looking at? Why don't you take the card off and replace it? Zhang Yao didn't have the good sense to just say, don't have a head full of questions. This is so that you can serve me better. Know what I do? Shi Chang shook his head, but waited for him to explain. I'm an online video blogger, an internet celebrity who already has over 5 million followers. You know about Netflix, right? I used to shoot my own videos, and when I was done, I had to cut them myself, subtitle them myself and proofread them. Now that we have free labor like you, of course you should be allowed to do these things. So you have to be given tools to do a job like this with that old man machine of yours? This explanation made sense, and Shi Chang suddenly came to a realization. Her cell phone couldn't even hold a mouth message, but she had watched short videos from her classmates, so she wasn't ignorant of the internet. Only, does it require a whole set of fruits? She felt something was still wrong, while weakly stating, but I don't know any of these aces. Zhang Yao glared up. If you don't know how then learn. Shi Chang was instantly startled and hastily answered. Oh. Zhang Yao then proceeded to give her an order. I'll give you a week's time, in which you must learn how to use these things. If you can't learn, you'll have to pay to get these things. Shi Chang was surprised again. Seeing the fruit logo, she already understood that these things were not cheap. In high school, several of my classmates used this brand of cell phone. She'd seen a pig walk before she'd ever eaten one. That's something I can't afford, ACA. She frowned. Chapter 88 seems to be taking advantage. After a not-so-short period of time, Zhang Yao once again went to the nutritional restaurant where he had ordered food before. Of course, along with him this time, there was also Shi Chang, who was following closely behind him. Maids and whatnot aside, Shi Chang did look like a faithful little follower with this appearance. Shi Chang's situation was almost the same as before him. That is, he had a very poor physique caused by chronic malnutrition. With my own experience, I don't even need to go to the hospital to get a diagnosis, so I don't have to scare the girl again. So, he brought Shi Chang over and ordered the previous set menu again. Seeing the sumptuous nutritious meal on the table, Shi Chang was already quietly drooling, but her big eyes were even more puzzled. Zhang Yao said again without any good humor, "What are you still standing there for? Eat?" Shi Chang was startled. "This is for me to eat?" Zhang Yao then said, "Nonsense, can I finish it all by myself?" Shi Chang looked torn. These things are expensive, aren't they? It wasn't that she didn't want to eat. It was already mealtime, plus although it was a nutritious meal, it was fully considered delicious. So, it's still particularly tantalizing to be able to work up an appetite. It's just that they're all too much of a luxury for her. It's none of your business if it's expensive. You're my maid. I'm your employer. I'm not allowed to feed you and house you and keep you? Where's the residence? You'll be staying in the school dormitory, which saves me a lot of work. Where's the food? You'll be coming here for 3 meals a day for the next few months. Not far from the school anyway. Come to eat every day? Isn't that, like, a lot of money to be saved? Again, Shi Chang was a bit unresponsive. He was obviously being bullied, but how come he didn't seem to have any grievances? But instead, he even took advantage of the situation. The counselor asked for a message to be added and she didn't have one. It was like that in high school, so much so that she didn't know all of what her classmates were saying and talking about in the group. Seeing that college would be so again, and that she might be isolated because of it, she had to suffer in silence. As a result, Zhang Yao just stuffed her with a set of fruit family bucket. Although it was said that it was for Zhang Yao's work, wasn't it more for her own use? Her monthly living expenses were pitifully low, and she was already scraping by on steamed buns, pickles, and vegetables in high school. By the time she got to college, she hadn't explored a single penny of the $300,000 scholarship on her own. Seeing that she can still only live on a shoestring, Zhang Yao directly said that he would provide food and shelter to support her. Then if that's the case, it seems nice to serve him as a maid, but it is clear that he owes him $300,000. In the end, how instead of their own even eat and take on That's not good, is it? Shirching weakly then stated. Obviously I owe you money, but you're spending it on me. Zhang Yao looked helpless. But how are you going to pay me back if I don't spend money on you? Can you serve me without eating your fill with this weak ass? Anyway, where's the money? I've already given it all to the boss. There's no way to get it back. You'd be wasting a meal if you didn't come for one. Shame on you for wasting it. If you dare to waste it, then I'm going to have to put this money on your head. If you waste enough and add up to $300, 000, I'm afraid you won't be able to pay it back in 4 years. And you'll still have to work for me as a maid after graduation. And you'll have to pay it back after you graduate? Shirching instantly shook his head and resolved to never waste a meal. While Zhang Yao was busy scaring people, Chen Ruoji appeared again. This high-cold female president cheerfully. Is it really good for you to scare people's girls like this? From Chen Eveningzhao's mouth, she already understood the details of what happened. When Chen Eveningzhao was still a bit confused, it was her sentence that dispelled all of Chen Eveningzhao's opinions. We've misunderstood him for a long time and caused him irreparable harm. So for now, we should trust him. She believed that Zhang Yao couldn't really do anything to bully men and women. After learning from the restaurant owner that Zhang Yao had brought Shirching back after a long absence, he basically understood what was going on. This is not about bullying. This is clearly helping this girl. Seeing her gave Zhang Yao a deep headache. How can I run into you every time? Is it so evil? As long as there's an insider, you can have as many coincidental encounters as you want. Chen Ruoji smiled cheekily. It's not a coincidence. I'm here specifically to find you. Zhang Yao had a stern face. What are you doing here looking for me? Are we that familiar? Shirching ate his meal silently on the side, but his curious gaze kept wandering over Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji. This sister is so pretty, and she looks great at first glance. The relationship between the two of them seems a bit strange. While the little girl was speculating, Chen Ruoji had already deadpanned and stated, how can you say you don't know me well? Even if you don't recognize me as your sister, you can't disown me as your subordinate, right, boss? Do you have something against me as an employee? Although Chen Ruoji was the CEO of Guiyao Capital, there was no problem at all in saying that she was an employee. It was this that made Zhang Yao feel like his head was spinning, and he shouldn't have agreed to be the chairman of anything in the first place. With a bit of regret, he said deliberately, so, you came to see me on official business? Chen Ruoji nodded and pulled out her tablet and tapped it a few times to hand it to him. Boss brother, this time I came to see you still really just for official business. Now it's all over the internet about you bullying men and women, boxers punching at you, and the media criticizing you. Everyone is vocalizing you. Even Crackle has blocked your account. Zhang Yao knew someone was spraying him, but it's all about being an internet sensation, something he clearly doesn't care about. But I didn't expect that Crackle would just block his number. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the rhythm of blocking me? So I'm really being characterized as 10 evils? It's one thing for netizens to call people names. It's of a different nature if the officials come down and characterize them. So far, the officials have not stated anything. I think they want to let the bullets fly a little longer. I've looked into it, and it's our beloved parents who are behind it. Because you're the chairman of the company. This has put a great deal of public pressure on the company as well. It's okay to do what you want, but if it affects others then it's not appropriate. Zhang Yao was a bit ashamed. I didn't think of all this. It seems that I'm really not suitable to be this chairman. Chen Ruoji suddenly reached over and pinched his face. Laughing, that's fine. Which company still does not have a traffic presence? What big moutha bootha perla? Not all so. Controversy isn't a bad thing. And as bad as it is for us right now, our company has a PR department just the same. As a giant with a market capitalization of more than $150 billion, how can it be so easy to let people just take it? Strictly speaking, this kind of thing wouldn't even qualify as a small breeze. After all, Zhang Yao wasn't even a truly unforgivable sinner. When Chen Ruoji said this, Zhang Yao was finally relieved in his heart. Then I heard Chen Ruoji continue. These things, I can understand our pair of parents going down hot and heavy. After all, there is a need to cover for Chen Zizhan. And diverting attention is a very common public relations tactic. But I really didn't expect them to just use it to make a statement. Chapter 89, spurned by everyone. If it wasn't for Chen Ruoji saying so, Zhang Yao wouldn't even know that he had been sealed by crackling. In Manhwa, it is routine for bad artists and anchors to be blocked, and he agrees with this with both hands. It's just that, although he himself has sparked a lot of controversy, to say that he's bad that's not really true. Even the Scarf account is still fine. How come it was blocked by Crackle without mercy? He kind of wondered if Uncle Dan wasn't a little too eager to take sides. Technically, it seems like Auntie is in charge now. Did Auntie forget that he's not your average up owner? The chairman of Guiyao Capital. You say you're sealing the deal? For entrepreneurs, even if they have really committed a crime, They still talk about not arresting those who cannot be arrested and not prosecuting those who cannot be prosecuted. What about not imposing a real sentence if you can? And not taking people into custody if you can? Not to mention, Zhang Yao hasn't even broken the law yet. Don't worry, we'll take care of this one. We certainly can't leave our chairman to be bullied. Chen Ruoji followed and stated, I am unable to figure out why they are so eager to go against us. But it should have something to do with our statement about those parents. Hashtag Mr. and Mrs. Chen Jiehua Zhang Yu and Zhang Yao broke off their relationship hashtag. After these two took the opportunity to make a statement, the topic blew up the entire internet straight away. I, Chen, have taught my son poorly and should be responsible for all of Zhang Yao's faults. It is often said that a son does not teach his father. However, I am no longer able to teach him, and I have forbidden to issue a statement here. I, Chen Jiehua, with my wife Zhang Yu, officially sever the father-son and mother-son relationship with Zhang Yao. All interests have been severed. The accounts have been separated, and from now on each is at peace. After today, I will not respond to Zhang Yao's matter in any way, no matter how much he slanders and slanders. What the hell is this? Seeing such a statement, Zhang Yao, as the person concerned, first of all could not help but want to spit. As for the rest, he didn't care. The statement is a mess of writing, I guess, but the meaning is easy to understand. He was so stubborn and unruly that he would not submit to discipline. And both Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu did their best as parents. There was no choice but to cut ties with him. It sounds as if it was forced upon him, as if it was a very painful decision to make. At the same time, it was also prejudged in advance that no matter what Zhang Yao said about them in the future, it would be slander and libel. This is to stop Zhang Yao from making an issue out of being abused. Every time he faced the police before, Zhang Yao held them hostage with this. By blocking this path in advance, Zhang Yao would really be considered slanderous and defamatory if he said so in the future. Immediately following this statement from Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu, the internet was suddenly also flooded with all sorts of breaking news. Zhang Yao kicked Chen Jiehua and all of them out of the villa, and it wasn't Chen Zizhan who had broken Chen Jiehua's hand earlier. He's usually morally corrupt, stealing Chen Ruoji's underwear from them and so on and so forth. In short, he is a disobedient species, a scum of the earth to be reviled, molded by these outbursts. It's only natural that such a scumbag would do something like forcing someone to be his maid. On the network, the voice of Zhang Yao's spitting rose, and even Guiyao Capital was implicated more, and was scolded more fiercely. A lot of people are starting to pick on Guiyao Capital, trying to dig out more of its dark history. But unfortunately, Kokudo Capital doesn't really have much of a black history. Chen Jiehua has always cared more about this aspect of his persona in order to gain political favors. Grandpa Zhang Minan was even more speechless when he was in power. There's no black history. There's a lot of red history. And so, people could only end up saying, it's really a waste of time for such a company to fall into Zhang Yao's hands. Speaking of Guiyao Capital, of course, in the breaking news, Zhang Yao forced Chen Jiehua this play. That's true in itself, but the process was blown out of proportion. And he's about as close as you can get to patricide and usurpation. As for Chen Jiehua, he became the poor man who was ousted by his own son after 10 years of hard work by Guiyao Capital. Ugh, I'll be damned. That was so good. Ha! These contents Zhang Yao read all the big shouts, not to mention the unknown ordinary netizens. Chen Ruoji gave him a blank look. You can still laugh after all this. You are a really big heart you. He shrugged. That's really nothing to me. In an instant, Chen Ruoji understood why he could be so cloudy. She has likewise gained memories of the future. Or perhaps life has been a do-over. After all that, these things are really nothing. The more she experienced, the more she could look away. And she actually had that mindset herself. Only, after thinking of these but cannot help but a burst of guilt, a burst of heartache. Just as her mood was rising and falling violently, Zhang Yao had followed with a laugh. Didn't you also say that you guys were able to fix it? He is the chairman of the board. Chen Ruoji is the CEO. It is only natural for her to do things for him. Zhang Yao did not make any pretense. Other entanglements were other entanglements, and it was certainly more important to resolve these matters now. After all, it's about the money. That's true. Chen Ruoji laughed. Speaking of which, this should be considered the first time I actually did something for Zhang Yao, right? This fact made her feel happy. There's a first time and then there's a second time, and there should be more of these in the future. Thinking of this, she even somewhat hoped that Zhang Yao would continue to mess things up. The more sensational the better. That way, she'll have a chance to come out and clean up after him. I'll leave you two to eat slowly then. Chen Ruoji came and went quickly. Doesn't Chen Jiehua like to make statements? When I go back and make a statement as well, you'll just have to wait and see what happens. After that she put on her sunglasses and got into the fiery red Ferrari at the entrance, dashing off in a handsome batch. At this time, Shi Cheng, the silly girl, still looked at her cell phone from time to time, and then Zhang Yao from time to time, dumbfounded. You turned out to be such an extraordinary character? Zhang Yao laughed. You, the character who can't do anything, are saying that I'm an ungrateful villain with no conscience? Or that I'm a chairman of the board, worth tens of billions? Sure, Chang was naturally referring to the latter. She didn't realize that Zhang Yao, who was as old as him, was actually the chairman of Guiyao Capital. Hesitating, the little girl said weakly, I don't think you're a bad person. Zhang Yao smiled again. What if I tell you that a lot of what is written here is true? Jaehua Chan is indeed my real father and really did break one of his hands. I've also really swept the Chen family off their feet. And the position of chairman was something I forced him to give up. Just from these facts, he doesn't seem like a good guy by any stretch of the imagination. The concepts that had been cultivated from childhood also told Shirqing that this was how she should think. But she just felt that Zhang Yao wasn't a bad person, which was contradictory. So the little girl acted confused. Chapter 90 Press Conference. Although Zhang Yao's feelings towards Chen Ruoji were complicated, and neither of them wanted to have any more dealings with her. However, Zhang Yao had complete faith in her abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that Ten Chen Jiehua tied together are not as good as her. Thus, after receiving her promise, Zhang Yao was happy to save himself the trouble and leave everything to her. But what Zhang Yao didn't expect was that she actually played it even harder. As soon as he went back, he directly held a press conference in the name of Guiyao Capital and invited dozens of media to be there. Thank you to all of our media friends for coming to this press conference on your busy schedules. A lot has happened recently, and there's been a lot of controversy online about our company, about our chairman. We've invited everyone here today to respond to these things. After briefly clarifying the causes and consequences, the host invited Chen Ruoji onto the stage. Following her on stage was an entire team of elite lawyers, sitting right in the middle of the room. She didn't beat around the bush and just opened the door. First of all, regarding our chairman's alleged bullying behavior, we hereby deny it. Zhang Yao is indeed at fault for parking indiscriminately, but it means that indiscriminately parked cars can be vandalized at will. As in, you can't just go around hurting people who are violating traffic laws. It's not just our claim, but the law itself is clear. At the time of the incident, our chairman had repeatedly suggested that the police could be called in to determine responsibility. It was the other party who dropped the police and agreed to the compensation demand made by our chairman. There were a very large number of people present and just as many who took videos. So Chen Ruoji's explanations were all justified and no one could deny them. It's actually clear to all who have seen the video, but no one has focused on that before. After Chen Ruoji finished her speech, she directly asked the lawyer to tell about the relevant regulations and laws, and also cited many similar cases. In fact, it is clear to many sensible people that the payout is definitely a payout. The point of contention shouldn't be about how much to pay and how to assign blame, as those who export their emotions do, as well as, does it make sense or not to do something like the average person accidentally scratching a luxury car and having to lose their family's money? When the lawyer had finished speaking, Chen Ruoji then proceeded to directly harden herself. If anyone else is not convinced by this, feel free to come to the defense. Our legal team is always waiting for you. If you have any complaints against us, you are welcome to report your complaints and you are welcome to take us to court. But if it's about smearing us, then we'll be more than happy to take you to court. At this time, the cool and competent, domineering Chen Ruoji is the high cool female president in people's impression. After disliking quite a few people with a few words, she then added, the next issue is about compensation. Our chairman offered $300,000 after his car was scratched. Now we've taken the car to the damage control. See here for the final situation. On the side, the attorney had inserted the flash drive into the projector and displayed the stamped damage determination document. It shows that the Lamborghini Revuelto is not $300,000 for a full original bumper to bumper. And that's not even close to enough money. Instead, it's gotta be, like, $500,000. The result sent people into another frenzy. Luxury cars are not only expensive when you buy, but also expensive to repair. And the money for this ING paint job is enough for a BBA. But you can say it's pitiful. But you can't say it's Zhang Yao who's blackmailing. It turns out he wanted even less. The equivalent of 40% of his own responsibility. A $300,000 settlement is the equivalent of holding the other party 60% liable. And it's not like the other side is contesting it. After our chairman offered to make the other person a maid for 4 years, there were a very large number of people who said that our chairman was bullying men and women. But in fact, it was rather a favor given by our chairman after considering the financial conditions of the other party. As you all know, our chairman is a netizen and needs an assistant to shoot videos. He offered the other person a job and empowered the other person to take on the responsibility that he should have taken on in the first place. Excuse me, what's wrong with that? That's not only right when you hear it that way, but it's commendable, too. So Zhang Yao is a whitewash not to mention worthy of being praised? Thinking about it, some reporters were so unconvinced that they yelled outright. He's talking about maids. What assistants? He's just trying to use people as scares. Don't say that. Chen Ruoji was interrupted and also calmly waited for this reporter to yell before turning her head to shout for security. Security! Throw out whoever just yelled. Only after the order was given did she then state lightly. This is a press conference, so please be orderly. Now we're the ones who are laying things out, and we'll give everyone plenty of time to ask questions afterward. All of you are professionals and should have such professionalism. Even if you're not a reporter, don't you know that it's very rude to interrupt when someone is talking? I'm sorry, we don't welcome people without professionalism. A group of security guards went over expressionlessly, directly racked up the person and dragged him outside. It was really not polite at all. Chen Ruoji, this acting style, really a bit Zhang Yao, a word on the shadow of the open. It's a bit aggressive, but not faulty per se. The internet is right. The Qing died a long time ago, so who the hell is associating maids with underlings? But anyone who knows a little bit about the secondary world should know that maids are a very popular element in the secondary world. Our chairman's comment about having the other person make him a maid is just a more playful statement based on this culture. If he really bullied men and women and treated people like slaves, then he would be thrown in jail and there would be police. Instead, you are allowed to commit violent attacks online. From an onlooker's perspective, this explanation likewise makes perfect sense. If one thinks that Ruoshi Qin is whitewashing Zhang Yao's evil deeds, then one can also find out the truth for oneself. Sure, Chang, the person in question, was a freshman at NU, and it wasn't hard to find her to find out how she was doing. Chen Ruoji then went on to say, for the sake of privacy protection, we will not release the other party's address information, and we don't want too many people who will intrude on her life. But anyone who thinks I'm covering it up, then please just call the police. Let the police account for you. But I need to remind you that rumor mongering and slander also entails legal responsibility. It's okay to ask for proof, never rumor or slander. Otherwise, the end could be the same as these next people. Chen Ruoji said and gestured toward the lawyers on the side, once again handing the microphone to the legal team. I don't know if there will be more rumors in the future, but anyway, there are a lot of rumors about Zhang Yao during this period of time. It's useless to reason with these people, and simply clarifying won't help. As the saying goes, rumor mongering opens one's mouth and disinformation runs its course. Instead of wasting her energy like this, Chen Ruoji felt that it would be more efficient and useful to meet with the court directly. Chapter 91. About bullying men and women. About the feud between our chairman and our former chairman, Mr. Chen Jiahua. There's so much rumor mongering and smearing and vilification on the internet about these things. Therefore, our legal team has fixed the evidence and filed a case in court. What with all the vloggers, self-publishers, and video bloggers? Just the ones shown by the lawyers group already include a lot of people. Among them are a handful of self-same regular media outlets, which are likewise on the list of indictments. People are dumbfounded by such a result. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Others are sent a lawyer's letter. You directly sue, even the procedure does not go. So just? Some of these long list of defendants are malicious rumor mongers. Some, on the other hand, are simply trying to rub off on a wave of traffic and eat some human blood. This kind of thing is common online. I just didn't realize that this one kicked the bucket. Seeing Chen Ruoji actually come true, many people immediately goaded, have deleted the post to apologize. All kinds of fancy to beg for forgiveness. But the lawyers have already fixed the evidence and the court case has been filed. So it's useless to apologize only at this time. After the lawyer's announcement, Chen Ruoji once again took over the conversation. Our chairman has suffered a lot of injustice because of these things that have been created out of nothing. For example, Crackle has taken the liberty of banning our chairman's account in an indiscriminate manner. Here, on behalf of Guayao Capital, I demand a reasonable explanation from Crackle. If you will not give me an account, then I will certainly give you an account. Chen Ruoji, this is already a direct threat. Crackling. A little bit of sentiment are not speaking. It sounded arrogant, but Guayao really did have that kind of strength. Crackle is listed in the U.S. and now loses money every year with a market capitalization of just $5.8 billion. It translates to almost 42 billion Chinese dollars, which is not even a fraction of Guayao's capital. What's more, Guayao Capital is an investment bank. Although there is no direct shareholding in Crackling, there are interests associated with Crackling in the list of its shareholders. With Guayao's ability to turn the tide in the capital market, it is still possible to give Crackling a little color. Crackle's recent situation is not encouraging and has been trying to find a breakthrough. It's not easy to help someone get things done. It's so much easier to trip them up. Chen Ruoji directly pointed the finger at Crackling. and Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningjiao also jumped out in support at the same time, demanding a statement. As an artist, Chen Xiaoyu was highly influential in high society and cultural circles. As for Chen Eveningjiao, she herself is the biggest anchor of Crackle Crackle, and her influence in the secondary yuan is significant, though aunts and uncles don't look down on the secondary at all and have been trying to desecondarize it. But to this day, most of Crackle's traffic is also supported by the second generation. Even the head honcho of the house has come forward to express his displeasure, so it's not too much of a stretch to say it's an internal problem. Station P has really gone off the deep end with this one, and I don't even know what the hell they were thinking. Other platforms are trying to find ways to harbor their anchors, and when something really goes wrong they are trying to find ways to help clear their names. Station P is so good that they can't wait to block people's accounts when it's clear that they haven't even been characterized yet. Zhang Yao torched the villa. That brought unprecedented traffic to Station P. You guys think Uncle is stupid for doing this? As a matter of fact, Uncle has always been stupid. If we didn't do such stupid things all the time, would Station P be in this situation? Chen Ruoji represents Guayao capital. Chen Xiaoyu is a socialite, and Chen Eveningjiao is a secondary leader. TSK, three sisters coming out at the same time to support Zhang Yao. It's really a brotherly love. It's not strange for an older sister to come out and back up her younger brother. The question is, didn't Chen Jiehua publicly break off his relationship with Zhang Yao? On this side, Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu had just announced in a high profile that they had severed their relationship with Zhang Yao. And on this side, the three sisters of the Chen family came out in support. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit too much of a slap in the face. So, what exactly is the situation with this Chen family? Chen Ruoji, even if, after all, is the CEO of Guayao, cannot not think for the company. According to reason, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningjiao really shouldn't jump out and take sides at this time. The netizens are speculating, more and more confused, when Chen Ruoshi's another heavy bomb exploded. I have one more thing to state publicly at the end of this press conference, she said, and stood up with a very serious and deliberate look. I, Chen Ruoji, hereby formally declare that I sever all relations with Chen Jiehua, Zhang Yu, and Chen Zizhan. Sincerely, I was adopted by Mr. Chen Jiehua as well as Ms. Zhang Yu. You are the ones who gave me a second life. You are the ones who nurtured me. I wouldn't be where I am today without you guys. After a pause, she took a deep breath and continued. I should have been thankful, and I know that your kindness is unmerited, but I don't think favors are a reason to hurt. I also have the right to protect myself from harm in the face of a benefactor. So, from today onwards I am no longer the adopted daughter of Mr. Chen Jiehua and Ms. Zhang Yu, nor am I a member of the Chen family. I ask my friends in the media on the scene to witness this, and I ask all the internet users to witness this. When these words were said, Chen Ruoji was actually unsettled in her heart. It wasn't that she didn't have feelings for Chen Jiehua, Zhang Yu, and Chen Zizhan. On the contrary, the feelings are still very strong. But when I think of the things they did to myself, when those future memories and experiences come to the surface, she was feeling the pain, while the netizens were blowing up once again. What's this about? Is it popular for the Chen family to cut ties now? Chen Jiehua issued a statement. Chen Ruoji directly opened a press conference. Awesome. Your Chen family is really good at playing. How many grudges and feuds are behind this? When Jie Huachan released his statement, he didn't forget to get ahead of himself and make up for his behavior. Chen Ruoji's statement was actually going toe-to-toe with him. So, of course, it didn't forget to have an example of this. This is my first and last statement about disassociating myself from Mr. Chen Jiehua and Ms. Zhang Yu. As of tonight, I will not be responding to this in any way. Chen Jiehua said such things just to block Zhang Yao's accusation of their behavior. Chen Ruoji is not guilty of any crime per se, and imitating this statement is not meant to prevent anything. That is, simply to diaphragm Jie Huachan. Of course, the parody has only just taken its first step here. PR is out. The water army is down. To bring the tempo up, this is the essence of what has been learned. Chen Jiehua could have fired Zhang Yao for breaking his hand and sweeping them off their feet. Chen Ruoji could just as well have fired how they mistreated Zhang Yao and herself. How they created so much suffering for Zhang Yao. They led the tempo and Chen Ruoji and Zhang Yao dared to take people to court. Angela Chan is leading the charge. Do they dare to take the case to court? Chapter 92, what is it all about? In fact, Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji are both very clear that those rhythms on the internet are all brought up by Chen Jiehua's arrangement. However, there was no relationship with Chen Jiehua on the surface, and there was no way for anyone to accuse him. It's a really good move, but it's not exactly brilliant, because, if he, Chen Jiehua, could do it, of course Chen Ruoji could do it as well. Therefore, Chen Ruoji said on her lips that she would never respond to these things again, and likewise, she also made a big explosion behind the scenes. Why did Zhang Yao have so many tragic experiences? It wasn't because they were abused by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. He was allowed to live in the utility room for almost 10 years, and even the servants in the house were bullying him. At every turn, they don't pay for food or living expenses, and they are so starved and malnourished and poor that they can't even take physical education classes. These facts were brought to the forefront in the form of a knowing revelation. At the same time, Chen Zizhan was pulled out for comparison in these revelations. Zhang Yao can only walk to school every day, several kilometers from his home to the front door. As for Chen Jiehua, Bentley, Maybach, transportation of luxury cars changed one after another. Two brothers living under one roof, one attending an international school and one not even paying $800 for school fees. Regarding Zhang Yao's past experience, it had long been confirmed by various people and had sparked heated debates several times. What with all the stories of being in exile and such, you can still find multiple versions of them all over the internet. There has been a lot of speculation about this, and to this day it's not clear what's going on. As a result, you're now telling everyone that it was all due to abuse from the biological parents? That's appalling, isn't it? Chen Jiehua doesn't look like this kind of person. I can't believe such a fact either. But how do you explain Zhang Yao being a billionaire but living such a miserable life? Could it be that Zhang Yao made it up to discredit Chen Jiehua? It's true that there is proof that he has suffered so much, but no one can prove that it was done by Chen Jiehua. If he wasn't pushed, could Zhang Yao beat up Chen Jiehua and sweep them off their feet? Beating his own father and sweeping his own family off their feet is the kind of thing Zhang Yao can do. So what's so unusual about smearing parents and planting evidence? The internet has been up in arms. Along with these revelations, many people have realized the truth that has surfaced. Only, Chen Jiehua didn't just sit back and wait for it to happen, and likewise invested a great deal of effort in public relations. That's why there's all this bickering. Of course, the netizens are not stupid. Arguing more can easily be seen who's more powerless remarks. Those who are standing up for Jiehua Chan and defending him look like strong words in any case. Those sufferings that Zhang Yao had endured were facts that had been proven long ago. It's just something that these people will never be able to wrap their heads around and explain. The result is that many people still favor the facts as stated in the blurb. Even many people who had great admiration and affection for Chen Jiehua hoped that he would come out and set the record straight. What's the point of the netizens bickering? Or else Chen Jiehua might as well follow Chen Ruoji's example and hold a press conference as well. That's right. I also agree with being hard as Chen Ruoji. Despite all the appeals, Chen Jiehua was not moved in the least and had absolutely no intention of responding again. This is really going to follow through with the previous statement. In fact, he's certainly not as calm as he appears. In the Chen family's villa, the living room was already a mess and dripping with blood. Zhou Chu Shang and his son have just been taken to the hospital. The father and son, who were themselves the targets of retaliation, once again bore all the wrath of Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu. Chen Ruoji, this actually wants to push us to our deaths as well. There's also Chen Shouyu, Chen Evening Zhao. Each and every one of them is a white-eyed wolf. I really hate to strangle them. Zhang Yu was furious, tightly gripping the stick in her hand, immediately wanting to go to Chen Shouyu, Chen Evening Zhao to find trouble with the look. Chen Jiehua, however, stopped her and said, I know you hate them now, but you can't take it out on them now. Chen Ruoji must have said something to both of them. With this example in front of us, we are teaching them a lesson, and we are afraid that they will just betray us at any time. Now that the two of them are still useful to us, let's spare them for now. From the beginning to the end, Chen Jiehua's purpose of adopting and nurturing the three Chen sisters was for profit. He had already found a good marriage partner for Chen Shouyu, so of course he couldn't make a move on Chen Shouyu at this juncture. Not to mention that it would directly beat Chen Shouyu into flipping out with them. Even if Chen Shouyu does not have the guts, a body injury is not good to take out to meet with people. For the sake of benefits, even if there was more dissatisfaction with Chen Shouyu, Chen Evening Zhao, how strong the urge to strike could only be endured. As for the public opinion on the internet, responding is impossible because it is simply impossible to say. So, it's still just a matter of getting the sailors down to stir up the waters. If Zhang Yao was really abused by Chen Jiehua, then why didn't he call the police? Isn't Chen Ruoji very rigid? Why don't you meet with the Chen Jiehua court? The same questioning of the same words flooded the platforms for a short period of time. In response, Chen Ruoji likewise did not respond in any way, but only utilized a public relations firm to dump a few more facts. As well, several queries were raised. First of all, the first point, Zhang Yao grew up with his grandfather, Zhang Minan, from the moment he was born. It was at the age of 8 that he met his biological parents for the first time. It was in the same year that his grandfather died and he followed Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Grandpa gave him 30% of the shares of Guiyao Capital. His own daughter, Zhang Yu, had only 15%. and Chen Jiehua even had only 6%. Then it was also explicitly stated that Zhang Yao's shares and properties in his name could not be transferred until he reached the age of majority. All this and Grandpa set up a trust fund for him overseas. Zhang Minan demanded that half of the dividends from Zhang Yao's shares must be deposited into the overseas trust capital every year. This money can only be drawn down year by year after Zhang Yao graduates from college. So why is Zhang Minan being so careful? Don't you guys think that it's no different than defense against thieves? Yeah, what's it all about? For these questions, Chen Ruoji directly pointed out but did not give any explanation. It doesn't need to be explained, and saying too much would rather add to the problem. Just let people discuss, speculate, and seek proof. While the netizens were deeply surprised by this, Shi Chang was once again looking dumbfounded. She looked at Zhang Yao incredulously. Is everything said on the internet true? Zhang Yao shrugged. There are so many online. Which ones are you referring to? Shi Chang looked at him full of sympathy. It's those experiences you had before. Also, did your parents really abuse you? In response, Zhang Yao didn't directly explain, but instead pulled his clothes, revealing those ghastly scars on his body. This immediately caused Shi Chang to choke for a moment, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. She had always felt that she was quite bitter, but compared to Zhang Yao, this was nothing. Chapter 93, What Would You Do? Chen Jiehua was able to salvage a bit of an advantage by virtue of releasing a statement and using a water army. As a result, it was immediately routed by Chen Ruoji, who had followed suit. In this situation now, he really couldn't do anything but go along with the situation and play dead. Facing the pressure from Guayao capital, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Evening Zhao, as well as a waterfall of trolls from the netizens, Crackling, who was used to making stupid moves, could only honestly unblock Zhang Yao's account. In the meantime, an apology was issued, making an excuse to step down, said it wasn't their initiative to ban Zhang Yao, it was purely due to a technical glitch. What kind of technical glitch would have just blocked Zhang Yao's number? And what was the technical glitch that took Crackle so long to fix? One naturally scoffs at such excuses. But, anyway, that's how it went down. This drama between Zhang Yao and the Chen family came to a temporary end again in the midst of people's heated debates. Though a lot of doubts are now unresolved, people are confident that the exciting Hao feud will continue. And at this time, Zhang Yao was driving Shi Qing to Jin Bingying's psychological clinic. He parked the car, got out and casually inquired, I don't suppose you have a driver's license, do you? According to Yan Hua's education system, most people just turn 18 when they graduate from their senior year of high school. So during this vacation after the college entrance exams, many people will go along to learn the car, but Shi Cheng is clearly not one of them. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she didn't have the money. Not having a driver's license wasn't something to be ashamed of, and Shi Cheng was more curious as to why he was asking. So nodded. Aha. Then, blinking wide-eyed in disbelief, she looked at him. He then said, well then, take the time to enroll and get your driver's license as soon as possible. The little girl was shocked and waved her hands. No, learning to drive is expensive. Zhang Yao then rolled his eyes. I know this really can't be considered cheap, but I'll pay for you. Shi Qing grew more and more confused. How is this even sending yourself to get a driver's license? She no longer felt that Zhang Yao was trying to bully her, but it seemed a bit outrageous to treat her better and better. What? Zhang Yao said without any good humor. Obviously, you are my follower, but as a result, it's now made to look like I'm the one who's driving you every day. It's completely reversed. It's become I'm your follower alright. So that's what it looks like. Shi Qing scratched his head, feeling still a little embarrassed. She was working for Zhang Yao to pay off her debts, yet she got so many benefits and rode in such a luxury car every day. It seems like it's not really justifiable to let your debtors drive for you every day anymore, She didn't say another word, and considered it a tacit acceptance of Zhang Yao's arrangement. In Jin Bingying's psychological clinic, she had set aside time specifically for Zhang Yao. She has also been around the entire time that this has been happening online. During the period also not less with Chen Ruoji telephone. Chen Ruoji all actions know exactly. Some of them were also her ideas, acting as a counselor to Chen Ruoji. If Chen Ruoji's side was alone and didn't have a good countermeasure, she was thinking of following her down. As it turned out, Chen Ruoji took care of everything and didn't give her such an opportunity. Therefore, she didn't feel surprised at all when she saw Zhang Yao appear with Shi Qing in front of her now. She was already very clear about everything about this girl, more so than even Zhang Yao. This was because Zhang Yao was only speculating about Shi Qing from her words and actions, and hadn't deliberately investigated or inquired about anything. Chen Ruoji and Jin Bingying, on the other hand, were using their network of connections to check Shi Qing out. That was true, but Zhang Yao and Jin Bingying hadn't stabbed their identities yet, so they still had to pretend a bit. The beautiful counselor looked at Shi Qing and asked, and this is? Zhang Yao didn't see the field at all and sat down directly with a big grin. Having gotten so familiar with Jin Bingying, even a bit subtle, there was no need to be formal about anything for a long time. I actually brought her here specifically this time. She's well supposed to be in a similar situation to me, so I want you to talk to her. In fact, Jin Bingying understood what he meant when she saw him bring Shurqing over. I've been in the rain myself, so I want to hold an umbrella for someone else. He was worried that Shurqing might also have some kind of psychological problem, or that he didn't know how to deal with his family of origin yet. Okay, then let's talk, and you can play the game over here by yourself. When Jin Bingying brought Shurqing to a separate space, the girl was still stupidly confused. Faced with the explosive figure and fashionable and beautifully dressed Jin Bingying, she was a bit self-conscious and restrained. What are we going to talk about? She didn't even know what this place was yet and what Jin Bingying did for a living. The plaque at the doorway came in right after Zhang Yao's footsteps before he had a chance to look at it. The first time she walked into such a high-rise building, she felt as if she was walking around, and it also made her whole body dizzy. You take it easy. As a professional psychologist, Jin Bingying demonstrated a strong affinity for the subject. Let's talk about Zhang Yao. Do you know about those situations with him? Jin Bingying asked before adding an explanation. Well, I'm talking about all those bad experiences in his past, being abused by his biological parents and all that. Shurqing nodded. I saw it all online. When I asked him about it, he didn't answer directly, but he showed me the injuries on his body, and it was scary. Jin Bingying smiled and then asked, then do you know how Zhang Yao and I met? Now Shurqing could only shake her head. How could she know this? He used to try desperately to please his parents, his family, but was abused and suffered a lot. Experiences like this have caused him great psychological problems, so he actually came to me for a cure. Only after Jin Bingying explained in detail did Shurqing understand. At the same time, he also finally realized Jin Bingying's identity as a psychiatrist that he had only seen in TV dramas. Xingqing, do you mind if I call you that? Starting from the name calling, Jin Bingying drew closer to Shurqing, then continued. Zhang Yao longed for affection and family recognition, but suffered many injuries as a result. When he woke up, he swept his parents off their feet in an act of defiance, and had several run-ins with them. To some, this falls under the category of being ungrateful and without conscience. What would you have done in your place? Jin Bingying was following Shurqing's advice, using Zhang Yao as an example for her to think about these issues on her own. Because at this time, Shurqing is actually at the stage of craving for the approval of his family and then being PUA. If no one had pointed this out, she probably wouldn't have awakened in her lifetime if she had only relied on herself. Examples of being PUA'd by parents are actually not uncommon at all. The severity varies a bit. Although compared to Zhang Yao, Shurqing's situation was a bit better. But among the vast majority of people who have been PUA'd by their parents, Shurqing is already in a very miserable group. Chapter 94, Pushing into the Fire. As a matter of fact, Zhang Yao's situation was not as serious as he remembered. Or should I say, before he was reborn. After this period of time since Jin Bingying's channeling has long been already thought through, there is no problem. The reason for running here is purely out of habit. More than that, she was actually still relying on the kind of maternal care that Jin Bingying gave her. He sat in Jin Bingying's office playing a game while Jin Bingying and Shurqing talked deeper and deeper. Being ousted from the position of chairman of the board of directors, can only do nothing all day at home to read books. Chen Jiehua is more and more unable to sit down. News came from the company side. Chen Ruoji that is excluding dissidents. We have people that have either been moved out of their positions or outright fired over the last couple days. When Chen Jiehua first took over Guayao, it took him several years to achieve full control. This is also mainly because he has no roots, in addition to his own questionable abilities. And now Chen Ruoji is different. Having been a CEO for a few small years now, she has quite a few of them herself. More importantly, she had the prestige to convince the people, so she encountered almost no obstacles in ruling out Chen Jiehua's people. This little eating out. In the first place, you should first remove her this CEO feud. Zhang Yu was so angry that she kept cursing Chen Ruoji and regretted her face. Chen Jiehua, however, shook his head and let out a long sigh. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't do it. For Guayao Capital, the importance of Chen Ruoji has long exceeded that of him as the chairman of the board. Without Chen Ruoji, Guayao Du would have fallen apart long ago. He wanted to remove Angela Chan, and there was no way the other shareholders would agree. Having lost its absolute voice, the resolution wouldn't even pass muster with the board. Therefore, he could only go home in disgrace and watch Chen Ruoji's spiritedness. We can't keep this up, or it's going to be tricky for us to take the company back later. You call Chen Shouyu to come back. We'll have a showdown with her today. At this time, Chen Shouyu was busy wrapping up the previous painting exhibition, while thinking of Zhang Yao every moment. For the matter of publicly standing up to Zhang Yao, Chen Ruoji specifically called to give a lecture. Her and Chen Evening's house situation was different from Chen Ruoji's, and it really wasn't suitable for this. Your appearance will only cause Chen Jiehua, Zhang Yu, and Chen Zizhan to all hold a grudge against you. It's going to make your situation worse and worse. There were some things that Chen Ruoji didn't know what to say. After all, future memories of things that haven't happened yet and can be used as evidence. If it weren't for these memories, she would have hoped that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would come to their senses one day. Although she herself had already come this far, she would still want Qin Shouyu Chen Evening Zhao to be at home and happy. Future memories let her understand Lu, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are never good people. The bones are bad seeds. So, while not knowing what to say to Qin Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao, very much worried about their situation. Boss, at least it's obvious that we're targeting Crackle and Cyber Sailor, not Mom and Dad. So I guess it's not such a ripoff anyhow, is it? Hey, Chen Ruoji said inside. Her heart was also very bad. I actually meant to give Mom and Dad a bit of a knockout punch that way. I was hoping that by taking our stand, we could get Mom and Dad to reflect and weigh in. If things went on like this, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would sooner or later have to be separated from each other. Following Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Evening Zhao would also draw the line with them one after another. If you do not want to end up in such a situation, you should reflect on whether there is anything wrong with what you have done and you should restrain yourself in future. In fact, it was said at the beginning that Zhang Yao and the Chen family could have been at peace with each other, which would have been beneficial to everyone. Even Chen Jiehua himself has made such a statement in the statement he issued. But why is he just unwilling to let go? With things having come to this, Chen Shouyu felt that the best state of affairs was for Zhang Yao, Chen Ruoji, and the Chen family to stay out of harm's way. She and Chen Evening Zhao cannot let go of Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji. They are caught in the middle of the two sides of the traffic. No one hurt. At the very beginning, Chen Ruoji actually thought the same thing, but the result is, Chen Shouyu's idea was beautiful, but it was based entirely on the fact that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua valued their family and would value them. If a person doesn't care about you, will they reflect on the possibility of losing you? After having a smooth chat with Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu received a call from Zhang Yu. Dad. Mom. I'm home. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua did not in fact care about her, but she really did care about the adoptive parents at this point, including, of course, Chen Zizhan, the younger brother he grew up with. Soyu, come sit here. Mom has something to tell you. Zhang Yu greeted her cordially, holding her hand and pulling her to the edge to sit down. Boy, you're all grown up and you haven't even been in a relationship yet, have you? How could Qin Xiaoyu not expect that Zhang Yu calling her back would actually be about this topic? It's not surprising that mothers and daughters talk about these things in and of themselves, and there's nothing wrong with caring about your children's feelings, but to call back specifically to talk about it, well, that's obviously not as simple as a family chat. Not to mention, Chen Jiehua was sitting across from him in his old age. Mom, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? When Chen Shouyu asked this, her gaze was falling on Chen Jiehua. It's too obvious that Chen Jiehua is the one leading this thing. Here's the thing. Mom found you a boyfriend. Zhang Yu said as she picked up the photo sitting on the coffee table and handed it to Chen Shouyu as if offering a treasure. He is the general manager of the Cloud Sky Group and the future heir of the Cloud Sky Group. How about that? Very young and talented. Ha! I'm telling you, if you marry him, you'll be the young granny of the Cloud Sky Group. Zhang Yu bragged vigorously to the other party, portraying the prospect as incomparably beautiful. But Chen Shouyu was completely stunned by what she heard, and she was feeling unbelievable about it. This heir of the Cloud Sky Group she knew was indeed a pivotal figure in the mansion. But the problem was that Zhang Yu's so-called youth was just a comparison to them. In fact, the heir apparent is almost 40 years old, more than 10 years older than Chen Shouyu. Also, the other person is already twice divorced with 3 children. It's not uncommon for parents to push for marriage in Manhwa, and it's not uncommon for them to introduce their children to each other and arrange blind dates. But it is clear that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua have gone beyond urging marriage and arranging blind dates for their children. Chen Xiaoyu took a deep breath and tentatively then said, Dad, Mom, I don't want to fall in love yet, and he's so much older than me, divorced with kids. Even if I never get married in my life, I don't have to aggravate myself like this, do I? When she said this, Zhang Yu's face instantly changed, and the eyes of Chen Jiehua on the opposite side of the table also became stern. Chapter 95, What decade are we in? The following day, the sky was clear. By the time Zhang Yao lazily got up, Shi Qing had already arrived at the dormitory floor, waiting for her orders. Whether it was at all or a maid, Shi Cheng was getting more and more comfortable with this identity anyway. And yes, didn't feel bad about it at all. Many people didn't believe the explanations given by Angela Chan at the press conference. and just subconsciously felt that there was no truth in these people's mouths. But by observing down at the school, Shirching hadn't really received any abuse. In and out of the limousine every day, using the whole family bucket of fruit, and enrolling in driving school. This is not meeting a second generation. This is clearly needing a nobleman. This treatment made many people's eyes red with envy. Some of the girls, in particular, were literally souring their teeth. This is a billionaire. Such a young and handsome billionaire. What's wrong with being bullied even if you really are? The people who dreamed that Zhang Yao would go and bully them could not be few. It was a pity that Zhang Yao did not have such an interest for the time being. In his future memories, his college career remained nothing but pain, still filled with blood and tears brought by the Chen family. This time he had asked the Chen family to please him, so he wanted to enjoy his college life. You have to do 4 years of undergraduate work anyway, so there's no rush. Take your time. He took Shircheng and leisurely arrived at the cafeteria, typing a breakfast and sitting in the corner to eat it slowly. By now it was getting late and the cafeteria was not crowded. Someone saw this and spat, and they said they didn't bully the girl. Look, you don't let people eat breakfast by yourself. The little girl was serving him another plate and getting him a paper towel, almost wiping his mouth directly for him. The peer froze at this. Although you seem to be right, but why don't you buy your own breakfast if Shirching wants it? Zhang Yao can't say it's because he won't let her buy breakfast, right? While the people around him still couldn't help but talk about it, Chen Evening Zhao came in a hurry. She sat on her but across from Zhang Yao. It's not good. Second sister has been imprisoned. Zhang Yao, ? A question mark popped up on his brain before he stated without a good reason. Third Miss Chen. Are we very familiar? What are you talking about without a clue? Chen Evening Zhao didn't care about his resistance at all and directly explained the cause of the matter. Mom and Dad wanted to introduce second sister to the heir of the Cloud Sky Group, and second sister didn't agree, so she ended up being locked up. Zhang Yao was not at all surprised by such a situation, because, in the future memory, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had not done this less. Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Evening Zhao. These three sisters were nothing more than their bargaining chips. He shrugged, full of concern. That's pretty good. The Cloud Sky Group that can also be a renowned giant and one of the few powerful families in the country. There's nothing wrong with the heir to their family except that he's older, uglier, more divorced, and has more kids. Hearing him say this, Shircheng on the side had already been dumbfounded again. If it was such a condition, she felt that even she would never agree to it. Don't you dare talk about the sarcasm. Chen Evening Zhao anxiously grabbed Zhang Yao's hand directly. I know you have preconceived notions about us now, and we don't blame you, but even if we are going to be retaliated against, we want it to be you yourself who retaliates against us, not someone else. If second sister really marries, then her life will be ruined. Please, Zhang Yao, think of something. Why does that sound like you're about to be robbed of your own personal belongings by someone else? Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. Come on, what era is it that we still have arranged marriages? It's clearly written in the law, okay, that all Yanhua citizens have the right to freedom of marriage. As long as Chen Xiaoyu really doesn't want to marry, who can force her? And does the Cloud Sky Group really dare to force a marriage? If someone really dares to break the law, then you call the police. What's the point of looking for me? If you can't, learn from Princess Janning. In the TV show, it's just pathetic to talk about the union and lament not being able to control your own destiny. You're willing to sacrifice your own happiness for the good of the family, so why are you lamenting your ass's fate and acting pathetic? If you really don't want to, then refuse, resist. The family can lock you up for a while, but can they lock you up for life? What the hell kind of era is this? Many people obviously do not like not to fight, not because they cannot give up the luxury life, cannot let go of the glory and wealth, or maybe it's the fact that as a rich girl, you simply don't have the ability to live on your own. To put it bluntly, it's a matter of weighing the pros and cons and choosing to accept your fate. Then why should others be in a hurry for her if they are not in a hurry? Chen Lianzhao froze for a moment. I see. I don't know what she realized, but she came in a flurry of wind and immediately ran away in a flurry of wind. Watching her leave, Zhang Yao still couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. Hey, I didn't realize this one was coming so early. Looks like it's another butterfly effect brought on by myself, so it shouldn't be like that again this time, right? He still couldn't hold back a pang of worry, and then couldn't help but curse himself for being cheap. Think about what they did to you before, and you're actually worried about her. He could hardly wait to smack himself a few times, but even so, the worry in his heart was not erased. Zhang Yao. He was depressed and torn when Lin Yu called out his name and came over with a smile. This big miss looked at Shirching after she sat down, then glared at him. You're a big man. Why do you care about your own food? Let the other girls watch you eat. Do you feel good about it? Seeing that Zhang Yao was misunderstood, Shirching hurriedly waved his hand to explain. It's not like that. You're mistaken. Actually, I've already eaten. Sure, Chang's 3 meals a day were honestly taken care of at the nutrition restaurant. She has a regular routine, while Zhang Yao is more lazy. By the time she did some moderate rehabilitation exercises, went to have breakfast and came back before going to look for Zhang Yao, the Lord hadn't gotten up yet. There were quite a few people who fought for Shi Qing, and Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. Why are you alone? Where's that follower of yours? Since the idea of marrying Lin Yu and marrying the Lin family to bring the Muto consortium into the bag as well. Chen Zizhan then fully utilized his deadbeat style and kept pestering Lin Yu. And it was indeed a bit strange that this bastard didn't come out to be obnoxious when Lin Yu showed up today. Lin Yu unhappily then said, "Don't mention that scum again. It's no fun." That said, I wasn't interested in him in the first place and was having to deal with him patiently. Thanks to your outburst, now I finally don't have to commit myself like this anymore, she said, waving her hand to show her distaste for Chen Zizhan, and then turned to say, "My grandfather would like to invite you to my home as a guest. His old man hasn't been in good health in recent years, and he wanted to talk to you when he found out about your situation." Chapter 96, Seeing the Truth. Chen Evening Zhao was in a hurry and lost her head. In fact, she could think of those truths that Zhang Yao said herself. It's just that caring is not a good idea. In the first moment of not knowing what to do, her first thought was to go to Zhang Yao for help, and although Zhang Yao was full of care and impatience about it, he still woke her up with a word. It's the kind of thing that no matter what anyone else does, it's not a very good idea to struggle against it, except for yourself. However, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua didn't seem to realize this, and still thought that as long as they could confine Chen Shoyu, they would be able to put her in her place. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yao, Chen Evening Zhao rushed back home in a hurry, and at this time, Chen Zizhan was so disheveled that he was complaining to Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. "Dad, Mom, it's all because of that bastard Zhang Yao. Now Lin Yu has already shown her cards to me directly. Not only did she scold me but also slapped me twice. I'm afraid that this matter of us joining forces with the Lin family is completely yellow." He was bitter, angry and very upset, but there's no way around it. Previously, Lin Yu was not expecting him to be so scummy, and he hid it well, so he didn't even think this way. After hearing Zhang Yao's revelations, with the Lin family's ability, it couldn't be simpler to find out all those dark information about him. Lin Yu easily checked Chen Zizhan out, and after learning that he had done so many dirty deeds, how could he still give him his old face? Those 2 slaps are still for those girls. Is this little guy really planning to drive us out of business? Zhang Yu gritted her teeth, and Chen Jiehua also felt very anxious. So now we can only rely on the Cloud Sky Group's side. Only after stepping down from the position of chairman did Chen Jiehua realize that all his connections and fame came from Guiyao Capital. Having lost control of Guiyao Capital, he is at best a retired entrepreneur with no more influence to speak of. The only way to get on board with the Cloud Sky Group was to have his own connections, but the problem is that Chen Shoyu is also a white wolf's eye. What if she doesn't know how to be grateful at all? Zhang Yu huffed and puffed. Zhang Yao didn't cooperate, Chen Ruoji didn't cooperate, and now even Chen Shoyu didn't cooperate with him. One by one, they all dared to stomp their noses at me. She paced back and forth, rolling up her sleeves in a manner that she was itching to get into a fight with Chen Shoyu. Chen Jiehua grimaced. She has to agree even if she doesn't. This matter is not up to her. In addition to the Cloud Sky Group, we can also find another consortium to work with. After all, we have another daughter. Chen Evening Zhao returned home just in time to hear these words. She was still anxious about Chen Shoyu, not realizing that she was already close to setting the table herself. She took a deep breath, and after thinking about it, she didn't feel the need to tease that point out for now. As long as Chen Shoyu's problem was solved, then this would be solved for her. So she crossed into the living room as if she hadn't heard anything. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Zhang Yu frowned as she looked at her and asked, "Why did you come back at this time? I'm afraid there's something going on, right?" Chen Zizhan followed without any good humor. "Needless to say, it's simply because of second sister's matter that she came back. It's come to blame you all, to fight for the second sister." Chen Jiehua narrowed his eyes and questioned in a cold voice, "Is that so?" In an instant, the camp had become very clear. The parents and son over there have united their fronts, and it is clear that they are a family themselves, but they feel isolated and cut off. So, Zhang Yao was in such a situation before. It's when one is targeted that one realizes what it's like to be targeted. Chen Evening Zhao smiled bitterly. "Mom and Dad, we're a family. It's not appropriate to talk about fighting, right? But I did come back here about my second sister." She paused, then continued, "I just want to tell you a truth, and an equally clear one. If second sister doesn't want to, it's useless to force her any way you can. Are you guys really going to starve your second sister to death? Aren't you guys afraid that your second sister will call the police? Yes, you have now taken away her cell phone, forcing her to be unable to communicate with the outside world. But what good does that do? What if she runs away on her way to marry? What if she hurts that heir of the Cloud Sky Group? What Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were furious about was Chen Shouyu's lack of cooperation. In shame that Chen Shouyu actually dared to defy their arrangements. These words, which sort of stepped on their sore feet, annoyed them more and more. She dares. Chen Jiehua cursed angrily, and then didn't know what to say. This is total incompetence rage. Apparently, Chen Shouyu was still really capable of doing these things, and there was nothing they could do about it. Therefore, they could only lock Chen Shouyu in her room after confiscating her cell phone. Mom and Dad, stop, don't make another mistake. Chen Evening Zhao persuaded bitterly. Let bygones be bygones. Don't dwell on it. If you guys hate Zhang Yao and Big Sister, then don't associate with them in the future. You still have 21% of Guiyao capital in your hands, and your daily dividends are in the billions. This is enough money for our family to live comfortably and we can make a good living. Why do you still have to go through all this fuss? The three sisters of the Chen family all thought this way, but Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan did not. You shut up. Chen Jiehua slapped Chen Evening Zhao's face with a solid blow. People who are impotent and raging often like to prey on the weak and use them to take out their anger. At this point in time, Chen Evening Zhao played such a role. The face is hot and painful, and the corners of the mouth are bleeding. But more than that, Chen Evening Zhao is chilled. No matter what, she was still attached to Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, to this family, and still wished for family and beauty. Unfortunately, the warning that Chen Ruoji had given the sisters had finally come true. In this family, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua needed someone to show their authority, to establish their absolute prestige. Before this person was Zhang Yao, and their authority was manifested through Zhang Yao. Therefore, all three Chen family sisters did not dare to be disobedient in any way, and were so intimidated that they could only choose to keep their distance from Zhang Yao. After Zhang Yao flipped out with them, this authority came crashing down. They want to use Chen Ruoji to build up their prestige again. As a result, Chen Ruoji made the same choice as Zhang Yao. And what about now? Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's killing stick had finally landed on Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao's heads. Her beloved adoptive father was already going to put her on the table as well, so this really wouldn't count for much. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's nature was such that they were truly vicious, violent and vicious. This slap made Chen Evening Zhao completely see that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua really never treated them as daughters. Chapter 97, Spend more time together. Qing honestly accepted Zhang Yao's arrangement after going to the driving school to practice. Zhang Yao, on the other hand, after a long time, followed Lin Yu to the Lin family. For him to be able to come here by invitation, Lin Yu was very cheerful and kept chattering and talking to him. The Lin family was no stranger to him. However, this familiarity does not stem from childhood. Rather, it comes from, in the mind's eye, those future experiences and memories. Before he was 8, he ran this way a lot though, but that was too young as a child to recall much about it now. In the original trajectory, he and Lin Yu, his childhood playmate, eventually became strangers because they didn't contact each other for too long. Because of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's relationship, he had never contacted the Lin family either. It wasn't until later that the Chen family had problems and took Guiyao to the brink of extinction. Still desperate, he utilized the relationship between his grandfather and Lin Chang's son to ask the Lin family to get in and help. For grandpa's sake, the Lin family did step in. But since then, the Lin family had completely faded him out, and there was no longer a trace of affection with him and Guiyao. Think about it. Suppose someone you used to be very close to suddenly hangs you out to dry for a decade or two. You'd all think he'd decided a long time ago that he was going to part ways with you and didn't want anything more to do with you. That's when he shows up out of the blue but only to ask you for a favor. You don't mind helping him once for old time's sake. Would you want to hang out with someone like that after this? Not to mention the Lin family. Right now Zhang Yao hated himself like this when he thought about it. So when he saw Lin Chang's son he felt quite ashamed and opened his mouth. Master, I'm really sorry. Kid's not a human being. Not coming to check on you for so long. Lin Chang's son was lying down on the sofa, and because of his increasing injuries, it had become very difficult for him to move around. But the middle air was still sufficient, and said with a grunt, "You kids still know?" Zhang Yao hurriedly continued to apologize. "So I'm not here to apologize to you. Old master, don't be general with me. It's because I was too young to differentiate before." If Grandpa had entrusted himself to Lin Chang's son in the first place, then Zhang Yao was completely certain that he would not be half-assed. But Lin Chang's son's situation is not good either, and he has his own children. He wouldn't mind taking care of Zhang Yao, but that didn't mean Lin Yu's parents would be just as happy. As a life-and-death friend, Grandpa was not willing to cause trouble for Lin Chang's son. More importantly, there were still expectations for Zhang Yu, her daughter, and she sincerely hoped that Zhang Yao could live happily with her parents. Unfortunately, his expectations were ultimately dashed. The old man had never lost sight of anyone in his life, Not to mention Chen Jiehua, even Zhang Yu, his daughter. He had never expected anything. Instead, this unrealistic hope arose as we approached the end of our days. I know more or less about you from the internet and from Yeya's mouth. There's more or less a guess as to what you've been through, but it's not certain. Now that you're here, tell me all about these things properly first. After losing his temper, Lin Changsheng looked at Zhang Yao with nothing but heartache in his eyes, as well as regret. After Grandpa's death, the absolute most trustworthy person in this world, Lin Chang's son has to be ranked first. Without any hard feelings he gave a rundown of the years and even his journey right through the years. How could they? Lin Yu's entire body jumped straight up after hearing this. And Lin Chang's son was also so excited that he slammed the table. The old man also wanted to curse, but the words turned into a violent cough before they came out. Cough cough cough. Zhang Yao hurriedly stepped forward to smooth out his anger. Master, I know you feel sorry for me, but you don't need to get angry. Those are in the past. I'm the one conditioning them now. After coughing for a while, Lin Chang's son coughed until his face turned red, and only then did he slow down. Then he raised his hand and touched his head, saying, in that case, I can't really blame you kid for all these years. Those parents of yours? Your grandfather, he really wasn't wrong at all either. Lin Changsuan's eyes became incomparably stern as he said this, completely with that feeling of wanting to knife Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, followed by stating, you're doing exactly the right thing. That's how it should be done. According to me, breaking only one of his hands is just too cheap. This was something that Zhang Yao felt, but unfortunately, he was really weak and powerless at that time. Then later, Chen Jiehua learned a lesson and did not provide him with another opportunity. If he were to change now, he could at least beat Chen Jiehua wrapped up like a mummy. Obviously you're the biological one. How could they do this to you? Lin Yu was indignant on behalf of Zhang Yao, and couldn't for the life of her figure out what kind of operation this was for Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Can't understand this behavior at all. Who in their right mind would do this? I've actually had that question countless times. Zhang Yao helplessly smiled and shrugged his shoulders, then added, however, there is no need to explore this anymore. About this question, he probably already knew the answer from his future memories. Chen Jiehua doesn't treat him well because of Grandpa. Zhang Yu did not treat him well, but it was because Grandpa did not treat Chen Jiehua, plus Chen Jiehua did not treat him well. Then, in Chen Jiehua's heart, Chen Zizhan was still the child born to white moonlight. In fact, a lot of parents can't do the same thing to their siblings, and there are a lot of favoritism. It was only that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were a bit more outrageous in particular. When he didn't know what was going on, he tried for a while to figure out why so he could change that. Now well, he didn't care at all. Even if it wasn't the right answer he didn't care anymore. He just wanted to be joyfully lively and go up and light a fire when he needed to, making Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua uncomfortable for the rest of their lives. Elder and Ye, don't worry about me. After all, things are different now, as you can see. As for what's going on back there, you guys just follow the fun. I've got it covered. Since he had dared to interrupt Chen Jiehua's hand to drive all the people out of the house, then of course he didn't need to worry about anything anymore. In this regard, Lin Changsuan's heart was greatly relieved. Well, this is Zhang Mingqing's grandson. Good job. Don't worry, our Lin family will always stand behind you. Just let go of your hands. If he wasn't sure, then Lin Changsun intended to make a move. Since he said that, of course it's fine to take care of it on your own. Just be responsible for being a good booster for him. The old man was satisfied with this and said with a smile, the things of the past are in the past. In the future you will have to come over and sit down often. I don't have many days left before it's time for me to go reunite with your grandpa and them old guys. In the future, it's up to the new young people. Spend more time with Ye in the future. This was obviously meant to be said, and it made Lin Yu's face redden. Zhang Yao hurriedly said, what is the old man talking about? You're sure to live a long life. There's still plenty of time. Those monkeys couldn't help you back then. What's this little injury or illness? Chapter 98, this one seems to be broken too. Lin Changsuan's meaning couldn't be more obvious. That is, he hoped that Zhang Yao and Lin Yu could have more contact and preferably come together. One is the favorite and only granddaughter, and the other is the only descendant of a life and death brother. It would certainly be nice if two people could have that kind of bond. For Zhang Yao, Lin Chang's son was a favorite since childhood. That's why the resentment towards Zhang Yao for not coming to the Lin family and visiting him all these years was so heavy. Now that everything was out in the open and after understanding exactly what the situation was, there was only heartache and no complaints about Zhang Yao. He directly left Zhang Yao overnight in the Lin family. Until the next day there was a class before letting Zhang Yao Lin Yu two people back to school together. Then, only when the two arrived at the school's entrance, they saw Chen Shouyu, who had been waiting for him early on. Zhang Yao, seeing him, Chen Shouyu ran straight over without saying a word, and howled as she held him in her arms. It's a look that feels like some deja vu. Zhang Yao tried to push Qin Shouyu away, but the other party was holding him too tightly. He could only say helplessly, "Since I can see you here, that means you're fine. If it's okay, then why are you crying?" Chen Eveningzhao had said that Chen Shouyu had been confined because she did not accept the marriage arranged for her by Chen Jiehua. Now that he can appear here, that means he's escaped with his life. What he didn't know was that Chen Shouyu had not only escaped with his life, but he had also obtained a copy of the future. Or rather, memories of the original trajectory. Like him and Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu was as if she had been given a rebirth. In this memory, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua still disregarded her feelings and gave her to the heir of the Yun Tian group. Her beloved adoptive parents not only confined her, but also learned from Chen Zizhan's methods of dealing with Chen Ruoji and drugged her. It was Zhang Yao who arrived at the critical moment and fought to the death with the other party's bodyguard. Eventually dragging his blood-covered body with the threat of exposure stopped the other side. Otherwise, it would really be like what Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua wanted, raw rice cooked. This time, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had actually planned this step. What was different from the original trajectory was that after Chen Eveningzhao knew about this in advance, she chose to save Chen Shouyu. It's both saving your second sister and saving yourself at the same time. Dad, Mom, what am I really in your minds? What are we sisters really? Feeling the fiery pain on her face, Chen Eveningzhao's brain was clearer than ever. If in your minds, we are just goods that can be taken and traded at will without regard to our feelings, we, then, have no need to concern ourselves with anything of yours. She took a deep breath and pulled out her cell phone straight away. Now I'm going to give you guys a choice. Either let second sister go or I'll get the police to come and release her. Chen Jiehua is well connected, and his status is enough to influence a lot of things. But Chen Eveningzhao was likewise considered a public figure, and coupled with Chen Shouyu's social status, then the situation was even more different. Not to mention, there's still Chen Ruoji watching from behind, and there's also a Zhang Yao who will jump out at any time. This made Chen Jiehua not dare to tough it out, and could only storm out again. Even you forced us? Zhang Yu pointed at Chen Eveningzhao's nose. White-eyed wolf, you are also a heartless white-eyed wolf. What do you think we're doing this for? It's still not for the good of the entire Chen family. Only if our Chen family stands, will you all be able to follow and benefit? Chen Zizhan jumped up and down. Chen Eveningzhao, you are also toward Zhang Yao, that little isn't it? You don't want mom and dad for that little bastard? Moral kidnapping, affectionate kidnapping, and even the threat of violence. The three Chen family members take turns to make towards Chen Evening photo. It was just a pity that after seeing so many bloody facts, Chen Eveningzhao didn't eat this. A slap in the face had taken away all her illusions. She did not give any response, but instead went to open the door to Chen Shouyu's room after deterring Chen Jiehua and the others. By this time, Chen Shouyu was already dying. Although the time of confinement wasn't long, Chen Jiehua didn't even give her a mouthful of water during this time. It's that kind of behavior that's trying to get her to bow down and give in. She felt like she was walking through a life and death situation, and her first reaction to seeing Chen Eveningzhao was to ask for water. Water. Fortunately, Chen Eveningzhao had the habit of carrying water with her, and hurriedly pulled out a small bottle of mineral water from her bag and fed it to Chen Shouyu's mouth. First, he temporarily quenched Chen Shouyu's thirst, and then carried her on his back and left the Chen family directly. After regaining a bit of strength, Chen Shouyu indifferently looked at Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, as well as Chen Zizhan. From today onwards, I draw a line with your Chen family and no longer have any relationship. Finally, Chen Shouyu still walked on the old path of Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji. This is not only because of the near torture to death, but also because of the knowledge of where things were originally headed in the process. She hated Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua for their evil intentions and ruthlessness, and hated Chen Zizhan for his wolfishness. At the same time, I hate myself for not knowing better. At this moment, holding Zhang Yao tightly, it was only then that she felt that this world was real, and only then that she could be considered to have grasped the center of this world. Only, the center of her world was scratching its head at her. I've severed my ties with the Chen family. After crying for a while, Chen Shouyu sobbed. Zhang Yao's face was expressionless. Humph, should I say congratulations then? Chen Shouyu looked at him blearily. Zhang Yao, you torture me, no matter how you torture me, with a whip or whatever. It's no problem, as long as you don't ignore me. Zhang Yao, I'm sorry, whether it's torturing you or whipping or whatever. Such a hobby is not for me. He couldn't even help but wipe the sweat off his face. What the hell are you artists thinking day in and day out? Is it that they all have some special fetish? Do you have to have something like that to make art? He had felt before that Chen Ruoji seemed to have a bit of a tendency to want to be perverted, but he didn't expect Chen Shouyu to give him this feeling even more strongly. Lin Yu is still watching you on the side. This is not explained clearly. He is afraid to let Lin Yu misunderstand. Before Elder Lin Changsun said goodbye, he repeatedly explained that they should have more contact and get along well. Although he didn't force such things as fate, and he didn't think about the Muto group all day long like Chen Zijian did, but as a normal man in the prime of his youth, there was more or less a desire for a creature like a beautiful woman. On a deeper note, he wouldn't mind being able to rub off on Linyu. Even if he was just being a normal friend, he didn't want his image to become weird in his friend's eyes. However, it was also the lack of such a hobby that made him feel a headache. Chen Xiaoyu wouldn't let go of him when he hugged him. If he could beat him up violently, he wouldn't have this feeling of hopelessness. The problem was that he really wasn't a violent maniac, and he couldn't really do something like violently beating someone without moving. If the other guy takes a beating and acts like he's enjoying it, he'll feel even more uncomfortable. Chapter 99, sooner or later, it will come out. No one had expected that not much time had passed before a new episode of the Chen family's mansion feud was ushered in. I, Chen Xiaoyu, hereby issue a statement. After much deliberation, I am disassociating myself from Zhang Yu and Chen Shuyu as of today as foster parents. From now on, I will no longer be a member of the Chen family, and everything in the Chen family has nothing to do with me. Likewise, everything I do in the future will have nothing to do with the Chen family and will be my own personal behavior. Again, it's pretty much the same statement. Another disconnect play, and people watching are unsure of what to expect. Why do all the people in this Chen family like to play with this? What on earth is the situation? Being raised by someone who has worked hard to be able to stand on their own feet and then cut ties and be ungrateful belongs to yes. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Saying that ungratefully going over Chen Ruoji's statement again. It's obvious that Chen Jiehua has a problem. Isn't it obvious when it comes down to it? If it's just Zhang Yao severing ties with Chen Jiehua and beating him up, then it might be Zhang Yao's problem. Now Chen Ruoji and Chen Xiaoyu are the same. Whoever says that Chen Jiehua has no problems at all again beats me to death. At this pace, I'm afraid that Chen Eveningzhao and Chen Zijian are close. The internet went crazy, while Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were furious. You disassociate. You disassociate. And you have to issue a statement. That's completely intentional, isn't it? Their guesses were exactly right. This statement by Chen Xiaoyu was a deliberate attempt to diaphragm them, and was also considered a form of revenge. Chen Ruoji and the girls had endured a lot, and by now they really couldn't hold back any longer. Chen Jiehua said not to respond does not mean that Zhang Yu does not respond, so she specifically accepted a media interview. In this exclusive interview, she elaborates on how she adopted the three sisters and Chen Zijian in the first place, then focuses on how they were raised with great pain and suffering and how they were groomed for success. There was also a financial calculation, breaking down the number of dollars spent on each of their heads. Finally, of course, they are called white wolves with no conscience, ungrateful, etc., 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 etc. It's still quite moving to have these facts laid out. After all, it's really not easy to raise a child, let alone an adopted one. And one adoption is still 4. The grace of birth is not as great as the grace of upbringing, and it would indeed be too beastly to cut off relations with the parents who have raised you when you have grown strong. Zhang Yu deliberately brought up the tempo, wanting to call on all netizens to scold Chen Xiaoyu and Netflix them together. As a result, the interview that she had cried about for 2 or so hours was easily dried up by Chen Xiaoyu with a single sentence. Big sis has already said that the fact that you raised us is no reason why you can hurt us at any time. Also, do you want to tell everyone why you would want to adopt us? These words had been too blunt to be true. They were telling everyone that they had been victimized in the Chen family. It's not that they don't have a conscience. They're forced to. I believe in the words of Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Ruoji. If you don't believe me, go and see Zhang Yao and you'll understand. If you want to know how you were hurt, you can go see Zhang Yao. I'm even more curious now to know what their real purpose was in adopting the Chen Xiaoyu sisters. Judging from Chen Xiaoyu's words, it's obvious that there's a hidden agenda. As speculation ran rampant about this, another knowledgeable source made a revelation. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua arrange a marriage for Chen Xiaoyu, who is old and ugly with multiple divorces and multiple children. Chen Xiaoyu was reluctant and ended up being imprisoned and almost starved to death. This news came out and the entire internet was in complete uproar. Feeling that your family adopts children and ultimately gives them away for profit? Zhang Yu wanted Chen Xiaoyu and the girls to be cyber-struck. As a result, she became the target of cyber violence. After all, this kind of thing is so egregious. It's just too well-intentioned for anyone to watch without their blood pressure spiking. What ing animal parents? Just break it off. You're ing raising people, not livestock. Who gave you permission to just give people away? Even if there is to be a marriage, shouldn't there be a man and a woman? Chen Jiehua turned out to be this kind of person. I'll go. Chen Jiehua's image, which has been operated for many years, has finally been completely shattered at one time. Seeing that his reputation was plummeting and on the verge of hitting rock bottom, Chen Jiehua hadn't dared to come forward with a sophomoric defense. Now it's still just the so-called breaking news. If they come forward to deny it and provoke Chen Xiaoyu to directly go down to expose the evidence, then what to do? There was no choice but to pull Chen Zizhan out at this time. The girls also did not respond directly, but released some photos of Chen Zizhan from his childhood through social media. Then, tell the internet through someone else's mouth. They didn't just adopt Chen Xiaoyu and their 3 sisters, they also adopted Chen Zizhan. You guys said that you adopted the 3 Chen Xiaoyu sisters to give them away. So what did you adopt Chen Zizhan for? Is it hard for a big old man to give it away? If you can really give it away, don't you still have a Zhang Yao? Why bother adopting? Didn't you guys say that Zhang Yao has suffered a lot? It's hard to believe that you guys still think that Zhang Yao is pro-life so you can't let go of him. These arguments are said as if they make some sense. For this reason they all even admitted in disguise that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had caused Zhang Yao suffering. And this even became a kind of corroboration. Just as some people were making a big deal out of this argument, Chen Xiaoyu completed the counterattack with another sentence. Is Chen Zizhan really adopted? After obtaining the memories of the future, Chen Xiaoyu also understood many hidden secrets, including Chen Jiehua has always thought that Chen Zizhan is his son with Bai Yueguang. That's why he is particularly partial to Chen Zizhan for these. At this time, she brought this point out, and at the same time, she dryly confused the entire network, but also dryly confused Zhang Yu. What does this wolfish mean? Chen Jiehua, a burst of heart-beating heart confused. How did she know? Did Zizhan leak it? Is he a pig? Something like that can leak out. Chen Jiehua reddened his eyes. What else could it mean? It's just stirring up muddy water. We're using Zizhan to turn public opinion around, and she's trying to take Zizhan out of the picture so she can throw our plans out the window. What else could it be because of? Chen Jiehua was already very vain when he said this, but Zhang Yu was also a straw man, only focusing on her anger and completely not realizing it. I didn't expect this to be so vicious as to bring a rhythm to cyberstorm us. Zhang Yu cursed, completely forgetting that she was the one who wanted to do this in the first place. Chen Jiehua closed his eyes. He was deeply bad. Looking at this rhythm, things will be exposed sooner or later. Since Chen Xiaoyu had found it, it could be exposed at any time. He had to do something before it came out. Honey, now we're a lost cause. The 2 of us have had our images destroyed and are no longer capable of turning things around. Only Zizhan is our hope. Let's transfer all the shares to Zizhan. In that case, Zizhan is the largest shareholder of Guayao. He's young and has the ability and time to take back everything that belongs to us. Chapter 100, A Pleasant Drama. Chen Xiaoyu had stirred up the entire internet to explode again, while Zhang Yao had been a melon eater once more. I didn't expect that while eating this melon, Chen Xiaoyu actually called to ask for a tune-up. Zhang Yao, I'm sorry, I accidentally leaked Chen Zizhan's matter. Boss, she said you must have known that for a long time, and must have had your plans if you kept it to yourself. Am I ruining your plans? Teach me a lesson. Zhang Yao, frozen for a long moment, he cursed a psychopath and hung up. Regarding this matter of Chen Zizhan, he didn't have any plans. He simply wanted to take his time and watch the fun. After all, it is already lively enough. There is no need to throw everything out in one go. At this point, Chen Xiaoyu implicitly nodded as if there was nothing wrong with it. However, how did the 2 of them, Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Ruoji, know about this matter, and how much did they really know? Zhang Yao was still unaware that at this point, the 2 were already in the exact same situation as him. He couldn't figure that out. While Chen Evening Zhao couldn't understand what Chen Xiaoyu meant by that. What do you mean Chen Zizhan is really adopted? How can this be fake? This third young lady ran over in a frenzy, tugging on Zhang Yao's hand as if she was pampered. What does this really mean? Zhang Yao was covered in goosebumps and removed her hand. Please pay attention. We don't know each other that well, do we? He didn't have the good sense to just say. This is what Chen Xiaoyu said. If you want to know, you ask Chen Xiaoyu to go. How do I know? Chen Evening Zhao just found an excuse to pester him, not caring no matter how impatient or vicious he was. Just as the 2 were entangled, an unexpected person appeared before them. This person was Zhou Qisheng, the Chen family's housekeeper for many years. Zhou Qushan was not too young, but he had always been a robust dragon walker before. But now, it feels like it's on its last legs, and the end is near. He came to Zhang Yao and flung himself directly on his knees, slapping himself before speaking. Snap. Vigorously pumping several times before saying, Young Master Zhang, it was all my fault in the past. I'm the one who apologized to you. I would give anything to atone for my sins, even if you wanted my old life. If only you could save my son. Please, save my son. I'm at your disposal. It looked like he hadn't been tortured by the Chen family for a while. That makes sense. With Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's measure in viciousness, how could they be spared after what Zhou Qisheng and his father and son had done? Just because he knew deep down that this would be the case, Zhang Yao faked the Chen family to get back at them. It seemed to be working surprisingly well now. Or else how could Zhou Chusheng have been forced to beg him, though you actually came back and begged me, which busily surprised me. But what surprises me even more is that you would have the nerve to beg me. Zhang Yao shrugged. All of this can be said to be caused by me. What makes you think I will help you? Zhou Chusheng didn't argue with him, just kowtowed vigorously, knocking and begging all the while. I beg you. I beg you. Zhang Yao looked at Zhou Chusheng with quite a bit of emotion. You two masters are rather like father and son. This are able to beg him for his son, and are willing to give their own lives for their own sons. Then look at Chen Jiehua. It is simply not even as good. But alas, S son is also. Zhang Yao murderously said then. Actually, why bother? That son of yours can't even be counted on to carry on the family line. What are you saving him for? Let's not talk about the fact that it's impossible for me to sway Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, as well as Chen Zizhan. Even if it could really be saved, it's obviously not possible. After a pause, he then added, it comforts my heart to see you like this. It's a bit of a shame. I kinda wanted to see you like this a few more times, but this should be the last time we see each other. Putting down these words, he didn't even care that Zhou Chusheng was still kowtowing and directly walked away. Zhou Chusheng masters and Chen family feud. That is their own thing. He is a looker. It's just a pleasure to watch now, and the rest has nothing to do with him. Zhang Yao. Not to mention, this was the episode he was most looking forward to seeing. In fact, Zhou Chusheng had gone to find Chen Ruoji before coming to find Zhang Yao. After kowtowing and begging for forgiveness and explaining her intentions, Chen Ruoji was originally too lazy to care about him. But thinking about the fact that he had once bullied Zhang Yao, maybe Zhang Yao would still want to take out his anger. So, he sent him over to Zhang Yao's side, saying that only Zhang Yao could save him. Everyone knew that Chen Jiehua had been cornered by Zhang Yao and the others, and that the Chen family had long since ceased to live up to its glory. Since Zhang Yao was able to pin down Chen Jiehua, was able to kick Chen Jiehua off the chairman's throne and then sit on it himself, then there should be no problem at all as far as their father and son were concerned. Zhou Chusheng was so convinced. Unfortunately, even if he was stoned out of his mind, by the time he looked up Zhang Yao had long since disappeared. Chen Evening Zhao, whom he had once curried favor with every day, and who was very kind to them, the maids, even more so, had simply ignored him. He could only leave disoriented and heartbroken. Not more than a few days after this, Zhang Yao received another call from Chen Ruoji. Zhang Yao, tomorrow is the weekend. Come out here. We have something to tell you. He had turned down such invitations many times. It was the same this time, and he was just going to hang up without saying a word. And as if she knew what he would do, Chen Ruoji hurriedly continued and added, it's about the Chen family, but it's also about Kokuyo. Since it was a company matter, he, the chairman of the board of directors, really couldn't help but pay attention to it. It was a matter of his actual interests. So he inquired, what is it? Chen Ruoji then said, Chen Jiehua submitted a letter to the company to register the change in equity. Zhang Yu transferred 15% of the shares in her name to him, requiring the company to go to the relevant department to change the appropriate information. Generally speaking, unless there are special provisions, shareholders are not required to notify the company of the transaction of their shareholdings. Shareholders who want to transfer their equity are in their own right and no one has the right to interfere. However, after completing the transfer of equity, it is necessary to change the information at the Business Administration Department. So it's possible to try to hide a busy board deal from the company, but it's not possible to hide it all the time. Otherwise you don't comply with the rules and can get into a lot of trouble. Since Chen Jiehua took the initiative to let the company complete the change of information, it certainly did not want to keep it hidden. Upon hearing this news, what stunned Zhang Yao the most was that Zhang Yu would actually transfer all the shares in her name to Chen Jiehua. After not treating Zhang Yao, her own son, as a human being, these shares were her biggest leverage. No matter how much you like Jie Huachan, you just need to give Jie Huachan the right to exercise his shareholder rights, just as you did before. What kind of water was in her head to make her make such a decision? This seems to be getting interesting. Although he couldn't figure it out, Zhang Yao couldn't help but be happy. So much can be done. He has been able to foresee Zhang Yu's end. Chapter 101, Good News Indeed. Chen Ruoji in the name of company affairs, stalking hard to Zhang Yao about a restaurant. Since it was both business and personal, Lin Yu felt bad about following, so she took Shi Chang and ran off somewhere. After arriving at the agreed-upon restaurant, he saw that besides Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao were both there. He was not at all surprised by this result, and knew that the three sisters must be planning something. All three siblings were very happy to see him arrive. It's been a long time since we've had dinner together, Chen Shouyu greeted excitedly. This restaurant specializes in Sichuan cuisine. It's very famous. You'll definitely like it. Zhang Yao shrugged. You all won't let me on the table. It's not like it's been a long time since we ate together. To be precise, The ones who wouldn't let him on the table were Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua, and even Chen Zizhan. The three sisters had never kept him away from the table, but even when they sat together, they had a stern face and didn't give him a good look. Before he said such words to his face, Chen Ruoji, they will be very embarrassed, very guilty. But now, well, the guilt is definitely there. It's in the marrow of my bones. But the reaction is completely different. Crying and apologizing and all that was neither sincere nor halfway effective. And instead of that, they decided to apologize in kind. Chen Xiaoyu looked at him as if she was guilty. Then when do you plan to come and punish us? Zhang Yao, you'll be happy if I give you a few lashes, won't you? Forget what I just said. Zhang Yao had a stern face. If you guys have any official business, just say so. If not, I'm going to leave. Chen Evening Zhao hurriedly changed the topic. Come all the way here. What's your hurry? Let's eat and talk. While stabilizing him, he greeted the serving of food. And when it was all served, he took the initiative to serve him his food and give him the food. This was the time when the three sisters served him alone with such enthusiasm that he felt a little overwhelmed. Only then did Chen Ruoji say, regarding this matter of Zhang Yu's shares, on the phone I basically have made it clear. She added a few more details and gave him some rules in case he didn't understand them, before finally asking, what do you think? Zhang Yao shrugged. How can I look at it? Respecting other people's destiny. Chen Lianzhao pursued at the side. You also think it's unwise for her to do this? All of the people here are smart people, and they all feel that Zhang Yu is doing this, and they feel unbelievable about this kind of behavior. Zhang Yao, however, did not respond directly to this, but said, it doesn't matter how I feel. It's not like it has anything to do with me. How Zhang Yu, that is also Zhang Yu's own thing. With Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan, that is her family affair. Since it's not family, it certainly has nothing to do with you. Originally we didn't think it had anything to do with us either. But all those shares should have been yours. Zhang Yao didn't have any idea about this yet. But Chen Ruoji was already indignant on his behalf. If Grandpa Zhang Minun could have lasted a few more years, if Zhang Yao could have been older at that time, then there would be nothing at all for Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. It's not even possible to call these two back. Everything is left to him to inherit and it's done. Unfortunately he was too young to be cared for at that time and Grandpa was looking out for him, hoping to give him a family. In response, Zhang Yao didn't feel offended. He respected and appreciated everything his grandfather had done for him. There is no such thing as originally or not originally. Since Grandpa gave it to them, it is theirs. No matter how much more. Zhang Yu is also Grandpa's daughter, and Grandpa has always been unable to let go of that point in his heart. Zhang Yu has never fulfilled her filial piety for a single day, and has been running after Chen Jiehua for 8 years. And before that, Grandpa gave her the facts and reasoned with her, talking hard in good and bad. In return, there was her hysteria and endless arguments. Running after Chen Jiehua could be considered the last straw that broke the camel's back. She'd pissed Grandpa off so much that he'd almost ended up in the hospital many times before she'd made him completely desperate. It's safe to say that a large part of Grandpa's health being so poor was due to her. As a comparison, take a look at Grandpa's life and death comrade, Lin Chang's son. If Zhang Yu could do what Lin Changsuan's son and daughter-in-law did, Grandpa could at least enjoy a few more years of happiness. Since you put it that way, forget it. Let's leave this matter for now. Whether it was to compensate Zhang Yao or to take revenge on Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan, Chen Ruoji is all determined to take back those shares and give them all to Zhang Yao to take care of. But it wasn't easy, or even realistic, to get Chen Jiehua to willingly hand over his shares. She did have an idea, but it also remained to be seen what Zhang Yao would do. For the time being, there is no hurry. Anyway, the company is under their control. A little wind and grass cannot escape their eyes. So, well, you can take your time. She turned then. There is another thing that you should be happy to hear. Catching Zhang Yao's attention, she then said, Zhou Chu Shang's son died, jumping off a building to commit suicide. A life is lost, and that should have been a heavy thing. We should respect every human life and not gloat over the passing of others. The exception is this kind of garbage. For someone who has bullied you, but anything short of that is of course good news. Rather good news indeed. Zhang Yao felt how much better his appetite was. I have cursed Zhou Chu Shang countless times to not die well. But right now, I'd love for him to live a long life. Death is a tragedy and a punishment for those who live a happy life. But for those living in pain, death is instead a relief. Sometimes life is worse than death. He was now more happy to see the old man alone and immersed in the pain of losing his son than letting Zhou Chu Shang die. In response to this expectation of his, Chen Xiaoyu was shaking her head. That's hard to say. No matter how hard Zhou Chu Shang's life is, I'm afraid he won't be able to carry the hard means of Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan. Needless to say, Zhou Chu Shang's son would certainly not want to commit suicide in good time. All this must be the work of the Chen family's father and son. More accurately, the one with the most credit should be Chen Zizhan. Even the best-tempered man would have the urge to hit someone when he encountered such a situation. Not to mention that Chen Zizhan himself was violent. Unless the sexual orientation is the same as the other, no one can stand it. But Chen Zizhan is also a straight man of steel, so he is even more intolerable. Though the father and son are truly abominable and disgusting, but I still didn't think they'd actually push people this far. Chen Evening Zhao smiled bitterly. Through this matter, it also made her have a new perception of both Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan. It's understandable to be vindictive towards such a person for such a thing. Who hasn't had the urge to hit someone in a moment of rage? But to drive someone straight to death through torturous means is more or less too much. Chen Evening Zhao felt that it was enough to take revenge on them to vent their anger and then hand it over to the police to deal with it. It's not right to do that. Chapter 102 Who dares to bully my people? Zhou Chu Shang's son died. This is something that didn't cause any storm to come at all. Except for a very few people. No one else knew about this. After all, Zhou Chu Shang's son was not a public figure or a pivotal presence. No one should care if he's dead or alive except for Zhou Chu Shang. And whether it should be said to be justice or his own rights, he is incapable of fighting for it. According to Chen Ruoji did not know where to get the information revealed. In fact, the Chen family father and son once thought of calling the police. Going in and stepping on the sewing machine was also painful, but it was definitely better than staying in the Chen family. But Chen Jiehua had his hands full, and they were afraid that when they went to prison, what would be waiting for them would be a tailor's machine coupled with the treatment of the Chen family. Of course it was also possible that they were looking forward to the day when Chen Jiehua's father and son would spare them. They shouldn't have expected the father and son to be so ruthless. But in any case, such a result has been created anyway, so it is only deserved. After hearing such delightful good news, Zhang Yao leisurely returned to school after having a full meal. He was about to call his little maid and ask her where she had run off after Lin Yu. At this time, Lin Yu had already called first. Zhang Yao, come quickly, Qingqing is being bullied. When Zhang Yao heard this, his original good mood was lost. I'll be damned. Who the hell dares to bully my people? What's the situation? Where are you guys? I'll be right over. Lin Yu was so eager that she said, it was in Qingqing's dormitory. She was beaten up by their roommate. Actually moved? Zhang Yao's face sank as he rushed to the girls' dormitory in a hurry and barged straight inside. The hostess auntie saw his stance and instantly said angrily, you what who? This is the girls' dormitory. No boys allowed. Zhang Yao was patient. Auntie, my friend is being bullied by her roommate. She's been beaten up. I'm going to go take a look. The hostel manager looked at him impatiently. Don't talk nonsense. How could a dormitory in a good cause hit someone? You're not allowed in there anyway. Don't think you can fool my fiery eyes with just any excuse. I tell you, I've seen a lot of people like you. The hostess droned on, and Zhang Yao really didn't want to break up with her. Roll. He directly threw off the hostel manager and rushed in, heading straight for Shi Qing's dormitory that Lin Yu had told him about. Stop right there. You're not allowed in there. Seeing that he actually dared to break in, the hostess cursed angrily and chased him all the way up. Arriving at Shi Qing's dormitory, he directly kicked the door open, and saw Lin Yu protecting Shi Qing behind her heel pulling with the three women. Needless to say, these three were Shi Qing's roommates. What kind of person are you, paralyzed to enter the girls' dormitory and kick in the door of our dormitory? Seeing the door being kicked open and Zhang Yao appearing, the three women stopped pushing and shoving with Lin Yu and turned towards Zhang Yao to curse angrily. This snarky and full of just doesn't seem like the NUS. Let's just say that no matter where you are, there are all kinds of goods. Zhang Yao ignored them and saw Shi Qing's aggrieved eyes filled with tears, while her cheeks were swollen and there were obvious palm prints. He then asked Lin Yu directly, who moved? Lin Yu sighed in relief when she saw him, straightened her torn and distorted clothes, and stated hatefully, they're all in on it. Since they're all in on it, that's a good thing. Without further ado, he directly raised his foot and kicked the middle one of the three women out. Then left and right. One slapped the two on the side straight to the ground. How dare you hit me? After being beaten, the three women hissed as if they were crazy. Just you wait. I won't let you go. The louder they yelled, the harder Zhang Yao hit them. Soon, almost the entire dormitory building was alarmed, and the entrance was blocked by people who came to see what was going on. Seeing a boy actually come into the girls' dormitory, and so violently, all who watched were shocked and horrified. Stop. What department and class are you in and who is your counselor? The hostess ordered Zhang Yao to stop and was about to threaten him a bit. As a result, he was dragged by Zhang Yao's collar to the edge of Shi Qing. How did you answer me when I told you that my friend was being bullied? Do you see what she's like now? His imposing appearance directly scared the hostess into trembling, and no longer had the momentum he had just had, so he was afraid that he would also be violently beaten up. The one who led the three women covered her stomach and stood up, and also said viciously, none of your business. It's up to you. Zhang Yao raised his hand and slapped it again. Pa! Then a few more kicks. kicking it so hard that it could no longer stand up. Then looking around the room, he said in a loud voice, "All remember. I'm Zhang Yao. There's no need to be sneaky about making videos. Just upload them wherever you want. To film you all come over here and give me a good shot of all my words. I'm telling all of you, in the future, if anyone dares to bully Shurqing or just bully anyone else, the three of them will be the downfall." Finished speaking to those at the door who were afraid of the video before he turned his head back to the three on the floor in the dormitory. "You guys like to bully, and bullying your classmates makes you feel good, doesn't it? Very well, then I'll give you all a taste of what it's like to be bullied as well. Listen up. I will make it impossible for you to stay in this city. Didn't you guys tell me to wait and see before? That's just as well. Let's battle it out and see who can keep the other at bay." Just as he finished his words, he saw a female teacher squeeze in and changed her face when she saw such a situation. "Security! Security! Security hasn't arrived yet? Don't arrest this thug yet." The female teacher actually looked inexplicably similar to those three women, just as obnoxious. She also had a snarky look on her face. "I'll have you expelled if you dare to come into the girls' dormitory and commit violence." Damn! What a load of. Zhang Yao is also in the head of manhwarerecap. Also do not care what the identity of the other party, lifted his hand and slapped the past. Snap! After receiving a solid blow, the female teacher was also dumbfounded. Zhang Yao yanked her collar and sprayed angrily. The thugs. Do you have a clue about the situation? The security guards from her mouth did finally arrive, but sadly only two. "Stop, or we're going to have to use coercion on you." The two security guards shouted and rushed up. Again indiscriminately. Since it was all like this, Zhang Yao simply put the two security guards on the ground in 3 or 2 strokes as well. These so-called security guards are nothing more than scaremongers, and he's practiced real hard. If there were more of them, then he would have to give in honestly. It would be easy to cope with just 2. After seeing the teacher get beaten up and the security guards not having any, the people around finally didn't dare to breathe a word. Anyway, it's been reported to the police, so it's better to just let the police handle it. Chapter 103, Are you still not convinced? A place like the NUS is taken extra seriously when there's something going on. The police did not dare to slow down at all after receiving the alarm and came to the scene at a rapid pace. When the school leaders learned that the police had arrived, how could they do anything else? And they likewise rushed over in a flurry of activity. Zhang Yao. Again? Upon hearing Zhang Yao's name, the school leaders couldn't help but take a deep breath, doubling their headache. It's only been a short time since school started, and how many things has he tossed around? If this kind of thing were to happen to someone else, it would be very easy to deal with. The police arresting the school, expelling them, all in good time. But the problem was that Zhang Yao's identity wasn't that simple, and he couldn't allow them to take it casually. Crackle was a vivid example of this some time ago. Messing with him is messing with Guiyao Capital. Chen Ruoji, Chen Shouyu, and Chen Eveningjiao will all have to jump out and with you. What's more, this time the matter doesn't only involve Zhang Yao. There's also a Lin Yu from the Mudo Consortium. Zhang Yao, all of you come with us and tell us exactly what's going on one by one. The school discussed with the police. Double decided to leave the scene first. Has been crowded in the girls' dormitory is not a thing. Zhang Yao and the others had only left with their front feet when there was a stern explanation from the teacher. Did you guys take a video of what just happened? Anyone who passes the video around doesn't get a diploma. The moment these words came out, many of the onlooker girls also changed their faces drastically. Because they've all been passed around and the heat is brewing, about to explode. I've already sent it to flashback. What do I do? What else can I do? Just delete it. Don't you want to graduate? That man is so arrogant to run to our girls' dormitory and beat people up. Can't we expose him yet? Are you? I didn't hear about the 3 girls who bullied their roommate first. In your place, if you were being bullied, would you want the person who bullied you to be beaten to death? The girls on the sidelines were talking and busy, rushing to delete the video that had been sent out. At the same time, all the students in this dormitory building, all of them received notifications from their class teachers and counselors. Once again, a stern explanation is given that no one is allowed to just circulate the video in question, or else they will be fired outright. Once the state university shot, some have been quasi-loaded, their own deletion cannot be, but also hold no one found out to be unwilling to delete so quickly. Whatever the case may be, all of them were done away with after NU contacted the platforms in question directly. This thing was just about to percolate and fester on the internet before it disappeared completely. You can choose to be headstrong and go around exposing yourself in spite of the school's 3 orders, but what good will that do you? The 3 women deserved it, and there must be a lot of people applauding for Zhang Yao after it was exposed. Of course, there would definitely be some indiscriminate fairies attacking Zhang Yao, calling him a beast for hitting women. As for the point of Shurqing being bullied, these little fairies must have turned a blind eye to it. But even so, what damage could be done to Zhang Yao? Completely not on the same level, okay. It was the first time Shi Qing had experienced the feeling of being protected, and his heart warmed. But at the same time, she couldn't help but worry, and the moment she saw the police arrive her whole body panicked. How had she ever seen such a gesture? And she was even very self-conscious about it. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for me. Yeah. Zhang Yao, is he alright? Shi Chang was apprehensive and uneasy, and by this time, Lin Yu had already made a phone call. Then holding her hand, he said, "Don't worry, it's fine. It's not like you don't know what kind of person Zhang Yao is. Tell them whatever they ask you later, without any scruples. In the future, no one will dare to bully you again." Soon, Zhang Yao and the others were brought to the school's office. As for the three women, they were sent to the hospital for treatment. He didn't hit him lightly, but he wasn't running to kill anyone, and he certainly couldn't run away from a superficial wound. It would hurt, but, well, I'm sure it's not like I'm going to be maimed or anything. The internet was blocked, but the whole school was still buzzing under word of mouth. As a result, Chen Evening Zhao also received the news. Over here, after a long time of having a meal together with Zhang Yao, the three sisters are all just happy. As it turned out, we heard that he'd only just gotten back to school when something happened and the police were there. After briefly realizing what was going on, there was a bit more of each, with both sides working together. The school side is something that hasn't even been investigated yet. There has been a flurry of calls received, and each has come from a different source. They haven't figured out what's going on yet, but the Board of Education, the City Council, or whatever seems to know all of them already. What to do? We'll all be the last to know the truth. What else can we do? We handle it ourselves at school, punish according to right and wrong. The first step in the handling of things, of course, is to take the police out of the picture first and just deal with it internally. Tough luck. We'll take care of the rest at the school. We will deal with it impartially and give an account that satisfies everyone. The school sent the police away and gave the final result after going through a meeting to study the matter. Give those three women a demerit, and if they do it again, they'll be fired. Although Zhang Yao can be said to have acted courageously, this kind of behavior is really not advocated, and he was given a warning. Faced with such a result, those three women were still very unconvinced. We've been beaten up like this, and we're going to get a demerit as a result? They are the ones who suffer the most, and they are the ones who are punished the most. That Zhang Yao all but put us in the hospital, and the result is a warning penalty. What's the difference between that and no punishment at all? Seeing their indignation, the counselor who came to notify them said without any good sense, "Are you forgetting something? You're the ones who started the bullying, and you're not even remorseful now? I'm telling you guys, if this kind of thing happens again, you're going to pack your bags and get the hell out of here." Spouting angrily, this counselor then added, "You guys don't even look at who that is. Understandably told you guys. Give Zhang Yao this punishment is also see hit you guys a little hard mean a little. At least you're someone who can get into the national university. Sober your head up and don't mess with people you can't afford to mess with." It's all been said and done, and these three still look ignorant. All they could think about was that they had been beaten by Zhang Yao, and it hurt and hurt. But Zhang Yao was only given a warning and instead gave them a major demerit. They were aggrieved and defiant. As for what they did to Shi Chang, that really wasn't within the emotions at all. The counselor couldn't help but mentally curse deservedly. Then in a cold voice, he said, "This thing is kind of over on the school side, but whether you yourselves have ended it or not, that's up to you." It was only after hearing such words that these three people were considered to have their faces drastically changed once again. It was because they remembered Zhang Yao's previous words. Zhang Yao said that he wanted them to be at NUS and not stay in the city. Chapter 104, Let Them Know Too. Although Lin Yu had been pacifying Shi Qing, the girl just couldn't be reassured. She just blamed herself all the time. Until Zhang Yao walked out with a big grin, just to back a warning penalty. It was at this time that Shi Qing finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he cried out with a wow. Her emotions also needed to be cathartic, and only after she had been held by Lin Yu and cried for a while did Zhang Yao speak. Okay, you didn't even cry when you were bullied so much by others, so don't cry now." Only after pacifying Shi Qing did Lin Yu add, "I just heard that those three seem quite unconvinced by the results." Zhang Yao expressed delight at this. It's right to be unconvinced, isn't it better? After a pause, he then asked, "Have you checked the details of those three people? What is the situation?" Lin Yu smiled. "Your third sister came by just now when you were being questioned. She went to inquire about these things. She's definitely better at this sort of thing than I am. It shouldn't take long to hear anything." Chen Evening Zhao still got involved, which was not surprising to Zhang Yao. "She's not my third sister." He was still stating his position firmly, but Lin Yu clearly didn't take it seriously and smiled without saying anything. "Ahem, He coughed dryly and waited for Shi Qing's sobs to stop and his emotions to be more or less cathartic, before asking softly, "What the hell is going on?" This is something that, when all is said and done, is actually on his pot. Nowadays. These days, there are just some people who are too poor to love the rich and dog-eared. Shi Qing's family was already in a bad situation, and it was not easy for her to get a scholarship without her share. Dressing as plain is all a euphemism. So, those 3 roommates look down on her and are ashamed to be in the same dorm as her. Because of being targeted and having to live together under one roof for 4 years, Shi Qing also did not want to offend them, or even, actively pleasing them. The hygiene of the dormitory and so on was done by Shi Qing alone, half forced and half voluntary. As a result, just because Shi Qing was honest, it made them feel more and more bullied. And because of Zhang Yao's relationship, Shi Qing, who was obviously in a bad condition, received treatment that they could not even think of. Full fruit equipment aside, this they also have. Of course, just that alone has made them very indignant. "What class are you, that you use the same equipment as me?" Originally, they were filled with a sense of superiority towards Shi Qing and would often show off these things of theirs. "What do you see here? Do you recognize a fruit phone? Have you ever seen such a beautiful cell phone in your poor country? It's a smart watch. Have you heard of it?" They deign to act as if things are coming from a place of isolation. But the fact is, what era is this? If you have never eaten pork, have you never seen a pig run? Even in the most remote and difficult places, don't the locals flash sound brushes fly? It's true that many people can't afford a fruit cell phone, but can they still not hear about it? This is even more outrageous. Shi Qing also daily luxury car in and out. Lamborghini, Ferrari, Maserati, their eyes have seen red supercars. Shi Qing daily ride does not say, "After I got my license, I drove it even more every day." This made them completely unbalanced in their hearts, so they frantically created yellow rumors about Shi Qing, saying how she was with Zhang Yao. Their entire dormitory building in the entire academy had already spread the word. Seeing that it was getting to be too much, she butted heads with the 3 women. The result was similar to Chen Jiehua, which made those 3 women feel like their authority had been violated, in order to be able to continue to suppress her. So it was just a matter of doing it. It also happened that Lin Yu went to look for her, and she bumped into this scene, so she argued and called Zhang Yao. Otherwise, in the case of this silly girl, she was afraid that she would only choose to suffer in silence, not knowing how long she would have to be bullied. Hearing this, Zhang Yao's anger rose again. What? They actually dare to make yellow rumors? He instantly felt that he had struck lightly before, and that he could have been more justified if he had known that when he was questioned by the school and the police. Lin Yu then said, "Don't worry, we've also talked to the teachers and police about this. We did use some of them, but they were mostly to blame." Zhang Yao nodded. "I can imagine what exactly you guys are moving, but I need someone else now," he said, inquiring about Lin Yu. As a hoity-toity kid, you should always know some of the second generation, a little too young girls and whatnot, right? Lin Yu immediately understood her thoughts. "What you mean is," Zhang Yao nodded again, "I said I'd make it impossible for them to stay in the national university. In this city, since they've also created yellow rumors, it's only fair to at least give them a taste of what it's like to be rumored against. I for one love an eye for an eye. As for the rest, we'll see what happens." Even Shi Qing understood that Zhang Yao was looking for someone to bully those 3 women. Let them know what it means to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. At this, the little girl was a little uneasy. "That's not good, is it?" Zhang Yao then said, "It really isn't very good, but you and I know it's not good enough to be useful, and they have to be made to understand that too. Something like this, those rich kids who have nothing better to do than cause trouble all day would be more than willing to do." But sadly, although also a rich kid, he was not exposed to such a circle since he was a child. So, he couldn't find anyone like that either. Lin Yu was different. She had grown up in such a circle and should more or less know some of them. "I know some of them, but I don't know them very well." Lin Yu, however, said, "I also received a general college education and was not in that circle. There are a lot of kids in the compound that I'm familiar with, but they're in the same situation as me. In the official second generation of this group of people, Lin Yu belongs to the identity of a special very low-profile category, does not belong to the second generation. In her circle, naturally, people like him predominate. Despite coming from a high family background, you don't go out of your way to bully people. Of course, it's not impossible to find someone like that if you're hard up for it, it's just that it's not necessary. Your third sister knows more people, she's familiar with all the triads, so just leave things like that to her." Chen Yiningzhao was originally mixed with the circle of the rich second generation, and set up his own caste society. There really is a bit of everything in this club of hers. "She's not my third sister," Zhang Yao emphasized once more. To be honest, He didn't want Chen Evening's to get involved, and he didn't want to take Chen Evening's love at all. But right now, there's no other good option. Never mind, let's just keep learning from the fairies. Just because I accepted it doesn't mean I agreed to it. Anyway, in the past, when I went to please them, they ignored me while not enjoying themselves a lot more with peace of mind. Now that the roles are switched, what does it matter? Chapter 105, Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If Zhang Yao said anything more, it would be a tacit admission. Chen Evening's felt that he was doing things for him, and was full of energy, and soon investigated everything clearly. Let's just say it's a nest of snakes and rats, and it's really just a case of what goes around comes around. Those three were never any good and have been bullying other students since middle school. The one leading the charge was even bullying people to the point of almost committing suicide in high school. Perhaps it was a kind of fate that made such three people actually come together. Interspersed with Shi Chang, the little white sheep. Zhang Yao nodded. Since they are such goods themselves, there's really no need to be polite with them. Chen Evening's said with gusto. Don't worry, leave this kind of thing to me, and it will definitely satisfy you. Zhang Yao was indeed satisfied with this. As for who exactly she would be looking for and what those people would do, he wasn't concerned with the outcome. As those three women's nightmares were about to open up, there were actually quite a few related revelations online. After all, the school can keep the heat off and delete the video, but it's impossible to really shut down the yo-yo. Instead, some conspiracy theories have sprung up and rumors have appeared because of actions like removing hotspots and deleting posts, passing the word around. It basically turned out that Zhang Yao was bullying people and rushed to the girls' dormitory to beat them up only to be crushed. A lot of people believe in this claim that Zhang Yao hit someone. After all, he kind of has a history of doing this, and the driving instructor fiasco is still fresh in his mind. But to say that he is a bully, many people still don't believe it. On the internet, he still has a good reputation. While it was indeed very dude-like and arguably flighty, it was definitely not someone who would hit someone for no reason. Whether it's the rumor mongers who broke the story or the ones who support him, it's just the tip of this vast network. Because it didn't hit the hot seat or the headlines, there was no buzz at all. So the number of people involved in the discussion was quite limited. But even so, it still made Chen Xiaoyu and the girls upset. My Zhang Yao clearly saw justice. How come he's still being rumored? They were very unconvinced, so they broke the news about all the information that Chen Longzhao had found out. All of those three women's information was made public, and all sorts of heinous bullying behavior was laid bare for the internet to see. Zhang Yao's beating of them didn't make the hot search, but they themselves were sent to the headlines by the three Chen Xiaoyu sisters. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. It's ironic that someone like that can afford to get into NU. I have to say. Why? That's naive of you. There's nothing at NU. Go look at the NU School of Fine Arts. And you look at the NU but sisters. I heard that these are the three women who were brutally beaten by Zhang Yao. What? They were brutally beaten by Zhang Yao? There's something so exhilarating? Someone broke the news that they were bullying their roommates, and then Zhang Yao directly rushed into the girls' dormitory and beat them up. There was even a rumor before that Zhang Yao was creating a situation to bully people into trouble. What a power struggle. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This kind of garbage is too much to kill. The brutality of those three women sparked outrage from everyone and brought the topic of school bullying back to the forefront. In this atmosphere of universal anger, the news that Zhang Yao had violently beaten them was spread. It both dispelled the rumor and made the netizens unanimously applaud him. As a public figure and an influential artist, Chen Xiaoyu has personally spoken out to call attention to bullying in schools, and a piece of artwork was created specifically for this purpose, pushing the call to end bullying in schools to the forefront of people's minds. The more people speak out against bullying, the more righteous Zhang Yao's behavior becomes. How could those three women not have expected to be brutally beaten and booked, and were upset and wanted to retaliate? It turned out to be a thousand-fold existence in the blink of an eye. The girls, who are used to bullying others, first enjoyed a session of being cyber-violated. This must be which person found someone to do it. It must be that Zhang Yao. He actually exposed us. It's so shameless. We've been beaten up by him. What more does he want? Just as they were screaming hysterically, the door to the dormitory was kicked in and several girls walked in. It's just that you guys like to bully people, isn't it? At one time, the teacher had talked to them many times and criticized and educated them. There were even parents of students who were bullied by them and had no choice but to beg them. But then, they don't care at all. I don't listen to my teachers. The school can't control me, and your parents will have to beg me if I hit you. This, on the contrary, made them feel honored, more flamboyant, and more condescending. It was the same three people who had repeatedly failed to change their ways that knelt down before Zhang Yao in less than a week's time. In the cafeteria, Zhang Yao was eating with Shi Chang, Lin Yu, and Chen Evening's who was stalking him. These three men walked in without saying a word, and kneeling down amidst the gesticulations of the others they cried sadly and begged for mercy. Young Zhang, we were wrong, we won't dare to do it again, please spare us. Don't say that they are really pitiful in their current state. But obviously, Zhang Yao would not sympathize with them. Why can't I understand any of what you guys are saying? I'm not one of you, so what are you all kneeling down for? Come on, there are so many people watching, people will think I'm bullying you guys. Though he didn't admit it on his lips, this last comment revealed that he was being shady. These three men proceeded to beg for mercy, not only kneeling for him, but also for Shi Chang. Ching, I know you're the kindest, just spare us. We were really wrong, and we won't dare to do it again. It's not necessarily true to say that they really regret their previous behavior of bullying others. However, they were now afraid, and that was definitely not true at all, which could be seen from their reactions. Shi Chang was indeed a kind person, and seeing them like this instantly made him feel unable to bear it. Lin Yu saw the beginnings of this, and when she came to her ear, she said, think about being bullied by them, those people. As soon as he heard this, Shi Chang's compassion was immediately dispelled. Instead of showing any sign of it, she ducked away to keep from being the subject of the kneeling. As it turns out, reasoning with people like this is not as good as this simple and brutal method. After all these years of coming over to them uneducated, it's only been a week now and the results are overwhelming. Of course, Zhang Yao didn't think it was enough if that was all there was to it. Those people you bullied before, when they begged for mercy from you, did you spare them? Hearing him ask this, the three women cried even louder and begged for mercy even more pathetically, because they really didn't let anyone off the hook for begging for mercy. Now they had felt that such treatment was coming to them as well. Chapter 106, Is this blackmail? For those three women, whatever punishment they suffered was well deserved. It's like they're bullying people and there's nothing they can do about it. Now it's their turn to enjoy such treatment. And again, no one can do anything about it. They were not stupid, knowing that the key to the matter lay with Zhang Yao, and knew that they should come and beg Zhang Yao. However, on the surface, this matter just had absolutely nothing to do with Zhang Yao, and Zhang Yao could feel at ease and ignore it. Even what they would end up with, Zhang Yao no longer cared. He has something much more noteworthy. For example, after such a long time of construction, his villa worth $500 million was finally completed. Of course it's not completely finished. The yard is still under construction. It's the main body of the villa building that has been fully completed. 500 million. Ha! At first hearing about this matter, Shi Chang was so scared that he spat out his tongue. For her, this is a number that she can't even think of, and she may not even burn this much at her grave. Lin Yu was quite interested in this. I felt quite good when I saw your design drawings online before. It's built now, huh? I'll have to check it out then. The three people were happily preparing to rush over, when Chen Evening Zhao popped out again. I'm going to. Zhang Yao rolled his eyes. What are you going for? It has nothing to do with you there now. Chen Evening Zhao then resentfully stated. I know it has nothing to do with me, but I'm still going. She is going to. Zhang Yao still cannot stop. Cannot tie her hands and feet to confine her, right? Although the property management was said to be very strict, Chen Evening Zhao had grown up there and the property was familiar with her. Even now she has an access permit and she will go on her own if she is not allowed to. They have a complicated relationship, and if they go to the property and don't allow them to come in, then the property owners will have a hard time too. Again, since he didn't live over here most of the time, Zhang Yao hadn't even properly thought about it yet. As a result, it was like this. He and Shi Ching a car letting the little girl act as the driver, with Lin Yu and Chen Evening Zhao following closely behind. 4 people in 2 cars, front and back, arrived at the villa. Wow, it's beautiful. As soon as she got off the bus, Shi Ching was stunned. Such a beautiful and luxurious house she had only seen on TV. Pretty what? It's not even completely done yet, Zhang Yao said, walking in front as Lin Yu held Shi Ching's hand. Even so, it's really pretty. The outside part of the yard was still a mess, but the interior of the villa had been left with only furniture and appliances still to be placed. The shiny and luxurious floor made Shi Ching step on it with caution, creating a feeling of constraint. Zhang Yao said without any good humor. What are you cowering for? This is where you'll be working from now on. Shi Ching hadn't responded. Ha, he then said. You're my maid, so you mustn't serve me in the future. Shi Ching didn't forget that, and beamed. It's only 4 years of college. He was just about to say that 4 years was also 4 years, when he saw a figure that made him stagger coming down from the upper floor of the villa. This person was actually Zhang Yu. All his good mood was gone and he was very irritated. What are you doing in my house? Even Lin Yu and Chen Evening Zhao didn't expect Zhang Yu to actually appear here, and were extremely dismayed. Zhang Yu herself felt quite embarrassed. She did not expect Zhang Yao to suddenly come over. However, this embarrassment was quickly masked by toe curling. This is my father's property. Why can't I come? At the mention of grandpa, Zhang Yao's expression grew colder and colder. And you still have the nerve to call your father? You don't deserve it at all. Zhang Yu snorted coldly. You are my son. Is it your turn to say whether I am worthy or not? Seeing such a mother-son relationship, Shi Qing's CPU burned. Her family is patriarchal and her parents are both inconsiderate and completely uncaring. But even then, it didn't even get to this point. Lin Yu sighed and looked at Zhang Yao with eyes full of heartache. Meeting such a birth mother had to be Zhang Yao's suffering. Chen Lianzhao's mood was extraordinarily complicated. You really shouldn't have come. She basically drew a line in the sand with the Chun family now as well, but still held on to the idea that each would be fine. It could be said to be walking on the path that Chen Ruozhi and Chen Shouyu had all walked before. The moment she opened her mouth, she instantly made Zhang Yu even more mortified. Little you shut up. It's not your turn to speak here, you heartless white-eyed wolf. Zhang Yu cursed angrily, followed by Chen Zizhan's voice on the stairs. Third sister, you're too much of an eater, aren't you? Mom should have a share in this house no matter how you count it. Why can't she come? The person who came quietly was actually not only Zhang Yu. There was also a Chen Zizhan. The moment this guy appeared, it rather made it seem reasonable that Zhang Yu would come. I'm the only person whose name is on this real estate deed. So what makes you say your mom has a share? Zhang Yao sneered. I'm warning you, this can be considered trespassing. And you don't want me to call the police, do you? He originally wanted to scare Zhang Yu, but he didn't expect the other party to actually go out on a limb this time. Go ahead and call the police. I'm your real mother no matter what. No one can change that. I'll see what the police can do to me. This woman is getting shameless, and it looks like she came prepared. When Zhang Yao calmed himself down, he said, So, are you taking advantage of this status to try to blackmail me this time? Chen Zizhan waved his hand. Oh no, don't say it so harshly. It's true that your name is the only one on the property deed. That I recognize. But don't you play around. As Zhang Minan's own daughter, my mom also has the right to inherit. And you're still going to have to come in behind my mom in terms of the line of succession. So what makes this villa yours alone? Do you think that with only your name on the real estate license, you can really have the villa all to yourself? Chen Zizhan's words actually had a certain amount of truth to them. And that was really what happened overall. If a person does not set a will, if it is not notarized, then the spouse, the children, the parents, whether natural or adopted, whether born in or out of wedlock, all members of the immediate family, who have the right to inherit their property, regardless of whose name these properties are in. Anyone else can come and fight over them. However, this is said to be in the absence of a will and distribution. How could Grandpa not have thought of that after all the things he had done for him with the best of intentions? All these properties were notarized and the wills were entrusted to a professional law firm. As the heir, Grandpa gave Zhang Yu 15% of the shares for the sake of his love. The property is Grandpa's. Grandpa has the freedom to dispose of it, as long as it is stated that there is no problem even if a dime is not given to Zhang Yao. Therefore, Chen Zizhan and Zhang Yu talking about this now was bull ********. Zhang Yao had learned about this in his future memories, so how could he be bluffed by them? Chapter 107, I'll tell you a secret. As the saying goes, if a man is shameless, he is invincible. Zhang Yao also did not expect that at this point Zhang Yu actually had the face to fight with him for his property. Judging from this momentum, if Zhang Yu was desperate one day, he was afraid that he would still have to come and rely on him to let him retire. It seems you have a strong enough obsession with this villa. He grunted softly. You're a thief to my villa, and I'm afraid you're doing it for this cargo in addition to shedding it yourself, aren't you? It was self-evident who this cargo was, not to mention the fact that his eyes were looking at Chen Zizhan as he spoke. Zhang Yu also snorted coldly. Baby Zizhan is my son. What's wrong with me fighting for my son? What's mine is my son's. Of course, I'm not talking about you, but Zizhan baby. What? You're not convinced? This is naked provocation. No one expected that someone would actually provoke their own son in these ways, and Shi Qing looked dumbfounded. Auntie Zhang, isn't this too much? Lin Yu frowned. She couldn't help but want to curse, but she wasn't that kind of character. As for Chen Evening Zhao, she had finally experienced the kind of despair that Zhang Yao had felt. Zhang Yao was likewise still quite bitter in his heart, but the reaction was instead the most bland among the few. Baby boy? Zhang Yao couldn't help but laugh a little and asked, Mrs. Chen, do you know Fei Huijun? Fei Huijun? Hearing this name, Lin Yu and Chen Evening Zhao were both left with a head full of questions, and even Chen Evening Zhao was confused. It's supposed to be a woman's name, and what's he suddenly mentioning this person for? Just when everyone was puzzled, Chen Zizhan's face became very ugly. How did the little bastard know that name? It's hard to believe that he knew about this. Is he stabbing it out? Chen Zizhan's heart immediately raced, so apprehensive that he could not wait to directly pull Zhang Yu to disappear in the same place. and Zhang Yu, who heard this name, had a very ugly face and said angrily, "What are you doing mentioning that? How could Zhang Yu not know about her husband's white moonlight?" Not only did she know, this was the same being that she had always considered a thorn in her flesh, so as soon as she heard the name, she also had an immediate stress reaction. Chen Zizhan's heart was already in his throat, and he hurriedly went to pull Zhang Yu. "Mom, the little bastard is just trying to irritate you on purpose, and you fell for it when you got angry. Let's leave him alone. There's no point in wasting our breath with him here. If he's not convinced, we'll go straight to court and sue him." He was trying to pull Zhang Yu and run away, not giving Zhang Yao any chance, but Zhang Yu was still hysterical. "Speak up little, what do you mean by mentioning that?" Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders and broke the truth amidst Chen Zizhan's rapt attention. "It's simple. Really, I just wanted to tell you the truth. This Zizhan baby of yours, is actually the real son of your own husband in Fei Huijun, the one you're talking about." This was easy for him to say, but in Zhang Yu's ears, and even Chen Evening Zhao's and Chen Zizhan's ears, it was like a thunderbolt. Although Chen Evening Zhao also heard more or less from Chen Ruoji Chen Shuyu side. However, she had only learned that Zhang Yao was supposed to be in possession of some of the Chen family's hidden secrets. How could I have not expected this hidden secret to blow up so much? Zhang Yu's facial management instantly went out of control, her bloodshot eyes glaring out. "Do you know what you're talking about, little?" The secret was pierced, and Chen Zizhan was on the verge of losing his mind. "Zhang Yao, you're bolting me. Mom, you mustn't believe him. He's picking on our mother-son relationship. He's jealous that you're too good for me. That's why he's purposely stirring things up like that." Don't believe him. Seeing them react like this, Zhang Yao was happy and unrestrained. "Of course I know what I'm talking about. Do you think that someone like Chen Jiehua would really suddenly have a big heart to adopt a few children? As a matter of fact, adopting the three of them, Chen Ruoji Chen Shuyu Chen Evening Zhao, was just a cover for your Zizhan baby. Your Zizhan babies are what Jiehua Chen is after. They're just incidental. Of course, he's got the same idea as you. Since he's adopted, he's got to make the best use of what he's got." The way he said this, even Chen Evening Zhao's heart was already in a bad mood, but so it dawned on her. She sort of understood why Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had no feelings at all for the three sisters as well. Never really wanted to adopt them per se, never intended to help them with anything from the start. It's only natural to be used as a tool, as an incidental part of a cover-up, isn't it? Zhang Yu's entire body had been dumbfounded, and all of a sudden she sat paralyzed on the stairs. Chen Zizhan gestured and jumped up and down. "Little bastard, you're talking nonsense. You're blindly creating rumors." Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders and proceeded to kill and kill. "Chen Zizhan, don't hide it. A man should dare to act. You know very well if I'm a rumor monger or not. After all, you could have been very clear about who your real parents were all along, before Jiehua-chan adopted you, before you were even called back by my grandfather. You could be a family of three. Over the years, you and Chen Jiehua have also left behind this Mrs. Chen, as well as Chen Evening Zhao and the others to reunite at every opportunity. I don't need to tell you the address of your real mother, do I?" Although he said so on his lips, Zhang Yao still directly exposed the address where Fei Huijun lived. At the same time, then continued to stimulate Zhang Yu. "Mrs. Chen, you may not believe my words. After all, it is often tougher to deceive yourself than to accept the truth. Otherwise it's actually quite simple for you to prove it. You asked Chen Jiehua to bring Chen Zizhan to do a paternity test. As a matter of fact, as soon as Zhang Yu went back to the showdown she would get this factual result. Chen Jiehua would never really take Chen Zizhan to do a paternity test. In his case he didn't feel the need for it at all. He had always been very adamant that Chen Zizhan was his and Fei Huijun's biological son. If he really dragged Chen Zizhan to get a paternity test, well, it's him who should break down. This time, Zhang Yao didn't give this fact away either. It's fun to take your time, and it's definitely more fun to watch them crumble one by one than to stab them all at once. He spoke with conviction, while Chen Zizhan's reaction could no longer be adequately described as heartfelt. Zhang Yu looked at Chen Zizhan, the whole person was trembling. "Zizhan, tell me this is not true. This is not true." Chen Zizhan shook his head frantically, holding Zhang Yu's hand tightly. "Mom, of course this isn't true. Of course this isn't true." He said so on his lips, as if he had fulfilled Zhang Yu's wish, but anyone could see that the more he expressed it instead, the more it showed that it was true. Even Zhang Yu herself, seeing him in such a perverse manner, had completely concluded the truth. In fact, it wasn't that Zhang Yu didn't have the ability to determine the truth, but she just couldn't accept this matter. Chapter 108, so ridiculous, so ironic. Zhang Yu collapsed. The whole man froze on the stairs in disorientation, his eyes staring blankly ahead. She just sat there for a long time without any movement. Only the tears flowed continuously. Because of Chen Jiehua, she flipped out with her own father and even wanted to die of old age. It was also because of Chen Jiehua that she had never looked at Zhang Yao, her biological son, as her own child. In her world, only Chen Zizhan was his son. She had given Chen Zizhan all her heart and soul, all her motherly love, and all her painstaking efforts. As a result, it was now said that this child, who had poured out all her heart and soul, was actually the child of a love rival whom she regarded as a thorn in her flesh. After all the years of her own hard work, she was actually raising a child for her love rival. This child, in fact, is the biological child of her husband and his love rival. What's even more ironic is that this is something her dear husband is aware of, her baby boy is aware of, and she alone is kept in the dark. She gave up her father to give up her real biological son, and in return the two people she cared about most teamed up to deceive her. She tried to lie to herself, but how could she lie to herself to get past something like this? Zizhan, I can't accept it. I can't lie to myself. You guys are so mean. Why? Why are you doing this? After a long time, Zhang Yu finally sort of came back to her senses, and cried pitifully towards Chen Zizhan. At this time, Chen Zizhan was also sitting on the stairs. The whole person was in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. A situation like this he had never anticipated, and it turned out to be such a handful. For Zhang Yu, he actually had no feelings at all. Under Chen Jiehua's and Fei Huijuan's teaching, he only had eyes for the shares in Zhang Yu's and Zhang Yao's hands, and the property in his name. The only thing he cares about the most is this villa and Guiyao capital. Who can think of anyone else as a mom when they were already taught that way and then have their own biological parents? Not to mention treating Zhang Yu as his mother. In fact, he hated Zhang Yu to the bone instead. Since it's come to this, there seems to be no point in pretending anymore. And anyway, it's already impossible to hide it. Then why don't we, just showdown? Chen Zizhan also came back to his senses and stood up with a slap of his thighs, surveying his surroundings with a sigh. Pity. He had urged Zhang Yu to come over today because he wanted to use Zhang Yu's obsession with this villa to take it over. Now that his life was exposed, Zhang Yu was bound to turn from love to hate for him. Of course, it would be impossible to help him to come and seek Zhang Yao's real estate. The villa was in a perfect location and the feng shui was said to be very good, making it the envy of all the people in the luxurious family. Coupled with the large area and the fact that Zhang Yao had literally smashed $500 million into it, it could simply be said to be impeccable. Not to mention that he has some obsessions after living here for so many years. Even if it wasn't so, who wouldn't be impressed by such a villa? Seeing that it was impossible to get it again, that was why Chen Zizhan felt it was a great pity. He looked at Zhang Yao with hatred. Little bastard. How on earth did you know about this? He and Chen Jiehua thought they had done things seamlessly and had not shown any sign of weakness. Over the years, Zhang Yu and Chen Eveningzhao, the three sisters, were completely unaware and were hidden from the public. As a result, Zhang Yao is the one who even knows where his real mother, Fei Huijun, lives, which makes him very puzzled. The reason why Zhang Yao was able to know this was of course thanks to his future memories. What secrets were all exposed in that one-shot ending? The situation was different now, but the end of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua would not change, and it was impossible for him, Chen Zizhan, to have the last laugh again. After all, Zhang Yao was no longer the original Zhang Yao. It's hard to know what's going on unless you do it yourself. Zhang Yao shrugged. Do you guys really think that everyone in the world is smart? Just you and Chen Jiehua? Chen Zizhan couldn't help but smile and turned his head to look at Zhang Yu. There are smart people in the world, and the vast majority of them are certainly not stupid, right? But Zhang Yu is. This look was simply overwhelming. That mockery and disdain was like a knife stabbing hard into Zhang Yu's heart. This was the moment she finally realized that her heartthrob had never looked down on her. It turned out that the adopted son, who was better than he was to his own son, had been fooling around with her as if she were a child. That's true. Who could do such a thing if not to a certain point? So you're a two. I can't believe you lied to me. Lied to me for so many years. You guys deserve to die. Zhang Yu cried and howled as she pounced on Chen Zizhan, clawing at him with her teeth and claws. Chen Zizhan had shown his cards and stopped pretending, so of course it was impossible to still spoil her. Although she couldn't beat Zhang Yao, I guess, Chen Zizhan was indeed practiced and it wasn't easy to beat her. Crazy, get out of the way. Chen Zizhan slapped Zhang Yu's face and kicked her to the ground. Bah, I've put up with you for so many years. Do you really think you're my mom and you want to hit me? As this guy said that, he even directly spat on Zhang Yu. Such a scene was even more exciting for Zhang Yao, and it was simply more enjoyable than watching a blockbuster in a movie theater. He was itching to find a stool to sit down on and get high while sipping his drink in appreciation. Just like that, he hadn't even forgotten to ask Shi Qing. It's all been filmed, right? With such an ethical drama. Shi Qing had long been completely confused. As a dutiful maid, though, she was very dutiful. holding up her cell phone and nodding stupidly. How can you enjoy such a wonderful picture with only a few of yourself? Later on, if we pinch the beginning and remove the end, we will put out this part of Chen Zijian's beating Zhang Yu, and it will surely set off hotspots again. Chen Zijian, you're not human. Chen Eveningzhao still felt a little heartbroken when he saw Zhang Yu being beaten. Everyone in the world could hate Zhang Yu. Only he, Chen Zijian, could not. She brought you up as a child no matter what. How could you hit her with your hands? Chen Zijian was very disdainful of this argument and pointed to his nose. She took me to her? After a rhetorical question, he snarled with a shake of his hand. Do I need her to bring me up? Don't I have my own mother? If it weren't for her, how would I have been forced to separate from my own mother? If it wasn't for her, why would my real mom and I be sneaking around? When the school held a parent-child event, how I wished it was my own mom who was there. When traveling abroad, how I wish it was my own mother who could be with me. But as it turns out, I'm surrounded by her, and he's the one who ruined it all. Chen Zijian also had his own reluctance. It was obvious that these words had been buried in his heart for a long time, and now was the time when he finally had the chance to vent them. To Lin Yu and the girls, it all seemed so ridiculous. He took away everything from Zhang Yao and condescended himself. But from his perspective, that's actually true. Let's just say that reality is so ironic. But that's what makes Zhang Yu look so clownish. Chapter 109, Chasing After the Crowd. In the face of Chen Zijian's accusation, Lin Yu and the girls felt that he was shameless to the extreme. It does sound like he's miserable and it seems understandable to have a grudge. But the reason why it led to such a result was that they had joined forces to deceive Zhang Yao. Obviously, they are the ones who are unkind in the first place, and they have to blame others for the sufferings brought about by this unkindness. This is a bit shameless. However, such a shameless argument, Lin Yu and the girls still just felt disgusted when they heard it. In Zhang Yu's ears, it was another sharp bayonet. I'm going to find Jihua Chan and ask him why he did this to me. Obviously she had already given everything to Chen Jihua. Why would she still do this to her? She couldn't figure it out. Wasn't happy about it, got up and walked out like the Walking Dead. She looked very pitiful and moving at this point. But it's true what they say, poor people have to be hated. She wants to go back and showdown with Chen Jihua. Chen Zijian can't be left behind either. The guy swept a hateful glance at Zhang Yao and followed closely to leave as well. Zhang Yao clapped his hands. Let's go. Let's follow suit. We can't miss such a lively scene. He knew that Zhang Yu who went to confront Chen Jihua would not have a good ending. But that's why it's always a shame if you can't see it with your own eyes. It just so happened that Chen Eveningzhao also wanted to further figure out what was going on, so he nodded in agreement. I'll call my big sister and second sister, she said, and also took out her cell phone and made a video call to Chen Ruoji Chen Shayu at the same time, giving the matter a once-over. Still, she and Lin Yu shared a car, and by the time she finished her phone call she had already gone to the entrance of the neighborhood. Zhang Yao asked Shirqing to park the car, and with a cold face, he got out and walked into the duty room of the property security guard. Who let Zhang Yu and Chen Zijian in? I have to warn you guys, they're not residents here anymore. The two of them broke into the house today, and you were the accomplices. I'll make a complaint to your company about this, and I won't be finished with you if this happens again. Originally, he didn't want to make things difficult for these security guards. These things about them were just too difficult in the eyes of others. The problem was that things were different now, and he had to be on his guard. When Zhang Yu learns the truth of the matter, she is bound to tear her face off with Chen Jihua. This woman will immediately become unsupported, and also very much give away the shares that originally belonged to her. In such a case, who would one go and rely on later? With this shamelessness displayed by Zhang Yu, the one who would end up in bad luck would most likely still be him. If this woman comes to the house every day and doesn't leave, won't that add up to countless troubles? So he was saving for a rainy day by telling the guard that, if Zhang Yu really wanted to come and rely on him, he could have the security guards directly block him at the front door when the time came. Shirqing drove the car and followed the navigation according to the address given by Chen Eveningzhao. After a long pause, she just couldn't resist asking, is she really your mom? Your real mom? Zhang Yao lazily then said, how about that? Incredible, right? Jin Bingying should have told you about many cases. Some parents really don't deserve to be parents. Unfortunately, that's what happened to us. I'm kind of giving you a sample of how to face your parents in the future. Think about it. Shirqing fell silent again, nodding only after the car had driven out a long distance. After getting to know Zhang Yao and after Jin Bingying's enlightenment, her mind had changed drastically. There was no longer any obedience to my parents, and I hadn't even called them back, because she also recognized her place in the family and learned to love herself. It also turned out that her not calling back instead was something his parents were happy about. Her parents actually dreaded getting a call from her, afraid she would ask for money for living expenses. Not to mention the fact that on the first day of school she said she was going to pay $300,000 for scratching someone's car, which made her parents shun her even more. If it were before, even if she could see through these problems, surely she would still suffer in silence. After graduating from college, you become the family's moneymaker, not to mention the monthly paychecks you pay in. Whenever there is a big or small matter in the family, she has to find a way to solve it. Zhang Yao's style nowadays had indeed modeled for her, letting her know that it was actually entirely possible to not have to be so condescending. It doesn't matter if you get a little aggravation, but you have to see if the aggravation is worth it. She pondered these questions while driving steadily. In the other car, after leaving the neighborhood, Lin Yu laughed. With this mess, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you guys to come in the future. Originally, Chen Evening Light they also want to enter. In the property system side they are still the owners of this place. Now that Zhang Yu and Chen Zizhan had come to such a pass, it was inevitable that they would also be affected. However, Chen Evening Zhao was not at all worried about this. Also smiling, he said, that's not necessarily true. We have our ways. Besides, as you can see, he's not really pestered at all. They can come and go in Zhang Yao's neighborhood, but without them Zhang Yao can't really get into the Chen family to watch the fun. When they arrived at the entrance of the Chen family's newly purchased villa, they still had to be released only after Chen Evening Zhao stepped in. It was at this time that Chen Ruoji and Chen Shuyu also rushed over. You finally exposed this thing after all. Chen Ruoji and Chen Shuyu also had excitement on their faces, both expressing joy at this. Chen Evening Zhao became depressed when she saw this. You all hid it from me. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything. It wasn't as if she didn't know everything. Her two sisters had more or less revealed it to her. But even so, it still left her feeling like she was being plowed through. There are some things that really aren't very easy to explain to you. Chen Ruoji rubbed her head, then proceeded to add, but I reckon that you should know everything as well. In fact, Zhang Yao is still confused. Chen Ruoji and Chen Shuyu know everything, but he didn't bother to think about that, rolling his eyes and urging, are you guys still going or not? Zhang Yu and Chen Zizhan had already gone in separately for a while, and he was afraid that he would miss the exciting process if he delayed any further. At this time Lin Yu looked a bit rushed. Is it not good for us to go and watch your family affairs? It is said that the family's shame should not be publicized, and this feels like a special trip to see other people's jokes. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. What family business? That's just pure fun. Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders, not admitting that it had anything to do with him. Chen Ruoji also nodded. That's right, we've severed our relationship with them. We're not family, but onlookers. As onlookers, they watched the action and saw it in someone else's living room. When Zhang Yao, Lin Yu and Shi Qing followed the three Chen Ruoji sisters up the stairs, Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu were confronting each other. Long before Zhang Yu rushed back, Chen Jiehua had already gotten the news that things had fallen apart. After all, even if Chen Zizhan was a fool, there was no way that he would not give advance notice at a time like this. Chapter 110, It's getting exciting. Seeing Zhang Yao's group of people, Chen Jiehua, who had just finished conditioning Zhang Yu, turned his spearhead around. Since the matter had been exposed, he had completely stopped pretending, and what was elegant and easygoing was all fake. Like a victor, he condescendingly questioned, what are you doing in my house? Zhang Yao blinked, come to watch the fun. It's over already? As soon as Zhang Yu went limp, her entire body slumped on the sofa, and her entire body already looked lifeless. It seemed she had gotten the answer she wanted, and it wasn't the truth she wanted. Why? She just kept chanting the word, feeling the pain that comes from being betrayed by the people she loves the most. Zhang Yao shrugged. My grandfather told you a long time ago that this is not a good person. Who made you disobey? He wasn't feeling sorry for Zhang Yu. He was purely making up for it. How Zhang Yu treated Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan, and how she treated Grandpa and him. The more comparisons are made, the more ironic such a result becomes. In order to avoid Zhang Yu not being able to understand, he added, serves him right. However, in Zhang Yu's current state, it shouldn't be a question of whether or not she could hear. She was afraid that she hadn't heard it at all. Chen Jiehua, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Lin Yu felt shame for Chen Jiehua's behavior and a sense of shame that she had been tricked. Before this, her elegant and easygoing Chen Jiehua impression was quite good and with respect. Because of this, and the fact that the two sides themselves had a complicated relationship, they were willing to go and get along with Chen Zizhan. I just didn't realize that the real Chen Jiehua was so nasty. It was a good thing that she didn't let Chen Zizhan get what he wanted. Otherwise who knows how these two masters would have counted on her. Ms. Lin, this is my family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Since he is not pretending anymore, Chen Jiehua is also not giving Lin Yu a bit of good face, and he is not afraid of offending the Mudo Consortium. It makes no difference anymore if you're offended or not when this comes to light. What are you all still standing here for? Get out of my house. Although he wasn't pretending anymore, things had ultimately gone beyond expectations and disrupted Chen Jiehwa's plans, so he was still annoyed as well. When they saw Zhang Yao and the others again, it was even more annoying, so they directly kicked them out. There was no hustle and bustle to watch, and Zhang Yao really didn't want to stay much longer. He was about to turn his head when he suddenly remembered that he could discuss Chen Jiehua for a bit, so he opened his mouth again. Mr. Chen, just now your son gave me some legal knowledge. Your son has urged this biological mother of mine to come and take my estate, saying that she has a right to inherit as well. Then to follow this, as your biological son, I have an inheritance in your estate. I have a share in your savings, my clothes in this villa, and your shares in the company. This, please, when are you going to die? This was said in such a way that both Ling Yu and Shiqing almost sprayed. Chen Ruoji was instead amused. According to the law, adopted sons also have the right to inherit. So it's not just Zhang Yao. Mr. Chen's property also has a share of our sisters. Chen Shouyu followed and chimed in from the side with a heartfelt expression. That's quite a lot. You can share a lot of it. Her expression was similar to Zhang Yao's, the way she was hoping that Chen Jiehua would die earlier so that she could inherit the inheritance. Chen Jiehua hadn't done anything yet, which made Chen Zizhan blow up first. You shall not think. You've already made a public statement severing ties with our Chen family, and you still want to come and share our family's property. Dream on. Obviously, it was our family that raised you, and as a result, not only did you eat your way out of the house, but you actually thought about our family's property? In Chen Zizhan's eyes, these could all be his, so how could he be willing to share them with others? In itself, Chen Ruoji and the others had not thought about seeking the Chen family's property at all. The problem was that the Chen family had gone too far, and they were the ones who had first tried to seek Zhang Yao's property, so of course they didn't mind disgusting them. Chen Ruoji spread her hands and then said, the law doesn't recognize the severance of relationships and whatnot. Chen Eveningjiao all followed to express his dissatisfaction. You can seek Zhang Yao's after severing your relationship, but we can't seek yours? Chen Shouyu then leisurely reminded. Chen Zizhan, this property of yours includes your foster mother, Mrs. Chen's. As soon as she heard the property, Zhang Yu, who was lying on the sofa, came back to life. Chen Jiehua, you beast turned out to have been seeking my property, and swindling me out of my shares was planned all along, wasn't it? You guys are really calculating. Give me back my shares right now. The original 15% of shares in her name had been transferred to Jie Chan, but things were not irreparable. They are legally married, and if they were to divorce, their property would of course be divided. Chen Jiehua, I'm going to divorce you, and in addition to the 15% that originally belonged to me, the other 6% must be returned to me as well, because you cheated on the marriage. From start to finish this was a scam you set up. You're a fraud. I'll sue you for fraud if you don't give me back all your shares. Holy, it's still possible? Zhang Yao's eyes all lit up when he heard this. He really hadn't thought about this before. Chen Jiehua gave his illegitimate child to Zhang Yu to raise through deceptive means, which itself belongs to the party at fault. If this is a divorce lawsuit or enough to break up, the judge is probably very confused. There is this kind of operation? And he did this also from the beginning by running after the property. That seems like it could indeed be described as a long-planned fraud. If we go into this, Chen Jiehua will have to shed his skin even if he doesn't die. Zhang Yao loved to see them dog eat dog, and it would be really cool if the plot went in this direction. If that happened, the biggest sin would have to be Fei Huijun behind the scenes, as she had tricked Chen Jiehua as well. Exciting, but delightful. Chen Jiehua, you mustn't be a wimp. How can you spit out the meat in your mouth? She said fraud is fraud. Ha, you've had a hard time conning your way into this, and you definitely can't cheapen her. As soon as he was happy, he got a little too excited, and Zhang Yao didn't even hold back from fanning the flames. Chen Jiehua's face became unusually ugly. How could he not expect Zhang Yu this actually can still come to such a show? What was even more detestable was Zhang Yao, who had actually exposed this matter. How in the world did this little know? When Zhang Yao said this, Zhang Yu was not happy. Little don't you even know which side to take at this point? You are my son, my only heir, and my future is not all yours. Zhang Yao. Zhang Yu's words startled him. He was so damn excited that he forgot to beware of this. From the looks of it, Zhang Yu was already planning to rely on him. What has to be convinced is that it's all like this. Zhang Yu is still calling a small mouthful. Little doesn't have this blessing. You'd better leave it to your heart and soul. Chen Zizhan, finally irritating Zhang Yu a little more. He pulled Lin Yu and Shi Chang and twisted his head to run. Chapter 111, how can it be so explosive? In Jin Bingying's psychiatric clinic, this beautiful doctor looked at him with a full smile. I heard that Zhang Yu in turn is ready to rely on you, worthy of being Chen Ruoji's good girlfriend. She had already gotten the news so quickly. Zhang Yao shrugged. People are just so shameless. What can you do? It was something that made him very indignant and helpless, but it didn't stop him from continuing to watch the Chun family's hilarity. As a matter of fact, I've seen quite a few cases like that. Jin Bingying then went on to say, I've come into contact with patients who were abandoned and given up for adoption as children. In a nutshell, it's just that they didn't get any attention growing up, and these people's parents never treated them like they didn't exist. But when the day comes that it's needed, it's still a dead giveaway to pester them. In our Manhwa, this situation usually appears in the issue of old age, when they are young and strong or have something to fall back on. These people are not the least bit concerned about blood or kinship. Just throw the child away, or lose the child and go far away, or give it to someone else to raise. Anyway, it's just that there's only what you don't dare to think and imagine, and there's nothing they can't do. But when one is old and helpless, one immediately recalls that one has such a child. And so, again, they will come stalking with a dead weight. Such a situation is actually not uncommon at all. I don't care what other people do. She, Zhang Yu, wants to rely on me for the latter half of her life. That's absolutely impossible. Zhang Yao was full of indifference. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have a violent tendency, I wouldn't be abusing others. Otherwise I should really pick her up at my house in this situation and abuse her for fun from now on. Now that's payback for payback. He kinda advocates an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But abuse was something he really couldn't do and wouldn't find much pleasure in. He didn't want to personally bring any kind of result to Zhang Yu. There was no need for that. Just watching where it will end up is cool enough. Of course, mistreating him would not. And finding some discomfort for the Chun family that was very happy. Right under the watchful eyes of Jin Bingying and Shi Qing, he sent out the video he had taken earlier of Chen Zizhan beating up Zhang Yu. There was no cause and effect in the video. It was Chen Zizhan slapping Zhang Yu and then kicking her to the ground. He was now a real big internet star. Plus the Chen family themselves were all highly recognized. All kinds of severance of relations and other grudges and feuds is more than enough to see. So, this video instantly caught everyone's attention as soon as it was posted. Asterisk 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 this is Chen Zizhan's mom, right? He actually hit his own mom so viciously? Zhang Yao, Chen Ruoji, and Chen Shuyu have already severed ties with the Chen family one after another. And now Chen Zizhan is violently beating up his adoptive mother. TSK, this big drama of the Chen family is really getting more and more exciting. That's why I say there must be something wrong with this couple, Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu. Otherwise their children one by one could be like this? I agree with that. In the beginning, Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu made a public statement to sever their relationship with Zhang Yao, and many people blamed Zhang Yao. Then came Chen Ruoji, Chen Shuyu, and now it's Chen Zizhan's turn. You want to say one has no conscience? I heart. So many people one by one all have no conscience? Somewhat unexpectedly, Chen Zizhan moved towards Zhang Yu, but Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were the ones who were at a disadvantage in terms of online public opinion. This little, he actually posts videos like this. By the time she saw this, Zhang Yu was already staying in a hotel, because there was nowhere else for her to go but the hotel. In this world, after flipping off Chen Jiehua, the only person who could still get involved with her was Zhang Yao. Although Zhang Yao was very reluctant to admit this, there was no way to change things like blood ties. She would like to go and rely on Zhang Yao, but Zhang Yao's villa was still under construction and had ordered the property to not allow her to enter or leave. Normally Zhang Yao was in school, and that wasn't a place where she could just mess around. When Zhang Yao was not at school, then she was even more unable to even grasp her whereabouts. In her opinion, the side with Zhang Yao could be entangled later. After all, Zhang Yao couldn't have run away, and the biological mother-son relationship couldn't have disappeared. Compared to that, it was more important to clear up the property relationship with Chen Jiehua first. You all post videos, can't I? After Zhang Yu gritted her teeth in anger, she also decided to follow suit. She felt like a victim, that she was the one who was the most miserable, being cheated on for so many years by her favorite person, and being beaten up by her adopted son, who she grew up loving. She had countless grievances, and the whole world couldn't make it up to her enough. But it's amazing that no one on the internet is all counting her out, all speculating on what she did to provoke the wrath of God. Therefore, she decided to tell the truth in order to turn her situation around and at the same time make everyone denounce Jiehua Chen. My name is Zhang Yu. I'm the wife of Chen Jiehua, the former chairman of Guiyao Capital. Today I recorded this video to tell everyone that Chen Jiehua's elegant and easygoing appearance is all pretense. He's an animal. He's worse than an animal. And I'm going to tell everyone the whole truth. Chen Jiehua was definitely not a good person. But she, Zhang Yu, was no good either. Only in her telling, she became that biggest victim. I treat Chen Zizhan as if she were my own. But in fact, she is the son that Chen Jiehua had with another woman behind my back. Chen Jiehua actually took the son he had with his mistress and brought him home for me to raise in the name of adoption. I have suffered so much for so many years that I am literally holding it in my mouth for fear of melting, and holding it in my hands for fear of dropping it. But he, actually, is Junior's son, and he himself knew all along about it, and the three of them have been living behind my back. They are all crooks, they are all fraudsters, and they are trying to cheat me out of my property with this kind of intent. The shares of Guiyao Capital that I originally held in my hand have also been swindled away, and I have nothing left now. Zhang Yu was sobbing in front of the camera, making the hearer sad and the listener cry. And that, really, had the effect she wanted. After all, it doesn't matter how one lives. Bring back a child born to another woman with a stolen name for the original wife to raise. This kind of operation is so bombastic. What woman can stand this kind of thing? Such a deliberate deception. But also set away the shares in the hands of Zhang Yu. Anyone would have to think in the direction of fraud. As a result, Zhang Yu completely detonated with a video, causing this matter to create a furor both online and offline. Chen Jiehua is considered smart this time. If he hadn't transferred Zhang Yu's shares, there would still be something to talk about. But now countless media and netizens have already gone to check the information of the shareholders of Guiyao Capital, and all of them have clearly seen the change. Zhang Yu has withdrawn as a shareholder, while Chen Jiehua's shareholding has become 21%. This was enough to prove that Zhang Yu's accusation was true. Chapter 112, How Will You Choose? No one expected that this grudge match of the Chen family would be so explosive. Under an uproar, Chen Jiehua, a famous entrepreneur, is considered to have completely collapsed his room. Hashtag Chen Jiehua let his wife raise his mistress's son. Hashtag Zhang Yu accuses Chen Jiehua of fraud. Hashtag Jackie Chen, Chen Su-chun. The adopted son is actually an illegitimate child. Hashtag. One related topic after another bombarded the hot search list, dominating the headlines of all media, large and small. Even, it was also because of the relationship that Chen Jiehua himself was an entrepreneur who was a little famous even in foreign countries. This matter also triggered the attention of foreign media, and many foreign netizens are also discussing it. This time, it was a real disgrace to go abroad. Clunk. The impotent and furious Chen Jiehua had no place to vent, but could only vigorously smash things at home. In this situation, Chen Ruoji, Chen Xiaoyu or Chen Evening Zhao, no matter who is there will have to be unlucky. But now it was Chen Zizhan. Chen Jiehua, even if he was tyrannical, could not afford to touch this child born with white moonlight. Unable to take it out on anyone else, you have to take it out on the bottles and flowers. Dad, what should we do now? After hogging the headlines, Chen Zizhan's life was not easy, and he was scolded so much that he didn't even dare to go to school. After all, Zhang Yu really couldn't say anything about him. If he didn't know about this and was kept in the dark, then so be it. He could still say he was innocent. But in fact, he enjoys Zhang Yu's unfailing care, but he is deceiving her by joining hands with her real mother. That's a lot to talk about. That's so not true. How would I know what to do? Chen Jiehua got tired of smashing and sat paralyzed on the sofa feeling desperate. At this pace, it is definitely out of the question to become a CPPCC member again. You can't ask for these things anymore. And it's still unknown how things will end up. Zhang Yu exposure, that can be only the first step. At least there is also a divorce lawsuit waiting for him. Previously, Zhang Yu had made a request with him to take all 21% of the shares. If this all goes to Zhang Yu, then they'll have nothing. After so many years of laying out the results, what is the point of having such a result? So there was no way Chen Jiehua would agree to it. And with incomparable decisiveness, he refused. He also knew that Zhang Yu was unlikely to let it go, and was also thinking about how to respond. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu would come straight to such a hand. It wasn't just Chen Zizhan now. He likewise didn't dare to leave the gate. Their address has also been exposed, and countless media reporters are squatting at the gate waiting for interviews. There were many more who had gotten his phone number from some unknown source, and call after call came in. Mr. Chen, I'm a news reporter. May I ask if Chen Zizhan is really your illegitimate son? The call was basically answered with these questions. So angry that Chen Jiehua smashed his cell phone. So much for a clean slate. They avoided the press and hunkered down in their homes to play dead and not respond as usual. On the other hand, Zhang Yu is making a big fuss, not only opening her own live broadcast, but also accepting many media interviews. She told this fact back and forth, earning sympathy from everyone, almost in full view of the internet. She hired an attorney to initiate divorce proceedings. And there was also a direct shout out to Chen Jiehua. Chen Jiehua, the shares of Guiyao Capital were left behind by my father. Originally 15% for me and 6% for you. You're the one who lied to me in the first place, then used me to lie to my father, and finally took the 15% out of my hands. You'd better give me back these things that were mine in the first place, or I'll call the police and have them break the case. Netizens who are looking at the situation also feel that any shares should not be given to Chen Jiehua. If he pinches the shares, it's a calculated fraud, unless he gives them up to prove himself. That being said, 21% of the shares are worth over $30 billion, and last year over $4 billion was distributed. Who would want to let go of such a huge fortune? Without these shares, with Chen Jiehua's ability they can only drink the northwest wind. The reason why his white moonlight couldn't see him was because he was an embroidered pillow, and only Zhang Yu was truly blind. It's hot to hold it in your hand, but you can't let go of it. So what would he really choose? I'm actually curious about this. In the school cafeteria, Zhang Yao was completely on the sidelines, discussing rather excitedly with Lin Yu and Shi Qing. I did hear something. Lin Yu smiled and said, it's rumored that Chen Jiehua has been active lately, wanting to make sure he doesn't get involved with fraud. He's also approached a number of PR firms, but is still talking because of the claims. It was actually very simple for Chen Jiehua to minimize the impact of public opinion. As long as he returned all of his shares to Zhang Yu, this could prove that he married Zhang Yu because he really liked her, not because he was scheming for property. Such an intricate matter would have been difficult to characterize. Zhang Yu satisfied not to pursue. There is no fraud. As for Chen Zizhan, it can be said that he is unable to give up his own son. The rest, then, is just a matter of morality. Legal issues are resolved. And this moral issue is still a problem? Once PR is on the scene, he might even be able to create an image of Chen Jiehua as a good father with deep feelings and a sense of responsibility. The problem lies in the fact that Chen Jiehua can't afford to part with those shares. It's a fact that the deception blew up so much. It's a fact that the shares were taken away, and you can't let go of them, so how is this going to be publicized? Chen Jiehua is in such a situation and still have such claims, so that the public relations cannot operate. It seems to say that he's willing to put up no more than 3% of his shares if someone can help him out with this. But now that he's stinking up the streets, who would dare take on something like that? Lin Yu went on to introduce the gossip she'd heard. Guayao's 3% stake isn't small though. The problem is that the people who are capable of stepping in and fixing this kind of thing are not guilty of getting into trouble over this share. And the ones that are able to do anything regardless don't have the skills to do that. Therefore, this claim by Chen Jiehua is destined to be a daydream. In fact, it can be seen from this that Chen Jiehua, this person, is not enough either in terms of ability or brains. At this point in time, you still can't tell the difference between the important and the trivial, probably because there's a fact he knows very well. Zhang Yao shrugged and said, Chen Jiehua has never accomplished anything in his life, relying on his own ass. If he chooses to give up these shares, he will never enjoy so much wealth again in his life. From the time there was a concept of property, money has been all about things that can drive people crazy. The more brain-dead people are, the more likely they are to go crazy over it. Smart people know how to make trade-offs and know what they should give up in exchange for what. But Chen Jiehua is not a smart person. They were just chatting about it when Chen Evening Zhao appeared again, and she brought some tidbits of news as well. You don't say. From what I've heard, Chen Jiehua is really planning to give up his shares, but it's the 15% that originally belonged to Zhang Yu. Chapter 113, he's still not giving up. In Zhang Yao's future memories, the final winners were Chen Zizhan and his real mother, Fei Huijun. After Chen Jiehua had finished calculating everything for Chen Zizhan with all his heart and soul, he completely emptied Guayao capital. Just as he was about to kick Zhang Yu away, Chen Zizhan first kicked him away along with Zhang Yu. Then the fact that Zhang Yu, who had been treating him like a clown, was the biggest clown was exposed. By that time, the entire Chen family was in tatters. Zhang Yao already had serious psychological problems, coupled with the fact that the hope of home was completely lost, so he jumped from the Guayao building. Now because of him, Chen Jiehua lost 30% of his shares in the first place, although he successfully cheated Zhang Yu's 15%. But unfortunately before he could implement his plan, he had already been exposed. Although Zhang Yu is a person, she is better to Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan than she is to her own father and her own son. But even so, she couldn't stand the deception. Therefore, under the inspiration of Zhang Yao, he went through the way of webcasting to fight hard with Chen Jiehua. Right now, everyone is saying that Chen Jiehua is deliberately sidelining you and us. If this thing of setting up a scam had been true, it wouldn't have been a matter of being verbally abused as it was. Chen Eveningzhao then laughed with Zhang Yao. Even if Chen Jiehua is greedy, he wouldn't dare to take this risk. Lin Yu shrugged. That's all there is to keep that 6% of his original yet. It's already greedy enough. Shares a inheritance whatsoever Shi Qing does not quite understand, so just quietly listen without interrupting. As a matter of fact, Jackie Chan was able to make such a decision solely because he had hired a professional lawyer for advice. If it's as you claim, then I'm sorry, there's really nothing we can do. Give and take and give and take. So our opinion is to give up the ones that weren't yours in the first place so that it works. The lawyer said so has actually been more euphemistic. After all, to make money. This is according to the netizens' opinion. Guiyao capital has nothing to do with Chen Jiehua. Where is the part that originally belongs to him? It was a whole kokuyo, but now it's 6%? This result Chen Jiehua was not willing. Chen Zizhan was even more depressed and wanted to vomit blood. But there's nothing to be done when it comes down to it. It's better to have it than not to have it, and it's better than being sent to prison. On the bright side, 6% is quite a bit. Almost $1 billion at current market value. At least enough to feed and clothe us. Chen Jiehua could only comfort himself and advise Chen Zizhan in this way now. The most important thing for us at this point is also not to count these gains and losses, but to get past this. The rest will come later. As long as the person is still there, everything still has a chance. I don't believe that she is a woman who can withstand so many shares. What should be vented have been vented. Chen Jiehua completely calmed down, and began to start unrealistic calculations again. Chen Zizhan's eyes lit up. Dad, what do you mean? Chen Jiehua smiled smugly. She's just angry right now. It's not easy to pin her down. Even if she really hates me to the bone, then we can find someone else to pin her down. Chen Jiehua could be said to be the person who knew Zhang Yu the best in the world, and he had been holding Zhang Yu for so many years. For that matter, he can indeed have that confidence. According to Jin Bingying's analysis, Zhang Yu, this person belonged to the type of extreme love brain, the kind of person who could care less about anything and sacrifice everything for the sake of so-called love. It is this kind of single middle-aged woman with wealth in her hands who is most likely to be targeted by the killing pan. The other person is also a love brain, and that's even better prey. In essence, Chen Jiehua was playing pig-killing disc with Zhang Yu. Chen Zizhan's mind moved. With his understanding of Zhang Yu, there was indeed a great possibility that this would come to pass. But what if she goes to Zhang Yao? Chen Zizhan was still a bit worried. After all, there was still a biological son like Zhang Yao over there. According to the current pace, I'm afraid that it's not sending this 15% of shares to Zhang Yao's hands. Oof. Chen Jiehua snorted coldly and said smugly, even if she had the face to go to Zhang Yao, would Zhang Yao care about her? After all these years, Zhang Yao already hates her to the bone. There's absolutely no way he'll accept her. Zhang Yao's current style is not unknown to Chen Zizhan, and there is nothing wrong with simply looking at this. But he was still a bit uneasy. That's after all over $20 billion worth of shares. In their minds, what hatred, what affection. In front of the money can all be put aside. How many people in this world can resist the temptation of more than $20 billion? That, and we should indeed be wary of that. If it does fall into the hands of that little man, it will be almost impossible for us to get it again. While Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan were further plotting, public relations had been opened simultaneously. According to the program designed by the Crisis Public Relations, Chen Jiehua, a party on the tip of the storm, finally came forward to respond. I'm Chen Jiehua, first in to say sorry to Ms. Zhang Yu, my wife. Over the years of my marriage I was so busy with work that I lacked love for her and care for my family. Not only have I failed in my duty as a husband, I have failed in my duty as a father. He spoke at length, first expressing his love for Zhang Yu and the whole family. Then, he expressed his understanding to Zhang Yu's accusation of all his behaviors. He didn't argue anything, and he certainly didn't admit anything. It was only through these behaviors that it was made clear that the fraud or whatever was actually an unprovoked attack by Zhang Yu out of love. We are family. When Zhang Yu transferred her shares to me, we are not divided. And the only reason I did it was to make it easier to act by combining the shares, and I didn't have any other intention. Now that it's become like this, I'm willing to return Zhang Yu's 15% shares unconditionally. I will follow Mr. Zhang Minan's wishes and carry out the will. After avoiding the matter of the shares and expressing his willingness to return them, it was Chen Zizhan's business. Regarding Chen Zizhan, this is likewise an unforgivable mistake on my part, and I am willing to bear all the consequences for it. As a matter of fact, I didn't know about Chen Zizhan's existence in the beginning. My story with Fei Huijun, Chen Zizhan's birth mother, happened before I met Zhang Yu. I didn't cheat. Chen Zizhan isn't an illegitimate child, and Fei Huijun isn't a mistress. After I learned of Chen Zizhan's existence, there was no way I could ignore it as his biological father. I got carried away and did something wrong, and I apologize to Ms. Zhang Yu again for that, but we haven't lived together as a family of 3 over the years. I did meet Fei Huijun many times, but that was simply in the capacity of Chen Zizhan's biological father. This response from Chen Jiehua has set off a new wave of online buzz. Chapter 114, This must be a hoot. Chen Jiehua's response sounds reasonable, but it definitely does not stand up to scrutiny. Netizens are not cuties, can't possibly believe anything he says. Chen Zizhan is your own son. You can't let go of him and go out of your way to stay with him in this way. What about Zhang Yao? You said you love Zhang Yu and her family. What about Zhang Yao's experience? Something like getting the original wife to raise her own child with another woman by cheating that way is despicable to say the least. So, in the mentality of the general public, there is not a response to whitewash or anything, but can't hold the capital energy, can't hold the water army to wade through the muddy water. Therefore, even if everyone knew what was going on, Chen Jiehwa's reputation was completely stinking up the street, but the overall wind, nonetheless, shifted. That's not surprising. Chen Jiehwa has been in business for so many years after all. He definitely has connections. He's trashed a lot of money over the years, but he can't help the fact that he gets more than his share every year, and his family is still rich. He has money and connections, and Zhang Yu can't compare to him in any of these aspects. Zhang Yu is an ordinary noblewoman's wife. Every day is to compete in the circle of wives, which has what means of connections. Against Chen Jiehua, there was naturally no chance of winning. Their divorce case will be in court soon. Want to visit then? Chen Eveningzhao asked Zhang Yao for his opinion. While she herself looked interested, Zhang Yao was actually happy to go and watch this, but was a bit hesitant. Are divorce lawsuits also public hearings? Anyone who has a case before the court, which is open to the public, can go and observe it. But if it's a private matter and not suitable for a public hearing, then you can't sit in on it. This big sister also consulted a lawyer, who said that normally divorce cases are also public hearings, unless, of course, one of the parties applies for an in-camera hearing insofar as privacy is concerned. Zhang Yao shrugged. There's still a need to consult a lawyer for this. Needless to say, Chen Jiehua will definitely apply for a closed trial. Now that all this is getting so much attention online, all the netizens are staring and countless media reporters are paying attention. If the trial is public, then the media reporters can burst the courtroom. And Chen Jiehua definitely does not want to see such a scene. You and big sister have really picked yourself clean. Chen Eveningzhao rubbed his forehead. We are still nominally the children of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Now that they're going through a divorce proceeding, and we're parties to it anyhow, we can't go if others can't? Zhang Yao stroked his chin. This was true. Lin Yu was a bit disappointed to hear that. She also quite wanted to go and join in the fun. That's just it. You guys go and listen in. Qingqing and I will go and have fun on our own. Qing hadn't said anything from the side, and only opened his mouth when it was mentioned. By the way, there's one more thing. All three of my roommates dropped out. It takes courage to drop out of NU, but it wasn't their courage that made those three drop out. Hearing such good news, Zhang Yao couldn't help but nod his head in praise of Chen Eveningzhao. You're looking for someone who can. Chen Eveningzhao immediately smiled with joy upon hearing this. That's right. Being able to receive Zhang Yao's affirmation made her feel happier than ever. It was Qing who seemed to still be in a somewhat complicated mood about this, so she then said, Qing, is it uncomfortable in your heart? Given the girl's character, I'm afraid she'll feel guilty about this. Zhang Yao hurriedly answered and said, you don't want to feel sorry for them, then we didn't do so much for nothing? There's nothing wrong with being compassionate, but those kinds of people don't deserve sympathy. Chang nodded. I know they deserved it, and I'm glad to see it. It's just that the mood is always a little mixed. Once they heard that this was the case, Zhang Yao and Chen Eveningzhao and Ling Yu were all relieved. Complicated feelings, that is human nature. People should be a little bit of goodness, but definitely not to be abusive. We have 3 less black sheep in our school, and that's something to celebrate. With such a good mood, Zhang Yao and Chen Eveningzhao met up with Chen Ruoji and Chen Shouyu and stepped into the court together. Although Zhang Yao did not want to follow the 3 sisters to have more contact, but there are all kinds of entanglements that are still messy. A lot of times it's impossible to hide. There's really no way around it. The information about court sessions is public, so as long as you have a heart, everyone can find out the court time of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiahua's divorce case. When Zhang Yao and the others arrived, the entrance to the court was already crowded. A big chunk of these people are journalists, and some online self-publishers, as well as, like them, purely to get along. Mr. Chen, allow me to ask you a question. Chairman Zhang Yao, are you here to appear in court as well? Seeing them, reporters also swarmed over wanting to interview them. After all, the relationship was there and everyone assumed they were there to appear in court. They are clearly not interested in this kind of interview. What's the point of going to court? It's hard to have a custody dispute when you're both adults? Zhang Yao shrugged and entered the court office building to avoid the reporters. Then, it was inside that he saw Chen Zizhan. As soon as the two sides met, Chen Zizhan's face was suddenly ugly. Originally, he was the one being surrounded, but now Chen Ruoji and the girls were all surrounding Zhang Yao. These 3 sisters were all carefully selected by Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua before they were adopted, and they were all beautiful. You're paralyzed. It's so cheap for this little bastard. Chen Zizhan secretly hated it in his heart and questioned with a cold snort. What are you doing here? Chen Xiaoyu first disliked back without any good humor. You can come and we can't? Chen Zizhan then said. I came there because it's our family's business. May I ask what our family's business has to do with you? Chen Ruoji smiled disdainfully. Your family's matters have nothing to do with us, but Guiyao's matters have something to do with us. You father and son, a pair of fraudsters, seek shares in our company, and we can't come and see? This was said in such a way that Chen Zizhan could not refute it at all. Rachel Chen is the CEO of Guiyao and Zhang Yao is the chairman of Guiyao. The lawsuit, which involves 21% of Kokuyo's shares, is a legitimate concern. Chen Zizhan, I know you've dreamed of getting Guiyao capital, but unfortunately, you're trying to be blind. After today, Zhang Yu will take at least 15%. Even with the remaining 6%, do you really think you'll be able to get it? Chen Shoyu looked at Chen Zizhan playfully, and that look made Chen Zizhan feel very uncomfortable and ill at ease. Chen Jiehua had always thought that Chen Zizhan was the son he had with White Moonlight Fei Huijun, and had done all this for him. If he lets Chen Jiehua know that he's actually a receiver, he's also been cheated, then would he still be willing to give his property to Chen Zizhan to inherit? Chen Shoyu was well aware of this, but did not point it out at all. She and Chen Ruoji left the decision to Zhang Yao, and it was up to Zhang Yao to decide when to point the finger. At the same time, they really enjoy the feeling of being the fun people and watching the fun every day. The country is already in a frenzy, and it's sure to be another wild ride when the time comes. Come to think of it, there's a little something to look forward to. Chapter 115, Beware of Being Haunted. In the courtroom, Zhang Yu glared at Chen Jiehua, as if she wanted to eat someone. She couldn't wait to rush over and fight with Chen Jiehua, but the court is a solemn place, which allows her to splash and play. When the statement was made, she was a mouthful of fraudsters, though, and advocated for a clean bill of health for Jie Huachan, but the court only decides the case. You have to call the police first if you want to say someone is a fraudster. Fraud is a criminal case, and the police have to investigate it first, and the prosecutor's office has to file a lawsuit before the court can rule on it. Now it's a civil dispute divorce case, although Chen Jiehua thinks done really inappropriate people. The final result, however, is a comprehensive judgment. Chen Jiehua in the defendant's seat was quite talkative, the complete opposite of the hysterical Zhang Yu. You can see from this that the two men are not at all on the same level of urban sophistication. In the face of the judge's questioning, Chen Jiehua indicated that he was willing to return the 15% of shares that originally belonged to Zhang Yu. The family's property, too, is willing to be equitably distributed. After almost 3 hours of trial, the judge rendered his judgment in court. The first rejected Zhang Yu's request for Chen Jiehua's net family, but she took the lion's share in the property division. They bought the cottage in half for each of them, and whoever wanted the house paid half the money to the other. In terms of shares, it is back to the previous 6% for Chen Jiehua and 15% for Zhang Yu. The judge gave the basis that this part was assigned by grandpa in the first place, so it will be enforced in that proportion. It would obviously be more unfavorable to Zhang Yu if it was evenly distributed. On paper, this verdict was actually pretty good, and it already took very good care of Zhang Yu. But in the opinion of Zhang Yu and the general public, this is still Chen Jiehua taking advantage of the situation. And it is a big advantage. He didn't have anything in the first place, and relied entirely on Zhang Yu to obtain all of this. But he actually did something like letting his wife raise someone else's child by cheating in such a way. This kind of person is simply not worth dying for, let alone still letting him take advantage of the situation. If one speaks of Chen Jiehua in the direction of setting up a scam, then he has at least partially succeeded, and it becomes even more intolerable. But the reality is that as long as you are married and it is a legal marriage, the other party is entitled to a share of the joint property. That's why some people go out of their way to get their property notarized before they get married. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are legally married, and Chen Jiehua has a very good attitude now. Even though the vast majority of people believe that he is joining forces with Chen Zizhan as well as Chen Zizhan's birth mother, Fei Huijun, in a game, and yet, no solid evidence could be produced to convict him. Zhang Yu was very dissatisfied with the result and resolutely refused to accept the judgment and filed an appeal in court. To appeal, that means such hilarity can be seen again? Zhang Yao stroked his chin in great anticipation. He did have quite a good time watching it. Much more interesting than watching the movie. Just watching the two people, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, turn against each other and seeing their facial reactions already felt great. Not to mention, Zhang Yu would get hysterical once in a while. That's what you're thinking. Chen Ruoji blankly glanced at him. The result of the appeal of this case will most likely be a direct dismissal of the original judgment of the right to maintain, and there will be no further hearings. As if that would indeed be the case, there would be no hilarity. Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders in regret and walked out of the courtroom first. At the entrance of the court, media reporters from all over the world who had arrived were still waiting with great dedication, and when they saw them they still wanted to come over for interviews. It was at this point that more excitement came. Zhang Yu wanted to go crazy in the courtroom. but she was just in the way of authority, so how could she bear it now that she was out? Chen Jiehua, you shall not die. She lunged towards Chen Jiehua with her teeth and claws open, scratching, tearing and biting. In front of so many reporters, Chen Jiehua is not good to smoke her. In order to maintain his demeanor, froze and caught a few blood marks. Chen Zizhan didn't care so much, directly yanked Zhang Yu's hair and raised his hand to slap her twice. Then, 2 kicks sent him rolling straight down the stairs. Seeing such a scene, how could the reporter care about interviewing Zhang Yao and the others? The reporter couldn't care less, but Zhang Yu did. Zhang Yao, you little, can't you see that your own mom I was beaten up? Why don't you hurry up and come up to help? Beat them, you beat them to death for me, and all my property will be yours from now on. Chen Ruoji, I'm really blanking on you guys, and you're still not coming to help me. In the face of Zhang Yu's request for help, Zhang Yao was watching the show from the side without any psychological barrier, and had no intention of stepping forward to help at all. Even when reporters turned their cameras on him, he wasn't stressed at all. There was no help. But Chen Ruoji didn't hold back from opening her mouth. We've severed our ties, and your business has nothing to do with us. As an onlooker, the advice I can give you is to call the police. Regarding the matter of Zhang Yao and the others gloating as they watched her being beaten without helping, Zhang Yu was very angry. Little no conscience. She pulled out her cell phone while cursing. Chen Zizhan, you bastard. You dare to hit me. I'll let you go to jail. Within minutes, the police arrived. Reporters couldn't even ask questions before all 3 had been taken away by the police. By the time they reacted and wanted to continue interviewing Zhang Yao, they had already gotten into the car and left. Sitting on Chen Ruoji's Extreme Kryptonite 009, Chen Eveningzhao was quite cheerful. What do you guys think will be the outcome of Chen Zizhan's treatment? Hitting someone with your hands? The sentence doesn't say you should get a few days in custody, right? Each of them was delighted with the outcome. Chen Shouyu, however, shook her head. Although everyone expects it so much, I don't think it will turn out like this. The police have the biggest headache with this kind of conflict. It's so complicated. Chen Zizhan did move, but Zhang Yu moved first, and Chen Jiehua was solidly scratched in the face. If Chen Zizhan was to be detained, then she, Zhang Yu, could not escape either. So, the end result is likely to be a compromise between the 2 sides and a settlement. More than that, it's better for everyone to pay more attention in the future, especially Zhang Yao. Chen Ruoji drove the car and reminded, when you get beaten up, you remember us, and when you get cheated, you are bound to come and rely on us. I reckon it won't be long before she comes looking for Zhang Yao and will come pestering you with all kinds of shenanigans. Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders, non-committal. This didn't even need to be reminded by Chen Ruoji. He had already realized it a long time ago. Long before this, Zhang Yu had already been to his villa area several times, wanting to directly move into his new villa. Thanks to a confrontation with the property ahead of time, her identification was cancelled so that she could no longer freely enter. Otherwise, it would have already gone ahead and stayed in his villa. After all, his blood relationship with Zhang Yu was there, and Zhang Yu would definitely not let it go. As an adopted daughter, while Zhang Yu was pestering Zhang Yao, there was no way that she would spare Chen Ruoji and her 3 sisters. Thinking of all this, Chen Eveningzhao couldn't help but let out a long sigh. What if she's really old and can't depend on anything then? Chapter 116, Cicadas and Other Fences. After Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan were taken away by the police, many reporters who were not dead also chased after them. But this mediation takes longer. And where is the time to waste in grabbing headlines? No questions have been asked yet, I guess, but the powerful scenes can be captured on film. Therefore, the video of Chen Zizhan violently beating Zhang Yu once again, and Zhang Yu's pleas for help from Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji and the girls being ignored was also exposed. And it is, once again, breaking the internet. It's dry in front of the courthouse. Awesome. Zhang Yao this is completely did not take themselves as a party. Look at the expression reaction, then we are all lazy people. He said so decisively to sever his relationship before, but now he actually has the nerve to ask for help from Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao is also really powerful. Facing 15% of the shares is actually completely unimpressed. It's already 30%. Who cares about 15%? You can't say that. That's almost $50 billion. The internet was buzzing on one side, and Zhang Yu kept making noise as if she was afraid of the heat disappearing. In the face of reporters, it's not like Zhang Yao and the others who ignored them, or like Chen Jiehua who completely left things to PR. She's a come on, whether it's the regular media or Netflix, and she's bound to cry about it whenever someone interviews her. She called the police to report Chen Jiehua for fraud, but there was insufficient evidence. The final result of the second trial is also as Chen Ruoji guessed, directly maintained the original judgment hit back. She ran to Chen Jiehua every day to make trouble, but Chen Jiehua ended up avoiding and ignoring her. going directly to Fei Hui Jun. This one had also received the news a long time ago and hid, not giving her any chance at all. The marriage was divorced. The division of property had been completed, and Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan no longer had any relationship with her. I didn't feel anything when I was messing around. I was distracted. Things are set in stone and can't be changed. And the real problem is realized when the fuss stops. That is, she'd be alone and unsupported now. Waking up in a hotel every day doesn't feel like home. Even though the high-end luxury hotel guest service is top-notch, there was no one to talk to, and I had to take care of myself after a serious illness. Even if you're rich, you still have to have people around you. In the past, she thought that such people were Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan, but it turned out that these two betrayed her. She also now finally reacted to the fact that everything was fake, and only the child she gave birth to would not be fake. Zhang Yao, she's my own son. She can't leave me alone. Zhang Yu ran to the National University every day and loitered at the entrance day after day. But Zhang Yao had expected this to be the case, so how could he give her the chance to pester her? In such a big school, how could Zhang Yu find someone so easily? Apart from classes, Zhang Yao didn't even stay in school and took Lin Yu and Shirchang around every day. Every move she made, Chen Ruoji still sent people to keep an eye on her, so that they could receive news at the first sign of any movement. Seeing that there was really nothing she could do on Zhang Yao's side, she could only temporarily focus on Chen Ruoji and the girls first. But well, Chen Evening Zhao's situation is exactly the same as Zhang Yao. As for Chen Shouyu, she herself is a painter, but also likes to travel as half a traveler, adventurer. Straight away, she hid out in the name of picking up a storm, and she couldn't find it at all. The only one who can't run away is Chen Ruoji. After all, Guayao is right there and she has to go to work every day. Although the same is also prepared in advance, but cannot hold Zhang Yu perseverance, is also to make Chen Ruoji head big. That's what happened. So then the weekend followed, and I came to see you guys for a couple days of quiet. Chen Ruoji spewed out her bitterness, but Zhang Yao on the other side of the table was expressionless and didn't show any sympathy at all. But you told me you had company to discuss, so I came out. Chen Ruoji used this excuse every time, and he could only fall for it. There is indeed a company thing, ya. Chen Ruoji laughed, then said seriously, Zhang Yao, let's start another stove. Start a new kitchen? Zhang Yao was surprised. How did she suddenly think of this? Chen Ruoji then explained. Look, right now, although you are the majority shareholder of Guiyao, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua both have shares. As long as they don't want to do it themselves, there's nothing anyone can do about it, and they will always be the shareholders of Guiyao. That means that no matter how much Kokuyo makes, every day they take 21% of the dividends. Under her operation, Kokudo's revenue has increased from last year and fully met previous expectations. Last year's net profit attributable to shareholders exceeded $20 billion, and this year the figure will be even higher. In other words, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua did nothing, and the two of them together had to take more than $4 billion. It kills me to think that I work myself to death and every year I have to cheapen them for nothing. I'm willing to make money for you, but why should I share it with them? There was one more thing Chen Ruoji hadn't said. It's after gaining memories of the future. Those industries that are favorable and those that are unfavorable she knows like the back of her hand. She herself has a strong ability, plus these memories that is simply more than open. She had long been plotting to use this for something big, but then the problem came. The more Guiyao capital earned, the more valuable the shares in the hands of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. If Guiyao is dried to $1 trillion market value, the 15% shares in Zhang Yu's hand will be worth $150 billion, and Chen Jiehua will have $60 billion. Who would want to do something like that when you're driving your enemies to the top of the rich list? Even if they were to buy the shares in the hands of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua according to the current market value, Chen Ruoji felt that it was not worth it. What's more, they may not be willing to sell. The only way to think about it is to start another stove. I've actually thought about giving them a golden goose chase, just leaving a shell for them. But in addition to them, Guiyao has the Yeye family with shares, and there are other minority shareholders. So that doesn't make sense. It was a tough choice to give up Guiyao, not to mention Zhang Yao. Even Chen Ruoji couldn't give it up. Although with her future memories, Chen Ruoji was certain that she would soon be able to develop stronger than Guiyao after starting another business. But after all, Guiyao was left behind by his grandfather, and Zhang Yao has nostalgia for it. So Chen Ruoji then added, when there is an opportunity in the future, we can acquire Guiyao. If Guiyao couldn't play anymore in the future, both Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu were willing to quit, and it would be good to acquire them in turn. The problem is, who can say what will happen in the future? That I disagree with. Before Zhang Yao could say anything about this proposal from Chen Ruoji, Lin Yu first protested. The reason why our family cross-shareholds with Guiyao was first because of Grandpa Zhang, and now it's because of Zhang Yao. What's the point of our family's interest in dealing with Kokuyo if you guys go off on another tangent? Questioning a comment, she went on to state, to say it's in everyone's best interest, it's better to work on how to goldenize it again. As for the other small shareholders, as long as it doesn't affect their interests, and then let my grandfather step in, it should be able to be fixed. Chapter 117, Binding Interests First. With Zhang Yao's hatred towards Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, he certainly wouldn't be happy to let them get so much money for nothing every year. He'd actually thought about it a lot, but there wasn't much he could do about it for the time being. On the other hand, he's still a student, not enough to go straight to taking over the company. To put it bluntly, he was actually still unwilling to get involved with Chen Ruoji. But the problem now was that the three Chen Ruoji sisters seemed to be dead set against him. He wouldn't leave no matter how much he wanted to scold them, or even wanted him to scold them. All this mess aside, at least they were all actually looking out for his best interests. In this way, there was no problem at all in targeting Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Okay, that's a plan I agree with. Zhang Yao nodded. You guys figure out the specifics. I'll go say hello on Yeye's her grandfather's side. Lin Changsun old man's side is good, mainly because the other small shareholders do not care about things, but the nature is not the same. But with the old man stepping in, after promising that not only would it not hurt them, but it would make them more money, they also then said that they could turn a blind eye. Let's go ahead and register a company so that you have 51% of the shares, and the shares of the Yeye family and other shareholders remain unchanged. Then, we'll operate to resell Kokuyo's most valuable assets now to this new company. After everything had been agreed upon, Chen Ruoji began her deployment. This kind of behavior is very unethical and even illegal as it harms the interests of other shareholders and hollows out the company by stealing from them. In many countries, this kind of behavior can put you behind bars, but there can be many similar situations in the country. For example, there are some content originating platforms and even individuals sell the original author's rights to another company in your name for a super low price. Then, sell the rights at a high price to someone else to develop for profit. They have earned a pot full of money, while the original itself cannot drink a mouthful of soup. The interests of the damaged also have no recourse. The most typical is a well-known big netizen, and capital to set up a company together with the share structure is 49% of her, 51% of the capital. As a result, the capital leveraged its absolute holdings to sell the brand centered on that webcomic for $1. All of the value of this brand was created by that web celebrity, yet she only gets 49 cents on the dollar. This directly led to the webcam's outright suspension and disappearance from the public eye. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua together only accounted for 21% of the shares, and Zhang Yao plus the Lin family had obtained the consent of the other shareholders. Whatever resolution can be passed directly, it is useless for them to oppose it anymore. It's okay if this goes well. But if it doesn't, those minority shareholders won't admit anything. Things are still risky and you're underwriting it as CEO. Our grudges are another story. Only from the perspective of benefit you should get the appropriate benefit since you took the risk. If this kind of thing is messed up, then her Chen Ruoji's life will be over. It's risky, not to mention that you'll be counting on her to make money for you in the future. If you want someone to work for you, then you should never be ambiguous about what you should give. How is it possible to want the horse to run and not eat grass at the same time? Before Zhang Yao could finish his words, Chen Ruoji arrived. I'm willing to do anything for you. I don't care about benefits or anything else. She didn't care, but Zhang Yao did. Zhang Yao does not want to owe her anything. Benefit exchange on the line, or do not have any human contact. But don't say that. We're in the middle of something. Zhang Yao said with a stern face. I only need 30% of the shares on the new company's side as well, and that 21% is counted as yours. 21%, that's the second largest shareholder of the company, which can also be said to be Chen Ruoji's own company. There's nothing wrong with taking that share at all as a manipulator and someone who brings flying companies. This was definitely a great thing. However, Chen Ruoji was not too happy, looking at Zhang Yao's eyes full of grievances. Her thoughts were just the opposite of Zhang Yao's. She didn't want to be just entangled in interests with Zhang Yao, full of emotions. But on second thought, the deeper the bundle of interests, the more opportunities for contact in the future. Considering the long term, Chen Ruoji didn't insist anymore. Anyway, her own was Zhang Yao's, and as long as that was determined, what did it matter if the 21% of shares were in her name? It's not really any different from being under Zhang Yao's name, but also have to take care of two sisters. After some thought, Chen Ruoji finally split the shares into three, with each of the three sisters accounting for 7%. We can be partners from now on. You can't disown a partner if you disown our three sisters, can you? When we come back to you in the future, you can't make excuses to avoid us. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao were very happy about this, and the way they looked at Zhang Yao already felt like they were being unkind. This made Zhang Yao suddenly regret a bit, Had he done something wrong? However, it was useless to regret what had happened. With Lin Yu utilizing the assistance of the Muto Consortium and Chen Shoyu, Chen Ruoji boldly began her plan. In order to avoid hurting the innocent, Angela Chan first proposed to privatize and delist the company. After all, Guoyao is now a listed company and needs to be accountable to investors. It's already a risky business, and it would be even more troublesome for investors to make a scene. By buying back shares in this way to protect the interests of investors, the rest no matter how to operate that is their own business. Chen Jiehua is not stupid. Chen Ruoji this privatization delisting proposal. He immediately felt bad. I'm also a shareholder of the company and I have a say in the matter, and I'm against the delisting. The first time he got the news, Chen Jiehua hurriedly ran to the company to protest. Because of this matter, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, a pair of divorced old married couple enemies met but stood together again. I don't agree either. Chen Ruoji, what are you trying to pull again? Although Zhang Yu didn't know much, her intuition was quite accurate, sensing that this matter wouldn't be good for her. I'm sorry, Ms. Zhang and Mr. Chen. This is a decision made by the company and it has been voted on. It's true that you two are shareholders in the company, but unfortunately together you only have 21% of the shares. The holders of the other 79% of the shares, but they have all given their consent. Chen Jiehua was dumbfounded. He only accounted for 6% of the shares, and now he didn't even have a seat on the board. It is not his turn to be in charge of all the company's affairs. He grimaced and coldly questioned. Chen Ruoji, what exactly are you guys trying to pull? Chen Ruoji shrugged. What the? It's all for the sake of the company, and I don't have to report it to you two small shareholders. If you feel that there is a problem, you can choose to sell the stake in your hands. When she expressed this, both Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu were speechless. Chapter 118, An Empty Shell. Why does a good listed company, whose performance and share price are steadily improving, suddenly want to privatize and delist? This issue sparked a lot of discussion and speculation at the same time that Kokuyo issued the notice. Early on, she knew that this would be the outcome. So Chen Ruoji was naturally very well prepared. She made a very nice business plan, and although everyone felt something was wrong, none of them could pick a fault. Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu did the same, and could only frown and gawk. This is the business plan we've decided to come down with, and you can quit if you don't agree with it. Shareholders have the right to withdraw their shares and are free to buy and sell the shares in their hands, but Kokyu is in a good position nowadays, and who would easily want to sell it when you can get a big sum of money lying at home every year? Besides, as far as Chen Ruoji's tone was concerned, it was obvious that she had no intention of using the market price to make the purchase. If their purpose was only to acquire the stocks in the hands of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, then there was no need to go through so much trouble. It's just that if there were no special circumstances, these two would surely have killed themselves to sell it as well. Even if the two were allowed to cash out and walk away, they would not be happy about it. If Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua really wanted to sell their shares, they basically couldn't find any other buyers in this situation. Anyone who can afford to take over would surely have the access to find out that something is not right with this, and who would be stupid enough to run and get involved. If it also goes the route of corporate buybacks and mergers by other shareholders, then it will certainly be a price squeeze. By driving the price down to a segment they would never be willing to accept, they would have no choice but to smash the stock in their hands. So, by this point the options were actually laid out in front of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Either sell it off in a tearful sale, cut it off in tears and walk away, or smash it in your hands. Of these two outcomes, the former is actually much better, but who is willing to do that? Unwilling to accept such a result, unwilling to do so, one ends up in a situation like the latter. Chen Ruoji had already counted the two to death early on. The repurchase of publicly owned stock cost Kokuyo a large sum of money. Then, Angela Chan started to sell Guoyao's assets in the name of returning capital, light assets and so on, and the sale price is still basically market price, so that no one can pick a fight. In order to run this thing, Zhang Yao took out all his savings, plus the Lin family's strong support, as well as other small shareholders joining forces. It is only then that there is enough money to play with. Assets become cash, and that must lead to a new round of investment. Acquired, split, reorganized, sold, reacquired, in split, reorganized, sold. As this round goes on, Guoyao Capital has less and less cash in hand, and its assets are becoming more and more inferior. We at Guoyao have officially entered the art market and will focus our investments on the art sector in the future. With Chen Ruoji's public speech, Guoyao Capital made a big push into the arts, a field in which Chen Shoyu was very vocal. Art as such has one quality. It's expensive, and it's inexplicably expensive. So expensive that a bunch of people just don't understand it. The definition of the value of an artwork is an esoteric matter in itself, with so much room for maneuver. The result is that, under a series of losses, Guiyao Capital ended up with a pile of artwork as its only asset, as well as some undeveloped wastelands, with no valuable equipment and so on. It looks like it could be worth a ton of money to sell the art, but alas, the art is priced to sell. It's like the Taihu stone that some celebrity mouthpiece supposedly valued at $800 million and intended to sell cheaply for $350 million. Everyone thought he was simply bragging and trying to fool the cutie, but maybe, he used to be that cutie, and, it's possible that he was just fooled. So he spent a ton of money getting that Taiko stone. He truly believed that this Taihu Lake stone was worth so much money. The problem is, it's impossible to find another cutie like him, so who's gonna take over? Art is something that has to be taken over in order to play. And if no one takes it over, it will collapse. Kokuyo Capital took over these, and they collapsed because of that. Under Chen Shoyu's careful selection, the pair of artworks were actually worth a bit of money, but nowhere near that much. That is to say, you can't say that you were scammed and that it was a failed investment. Because of the lack of understanding of the art market, it led to a great loss to the company after rushing into it. I take responsibility for this, and I hereby resign. I'm really sorry. After fixing this series of things, Chen Ruwaji directly resigned from the position of CEO, but the whole thing didn't end there. The one who took over the CEO of Guiyao Capital was the one she had trained to be her beloved, and the whole company was still her people. These people will continue to troll Kokuyo Capital like it's dying, letting it slowly decline until it goes bankrupt and closes, or is bought out. What will be done in the end depends on what Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua will choose. This series of operations dazzled Chen Jiehua. He was still plotting to put Zhang Yu on a pig-killing plate and take away 15% of the shares in her hand. As a result, we saw that after the delisting of Guiyao, the shares in our own hands became more and more worthless, and were almost reduced to scrap paper. According to the original market value of Guiyao, 6% of the shares are worth nearly $10 billion. But now, Guiyao has mortgaged all the office buildings, and it is unknown whether there will be $1 billion left after all the liquidation. This result caused Chen Zijian's heart to drip blood. Dad, this must all be their plot. They must have done it on purpose. I couldn't find out more. The companies that took over the company's assets are basically connected to them. They're just banding together to hollow out the company. They're just getting us on purpose. It was certainly impossible for Chen Jiehua not to know what even Chen Zijian could find out. As a matter of fact, he had already reported it many times. But unfortunately, Angela Chan had not left any handles behind. In the end, all that could be done was to watch it happen. Dad, why don't we sell our shares? Otherwise I'm afraid we won't have $1 billion. It's not a bad deal to have $1 billion, and it's enough to spend it all in this life. Chen Zijian wanted to stop the bleeding, but Chen Jiehua shook his head. Even if we want to sell it, but who can we sell it to? To say it's the entire Kokuyo Capital, there will still be people willing to acquire it as long as the price is reasonable. The wasteland is also low, and all that artwork and stuff is worth more or less the same, along with a few other intangibles. But now it's already a mess. And if it's still only a 6% stake, then who would want to take over? What's the point of being a minority shareholder who doesn't even have a say, who can't get any benefits, and who can only watch the company go bankrupt after spending the money? What's the difference between being worthless if you can't sell it? Chen Zijian grew more and more grief-stricken. Dad, let's go and settle the score with them. We definitely can't just let it go. I saw it today. Zhang Yu and Chen Evening Zhao, they got into Chen Ruwaji's car. Those bastards must be plotting something again. Chen Jiehua gritted his teeth. We must find them to settle the score. You reveal a message to call Zhang Yu up as well. Chapter 119, the final reveal. Celebrate the fact that we're doing well and that we've accomplished a great deal. Cheers. While Chen Jiehua, Chen Zijian's father and son, as well as Zhang Yu were going crazy, Zhang Yao and the others were already having a celebration banquet. This was what Chen Ruwaji and the girls had proposed, and he didn't have the heart to reject it again. After all, he was the one who took advantage of the situation anyway. Not only did he get back at these three, but at the same time, he also increased the value of the shares in his hand, which was a 2-for-1 deal. Next, I'll combine those companies to form a new group. The name is Minion Capital. I've spoken to Yeya's grandfather and the other shareholders, and everyone is fine with that. Chen Ruwaji said and looked at Zhang Yao. What's your opinion? Grandpa was a veteran of the war, and it goes without saying that the company was named Guiyao. The name Zhang Yao is also derived from the Yao of Guiyao. Grandpa wanted his country to be glorified as well as him. Now, Angela Chan has changed her name to Manu, which has a similar meaning. The word Min is derived from the name of my grandfather, Zhang Minan, and it also means national honor. There was commemorative significance and symbolism, and Zhang Yao had no problem with that. He nodded. You have a heart. Having received his approval, Chen Ruwaji was even more delighted and joyfully stated, I should have done it. Following closely, She pulled out 2 more agreements and handed them to Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Eveningzhao. This is what was agreed upon before you signed the papers. It's a share transfer agreement. As previously stated, 21% of the shares to be shared equally between the 3 sisters. In this way, the interests of the 3 sisters were completely tied up with Zhang Yao. Our part of the Lin family. The shareholding has also changed from the Mudo consortium to me personally. Oh. Lin Yu smiled cheekily, meaning that her interests were also tied up with Zhang Yao. After this series of plans, it was somewhat redundant to cross-share with the Mudo consortium again. The reason why they used to engage in this way was because Grandpa and Elder Lin had a close relationship, so they supported each other. Then it was maintained because the interests were too deeply entangled. Now that it's been split up and reorganized, there's no need to make it any more complicated. Anyway, in the future, the Mudo consortium is also Lin Yu's. Whether she holds personal shares or company shares makes no difference at all in terms of ownership. Shi Qing just listened quietly and watched with interest. And me. Jean Bingying raised her hand. I also got 5% to play with you guys. That's right. This beautiful psychiatrist was present at this celebration. The layer of window paper between Zhang Yao and her pretending not to know each other was finally poked open. It couldn't be helped because the contact was so frequent. And Zhang Yao and the others were on the hot search every day. So much so that they couldn't even pretend anymore. Now Zhang Yao's psychological quality is also very hard. And then again a little bit more frankly is that the cheek is also thick enough. So even though Jean Bingying knew she had a lot of privacy, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. But he didn't expect this beautiful psychiatrist to be so divine. No, those remaining shareholders are not ordinary. Where did you get 5% of the shares? Jean Bingying waved her hand. You don't have to care about that. Anyway, I found each family to even out a bit. And now I'm also a shareholder in the company. Come on. It seems that her identity is not simple either. But it doesn't matter. It's rather more favorable in terms of the company's growth. The more powerful the shareholders, the more promising that company is. Of course, the original Guiyao capital. In Chen Ruoji's power to save the market value of more than 150 billion, nearly 160 billion. And now after the reorganization, plus the industrial layout she made using her future memories, the valuation has exceeded $200 billion. The value of the shares in the hands of nothing has soared so much. Those shareholders have no objection to Chen Ruoshi's practice. The main reason why they could agree to this was also because the gap between Chen Jiehua's and Chen Ruoshi's abilities was too great. In those years when Chen Jiehua was CEO and chairman, Guiyao's performance was cut back year after year. This made all the shareholders very unhappy with him. And several times they offered to let him buy back their shares and wanted to withdraw their shares and walk away. In the end, it was Chen Ruoji who took over to stabilize the situation and bring Guiyao to recovery. Don't look at Chen Jiehua on the outside, people. That is, his image is well managed. Inside actually do not see him. To choose between him and Chen Ruoji, as the actual beneficiary of this kind of question, hesitation for a second is disrespectful to the interests. And that, in fact, is exactly what happened. In this way, the world where only Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were injured was reached. Zhang Yao, Chen Ruoji, you must give me an explanation today. While Zhang Yao and the others were celebrating in a big game, the door of the box was kicked open and Chen Jiehua Chen Zizhan rushed in along with Zhang Yu. Aren't you guys divorced? Zhang Yao looked at the 3 people who came together and seemed to be puzzled. Little, this is not for you to worry about. Zhang Yu pointed at him with a grimace. You engage in small maneuvers to hollow out the company. Thinking that we don't know anything? Chen Zizhan snorted coldly. You guys think you're the only smart people in the world? Engaging in this kind of backroom operation. Zhang Yao, Chen Ruoji, today you can either compensate us according to the original market price or go to jail. Things came to a point where Chen Zizhan didn't dare to be greedy for more, and was satisfied with getting the original value of the benefits. But even so, this falls under the category of trying to be blind. Zhang Yao leisurely then said, Chen Zizhan, what does our Guiyao's matter have to do with you? Chen Jiehua snorted coldly, still wanting to continue to use his kinship bloodline to irritate Zhang Yao. Zizhan is my own son. Everything I have is his. Do you think it has anything to do with him? Hearing Chen Jiehua say this, Jean Bingying's face turned cold. She knew best how much pain this had brought to Zhang Yao, and she didn't expect that this cargo would still act like this now. Zhang Yao, on the contrary, was already immune to it, and stated that he didn't care at all. Are you sure that he's really your real son? Finally, he poked that fact out. He had already decided to do so when he questioned Chen Zizhan about what he had to do with Guiyao. As a result, Chen Jiehua still wanted to stimulate him in such a way, which could only be described as coming up for the knife himself. Is it hard for a real son to be a fake? Zhang Yao, I know you're jealous. Both are equally biological sons, I just like Zizhan. You're not convinced? Chen Jiehua said disdainfully. You don't look at whose seed you are and whose child Zizhan is. Needless to say, This refers to Zhang Yu and Fei Huijun. In his opinion, Zhang Yu was his licking dog while Fei Huijun was the white moonlight, so of course it was different. When he said that, Zhang Yao didn't do anything, but Zhang Yu on the side blew up first. Chen Jiehua, old lady will fight you. Zhang Yu rushed over and tangled with Chen Jiehua, not noticing that on the other side, Chen Zizhan had changed his face. TSK. Zhang Yao watched Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua entangled with interest, and then leisurely said, Chen Jiehua, Zhang Yu, you are not much smarter. Take a closer look at Chen Zizhan. Which part of this bastard looks like you? Anyone in this situation would suspect that something was wrong. Okay, just you have been convinced for so many years. Don't you dare take him for a paternity test. Chapter 120, but it's just a receiver. Zhang Yu is a lickspittle. Chen Jiehua isn't much better. Being a lickspittle tends to sanctify the male and female gods and goddesses, regardless of the slightest blasphemy. Any questioning. Zhang Yu was like that to Chen Jiehua, and Chen Jiehua was like that to Fei Huijun. The goddess had given birth to her own child. So how dare the lickspittle wonder if the child was his or not? At first, the moment Fei Huijun said that Chen Zizhan was his child, he was straight up happy. There was absolutely no half suspicion, not to mention that all along he had been very glad to have Chen Zizhan's presence. Otherwise, how can we be family with white moonlight? By that time, he was already married to Zhang Yu. This was because Fei Huijun had completely ignored him before, and there was still a Guiyao capital on Zhang Yu's side. He was even more moved after Fei Huijun stated that she would not destroy his family. The goddess doesn't even mind that she has other women. She doesn't even care about the name. How can this not move you to tears? However, the reason why Fei Huijun is this same. One is to look at Guiyao capital. The other thing is, she's also obsessively waiting for her man crush. That is, the real father of Chen Zizhan, who made a 5-year contract with her and ran out of the country after getting her older alone. She relied on Chen Jiehua to find a receiver. Find an ATM just, but do not want to put themselves also into it. Otherwise, what if your man god comes back? Of course, all that could be said about that was that she was trying to be blind. After 5 years had passed, she hadn't heard a peep from her boy wonder, and by this time everything was a foregone conclusion, and her goal could only turn to become Kokuyo capital. According to their original agreement was to dump the three sisters, Zhang Yu, Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji, once Chen Jiehua had full control of Guiyao. From then on, they lived happily together as a family of 3. In the original trajectory, J.H. Chen actually did this. Zhang Yao condescended to give away the shares in his hand to all of them, while Chen Jiehua assembled the shares without any effort. It was only because he was really bad at it that he immediately put Guiyao in a desperate situation as soon as he meddled in the company's operations. The result was that even Angela-chan was powerless to return the favor, emptying Zhang Yao's overseas trust funds. In the end, it also hit on the 3 Chen Ruoji sisters. After these conflicts erupted, Chen Jiehua decisively kicked away Zhang Yao, and then was kicked away again by Chen Zizhan. Chen Zizhan deceived more than just Zhang Yu. This guy also knew that he actually had no relationship with Chen Jiehua. After all, Fei Huijun had been thinking about his real father and had a picture of his real father stored in his cell phone. Look in the mirror and see the pictures. Anyone who isn't stupid can see the problem. Genetics are more powerful than you can imagine. So, by this time the boy was already weak-minded. As for Chen Jiehua, he was pestered by Zhang Yu and also angrily sprayed Zhang Yao. Little, I would believe such clumsy words? Who do you think I am to fall for a trick like yours? Chen Ruoji was watching from the sidelines. Since Zhang Yao had stabbed it out, she could follow and add fuel to the fire. Mr. Chen, you know He Ning, right? The corner of her mouth smiled as she further punctuated. Don't you think this precious son of yours looks too much like this one named He Ning? He Ning was Chen Jiehua's schoolboy when they were in college, as well as Fei Huijun's male god. Back then, it was Chen Jiehua who first fell in love with Fei Huijun and launched a pursuit, licking his chops for a long time. As a result, what he had gone to great lengths to not get, He Ning got with the hook of a finger. After 4 years of college, He Ning and Fei Huijun split up. Every time Fei Huijun was dumped, it was always Chen Jiehua who went up to comfort him and acted as the spare tire. As a university classmate, Zhang Yu certainly knew He Ning. After all, Chen Jiehua was licking Fei Huijun while she was licking Chen Jiehua. Now hearing the name He Ning, Zhang Yu froze for a moment and looked at Chen Zizhan again. Then, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, Chen Jiehua, you also have today. Zhang Yu laughed with great pain and relief. You lied to me and let me raise that son. And as it turns out you're a catch, too. That never looked at you. You toads still think you have eaten swan meat? Zhang Yu didn't know He Ning well, and hadn't thought that way over the years. After all, who could be suspicious of a man who was not even close to him? At this point, Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji broke it down, and then compared it with the appearance of He Ning in their memories. Sure enough, these two are still really alike. If you look at Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan, there is really no similarity at all. Chen Jiehua, when you suddenly said you wanted to adopt a child, do you think that my mother didn't suspect it? It's just that Chen Zizhan doesn't resemble you at all, so that's why I didn't suspect you. I did not expect. This glance false things you actually so many years over convinced. I'm afraid to tell you that only a woman can say something like that about her own son being a fake. Zhang Yu couldn't stop laughing, and she didn't know how much of this talk was true and how much was false. Would she still suspect Chen Jiehua? Zhang Yao didn't believe it anyway. Jin Bingying, Lin Yu, and Shi Chang, the three of them looked dumbfounded on the side. You guys, you've got a complicated situation here, don't you? Zhang Yao was born to Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, but the two did not treat him well for Chen Zizhan. Chen Jiehua thought Chen Zizhan was also his illegitimate son, but he turned out to be a receiver. This is indeed confusing enough. This story tells us that you can be anything but a lickspittle, whether it's love or affection. You should first get rid of the charm so that you can pursue it in the right way. Kneeling is really not the way to go. And what kind of goods are the characters you're kneeling for in front of other people? Your goddess is probably just someone else's lickspittle. Your own bike you can't afford to ride. In other people's hands people are standing up and pedaling. Why bother? Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Jiehua lost his mind, and when he turned his head to look at Chen Zizhan, the boy ran away with his legs spread out. Things had already been exposed. He still stayed to get beaten up. Who knows if Chen Jiehua would beat him up after he got mad? Hearing Chen Ruoji say the name He Ning, Chen Jiehua actually had an answer to this matter. Think about He Ning, and then think about what kind of situation Fei Huijun was in when she told him she had a child. Everything, then, has been answered. And that's exactly why he took this big hit. And at this moment, Chen Zizhan scattered his legs and ran away, only allowing him to further taste Zhang Yu. What it's like to be kept in the dark and raise a son for a love rival. In that sense, the two are kind of in the same boat. They had originally come to Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji to ask for money. It turned out to be such a mess that it was all thrown away. Not to mention now, when it comes to things like this, I'm afraid that for a long time Chen Jiehua won't have the heart to toss these. Chapter 121, No More Acting. Chen Ruoji this flurry of dazzling operation. But anyone who pays a little attention to this matter can see that there is a problem. This is clearly a transfer of Kokuyo's assets, isn't it? But why do you do it? To cut the leaks? What leaks to cut? But people are the first step to complete the privatization of the delisting. And now everything in Guiyao has nothing to do with others. If it's a listed company, it would certainly be a big problem if it harmed the interests of investing shareholders. However, none of the shareholders' interests have now been jeopardized and all the shares purchased have been bought back at a reasonable price. So, what happens to Kokyu now is just a matter for the shareholders and has nothing to do with anyone else. Selling assets, investing in the art market. You can say that Kokuyo is brain dead, but these are really legitimate business practices. It's just that how would the average company engage in this kind of death-defying transformation when they're thriving? You can obviously make a lot of money, but you have to play yourself into bankruptcy. No one in their right mind would do this. And Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were strongly against it. But unfortunately, they have no voice and their objections are invalid. With the promises made by Chen Ruoji and the help of the Mudo Consortium, Chen Ruoji took 79% of the equity to accomplish this. Then, those assets that were originally sold were consolidated again, and the newly established Mingyao Capital was listed on the stock market at a rapid pace. Everything about Mingyao Capital is spelled out in the IPO prospectus. The company's capital. In addition to those high-quality assets of the original Guiyao, there is also a brand new layout of Chen Ruoji. These layouts, made using future memories, strongly pull the company's valuation. After the listing of Mingyao Capital, the stock continued to rise for a week in a row, with a market capitalization of more than 220 billion. Seeing this, everyone understands what's going on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The national yo-yo has turned into the people's yo-yo, which is not even pretending anymore. Take a look at the shareholder information. Zhang Yao is still 30%, and the rest is basically unchanged. It's just that the 21% that originally belonged to Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua has become that of the three Chen Ruoji sisters. To be fair, giving Chen Ruoji 7% of the shares is not much at all. Whether it's Kokyu or the current Mingyu, where would we be today without her? So, Chen Ruoji's operation during this time was to kick out Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua? What a hearty drama. I'm convinced by Chen Ruoji's sleight of hand. This is siblings joining forces to target their parents. It seems like Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua really aren't any good. It's not just Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, there's also a Chen Jiehua's illegitimate son, Chen Zizhan. What bastard. Clearly a receiver. Just as the reintegrated Mingyao went public in a favorable light, Chen Jiehua's clownish deeds also spread all over the internet. Chen Zijian was not his biological son. He was nevertheless deceived about this fact, and he was not able to hide it after all. There was no way this could be hidden. Zhang Yao himself would have to just stab it out. Now this would save him a lot of work. He just needed to focus on eating his melon. He was quite happy. The internet was stunned. No. Is the story going so magically? It's bull ****** **** enough that Jaehua Chan got his illegitimate child back under the name of adoption and gave it to his original partner to raise by deception. As a result, you're now telling me that Chen Jiehua was also deceived, and that this isn't his biological son at all? Ha 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 ha. Joyful. Let's just say that one gets what one deserves. The real biological son you publicly cut off. The much-loved bastard is the one who takes over. What a hell of a joke. Is this big drama of the Chen family so down and out? Running through the Chen family's grudges and feuds from the beginning. It won't be hard to find out why Zhang Yao and the others kicked Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua away. Not innocent at all. Deservedly so. Because of one Chen Zijian, Zhang Yu became a clown, and Chen Jiehua became an even bigger clown. Image-wise they are taunted and ridiculed. And it's no longer as simple as being discredited. And in terms of interest, the new Minyu has been established. Where can there be anything for the national Yu? Minyu basically took over all of Guayao's business, leaving only those inferior assets to depreciate step by step. Even the employees, they are slowly disengaging from joining Minyu, seeing that the shares in their hands were becoming less and less valuable and could not be sold. Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were of course not willing to do so. Little you shall not die. Little. If you don't give me a statement today, I'm not finished with you. They had found Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji more than once to ask for an explanation, and the result was of course a no issue. And besides pestering Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji, they were already at their wits' end. Whether to report to the police or prosecute, Chen Ruoji did not leave any handle. They cannot be helped. To put it bluntly, the current Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji are standing behind a whole capital group. As for Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, they had long since had nothing to rely on. With just the two of them, how can they play with an entire interest group? Unfortunately, even so none of them are yet on the streets. Zhang Yao shook his head, still feeling that he hadn't reached perfection regarding the current result. Even the worst assets were worth a little bit of money. Not to mention that both Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had quite a lot of property themselves. Although it is not as powerful as it used to be, life can still be better than the majority of people. It couldn't be helped. No matter what, Zhang Yao couldn't go and take away the property from them. In most people's eyes, they're probably skinnier than a horse and still manage to get by. In terms of Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's mentality alone, they must have collapsed completely. You may think that materially they are not punished enough, but the spiritual blow can be much more than that. Jin Bingying once again dutifully analyzed and reminded Zhang Yao of them. But that's exactly why things are far from over for you guys, that is. Whether it's blood or nurture, those can't be erased. Especially Zhang Yao. When they get older and older and older, the more likely they will come to haunt you. Once again, this issue was mentioned, and Zhang Yao could only scratch his head. So what do you guys say? Should I find a way to get them to get married and have a baby or something? They're all too old for that anyway. In this regard men have the advantage. 70 years old and 80 can work miracles. Not to mention Chen Jiehua is only in his early 40s. Zhang Yu is only a few months younger than Chen Jiehua, and it was perfectly timely for an old clam to give birth to a pearl. If they could have their own families, have their own children, and have something else to look forward to, then they wouldn't come pestering him. But why do I feel a little bad if this is the case? Doesn't that leave them happy and secure for the rest of their lives? On what grounds? Other than that, I don't think it's going to happen at all. How many people can be so big-hearted as to get married again and have children again after such a big blow? Lin Yu's words made perfect sense. Who couldn't be psychologized out when it came to this kind of thing? Chapter 122, it's just so delightful. Zhang Yao's mood was very conflicted and tangled. On the one hand, he was not willing to let Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua still get a good ending, and on the other hand, he was also annoyed that they came to pester him. But no matter what, he was the victor this time, and Chen Zijian would not be so simple as to dwell on it. Zhang Yao. Latest news. Chen Zijian is going to be expelled. In the morning's Academic 1 cafeteria, Zhang Yao and the others had only sat down when Chen Eveningzhao ran to relay the good news. Direct dismissal? Not to mention, Zhang Yao was still quite surprised by this result. Chen Lanzhao then smiled and said, because Chen Jiehua blew himself up. You see, Chen Jiehua's everything comes from Guayao. Without Guayao as a backer, his network of relations completely collapsed. As he watched Zhang Yao and Chen Ruoji, they kicked him away without even acting. He couldn't even do anything about it. The matter that Chen Zijian was not his own was too great a blow to him. The more he poured into Chen Zijian over the years, the more he appeared to be a clown. This irritated him so much that he finally got rid of the charm on Fei Huijun, the white moonlight, and finally grew from love to hate. And it was the same kind of utterly twisted hatred that hated both Fei Huijun and Chen Zizhan. If it wasn't for Chen Zizhan's cleverness, running away from Zhang Yao after exposing this fact and avoiding him all the time. Otherwise, it was possible to directly beat Chen Zizhan to death in his crazed state. Now, Chen Zizhan didn't even see his face, but he was narrow-minded himself, so how could he not retaliate because of that? He first stopped all of Chen Zizhan's cards, and also cut off supplies to Fei Huijun's mother and son. After this, the mother and son will have to find a way to fend for themselves. Over the years, Fei Huijun had always relied on Chen Jiehua to provide for her. The so-called goddesses are not very viable at all, and can even be said to be out of touch with society. Unless they can find a new ATM, they won't have a good time in the future, and it will be hard to even feed themselves. Only, Fei Huijun is likewise in her 40s. A man who is capable of being an ATM, why not go for a younger one, to let Chen Zizhan raise her? This likewise hangs. Just so Chen Jiehua certainly did not relieve his anger, so he went out of his way to blow himself up, exposing the NUS violation of speculation. Chen Zizhan, you little actually lied to me for so many years. I don't feel good and neither do you. These contacts are no longer useful anyway, so what's the point of keeping them? According to the law, active bribery is also criminalized. As long as the amount is large you have to go in and step on the sewing machine. Just that time Chen Jiehua hands and eyes. This kind of thing does not need a special bribe. A phone call can be done. Thus, he blew himself up prosecuting the matter and was completely unaffected himself. The result is that the one who helped him in the first place is out of luck. This is a complete flip-flop. The old man went out of his way to blow himself up just to get his own son? What son? I've been told that's not his own. It's still a son even if it's not biological. Chen Zizhan was originally adopted by Chen Jiehua. Then that means Chen Zizhan still has the right to inherit Chen Jiehua's property even now? There was once a sad old brother who had 3 children, none of whom were biological. It's hard to say how the joint property will be divided in this case, but the 3 children will certainly not have any inheritance rights. And in the case of Chen Jiehua, Chen Zizhan is not his biological son though. But, in itself, it was brought back as an adoption. Adopted children have the same right to inheritance. That's kind of funny. Laughing my ass off. Chen Jiehua is afraid that he wants to strangle Chen Zizhan to death. Property Chen Zizhan actually has a share? If I were Chen Jiehua I would immediately go and make a will. And I would not give my property to Chen Zizhan to inherit no matter what. The question is if not to Chen Zizhan, then to whom else? Talking about this issue of inheritance, the internet is skewing the story a bit. And as students of the National University, Zhang Yao and the others were quick to see the notice sent by the school. The one who was screwed over by Chen Jiehua was removed from the school pending further investigation. As for Chen Zizhan, he was directly cancelled from school. Everyone remembers, right? Actually, this matter was broken by Zhang Yao as soon as the school year started. That was when the NUS affirmation was saying that everything was reasonable and compliant, which is a slap in the face. Goddamn curling specialties bailout. Anyone can see what's going on. The other Zhang Yao went through so much suffering and still managed to get into the National University with his own strength. Compared to that, Chen Zizhan is a waste. And you also didn't expect Sister Chen to have so many wonderful stories. And Chen Jiehua actually went out of his way to blow himself up. The netizens are looking happy. And so are the students of the NUS. Having been expelled, Chen Zizhan naturally couldn't continue to stay on campus and could only pack his bags and get out. Zhang Yao brought Lin Yu, Shi Cheng, and Chen Evening Zhao with him, and was the first to run to see the fun. Chen Zizhan, no matter what, we are also brothers. I've come to see you off. I don't think we'll have a chance to see each other again from now on, because we're not on the same level anymore. You might see me on TV later when you're screwing around in the factory. Or maybe there will be a street somewhere where my Ferrari will brush up against you on a delivery. You knew it was me, but I couldn't notice you, he said so arrogantly. That was of course a deliberate attempt to irritate Chen Zizhan. In the previous days, Chen Zizhan's brocade clothes and jade food could be enjoyed much more than his entire authentic rich man. But what about now? He's still the same rich kid with tens of billions of dollars. As for Chen Zizhan, he already has nothing. Zhang Yao was surrounded by Ling Yu and Shi Qing, as well as Jin Bingying, and even the 3 Chen Evening Zhao sisters and so on. As for Chen Zizhan, after losing his identity as the heir of Gui Yao and having nothing to lose, who will pay attention to his friends? He used to strut his stuff and didn't offend many people. It's better to worry about the possibility of retaliation than the matter of whether anyone will still treat him well. Zhang Yao, don't be cocky. Chen Zizhan clenched his fists with an iron face, but it was colorful, and his red, moist eyes had already betrayed him. In fact, he was so sad he wanted to cry at this point. What happened to the original posh kids? The good old paper drinking days? How did they suddenly live like this? dismissed from the NUS and left with a good-for-nothing biological mother. I'm afraid I'll really have to go into the factory to play screws or deliveries in the future. Zhang Yao laughed. I'm just very proud of myself. What do you mean you're telling me not to get cocky? You don't think you're going to roll over, do you? Let alone you. Even if it's Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, what are they going to turn around with? Of course he's proud of himself. It turns out that he can change his fate if he doesn't act like a, can't he be? In response, Chen Zizhan had nothing to say. Once he thought that it was indeed impossible for him to turn over a new leaf, Chen Zizhan felt more and more sad and wanted to cry. Then, he snapped and kneeled down for Zhang Yao. Chapter 123, What's the use of kneeling now? As soon as Chen Zizhan knelt down, he hugged Zhang Yao's thigh and wailed, Brother, I was wrong. Just forgive me. We're brothers anyway. With more than a decade of bonding. Brother, just take me in, or I really have no place to go. After so many years, one could even say 2 lifetimes. It was the first time Zhang Yao heard Chen Zizhan call him brother. It used to be more polite to call him by his first name. Usually just straight up bastard. Even in front of Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua he called them that, because the human too didn't care about it at all. Only, he felt no pleasure at all in hearing such a name. Only disgust. Even Chen Evening Zhao couldn't help it. Chen Zizhan, do you still want to be shameless? Not only is this guy shameless, he's spineless. Playing a conspiracy is your tactic. If the conspiracy is over, then you should simply get out of the way. What is the point of kneeling down and begging for forgiveness? If the roles were switched, would Chen Zizhan care about brotherly love? The answer is no. In the future memory, after Chen Zizhan became the final winner, it wasn't like Zhang Yao hadn't gone to beg him, not just on behalf of himself alone, but on behalf of Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua, Chen Ruozhi, Chen Shouyu and Chen Evening Zhao. He begged on behalf of all his family, but what did he get in return? Adding all of these people to the list didn't even manage to get a hint of pity from Chen Zizhan. So at this time, it was certainly impossible for him to have any sympathy for Chen Zizhan. What kind of a thing are you to call me a brother? This was what Chen Zizhan had told him at one time and in the future, and now all of it was being returned. He kicked Chen Zizhan away. Don't come pestering me. What does it matter to me if you have a place to go? To say that Chen Zizhan had no place to go, that would not be true. After all, she still had a real mother after all. Fei Huijun wasn't a good person either, but she was much smarter than Zhang Yu, and she hadn't apologized to her own son. Third sister, we're family, you have to help me. Seeing that begging Zhang Yao was useless, Chen Zizhan turned to kneel again and walked towards Chen Evening Zhao. Chen Evening Zhao was afraid that he would come over to hug his thighs as well, and was so scared that he backed away in a hurry. They had simply come to watch the fun. How could they have expected to be pestered by Chen Zizhan? This one is all about face to be able to continue to enjoy the life of the brocade, with so many students watching around him, and others pulling out their cell phones to take videos. He didn't care one bit. And yeah, the kind of life he used to have was really worth losing his face all over again. Unfortunately, even if he was so shameless, Zhang Yao and Chen Evening Zhao were not likely to let him get what he wanted. We'd better go and hide. God knows how long he'll haunt us. Chen Evening Zhao pulled Zhang Yao and ran, with Lin Yu and Shi Cheng following closely behind. She was a bit regretful now. She shouldn't have come to this mess if she had known. After shaking off Chen Zizhan, they headed straight for the outside of the school. Let's not go back to school today. Maybe he'll squat on us to keep pestering us. Oh yeah, and call my big sister and second sister too. Zhang Yao shrugged. You can rest assured about this. Your big sister and second sister are even less likely to give him a good face. Strictly speaking, Chen Evening Zhao and Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua were not considered to have completely torn their faces off by now. Chen Ruozhi and Chen Shouyu, however, both made public statements severing their relationships. From that day onwards, it was destined to be impossible to give Chen Zizhan any more good looks. It's good to remind them. As a psychological preparation, Chen Evening Zhao nodded and called anyway. Zhang Yao, look over there. At this time, Lin Yu tugged on his sleeve. Looking over in the direction Lin Yu indicated, Zhang Yao saw someone who made him instantly happy. That would be Jie Hua-chan. This once famous entrepreneur seems to have aged more than 10 years. Full of vicissitudes of life, has completely lost the original style. Look, you guys, there's a beggar over there. Zhang Yao intentionally shouted out, looking at Chen Jiehua with a teasing face. Chen Jiehua knew that he was doing it on purpose, but at this time there was no temper at all. Zhang Yao, I'm sorry. Chen Jiehua unprecedentedly actually apologized to him very sincerely. I hope you can forgive my previous behavior. I'm sorry for you, and your mom, and your 3 sisters. It's all my fault for being larded up, and now that I think about it I'm really ashamed of myself in a million ways. Chen Jiehua apologized to him with old tears, wiping his eyes. Zhang Yao, you're my own son. I want to make it up to you. Anyway, we're family. and I hope you'll give me a chance to change my ways. Chen Jiehua said and looked at Chen Evening Zhao. Evening Zhao, I also implore you to forgive me. Desperate, with no one to turn to, he finally remembers that he is family, that he is his own son. Chen Evening Zhao looked at Chen Jiehua's heart was a mixed bag of emotions, but still shook his head. Zhang Yao hasn't even forgiven us yet. Who are we to say we forgive you? The meaning of these words was already obvious. It didn't matter between them. What mattered was whether Zhang Yao Yuan forgave or not. If Zhang Yao was willing to forgive, then they could still accept Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua as foster parents as well. For Zhang Yao's sake, they can tolerate a little bit of diaphragm. But the truth was, Zhang Yao hadn't even forgiven them yet. Much less would he forgive Chen Jiehua. Zhang Yao looked at Chen Jiehua and hummed lightly. Poof. From this expression reaction Chen Jiehua could tell that he was completely dismissive of it. Do I have to kneel for you? Chen Jiehua went on to state that his voice was trembling. Although he was vocal, people who generally say that don't actually look like they're kneeling at all. Zhang Yao didn't even answer and just quietly watched him perform. Let's just say I'm begging you as a father, okay? Chen Jiehua gritted his teeth and really did kneel down. To say that Chen Jiehua was able to endure and know how to bear humiliation. Chen Jiehua was stronger than Zhang Yu. At least he was as shameless as Chen Zizhan and could kneel down and beg others. As for Zhang Yu, she is obviously begging for Zhang Yao, and she is still shouting with a small mouth. You're the second person to kneel to me today. Zhang Yao shrugged. Chen Jiehua, you should remember how you treated me before, right? It's not impossible for you to beg me to forgive you. Tell you what, how I spent the previous 10 years is how you'll spend the next 10. We'll talk about original forgiveness or not when this decade is over. These words caused Chen Jiehua to tremble, and the man clenched his fists while still kneeling on the ground. Zhang Yao, I'm your real father. Do you really have to do this? He also knew that the same experience put on him he couldn't stand and wouldn't want to endure. In terms of this awareness of apologizing, it is far from being able to catch up with Chen Ruozhi and their 3 sisters. Screw it, if I didn't kill you you'd be kneeling here begging me? And you know it's desperate? Zhang Yao was too lazy to give him crap and directly flipped his face. Hurry up and get lost. Don't show up in front of Lao Zi and get in my way in the future. Chapter 124, Accused So Soon. After failing to curry favor with Zhang Yao and Chen Evening Zhao, Chen Zizhan really went to find Chen Ruozhi and Chen Xiuyu. Big sister, you've been the best to me since I was a kid. Can you bear to see me on the streets? Big sister, have mercy on me. We've been siblings for so many years. Have you forgotten? Big sister, how could you let your favorite brother stray into such a state? If she didn't have memories of the future, Chen Ruozhi might have been unable to bear the thought of Chen Zizhan begging for his life. After all, she also belonged to the category of cold-faced people who cared very much about their feelings, could deeply knew what kind of goods Chen Zizhan was, and clearly knew how he treated Zhang Yao and how he treated himself. How is that even remotely compassionate? Not to mention, Chen Zizhan went to beg Chen Ruozhi to actually change her big sister to a second sister by using the exact same vocabulary as Chen Xiuyu. It's that time of year, and he's giving us this. When Chen Ruozhi and Chen Xiuyu compared them, they became even more disdainful of Chen Zizhan. Though the word didn't even change, did it? At least Chen Zizhan knelt down instead. Jay Wachan is different. It always feels like he's being condescending. Chen Xiuyu shrugged his shoulders and said playfully, I thought he would kneel down with us as well. But it turns out that he's not that open-minded. Those who also went to find Chen Ruozhi and Chen Xiuyu were, of course, Chen Jiehua. This one was kneeling here at Zhang Yao, but didn't have the good sense to fall on this face when it came to the two of them. Or perhaps, even so in Chen Jiehua's heart, they were still not qualified to make him kneel. That's better than Zhang Yu. In today's terms, Zhang Yu just wants us to kneel down and then she begs us for something. What Zhang Yu, Chen Jiehua and Chen Zizhan were doing now was a joke to them at this point. Regardless of whether it's Zhang Yu or Chen Jiehua or Chen Zizhan, the 3 of them are still just as uninformed as ever as well. The problem is that there's no telling how long this unawareness will have to last, and it gives me a bit of a headache just thinking about it. Now they are still more or less in the mood to watch. No matter what, Chen Jiehua's reaction is full of joy. But if you are pestered for a long time, and this mood is worn out, then only annoyance remains. No need for later. It's coming now. Zhang Yao pulled out a notice of response. This is what I just received today. Chen Ruozhi and the girls were stunned, and after receiving it, they came together to look at it. Directly above it, centered at the beginning, is the name of the People's Court. This court has accepted the case of Zhang Yu v. Your party alimony dispute, and now sends a copy of the indictment and related matters. Chen Evening Zhao directly read the entire notice of response, then exclaimed in shock, Zhang Yu turned you in? And the reason is, alimony? Filial piety and obedience to parents is a traditional virtue of Yanhua. Parents have the duty to bring up their children and children have the responsibility to support their parents. That in itself is fine. However, Anything that makes it to court must have problems. Zhang Yao, as a mother who has never fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother, has the nerve to go to court to sue him, which is also shameless. Where's the copy of the indictment and what are her claims? Although I had known that Zhang Yu would definitely be entangled, I didn't expect that the lawsuit would actually come so quickly. Chen Ruoji asked Zhang Yao for a copy of the indictment, and Zhang Yao pulled it out and handed it over. Chen Xiaoyu then said, "It said that it's an alimony dispute, so you don't need to see it to guess it." Definitely wanting Zhang Yao to take responsibility for taking care of her, wanting to live with Zhang Yao so that he can give her a retirement. Not to mention, Zhang Yu's claim was really just like what Chen Xiaoyu had guessed. Chen Ruoji smiled bitterly after a quick scan. "You really got it." Chen Evening Zhao was unimpressed. "Prosecution doesn't mean anything. We'll answer the lawsuit if she prosecutes." Zhang Yao collected both the notice of responding to the lawsuit and the copy of the indictment. "This is not something you need to worry about. I can take care of it. You might as well think of yourselves. If she can sue me, she can probably sue you too." Chen Ruoji gave him a blank look. "What you guys You're our biggest shareholder and chairman of Mingyao. Your business is the company's business. Responding to a lawsuit is the kind of thing that the company will take care of for you. Of course." Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Evening Zhao followed and coaxed on the side. "We are the shareholders of the company. Your business is our business." Zhang Yao also couldn't help but want to roll his eyes when Lin Yu looked at them and interjected breathlessly. "You guys just stop dwelling on this for now. This matter of Zhang Yu suing Zhang Yao has already hit the headlines. This matter was revealed by Zhang Yu personally when she opened the live broadcast. Since the hand-tearing Chen Jiehua started, Zhang Yu has now become a netizen and is very popular. It can't be helped. It's a wonder no one pays attention to so much dogfighting drama. It feels like she could survive even if she had no possessions whatsoever, simply enough to live on air with her goods." In the live broadcast, she accused Zhang Yao, who is her biological son, of not caring about her. While selling misery to gain sympathy, he morally kidnapped Zhang Yao, and every now and then he even mentioned the three sisters of Chen Ruoji. That's a big forest for all birds on the internet. There were really quite a few people who sympathized with her and supported her in suing Zhang Yao. Being betrayed by your own husband and cheated on for so many years is bad enough, and it's so wrong to have no one to turn to now. Isn't she to blame for all this? I think Zhang Yao is still a bit too much. You set up a short Guayao, then how do you let Zhang Yu live in the future? She hasn't cared about Zhang Yao's death before? They're family no matter what. And family is not a family. There's never a shortage of people on the internet who can be on par with the lesbian Buddha. And no matter how disgusting it is, there's always someone to support it. It's not surprising that even Zhang Yu can have supporters. If it's on the hot seat, it's on the hot seat. Whatever they say." Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders to show that it didn't matter. And Lin Yu then said, "The point isn't here. The point is that Chen Zizhan was also inspired. You guys keep reading down." He also posted a video saying that he sued Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua together. Zhang Yao didn't even know what to say. "I'll take a look first." Chen Zizhan is also a netizen, and became famous much earlier than Zhang Yao and Zhang Yu. He also showed a notice of the court case and displayed the complaint. Everyone knows that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua and I adopted. According to the law, adopted children have the same rights and benefits as biological children and cannot be abandoned after adoption. I'm an adult, but my schooling is not yet complete. Therefore, I demand that Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua continue to fulfill their obligation to support me and pay me alimony. Zhang Yao was speechless when he saw this. Chen Zizhan was obviously messing around. "You've been expelled. Where's the schooling for you to finish?" However, speechless as he was happy about this. Let them be entangled like this forever. If you're not convinced, you can just start a fight. Chapter 125. A clean official cannot determine family matters. Although Zhang Yao did not want to pay any attention to Zhang Yu at all, but since he was accused, then he still had to answer the lawsuit. In fact, you don't have to appear in person. Just let the attorney in fact take full responsibility. Knowing what he's thinking, Chen Ruoji hints that he doesn't have to appear in court. In response, he was shaking his head no. Not wanting to pay attention didn't mean he didn't want to watch the fun. He still wanted to see what Zhang Yu's face would be. It's better to say the decisive words face to face and directly. Hiding at times like this is quiet, but it also feels like it would be a lot less fun. So, I'd better go and confront her in court. In this way, on the day of the trial, Zhang Yao appeared on time in the defendant's seat. Chen Ruoji, Chen Xiaoyu, Chen Evening Zhao, Lin Yu, Shi Chang and Jin Bingying were all present without a single absence. This time, neither Zhang Yu nor Zhang Yao applied for a closed hearing. So, inevitably, it also attracted a lot of media, netizens and onlookers who simply came to watch the fun. This was not surprising. After all, Zhang Yao's attention span was already high. After all this time of jumping up and down, Zhang Yu was also an internet celebrity with just as much heat. What many people didn't know was that Chen Jiehua was also mixed in the crowd of spectators. He had planned to join Zhang Yu in suing Zhang Yao, and he also wanted to live with Zhang Yao so that Zhang Yao could give him a pension. It was just that Zhang Yu still hated him so much that she was unlikely to join forces with him even though they were all the same target. He had no choice but to wait and see what the court would decide. If the final verdict was that Zhang Yu won and the court supported her claim, then he could go out and head straight to the filing hall. Who do you think will win this lawsuit? I'm the one who should be Zhang Yu. After all, the law doesn't recognize such things as severing a relationship. I'm the one who is also Zhang Yu. After all, it's a biological mother-son relationship. Zhang Yao does have an obligation to support. Didn't you say that Zhang Yao had a miserable life before? You still want to support Zhang Yu after all this? While the spectators were talking, the trial officially started because of the unsuccessful mediation. Zhang Yu asks to live in Zhang Yao's villa with him and wants Zhang Yao to support him. As a biological mother, these requirements are not legally excessive. For this lawsuit, not to mention the spectators are not optimistic. In fact, Zhang Yao himself also have a number in mind. If it had been a few years later, he would have lost. Thankfully, Zhang Yu impatiently chose to sue now. Presiding judge, I do not believe that the plaintiff has satisfied the condition of having to be supported. First of all, the plaintiff is in her early 40s and is nowhere near retirement age. She is healthy, capable of living on her own and is perfectly capable of supporting herself, and doesn't need support at all. As for wanting to live in my villa with me, there's no need for that at all. She has property and savings and is not homeless with no place to stay. She's perfectly capable of buying her own house and living on her own. The reason she has to live with me itself has nothing to do with support. It's just because my villa is more luxurious. Zhang Yao's defense did not mention that he had severed his relationship at all, because he also knew that the law did not recognize such things. Even the 10 years of abuse is not even mentioned because no evidence can be produced. So all he can do is to beat Zhang Yu back to win the lawsuit first, and talk about future things later. There is no clear legal provision on the age at which the elderly members of the family must be supported by their children. But the fact is that now Zhang Yu is really still young and has enough of her own to fulfill the necessary living conditions. Turning around again, Zhang Yao is still a college student. If he hadn't inherited his grandfather's legacy, it would still be difficult to even support himself at this point. As a matter of common sense, who would ask a college student to support them? On the other hand, Chen Zizhan even filed a lawsuit against Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua on such grounds. After more than an hour's hearing, the court ruled that Zhang Yao had an obligation to support Zhang Yao. However, given the age, wealth, etc. of the parties, it is not required to follow a certain standard right away. As for Zhang Yu's request to live with Zhang Yao, the court suggested that the two parties should solve the problem through negotiation. Zhang Yu is her biological mother, and there's a biological father over there who divorced her. After the two divorced, because Zhang Yao was already an adult at that time, also did not judge the attribution. If Zhang Yu wants to live with Zhang Yao, what about Chen Jiehua? According to the rules, even if both parents are divorced, the children are still obliged to support both of them. Generally, when a child is underage and still in need of support, the parent who does not have custody is likewise required to pay support. It is said that it is difficult for a clear official to adjudicate a family matter, just because family matters are often more complicated, and emotions and reasoning may be outrageously entangled with the law. And Zhang Yao here, it's more complicated than normal. In a situation like this, I'm afraid even the judge feels a headache. Who says it isn't? That's why the judge suggested they negotiate a settlement. I'm also still a college student, which if my parents demand that I support them now, what am I going to do? Then drop out of school and go to work early enough to afford it. After the verdict of Zhang Yao and Zhang Yu's lawsuit was announced, netizens are still hotly debating, and the heat hasn't decreased at all. What about Chen Zizhan's lawsuit against Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua, which is also considered their family dispute? The obligation of children to support their parents, and the obligation of parents to support their children, are themselves relative. On my side, it's basically safe to say I'm winning now, so it's obvious from me that he can't win at all on Chen Zizhan's side. Zhang Yao was clearer than even he was about what Chen Zizhan's lawsuit would get him. A casual search will tell you that a parent's obligation to his or her child only extends to the age of 18. Anyone over the age of 16 and under the age of 18 can no longer be supported by their parents as long as they are able to support themselves. So, Chen Zizhan is also trying to go blind. Zhang Yao was temporarily taking himself off the hook, so he was in a fairly relaxed mood discussing Chen Zizhan's matter with Chen Ruoji and the girls. Chen Evening Zhao then asked, since the outcome is already predictable, are we still going to go along for the ride? Zhang Yao hadn't even finished speaking yet, but Chen Shuyu stood up first. Go, of course, why not? It doesn't matter who they lose or win, no matter which side is favorable or unfavorable. We all have fun watching it, don't we? Not only them, but all the netizens are waiting to see what's going on. In fact, People knew very well that Chen Zizhan was being purely shameless. Everyone can basically guess about the outcome, but they just want to see how these feuds of theirs will end. This so-called ho-hum feud has been going on for so long that it has left netizens dumbfounded and falling through the cracks countless times. At this point, it's almost time for the curtain to fall. After all, Kokyu is all hollowed out, the Chen family is gone, and it's time for a drama to come to a grand finale. Chapter 126, The End, Grand Finale. On the day Zhang Yu sued Zhang Yao could have left it to a proxy lawyer, but he appeared in court in person. Chen Zizhan sued Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua in a similar situation, and these two also chose to appear in court in person. In the midst of countless onlookers, Chen Zizhan repeatedly emphasized Zhang Yu's and Chen Jiehua's support obligations. As my adoptive parents, they are obligated to continue to provide for me, at least until I graduate from college. If they can't even fulfill this most basic obligation, then what qualifies them to adopt? What rights do adopted children have when all people are like them? Chen Zizhan spoke righteously, and also did not mention in the least the fact that Chen Jiehua had adopted him as a bastard. From a legal point of view, no matter what the reason for the adoption is, as soon as the adoption is finalized, the regulations have to be complied with. So even Chen Jiehua didn't mention this. Saying things like "you're not my biological son" will only add to the joke and do absolutely nothing for this lawsuit. Therefore, they emphasized that Chen Zizhan was already an adult. You turned 18 years old long ago, long before you reached the stage where you could support yourself. And we fulfilled our support obligations. We raised you. You should have been grateful, not come asking for anything. Chen Jiehua was angry, and he also didn't expect Chen Zizhan, who had previously avoided him, to have the face to jump out and rely on him. If he wasn't in court, he couldn't help but want to do it. Taking over something like raising a son for someone else is not something that is easily dispelled. Until now, he was filled with hatred towards Chen Zizhan. For the same reason, Zhang Yu's emotions were exactly the same. She turned on the taunting straight away. Plaintiff, have you already forgotten that you've been fired? If you don't have money to spend, you go straight into the factory to get screwed. To fend for yourself. We've raised you to adulthood. Don't you have no shame? If Chen Zizhan really knew shame and integrity, how could he sit in the plaintiff's seat? No matter what Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua said, he just insisted that they continue to provide anyway. It's true that I've been disenrolled by NUS now, but I can still go back to take the college entrance exam. Although, in terms of the relevant regulations, the obligation of parents to support their children is until the age of 18, but 18 is just college age. I think it makes sense for parents to supply their children through college when they can. As it stands, the vast majority of families generally do the same thing. It was evident that since it was time for a lawsuit, Chen Zizhan had done a little homework before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to say something like that. In the current situation in Manhwa, it is common for families to pay for their children's college education as long as their family conditions allow. Even after graduating from college, there are actually not a few who continue to nibble away at their old age. Although Zhang Yao and the others had shorted Guayao, Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua's conditions were also far better than average. Sentimentally, it really doesn't make sense to leave your child behind after high school. As a result of the judge's efforts, the plaintiffs and defendants eventually chose to settle, because both Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua had the ability to do so. The court was still inclined to let them support Chen Zizhan until he graduated from college. Since this aspect cannot be avoided, what remains is the question of how to provide for it. The final agreement reached by both parties was that Chen Zizhan would go to high school for another year, with the tuition paid for by them. If Chen Zizhan could get into college, then they continued to cover the tuition. If you can't afford to take the test, then it's Chen Zizhan's own business and has nothing more to do with them. The results are in and the spectators have retired. Zhang Yao and the others fell to the end and waited for everyone to leave before leisurely getting up. Chen Xiaoyu curiously then asked, "Do you think Chen Zizhan he can pass the exam?" Zhang Yao shrugged his shoulders. He wasn't at a good level in the first place, and he didn't receive any domestic education at all, so it would be strange for him to be able to pass the exam. However, I'm talking about bachelor's degrees and above here, as well as possibly including some specialties. There are also a lot of private specialties that don't require a scoreline at all. So basically, if you go and take the test, you can go to school. They don't really know much about specialty colleges or anything because they have no exposure to them at all. So, Chen Xiaoyu nodded in realization. Then that means Chen Zizhan will get at least 3 more years of sustenance? If Chen Zizhan goes back to specialize, then the situation should be correct. Zhang Yao stroked his chin and laughed. That's why I'm now concerned about how exactly Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua will provide for him. They chatted their way out of the courthouse, and had only stepped out the front door when they heard Aletso shout, "Come and see, everyone, there's a fight." Everyone swished and surrounded, and they saw Chen Zizhan beating Zhang Yu Chen Jiehua with 1 against 2. Fighting so soon? Zhang Yao looked so excited. He was looking forward to this scene. Unfortunately, the police came within minutes and neither got into a good fight. The police took away the 3 parties involved, and at the same time came over and said to Zhang Yao and the others, "You are also parties involved. So go together." Zhang Yao was a bit speechless. I'm just a hobbyist. It felt a bit unjust, but this did give them an idea of what was going on. Chen Zizhan's request for Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua to continue to provide for them was a desire to have the same kind of standard that he used to have in the past when he splurged and did not treat money as money. But how could Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua still be willing to give him money for him to spend and drink? "Aren't you going to continue to provide and cover living expenses and tuition?" Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua did, but it was given at the minimum standard. High school tuition and fees are $800 a semester, which is $1,600 for a school year. Generally, the rate of maintenance is based on actual wage income. However, both Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are unemployed, so they can only be calculated in conjunction with the minimum wage and the local standard of living. Among other things, after messing around with the math, the amount of money Chen Zizhan can get for his yearly support anyway is 7,600 yuan. All this for just a little money? Chen Zizhan was certainly not happy about this, so in a fit of anger, he directly made a move and fought with Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu. 1,600 for tuition and fees plus 500 a month for living expenses is really not much, but it's in line. The police tried to mediate, but it turned out that Chen Jiehua and Zhang Yu were dead set on the fact that Chen Zizhan still had his biological mother. As foster parents, they have been kind. It makes it impossible for the police to say anything more, even if they go to court again to pick a fight. Chen Zizhan could not be patient even if he was unwilling, so he could only accept this ending in a depressed manner, whether he goes to the majors or not. There's more hardship waiting for him down the road anyway, and at that time, he would only find ways to pester Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua. Let them stay entangled like that. Entangled for the rest of their lives preferably. After leaving the police station, Zhang Yao then smiled and said, "Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are now kind of modeling me. When they come pestering me when they need support, I'll give them the minimum to live on as well. Practically no, but legally it makes total sense. I'll see how they cry then. This kind of operation is completely feasible." Chen Ruoji nodded, and after a pause asked, "What if they also pester you for the rest of your life?" Zhang Yao shrugged. "Then I'll just hide. Anyway, I have plenty of money. The big deal is that I'll be traveling abroad for years and years, all over the world. Can it be that they can't follow all the way?" The idea was approved by all. "Good, let's do that when the time comes." Zhang Yu and Chen Jiehua are divorced and will surely end up alone. Chen Zizhan also fell from the rich second generation of the mansion. With his ability to live in the future is an unknown. This is where the feud comes to an end. As far as tangles down the road, that's for sure, but it doesn't matter. The complete book. I'm sorry in advance, but this book was so badly written, it was a bit of a disaster. I was trying to follow a trend, but I'm really not good at writing about this kind of subject, so I ended up completely flopping. If we follow the formula of this kind of text, the real young masters fake young masters kissing sisters might be a little bit better, but that's just not my style. When it was first conceived, the focus was actually on trying to write the protagonist's abusive relationship with the 3 Chen sisters, love/hate entanglements, running away with the ball, daughter recognizing her family, but never got a chance to expand on it. The writing was so bad that there was neither a chance to expand nor a need to expand any further. So let's just end it. I'll see you again sometime, and hopefully I'll be able to write the next book better and make it more enjoyable to read.